94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Tuesday morning. Well, it's been 2 days, and they've been 2 rough days. And this one just started. Still rough. Eagles lost Sunday, obviously. Look, looks like Kevin Patullo is going to be out, as everyone, well, most people, I'll say, want it. We'll get into it. I don't know that it really changes that much, but we'll discuss the possibilities for the Eagles moving forward and obviously look back to the tremendous missed opportunity here, the wasted opportunity. Eagles met with the assembled media yesterday, unless they didn't.
Most of the Eagles met with the assembly. Yeah.
So AJ and others not partaking. Look, we'll get to it all today at 215-592-9494 and find out now, less than 48 hours from the demise of their season, how you feel and what you think and where they go from here. 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, Johnny.
Tennis used to be played with bare hands, and it's a really old game. Yeah, it's 16th century. So we're talking 1500s. It was wildly popular in France. It was called Jeu de Paume, and it was originally played by monks in French
it's cool.
with their hands.
You'd have to make the court smaller.
Game of the palm.
Yeah, you think so, John?
Yeah.
You don't think people are slapping with their hands, 30 feet away?
Make the court smaller. It's a fine game. It
kind of sounds like ping pong with hands, but
yeah, it almost reminds me of Newcomb, which was like basically volleyball, except you catch the ball and you throw it. It's like
I love Newcomb back in the day.
Just a different way to do the thing. All right, so that's kind of like what the Eagles thing is, if you really get down to it. Different way to skin the cat on offense, and that's what they're going to try to do, at least with a coordinator. The question is whether they actually do it with a different real scheme. So let's get into it here today. Really, I guess both sides of time are on the table for you to react to, meaning time gone by, looking back, and time that's up ahead, looking forward. So whichever side of the ledger you want to discuss, what happened and what you think could happen moving forward, phone line's wide open for you, 215-592-9494. I'll start with the looking back. I think the biggest thing that hits me, and there's a lot that hits me, but maybe the biggest is just the wasted opportunity. What a wasted opportunity. This was a season when they had the chance to repeat. And, it took 25 years into my adulthood for there even to be an opportunity for a Philly sports team to repeat. That would, of course, be the 09 Phils after 08. So this team had a shot, and they blew it. And, it's incredible when you consider they really did have a Super Bowl caliber defense, which I did not see coming, but they rebuilt it on the fly very effectively. And they had what I'd call an all-pro caliber offense on paper, but it didn't manifest. They were relatively healthy. Obviously, you had the 2 guys banged up all line that kept playing all year in Cam and Landon. You had Lane, who was clearly injured. You were hoping to get him back. But, you still played a playoff game with 21 of your 22 starters. In a football world, that's unbelievably healthy.
Isn't rest the thing that matters most?
No.
No. Now it's not.
No, I didn't say it's the thing that matters most. I said I think it would help. I do think it helped. I think they ran the ball better with rest. But, and they had a wide open lake. So they blew it. They absolutely blew this incredible. So it's a tremendous disappointment, and really it's aggravating. I don't know if it's more disappointing or aggravating. I think it's more aggravating because of what the opportunity was. But they blew it. And so here we are to pick up the pieces. Look, you can respond to what was. 215-592-9494. Then there's what will be. Let's get to Jalen Hurts. Yesterday, locker room, Kevin Patullo, a lot of reports saying he's going to be out. A lot of reports saying he's done. Maybe that happens as soon as today. Here's Jalen Hurts when he had an opportunity to endorse or not endorse Patullo yesterday. Clearly, he did not. Here's that exchange.
Kevin Patullo, do you want him to come back as the offensive coordinator?
It's too soon to think about that. And like I said, I put my trust in Howie, Nick, and Mr. Luter.
What about A.J. Brown? Would you like A.J.?
AJ and I have talked. We're in a great place.
Last one.
Maybe y'all can talk to him and ask.
So
It's too soon to think about that. Did you see the Lamar Jackson interview immediately after the Ravens game when he was asked
I'm not sure.
essentially the same thing about John Harbaugh, whether he wanted John Harbaugh to stay in Baltimore, and it was sort of the same. Deflect. I just finished a game where we lost. We didn't want to lose. I can't think about that right now. It's too early. – Look, Jalen had an opportunity to say I really like Kevin Patullo.
Right.
We work really well together.
You didn't believe it.
the offense. No, exactly.
Yeah.
He didn't sell him down the river, but he would prefer Kevin Patullo not be the offensive coordinator
Clearly.
last year.
Can I spin
next
that back
year.
on you,
I
Joe?
think that's really smart.
Because you are the one who's like, they only run the offense because of Jalen and all that and what Jalen wants. Jalen is out there saying, I don't want this guy.
How about that?
Like, what does that say to you about how they run the offense based on Jalen?
Well, okay, it's a great question, James, because I had 2 main points written down before the show. So let me address point 2. Point 1 was, looking back, they wasted it. Point 2 is, here we go, guys. This is my message to everyone who wants Patullo gone and the whole thing. You're going to get your wish. If you want this offense reinvented, you may get your wish. I don't know that you will. I mean, the reality is Patullo ran the same offense that Kellen Moore ran. They just didn't have health. No,
Kellen Moore and
just
Shane Steichen are good play callers.
No.
This is Nick Sirianni's offense.
No, but it's the same offense.
No, Nick Sirianni's offense is what was run this year.
It's the same.
Nick Sirianni
it's the same offense.
was complicit with Kellen.
Well, I understand that, but it's
this.
It's the
play
same
caller.
offense they've been running for 5 years. They just didn't have.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, you're wrong.
You got a different play caller. You got a different play designer. That makes a huge difference, Joe.
They didn't have healthy offensive linemen to run through.
That's true.
And overcome Jalen's deficiencies.
Which
that's
further
what
clouds the picture.
That's what happens.
Nick's
that's what happens.
bigger role in the offense started in the beginning of December, right?
It's the bigger
that
role
doesn't
thing.
matter to you?
No.
Nick's bigger role in the offense.
Had a bigger role.
He went public with, I'm going to insert myself in those meetings. He left it up in the air. Was he even calling plays? I don't know. I know that what I saw on the sideline of this last game was Nick nodding in agreement as the play's being called.
Yeah, I know.
This play that they toiled over to be one of the dumbest play calls I've ever seen in a playoff game.
Sirianni's always been involved.
With the game on the line.
Always.
Nick Sirianni is in charge of the offense with Kevin Patullo calling the plays. So now he's presented with this unbelievable situation. Hey, Kevin, I got to let you go, man. Even though I was doing the offense, even though it's my fault too, even though you're to blame and I'm to blame, I got to let you go.
Well, yeah,
and I got to place
happen.
the entire blame on you. Our routes still, I don't care what you say, the routes don't site adjust. We don't have hot routes. I don't care how many times you pretend the offense is complex and complete and creative.
Don't you know why that is?
You have no idea why, Joe. You have no clue.
I know exactly why. They don't believe.
It's too simple. It's not enough to win, and that's a problem.
It is enough to win if your offensive line is healthy and you can run the ball. It's the same offense as 2024. They couldn't run it. They don't.
You have to
It's not
adapt.
the same
Andy Reid has changed what he does 8,000 times over his career.
Go for
Exactly.
it. That's my message.
And this team's scoring. Hold on. Stop it.
No,
this team's scoring dropped 5 points this year.
Yeah, guys,
5 points.
Guys.
27 to 22 points.
All right, you're going to
Our
find out.
rushing, yes. Our offensive line was banged up. That does not mean they can't block to save their lives. And that's what we saw this season. Our rushing per game, 179 yards drops to 117 yards per game. That's not just the play calling. That's not just the offensive line being hurt. It's a mixture of both. We'll all agree on that. But the fact remains, this head coach is an offensive guy. This was his offense. He told us, even though we try to forget it, that he had a much bigger role in the way this offense was designed and called starting in the beginning of September. That was prior to the Chargers' overtime win.
November, you mean? You said September. That's the beginning of the season.
Yeah. It was beginning of December 4th, December 8th, something like that. And it's still not good enough post then. I talked about it yesterday, the idiocy that we witnessed out of that timeout. That's crazy. And again, after his insertion in the offense, are we talking? Was that Bears? Bears was the end of November. That's 15 points.
Yeah, beginning of December.
Chargers is beginning of December. That's 19 points. Bills, that's 13 points. 49ers, that's 19 points. I don't see an uptick. I don't see improvement in the way this offense was called or designed. Actually, it just seemed the same.
Well, I told you it was the same. That's what I said 5 minutes ago. Here's the deal, guys. Here's the deal. You're going to get what you want. You're going to get a new coordinator. You may get something else you want, which is a reinvented offense. I am predicting to you, if you do, it will fail. and it will fail because Jalen will fail it. That's my prediction. Now, you might agree, you might disagree.
The guy who outplayed Patrick Mahomes in 2 Super Bowls
you might agree.
is going to somehow torpedo the offense when it's properly called and designed.
John, has it dawned on you that they
I
may...
disagree.
Does it dawn on you they may consider that he can't do more?
Has it dawned on you that you aren't in those meetings and you don't know
I do.
what
I do.
he's saying?
I actually do know.
You don't know what he's looking at?
They don't want to give him more. But listen, maybe they'll just say, let's, hell with it, let's go for it. And then you find out 2026 if you can do it, and then, away you go in the future.
You think he's done getting better, Jalen Hurts? Because Tom Brady, Drew Brees, all these quarterbacks, it's the whole, you can't blitz them, they've seen everything. Yeah, they've seen everything.
Yeah, was Tom Brady the same quarterback
No,
when
he was a much better quarterback in his
Patriots
30s than in his 20s.
Super Bowl his first time is
Jalen
when he
works
took
so
him to 7?
hard.
James, if he doesn't run...
I think you assume that he's a finished product. He's 27 years old.
If he doesn't run...
He needs taught
he's not
properly.
good.
And this offense needs to be led by guys who know they're...
Look, I hope you guys get your
from
wish.
a hole in the wall.
I hope you get your wish, just so we can find out. I mean, go for it. I mean, really, honestly, go for it. But it's not going to work, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but in my opinion, it won't work if you try to do something different. The only way I think this thing can really work is you just run a lot behind an offensive line that's healthy with a great back. And by the way, Jalen has to be part of that, running. And if he doesn't, then, what's the point?
Which is part of why we've gone and won Super Bowls, because he can do the running.
Yeah, but he chose not to.
Because he can do the throwing and he can do the running. He can do the offense.
Why didn't he run?
Because that was an idiotic group, and the entire team was deflated.
You don't think he was part of running less?
I don't know. And how do you think you know? You're not in those meetings.
Because I watched
you
the
don't
team
know.
play football. He chose to run less.
And you don't know what you're watching.
Okay. 215-592-9494. What do you make of it? The Hurts thing, the Sirianni thing, the Patullo thing, the past, the future. There's a lot on the table. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
You don't want to miss a moment of Flyers hockey on Broad Street this season. Be here when the Flyers take on the New York Rangers in a matinee matchup on Saturday, January 17th at 1 p.m. Presented by Bank of America. Experience it here, because Flyers hockey is better live, and the only place to watch is at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Get your tickets now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Health officials are warning of a possible measles exposure last Wednesday at the Philly Airport and 30th Street Station. Leaders in Limerick, Montgomery County are mulling over a proposed data center near the Philadelphia Premium Outlets. And Germantown announces a series of events to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Start 2026 off by banking smarter. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth-checking or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Harvest your financial freedom and explore other available savings options, such as our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Today, plenty of sunshine and milder, high around 50.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam. Lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Criticism coming from all corners at an Eagles team that got embarrassed in the first round by a severely shorthanded 49ers team. That includes this from LaShawn McCoy on the franchise quarterback.
Jalen Hurts. I gotta be honest, man. Jalen Hurts, I need you to be special. Make plays. You know, and then, I did a lot of digging, man. And I won't throw them under the bus here, but I know some people, right? And the problem is we can't do different exotic looks, different formations, different motions, because I'm hearing that he can't really do it.
McCoy on the Speak Easy podcast. Both Pennsylvania teams out of the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers' pair turnovers both turned into touchdowns as the Houston Texans beat the Steelers 30-6. Sixers scoring 80 first-half points. They beat the Raptors 115-102 in Toronto. Tyrese Maxey 33, Joel Embiid 27. Cozy up this winter at Borgata's Moon Deck experience. Relax and enjoy the season with a specialty menu and festive cocktails. Book now at theborgata.com. Mostly sunny, high 51. It's currently 32. So listen to 94 WIP. Tell your smart speaker to stream 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, what a mess. That that audio of LaShawn's very notable.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. I think he's right, but that's, I think, kind of the crux of what they're going to have to figure out if they do choose to reinvent the offense.
They have to figure out who's the problem. Is it Patullo? Patullo is the easy problem. Yeah. Fire him. Nick's fingerprints are all over this, but so are Jalen's.
Yeah. James, do you think Patullo is a bigger problem than Jalen this year?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because, again, like I said yesterday, like I admit I'm not an all-22 expert. I know what I'm seeing, but I'm not an all.
Sure.
Like, there have been enough people, a chorus of enough people who are experts who say this is simple, this is dumbed down, this is not a smart. The scheme itself, like in terms of receiver routes and all these things. And again, like just eye test, anecdotally watching football
it's brutal
games.
to watch.
There's no times where I'm like, what a cool play.
Yeah.
He's on a rhythm. Like what a drive that guy had it like going. Like
so what about?
I think he's a bad play caller,
no,
and I think that's look. He's never called plays before this year, and he steps into it. Like I get that's a hard thing, but he just doesn't have a feel for it. Like I think he's not a play caller.
The head coach gave it up after what, 6 games?
Something
Why?
Like that, yeah.
I understand it's hard to be honest with your friends when it's bad news. You know, it's amazing to me that he stuck with Patullo as long as he did, considering he didn't stick with himself.
No, that's true.
Long.
So, James, what about the theory, though? Because, this is one of my theories. Others have this, that they do it because it's what they think Jalen can do and he can't do the other stuff.
Again, we've seen Jalen do other things than this year. And then on top of that, like again, how about Jalen? Jalen is saying this isn't good enough. Jalen's like, so how does that in Congress with each other?
No, it's
if you're saying that Jalen is the one dictating it, and it's basically Jalen's offense and they're running the place he wants, yet he's coming out and saying, essentially telling us this offensive coordinator ain't good enough. Like, what does that say?
Well, I guess he wants to do more. They don't think he can, and I guess we'll find out if with the new offensive coordinator if that OC elects to do other stuff, whether he can.
Or he wants to do more. Kevin Patullo can't call more, isn't good enough to call more, isn't teaching him enough, he isn't growing. He's still, that was my hope. He's 27, he should be growing every season and getting better and better. Kirk Cousins, that whole thing that went viral, talking about like splitting the field, he said in that he was in his 30s before he could read the full field.
Right.
It's
30,
hard.
and Kirk Cousins just a drop back quarterback. He didn't even run this, like
it's all
in
about
his
learning.
30s before he could actually go progression through the whole field. So I'm just saying, and he was taught. I do think you're underrating having someone there who knows what they're looking at and can convey that to the quarterback and learn. It's all about learning and getting better.
Look, I would love to find out. I mean,
These
think
guys
I know,
learn
but
until they're 45, 50. Like,
well, no one
Aaron
learns till they're
Rodgers
50.
is still learning. He's 42.
Not last night.
No, he's not learning. Aaron Rodgers ain't learning.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the phones. 215.
The truth is,
what?
They continue to learn. Even Aaron Rodgers in his miserable state.
Yeah. All right. So, what do you make of the whole thing? I think you'll get part of your wish, which is a new coordinator. The question is, for those that want a different offense, whether you'll get that, and then the other question is whether it'll work. And of course, the other element is you'll probably have less talent in future years because there has been an offensive advantage talent-wise, which is just unlikely to continue forever. For instance, AJ could be gone, new wide receiver, first rounder, maybe second rounder. You're probably taking a step back there, but you also might have better morale.
I also don't think they were that talented this year. I think they were beat up. Like, Jordan Mailata was not Jordan Mailata this year. Saquon was not Saquon. AJ was not AJ. Like, the names were the names, but I think they were, like, mediocre talent-wise this year in terms of the way those guys looked on the field. Maybe a little better. You know what I mean?
I do think a motivated AJ has a better chance to get back to supremely talented than
not gonna be here.
Saquon. I agree. I think Saquon's more beat up from the carries.
I think so.
I think AJ's more beat up from the drag of emotion that he just felt like he wasn't getting the ball. And it kind of reminded me of Randy Moss with the Raiders, where he just kind of took 2 years off. And I just feel like, I think AJ was just so deflated. So it is probably best for him and everyone just go your separate ways, which is a shame because he's one of the most explosive offensive players we've ever seen here. I mean, really, in my lifetime.
Mike Vrabel gets him back up in New England.
Yeah.
they'll be able to Vrabel will manage him appropriately.
Quarterback
and
will throw him the
that's
ball.
going to Drake May's going to love it. I mean, that's
that's
going
my
to
point.
be unbelievable.
Quarterback will throw. That's my point.
It's a great.
Let's go to the phones. What do you make of it all? Whether it's the look back or the look ahead, Patrick and Tabernacle kicking us off. What's going on, Patrick?
Morning, everybody.
Hey, pal.
Hey, Patrick.
So, here we are, man. This sucks, but we're here. And John Ritchie, I'm definitely not going to apologize to you for anything I said to you last week regarding the game because there's absolutely nothing personal. But one thing I did learn about our buddy John Ritchie, John, you get so friggin' passionate. Like when you feel you know something, it's just like you just must have been like football like sick from a football standpoint last week. Like with the flu, the football flu, dude.
Yes, it was a struggle. It was a tough week.
Yeah. But you know what? Your passion, that's why we love you, man. It's just like, dude, you're just so passionate about football. And
I do love it, man.
You know,
and I want this to get better. I want us to be as great as we can be. We've seen it. We've seen it, and it's not that far away. But holy cow. I just want to be smarter. I want to have an offense that gives me these moments where it's like, holy cow, did I see that? Did I see that correctly? The second touchdown Christian McCaffrey scored, it was a play I've never, ever seen. I've never even thought, oh, my gosh, that is so brilliant. You got a back. I was a back. You got a back on one side. You know that linebacker to that side has got his eye on him. The linebacker on the other side's got his eye on him because it's Christian McCaffrey. So how do you break him open? You run the route to the wrong side. That was so cool.
Hey, Patrick, do you trust, like what John's just talking about there, do you trust Jalen if they say let's do a lot of different type of stuff? You trust him there or not?
My eye test is like when things are clicking, Jalen Hurts can win. But part of that is, look, if you're not going to run the ball, man, you're not going to win.
You mean him or them as a team? I'm just curious which.
Him specifically.
I agree with you.
Him specifically. Yeah. He's just, and my eye test, I don't watch every game, every throw, every week, all this stuff. I don't watch. Look, none of us do. I want to say that. None of us watch coaches' film. None of us rip things apart like Jaws. None of us know the things that NFL players do. Even John Ritchie and you and all these guys, John, you don't know what goes on in there.
No.
Really nobody does.
No,
but
I don't know what happens in their meetings.
This is why we're fans, because I think I know. I don't know squat-ta, when it comes down to it. The only thing I will say I know is I was so bummed when I saw Bob Weir died, on top of everything else going.
I'm with you, buddy.
All right, Patrick, you ready? Patrick, you ready for full disclosure?
Oh, God, don't tell me you don't know who Bob Weir is.
Patrick, you ready for full disclosure? Until those stories went around a couple of days ago, never heard of him.
Oh, man. That's fine. And for those who say anything about the Grateful, listen, I'm going to say this. For those who say anything about the Grateful Dead music, kiss my ass. All right, man.
Tell him, Patrick.
It's not me. I'm not ripping him. I just didn't know.
Famous American band of all time.
No, they're good. He didn't come across my radar. That's all. I knew that Garcia guy.
No, Joe, I figured. Joe, you
hadn't heard of him either.
No, you don't know anything about anything else other than sports. Come on now. But listen,
I normally go one or two deep in a band. One or two. That's all.
But last thing too.
In this
guys,
case, it was one.
Thank you. Yeah. The Flyers got beat up big time, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
Couple rock'em sock'em robots, a little fighting action last night. But man, we got to pick up.
All right, Patrick, stay well, pal. Always good
guys.
hearing from you. James, what do you got in there on the baseball world? Talk to me on baseball.
Yeah, we got a good update. John Heyman checking in. Heyman tweeting out just 5 minutes ago, the Bo Bichette Phillies meeting is said to have gone very well for what it's worth. Bichette admires quote-unquote first-class organization, other pluses, roster, park, Mattingly's link, spring proximity to home. Would Phil's need to deal Bohm do lesser catcher than JT? He's asking a question. Other Bo suitors are Jay, Red Sox, Yankees, and Dodgers, and more.
Does sound like he's tying in if you get Bichette, you don't get Realmuto.
Which is, I think that's pretty, and I think Bohm, obviously, I think you would.
for sure.
But and it's not just the roster-wise, it's money. I mean, if you get rid of Bohm and JT, it's about close to $30 million. Or if you don't re-sign 20-something million,
I'll say this though, I'll be frustrated if getting Bichette means you definitely lose JT.
Yeah, is there a real possibility you can get?
I'm fine
JT
from moving on with
and
JT.
Bichette. I mean, realistically,
I don't think so.
I think
anything's
anything's
possible.
money?
I just would not expect them to sign both.
I think it's about years. I just don't think they want to give JT a certain amount. And I get it.
I think it's also about the money like if they sign Bichette and JT and the level of the luxury tax they go to. They still care about that stuff.
I do think JT though gives you a better chance to win a World Series this upcoming year than spin a wheel and pick a catcher.
Man,
so,
of course, but if it's spin a wheel and pick it, and I don't think it's just spin a wheel, but I know what you mean. Let's say Ryan Jeffers and Bo Bichette or JT and whatever else, I'll take the Bichette side.
All right, 215-592-9494. You can react to that. Also, this Eagles conversation, whether it's looking back or look ahead. What do you make of what's been, what could be, and what will be? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
As a parent, you want to make sure your kids are warm and comfortable at night. That's why I'm so glad I had Window Nation come replace the windows in my kids' bedrooms. I trust Window Nation because they're ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies, and they installs all the new windows in my home in just one day.
If you didn't get your windows replaced, like John, and you're tired of a cold, drafty house and those shockingly expensive winter heating bills, then it's time to call Window Nation. You shouldn't have to pay a fortune for comfort, and right now you just don't have to. It's their buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. That's right, buy 4, get 4 free. Plus, you can replace every window in your home with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 monthly payments for 2 full years.
Put an end to your window problems today. Save big with the buy 4, get 4 sale and enjoy no payments for 2 years. This offer ends soon, though, so don't wait. Schedule your fast, free estimate right now by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
$10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here, introducing the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid, redesigned with cutting-edge hybrid performance and head-turning style. Coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer near you. Discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup while you're there, including the popular Accord, Civic, or CR-V, with financing as low as 3.49% for 60 months. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic.
You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. New York Post John Heyman just posted the Phillies Bo Bichette meeting said to have gone very well. Eagles' early exit from the playoffs. A lot of blame to go around. Offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo getting a lot of it. Prior to the playoff loss, Richard Sherman was on Nick Foles' pod, had an interesting anecdote regarding Patullo when discussing the Eagles' stagnant offense.
The wheels are the same, the body's the same, but it's got a Toyota Corolla engine in it now, and you're like, I don't get it.
Dude, I love that. That's pretty good right there. I like that illustration. Nice job with that one.
But you're like, what's the common denominator? And you know, Fitz is good friends with Kevin Patullo, so he reached out and he's like, people are just so hard on me, and it's not my fault. And they don't understand the inner workings. And it's like, Kevin, we get it, but when you're the offensive coordinator with great power comes great responsibility.
Sixers beat the Raptors in Toronto 115-102, while the Flyers fell to the Lightning 5-1. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Mostly sunny, high 51, currently 33. To stream 94 WIP, tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Is the dad, James?
Very good dad.
So, Rhea, you had never heard of him either?
No, I don't
Bob Weir?
mean any disrespect. I've never been a Dead fan. So,
Right, but you know, they've been famous for a really long time.
I know, but I don't pay attention to like guitar. So like, I mean, I just,
What do I care?
I listen to music I like, but I don't do a deep dive. That's all.
All right, let's get
Let
to the
Richie and I handle the music.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Twitter poll question of the day is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. This is one of those, like, if you're on the couch and I'm the psychologist and I ask you how you feel, but how do you feel about the Eagles? So Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet, minor fender benders to major accidents. Armin Chevy's Collision Center will get your vehicle looking like new again. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. How do you feel? Here's the question. Which emotion hits you the most with the end of the Eagles season? We have boiled it down to 3. Choice A is anger. Choice B is frustrated. Choice C is sad. Anger, frustration, sadness. John, which hits you the most?
Sad.
Really? That's not like you. I thought you'd
Well,
be
of
angry.
course, I am very angry. I am extremely frustrated, but I think more than both. I mean, combine those two, and that's how sad I am. It is so sad. I'm sad for these players. Look, I'm positive I need to figure out a way to distance myself from the emotional part of the football thing.
I don't embrace that, man.
I'm positive. No, I mean for my sanity and health. I lost my mind when Jason Kelce retired because I'm comparing myself to him. I'm remembering the feelings that I had. For these players, I feel so sad for the guys who have just given their bodies, given their minds, given their souls to this season to have it turn out the way that it did because we had the pieces. We had so much more than what the final result gave us.
I agree with that.
And that's it. For these guys, that's it. There is no more. You have given everything you've got. And for the rest of your life, you're going to feel it. I promise you will feel what you gave this year. Yet it's over. And it's over too soon. And it didn't have to be.
No, it didn't.
That's the part that's so sad.
Yeah. Well, I take a lot of what you said, but just put it in a different word. To me, it's frustrated. Just because I think they blew it. I think they blew an incredible opportunity. So frustration for me is my number one. But curious where you stand. The anger, the frustration, the sadness, which hits you the most? 215-592-9494. Let's get to Tom right now. Haven't heard from Tom in a few weeks. Good morning, Tom.
Yo, Joe, how you doing, man?
Hey, buddy.
I'm extremely disappointed, man. I really am. Since I was a kid, I've loved nothing more than the Philadelphia Eagles, except a few people and my dogs. And, John, your passion, like Patrick said, it's there, man, and I appreciate it. And I think it even and more so because it goes back to you growing up rooting for the Eagles, right? And not only the fact that you played for them, but that makes a big difference.
The thrill of my life, man. Think about how amazing that is. I got to play for the team I grew up watching.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So it does count for more. Inside for me, it matters so much, and I apologize if that comes out wrong.
Between us as fans, you're a fan. Not only the fact you are a professional, but you're a fan, and we're all about it. See, that's why it hurts even so much more, because if you go back to the San Diego game where they refused to lose, they were not going to lose. There was no way. To yesterday where it hurts. I'm not going to say.
You talk about the San Diego game in 2017. Eagles lost to the Chargers this year.
When they blocked, I'm sorry, the Ram game, when they blocked the field goal.
Yeah.
But the deal is that they were, they weren't going to. We were talking about how they could close the deal, and then it went completely the other way. And Hurts, he doesn't seem to have that. I heard about all this. He was going to work. There's no way he was going to take the bull by the horns and this and that. Man, he refused to run. He refused to do yesterday what it would take for us to win. And we should have beat them easily yesterday. I mean, Sunday, we should have put it on them, man, especially in our house. To come up short like that, that's a disgrace, man.
Well, it's a bad loss. Yeah, given their injuries, it's a really bad playoff loss. I agree with you on that.
You said, Joe, when in the opening that the line was why they couldn't run the ball. Now, there might be some truth to that, but yesterday the run was developing with Barkley and Bigsby, and then they went away from it.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Saquon was looking good too, man.
Looking good, but let's not act like they're ripping off 6 yards a carry. But
he was very good in the first half, not as much in the second half.
And both running backs finished right around 4 yards a carry. I mean, it wasn't one of those things where they were
good
dominant.
Enough for me.
It's good, but it's not.
4.1 for Saquon.
Yeah,
he had 26 carries for 106 yards.
But Tom,
that's
you got
awesome. That's what we needed to see every week.
But Tom, you got to remember this. Let's say you do it on first down, and 1st and 10 becomes 2nd and 6, and then you have a 5-yard penalty. Now, I'm not saying they had a 5-yard penalty on 2nd and 6, but they had like 3 or 4 of them. It's 3 or 4 drives where you'd like to run at a certain spot, but now you got to pass because it's 2nd and long or 3rd and long. Like those penalties, man, they really set them back for a run team. That really hurt, man.
with Hurts, he had from 22. He didn't get better from 22 to 23, 23 to 24, or 24 to 25. What makes anybody think, even if they're going to develop a new offense, that he's going to get better from 25 to 26?
Because the offense needs to help him improve. The offense needs to teach him better. That's what Andy Reid did above all else so well with Donovan McNabb when Andy Reid was in Philadelphia. Do you think Donovan McNabb got here from Syracuse and knew anything about what the West Coast offense was supposed to do? It was nothing like what he ran in college. He had to be taught. He had to be spoon-fed the offense every day, every year. Every week he got a little bit more, so that every year it got a little bigger, got a little more complex. Just think about that concept and think about how that applies to Jalen, who's got a different guy trying to spoon-feed this to him every year. And it's different language. Now, this year, apparently it wasn't different language, but the guy who was doing the spoon-feeding probably didn't deserve that job. We need someone like Andy Reid who's going to teach and develop our young 27-year-old, as Jimmy pointed out, quarterback who's still got a lot of growing left to do. It really matters how he's taught.
So let me ask you this, Sean. Does it strike you that maybe it won't work? Because I will acknowledge, sure, if they give him more on his plate, maybe it works.
With the right coach,
but will you acknowledge
I believe it'll work.
But will you acknowledge that maybe it won't work?
Well, of course, maybe it won't work. With the right coach, I believe it will work. This player has shown an adaptability, a toughness, a leadership capability that there are very few like him.
He's got all that stuff.
And rare and unique.
On top of that, to the point, 11 different guys, whatever. But the two, and whether or not you think it was good last year, I thought he had a great year last year. We differ, whatever. No. He was his best 2 seasons, inarguably, in the NFL, when Shane Steichen was his OC and when Kellen Moore was OC. Inarguable.
It matters.
Yeah, I mean, 24 is better than 23 because he didn't collapse.
He turned the ball over. He was great in the playoffs, like all that stuff.
22
like it matters.
22 is his best.
22 and 24 were his best, with the 2 best offense coordinators he's worked with by far.
Yep.
That is a fact.
Yep, I agree with that. Let's get to Andy in Deptford. Andrew, what's going on, bud?
Oh, morning, team.
Hey,
We
pal.
live, we hot.
Yeah, not the Eagles.
Fellas, here's the deal, right? You won't have to worry about me calling every other show like that Chuck from Mount A-hole with the same record.
Hey,
all right?
That's off the air. We're not doing that. We're not playing that game. 215-592-9494. I don't go there. Ken in Mays Landing. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Ken.
So I feel so privileged to be an Eagles fan and proud of the team I get to watch on Sundays. And season after season, we got at least a shot. We're not in Tennessee. We're not in Las Vegas. And I feel sad, but also so proud of all those guys on the field, the coaches, the organization that we call our football team.
So I'm not proud of this year, Ken, but I'm proud of the era. There's a distinction. I have a great appreciation for the era. I am not what I'd say proud about this year, clearly not. But I will say, Ken, it's sort of, you're kind of touching on it. You know, they're not dead. I mean, the reality is this is not, in my opinion, nearly as bad as the end of 2023 when they lost 6 out of 7 games and they came back 12 months later and won a Super Bowl. So, you know, they still got to.
Hope is all we need, right?
Well,
amen.
Yeah, but you also need to replenish.
We could also use a really good offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Ken, what I think what makes this one complicated, though, is some of the guys you've leaned on are going to be gone soon, whether it's in 2 months.
It's sad, man.
Whether,
I'm going to miss Dallas.
Well, that too. Yeah, well, that too. But whether it's in 2 months or a year, like Lane ain't going to be here for too long. Goddard probably is done. AJ is possibly done. I would say likely done. You know, it's going to be, you know, we don't know if Dickerson and Juergens are going to be effectively able to answer the bell anymore. Those guys have been beat up. So they're going to have to replenish the stock. It's going to be, that puts a lot on Howie, who's done an incredible job over roughly the last decade, but he's got to do it again. And you don't always nail those picks and those players.
So John said yesterday, Jet 9 all go. That's what we got, right? That's our best 4th and 11 play. From what I understand.
2 Jet, all go special.
Okay, I apologize. I was a little bit wrong there. But,
no, you did well.
It seems like it's totally a Frank Reich offense. We got an old head on one side. Why not get somebody from that tree, like Sirianni's from that tree, and plug them in, or do we completely switch it up, get rid of that whole concept, and we got Vic on the one side, let an old head be on the other side, and Nick do his thing. I mean, I feel bad for KP because people drop balls, people make penalties. Is that all his fault? No, but the reality of the way football works is, guess what, dude? Sometimes you got to jump on the grenade. And I just hope that whoever they pick, whatever they do, that they get somebody with a lot more experience on the other side and not somebody who's coming up through the tree, somebody who's already been in it.
Ken, hold on. We're a different tree. Because I think a lot of what some people are saying is,
do we completely switch it up,
yeah,
or do we stay with that, or do we completely get rid of the?
Listen, Ken, I'm at the point, honestly, man, and a good call, Ken, great call. I'm at the point where I'd almost like to see them switch it up just so everyone can find out if it'll work. I mean, that might be a really foolish way to go about it. I'm not really advocating that, but the frustration in me is all right, you guys want what you want, fine. I'm saying, John, James, fans, you want what you want, fine. You want a whole different style, go for it. I don't think it'll work, but flip the coin and go for it.
I want an offensive coordinator who has called plays before. I want someone who knows how to call plays. I want someone who can get in a rhythm, who can teach all those things. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a completely different offense. It has to be better. They did a bad job offensively this year.
James, what I will say is last year they did bring in a guy in Kellen Moore who obviously has a lot of experience calling plays. And 4 games into the season, they realized that they had to run the ball, which was a great decision. But I didn't see any massive innovation in the passing game. I mean, the passing game.
But there's a rhythm as a play caller. He was calling better plays. Factually.
They were running more effective.
They blocked better and all that, but they were calling better. Look at it. You could see in your eyes, man.
I don't agree.
All right. Well,
I think they just ran it better.
Disagree.
Yeah.
It was so significantly different when Steichen and Kellen Moore were here.
I think
These are guys who earned their head coaching jobs by the way they called plays here. Just imagine the difference. Imagine if right now teams were courting Kevin Patullo.
Well, they're not going
to be there. Right.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the
That's
issue.
what happened with both Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore because they did a great job of teaching their offense to this young quarterback and the rest of the offense. That's a huge part of the job, a huge part of the role.
Yeah, but so is play. Part of the reason we're in this tug of war. So yesterday, if you missed it, our poll result, 85% of people thought the coaches were more to blame than the players. I'm in the 15% that think it was about the players. I mean, I look across the board, and to me, the only two and I'm not counting Dotson because he's just a 1 out of 10 anyway, last year and this year. 2 out of 10. The only two that really, to me, answered the bell this year were Goddard and Devontae. And even Goddard took an enormous step back blocking. Enormous step back. But he caught the ball and had a lot of touchdowns. And, but Devontae's the only guy that I would say played at the same level. AJ took a step back, Jalen, all the offensive linemen, Saquon. So I think that's a tough spot for a coordinator to get blasted. Now, some will say, well, they took steps
exactly back. Where a coordinator should get blasted. Are you kidding me? It's his offense. He's teaching these players.
But I think it was the players' fault. I mean, that's just where we have a fundamental disagreement. And look, I'm clearly in the minority. 85% of people thought it was the coach's fault. I thought it was much more the players' fault. Not a little more. I thought it was much more. Let's get to Kenny in East Oak Lane. Kenny, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you?
What's up, Kenny?
John, you were right. Man, I hate to say it, and I know you probably hate that you were, man, but you were right. And,
Sucks.
We had it in our heads, though, that this could possibly happen, and, it did. They fell asleep in the second half like they did all year. And it's Joe, you have to admit that the whole team, the whole offense took a step back. That is coaching.
Yeah, everybody, to me, everybody but Devontae took a step back. I literally just said that.
Exactly, but so this is the thing. You see AJ, and I blame AJ a lot for this season because when he started his crap, that's when this team
that really hurt. He really created an emotional drag on the team and the fan base. He really did.
Heavy.
That's a big reason why he's going to be gone.
I agree with you.
As much as they were together last year, even with the AJ, it was like, listen, man, I'm not feeling this. This year, it was different. It was too heavy for everybody to carry.
Right.
And it probably split that locker room in half.
No doubt.
And that started, and then it was like, we got to get AJ the ball. We got to get AJ the ball. Devonta Smith. We have Devonta Smith too. Yeah, throw him the ball a couple times. it was to watch this season was frustrating. It made me angry.
Yep.
Like I was disappointed, and I knew when they picked Kevin Patullo that it was not the right move, and it just wasn't. Like we probably should be 4 Super Bowls deep right now, but we're not, and it is what it is. But it's disappointing to hear everybody, come down on Jalen with everything that he's been through, getting a new OC all the time, learning someone else every year. Like, no, this year was coaching, hands down. Like, there's no other way about it.
I'm with you, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm not. But, Kenny, I appreciate the call, man. Always good hearing from you. 215-592-9494. Jaws at 7:25 today. Coming up next, something Jaws said post-game Sunday after the game on Sirianni and AJ and that exchange. We'll play that, tee up, get you ready for Jaws at 7:25. Plus, Jeff McClain with an article about Jalen and more this morning. We'll get to that. Phone calls on all of this on 94 WIP.
Broadcasting live from the Tasty Cake studio. If you're looking for something new to snack on, Tasty Cake just delivered. For a limited time, get your hands on their salted caramel baked pie, graham cracker inspired crust, and a smooth salted caramel cheesecake flavored filling. It's unreal. It's amazing. If you're stocking up, go grab the family pack. Mint chocolate candy cakes, that classic cake, minty filling, and dark chocolate coating. Perfect for game days, work days, or any day. Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
You'd love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale, you could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Hurry, sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. The temperature just dropped in Green Bay, and it's not the weather. Matt LaFleur is staring into the abyss after a historic 21-3 collapse against the Bears. That offensive genius tag is wearing thin, but Packers want an extension and are working toward one. The fan base's patience is growing thin. The frozen tundra is heating up. I'm Greg Toll.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Hope you're having a good start to your Tuesday. Look, at some point we got to pick it up. In an emotional edge. We're all obviously down, and things will improve, but it'll take some time. They really blew an incredible opportunity here, to say the least. And now there's going to be some changes, and hopefully they get those changes right. We'll talk to Jaws coming up at 7:25. I want to play a piece of audio of Jaws from Sunday, because Jaws is my dude. But man, did I disagree with something he said Sunday. So I'll be very interested when we talk to him in about a half an hour. Just back and forth on the Sirianni-AJ exchange on the sideline. Listen to what Jaws said Sunday postgame on NBC Sports Philadelphia about Sirianni and AJ and that exchange during the game.
I don't know exactly what happened, but there was a confrontation between coach and AJ. If you're the coach in charge of this football team, that doesn't happen. This has been going on all season long. There's been something brewing. Is it happening? Is it not happening? You can't have it happening at the biggest moment, one of the biggest game of the year up till now. Now we don't have any games left, but you can't let that happen. You can't let that trouble cause your team to get arguing on a playoff game on the sideline with a head coach and a player. It sends but we knew this was going on along. So to me, Nick's got to take the bullet. It's a coaching failure.
All right, we'll talk to Jaws in about a half hour. I mean, my thing is like, well, what do you want him to do? Not say anything? I mean, there's 3 different issues. 1 is the player trying hard enough. 2, catch the ball. 3, hey, buddy, we're about to punt. Get off the field.
I'm going to guess his point is the fact that it got that far to where he's actually openly defiant during a game.
Well, that's the most interesting part, that A.J. snapped back.
And then Nick was like they were both willing with cameras
Right.
on him, knowing the situation to put that out there. I think is
separated.
Say that again?
They had to be separated.
Yeah, because
by
it
Big
did
Dom.
extend beyond just that first time when they
The
showed them.
optics, as they say, were very poor.
Well, for sure. Anyway, we'll talk to
But it
Jones
was a
about
fascinating. You brought up a really fascinating, like, contrary to it yesterday with
What?
the Andy Reid and Travis Kelce thing, where that, like, because that a very similar type of situation, you know.
And then they won the Super Bowl 2 hours later.
That's my point. Like, it's a fascinating dichotomy between the two things.
All right, so what do you make of it? 215-592-9494. We'll get to Jeff McClain's new article that came out about 2 hours ago. It's got some information on Jalen, the Eagles offense, and the Eagles team. We'll get to that shortly. Tom in Dover right now. And, of course, looking forward to talking to Jaws in a half hour. Tom, good morning, pal.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How everybody doing?
Doing well, Tom. How about you?
Hey, listen, man. I haven't called in a while, man. I felt as though that I needed to listen a little bit more because a lot of times I call in, I be argumentative, but I really believe I felt bad last week when I was hearing John say that they was going to lose. I really did. But this morning when you put out the options. And when Jimmy answered the phone and he asked me how did I feel, I told him angry. And I am angry. But then Jimmy said, well, maybe sad. So, I summed it up while I was waiting for the call for my turn. And I'm angry, man, because we were supposed to beat them guys on Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever was going on internally with that team, they had 17 games to fix it, and they did it. And I listen to you, Joe, all the time, man. And, the people in my section down there where I sit at the link, they're like, why you don't call in no more, this, that, and the other? And I said, man, because sometimes, man, Joe be really making me mad, man. I don't want to call in and argue.
Come
with you,
on,
man.
Tom. Tom, I love you. Tom, you and I have talked on the phone off air. I got nothing but love.
Listen,
Come on,
Joe,
my man.
That's why I love you, too.
Thank
For real,
you.
I do.
Thank you.
But I want to call in and argue, which I like to call in and laugh and joke with you, right?
Of course.
You keep talking about Saquon lost a step, man. If you would have told somebody last year that the offensive line was going to play like they played this year, we know Saquon was going to have a bad year. Don't you know to play running back, man? The offensive line got a block.
Well, Tom, hold on, Tom, hang on. They're interconnected. And I'm not saying that Saquon losing a half a step or whatever is the main thing. I think the main thing was the O-line, struggled. But, Tom, let me give you, for instance, forget him jumping over the guy backwards in the Jacksonville game. Remember the first play of the game versus Washington, NFC Championship game, Tom, when he ran for that touchdown, ran left, got in a crowd of like 2 or 3 defenders, got through one, spun by another. Like, there was an athleticism there that my eye didn't see this year. I don't think it was the same level of athletic. I feel very confident
Because you didn't see him in the open field.
Well,
this year.
that's part of it, but that's not all of it. I mean, Tom, do you really, honestly think you saw the same level of athleticism from Saquon this year?
Yes, I do. When them holes was open, man, Saquon was coming through them, man.
Indeed.
What's wrong with 3-4 yards a pop? Everything don't got to be a 12-yard burst. We couldn't even get 3. He couldn't even.
I'm not criticizing Saquon. I'm just saying he was supposed to be diminished, and he was. I mean, he had about half the yards as the prior year. I mean,
he danced a lot behind the line.
Well, he kind of had to.
Diminished.
Some of them.
He was hit behind the line or at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's part of
where
it.
Last year he wasn't hit until he was 4 yards past it.
Yeah, I don't think that's all of it.
a huge difference.
It's a big difference. I don't think it's all of it. Anyway, Tom, keep calling the show, man, because we really. What?
The last thing I want to say, Joe, is.
What?
And the coaching, man, Patullo, man, you let Patullo, man, run the offense, man, of a very talented offense, man. And he wasn't ready for the job, Joe. I don't care what nobody say. He wasn't.
All right, Tom.
He wasn't ready for the job.
I agree.
Tom, appreciate the call, man. Call again when you can. So let's get to some info from Jeff McClain's article. New article out. Rhea, this is about 2 hours ago?
Yeah, he posted at 5 a.m.
Philly.com. It's entitled The Jalen Hurts Roller Coaster is About to Lose Kevin Patullo. How will the next rider fare? So he references that Patullo is pretty much gone. So let's just start with that. Schefter reported it yesterday. McLean reported it. All right. So you're going to get what you want. A couple things within the article that are of note. I'm reading right from it here. He says the Eagles' best leaders looked internally at themselves and what they could improve and refused to point fingers. But there were definitely some redirecting of criticism, with the split evenly distributed between Hurts and Patullo. He then goes on to say the Hurts critics seemed louder. Some of the gripes were performance-based, like the offense isn't exotic and moves slow because Hurts can't read complex defenses or doesn't want pre-snap motion, or his inability to process post-snap limits middle field throws, or he doesn't want to run as much anymore. So, nothing in there surprises me. John, does that surprise you to hear that? That Jeff's reporting from talking to people says X, Y, and Z is just stated?
What part? Surprising.
Offense isn't exotic and moves slow because Hurts can't read complex defenses or doesn't want pre-snap motion.
I don't know that that's true. That he can't read complex
Well, I mean, he's just saying
defenses.
people from the team are saying
I don't know
it.
that that's true.
Well, okay. I mean, you don't have to know. You don't have to know if it's true. I believe it's true. He's saying people from the team are saying it. Also, inability to process.
What people from the team are saying?
Well, he's not going to tell you who
tell
he
you
spoke
names.
to. This is. I mean, let's understand how it works.
But we do know that there are people in the building who don't like Jalen.
Yeah.
Like we know that.
know.
So the point is
Yeah.
reporting from
That's
inside
what
the
I know.
building can be slanted one way or another.
Well, I mean, it's just people are saying it. Yeah.
In the building, yeah.
Yeah, and from
It's not just
but there
inside
might
the
be other
building.
people. I mean,
Maybe that's A.J. Brown,
it could be anybody.
right?
Could be absolutely
Well,
anybody.
Sean McCoy just said it. Other
This
people
was also
say it all the time.
Yeah, this was also interesting. It's the scheme. Because Devontae talked after the game about how the scheme was the same the last 5 years, but then McLean says there was more nuance than that. Meaning, there was more nuance than that. The system evolved to become more run-based. He's talking about Kellen Moore last year. Moore brought in some new passing concepts in 2024, but some were never used. Meaning, all right, we got to discard that stuff. And we saw. I mean, they just went right back to doing what they'd done. Look, it's a messy situation. I think what you'll get is new coordinator, same quarterback, and then quarterback better either adapt to the new stuff or offensive line better get healthy again to run
The new
with the old stuff.
coordinator needs to teach this quarterback the offense in a way that he understands it and they can move forward. They can do more. We talked a lot about the simplicity. That needs to grow. That needs to change. If you're an offensive coordinator who knows this stuff, you can guide your quarterback and teach him
Maybe.
along the way.
Maybe.
If it's too simple, if it's so simple that everyone in the stadium knows what's coming, yeah, you gotta beef it up a little bit.
Well, here's another interesting one from the article.
You got to know when to push your guy. Look,
I agree with
if
that.
he's
I agree with
resistant,
that.
hey, I feel more comfortable in shotgun. That's what I ran all of college.
Yeah, too bad.
Okay, Jalen, I know we'll try to get to more of that, but this game, it matters that you're under center.
I agree.
And here's why. Because now we can run this play action, we can run this run. It all looks the same. We're marrying plays. That's why you need to be under center this week. That's why we're going to be calling QB runs this week because we need to hold that backside, especially against this defensive, player we're facing.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Well,
it should be an every week proposition. There are some teams that basically change their playbook.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But I'll tell you the line that struck me the most from the article, from McLean's article. An Eagle source, anonymous, says this line, and this is a whopper. He, speaking of Jalen, he is not who he thinks he is. So, chew on that. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, we got an awful lot. What do we got here? We got Jaws at 7:25. We got Elliott. Elliott Shore Parks at 7:50. More on the Bo Bichette report. Jalen Hurts, what he said yesterday about Kevin Patullo. LaShawn laying Jalen bare. Schefter talking about Patullo's future. Kelsey on Patullo and the players. That and more. Phone calls on all of this on 94. Plus your calls on all of it on 94 WIP.
Some of us take the New Year as a chance to get healthy, make better lifestyle changes. Your pets cannot do that by themselves, though. You have to do it for them. And you can start at Dogs and Cats Rule. The lead dog, George Parante, he knows it's time to assess the health and well-being of our beloved dogs and cats. Maybe your pet has a skin or coat issue. maybe carrying a little bit too much weight, excessively licking or biting their paws. Well, Dogs and Cats Rule stores, they are the place for all of your solutions with regards to your pets. Here's why. At Dogs and Cats Rule, their staff is trained to help you figure out how best to keep your pets happy and, most importantly, healthy. Walk into Dogs and Cats Rule. They can recommend a change in your pet's diet or an added supplement to improve the quality of your pet's life. They've got the largest selection of fresh fruits packed with freeze-dried, gently cooked, raw, dehydrated, air-dried, and, of course, premium kibble and cans. And what dog does not love a pup cup? Dogs and Cats Rule, 7 convenient neighborhood locations. In New Jersey, Princeton and Pennington. In Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. For more info, you can reach them online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Health officials are warning of a possible measles exposure last Wednesday at the Philly Airport and 30th Street Station. Leaders in Limerick, Montgomery County are mulling over a proposed data center near the Philadelphia Premium Outlets. And Germantown announces a series of events to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. I've been a patient at PI Dental now for a long time. Now, fortunately for me, I've never needed that complex dental treatment, meaning that, restoration and, reconstruction of teeth. I've been in good shape. I've never needed that. So for me, it's year-to-year maintenance, and perhaps, and likely, you're in that category as well. If you're in good shape, get to PI Dental Center. They'll take great care of you to keep you in good shape. But if you got a big old problem, know this. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they can both really fix you up. They are board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and they can fix you fast. How fast? Well, they're the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. Get yourself to Fort Washington, where they're located, and start with their website, pidentalcenter.com, for the best dental care possible. Big problem? No problem. pidentalcenter.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Panzini and Pizzica Law Group. According to the New York Post, John Heyman, the meeting between the Phillies and free agent Bo Bichette said to have gone very well. Pluses being the Phillies roster, the park, Don Mattingly, and the spring proximity to home. Jalen Hurts spoke on locker cleanout day following the Eagles' quick hook from the playoffs.
It's too soon to think about that. And like I said, I put my trust in Howie, Nick, and Mr. Lee.
What about A.J. Brown? Would you like A.J.?
A.J. and I will talk. We're in a great place.
Jalen saying it was too soon to talk about the future of Kevin Patullo. At least Jalen spoke. A.J. Brown did not. Sixers beat the Raptors 115-102. They dropped 80 first-half points. Flyers lit up by the Lightning 5-1. Where you're not just an injury case, your family. From your first call to your final settlement, Panzini and Pizzica is by your side. Visit panzinilaw.com. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Mostly sunny. High 51. It's currently 32. Right now, get 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Go to windownation.com. To stream 94 WIP, tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you. James Seltzer advocating to keep Kevin Patullo. You can't find a better man. All right.
Talk about our quarterback. How about that?
How about that? How about it? All right, so you heard Patullo. I assume you heard Hurts on Patullo in the update there with Rhea. He was in a brutal spot yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's impossible. But you know what? I'll give him credit. At least he spoke.
Yeah.
He's professional when it comes to that.
You're damn right about that, Rhea.
Yeah, AJ and others, just no mas.
Yep.
No mas, not cool. Yeah, listen, nothing wrong in my opinion with what Hurts
the
said
AJ
yesterday.
thing especially.
AJ,
to have that game, to play like that, to do what you did all year, and then to just peace out,
Lame.
like it's lame. That is the perfect word.
All right, we're going to do
lame.
it. James, we're going to do a Twitter poll on this in the future. Today's not the day, but I'm going to ask you this. If A.J. Brown just played his last game for the Eagles, 4 seasons, Does he make the Eagles Hall of Fame?
Probably not. I think he's close, but you have to think about this era right now and how many of these guys are already like locks for the Eagles Hall. And there's a lot, especially guys who are going to be here. I mean, then
By the way, the last group.
That's what I'm talking. We haven't even gotten all those guys in. Yeah. So like, I think maybe someday down the road, but I do think I think Devontae's going to be here longer. I think he'll end up passing him and getting him before.
I think AJ will get him
down the road, maybe, but I don't think it's going to be as early as a lot of these other guys.
John, does he get in the next 30 years? AJ
4
Brown.
years?
30.
No, he's been
4 years.
4 years an Eagle.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be enough, especially
Rhea, what do you
considering
think?
the way he left.
Yeah, the way he left, John's right, will impact that because I think he was well liked. I mean, you always kept hearing about how well liked he is, but if this is how it ends, there could be, but it also depends on if they feel like he was the reason or he just got sick of dealing with the reason because there was clearly, they said that they've talked and they've made up, he and Jalen are fine, but if he thought the issue was the quarterback, and maybe some of them agree with him.
Is there anyone in the Eagles Hall of Fame who's only here for like 4 years or less?
Good question.
Well, Foles will make it. So he was 12,
he was here
13, 14. He was
then back.
He was 5 years, I think.
And he's like the most unique case you could possibly have.
Doug will make it for 5 years. Deshaun will make
Doug
it
was
for
also here
6.
Prior.
Oh, yeah, Doug was here. Yeah, we're putting him in for 99.
Oh, yeah, 99.
The bridge to McNabb. That was super important.
He taught Donovan. All right. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, Fangio will probably make it. He's only been here 2. He might not get to 5. So I don't know. I think AJ will make it. Part of it is this level of success is unlikely to be sustained. Now, it could be. They've done a good job for a decade. But chances are you don't keep this going as efficiently. And then you look back 10, 15 years from now and say, man, remember when the Eagles were right there with the Chiefs for the 2 best franchises in pro football? We'll be like, yeah, I do remember that. Like, oh, yeah, AJ Brown's a big part of that. Best player on the team for a portion of that.
I'd rather believe in a world where we just keep being good. How about that?
All right. Well, a lot of people want a world where Kevin Patullo is going to be gone, and Adam Schefter tells you he pretty much will be, although some people are saying he might get reassigned.
Yeah,
That's
back to like his old role or whatever.
Possibility also. Let's listen to Adam Schefter yesterday on ESPN talking about Patullo.
I think we start with the assistant coaches on the offensive side of the football. I think when you speak to people around the league, they expect there to be mass changes there to jumpstart the offense. So you're looking at a new offensive coordinator next year. That's the expectation there across the league.
All right, so new coordinator, and of course maybe some other coaches as well. When he talks about mass changes, you would expect some other
It is interesting he said
coaches.
Expectation around the league, not what I've heard from the Eagles, though. That was at least a little interesting.
It is, but McClain and others have talked about inside and outside, so I think it's pretty well understood. Let's get to Uncle Drew right now in Dover. Jaws will join us in a moment. Good morning, Drew.
Hey, what's going on? Listen, I'm going to just say this real quick. Yes, of course, Jalen Hurts should have used more of his legs, but we cannot look over the fact that Kevin Patullo this year only had like 40-something design runs for him compared to last year when it was like 90-something design runs.
Well,
So,
the question,
I don't see
Drew, the question is whether. Hold
you
on,
cut
Drew.
me off.
No, well, yeah, I'm cutting you off. The question is whether that's what Jalen wanted or not, and we don't know.
Both Kemsky and McClain reported that he didn't like the design rules.
Yeah, that he wanted less. Now we
Hey,
don't
but
know
hold
for
on,
sure.
But Jalen, we don't know for sure. Exactly. But the thing is that Jalen, he is a smart guy. He's a company guy. And the thing is that I hate this too. Jalen Hurts, do people realize this dude has his master's degree? So they try to act like he's some type of dumb guy and he doesn't know, like he's like dumb. Like he's only been in college for
Nobody's
a
ever
couple
said.
years.
Drew. I've been doing this show for the entirety of his career. Not one time has anybody referred to him as dumb ever.
No, but that's how they are kind of perceiving. And so
I disagree.
We're getting to the point, and I'll say this too. So, like, okay, McNabb, Vic, those type of people, you know what I mean, they would have used their legs more. But you know what they don't have, and McNabb is my favorite quarterback of all time. You know what they don't have? They don't have a Super Bowl ring. This dude has a Super Bowl ring. And we have, and I'm going to talk about the guy, Chuck from Mount Airy. He made a dumb comment. I'm not going to get on him like personally, he made the dumbest comment I ever heard somebody say. He said, "Oh, I wish to God we didn't win the Super Bowl last year because now it justifies that Hurts stays." And
Yeah, well, that's foolish. That's foolish.
Yeah, that's
like
ridiculous.
We just won the Super Bowl last year. That's where we're coming to as far as a fan base. Like, that's foolish, and nobody checked them on that. I was so surprised. Nobody checked them on it.
Well,
Like,
I don't think.
I don't remember
Drew,
that.
It wasn't on, Drew, I got to get to Jaws. I appreciate the call. It wasn't on our show. If it was on our show, we would have checked him. I mean, I can't hear every call to every show.
Yeah, if he said that, it's an absurd thing to say, obviously.
Yeah. No, I think there's some people, and I'm one of them, frustrated with the amount of credit that Jalen got for that title. I mean, as I told you last year, I thought they largely carried him to the NFC Championship game, and then he played great from there. But this is a debate we'll have forever. All right, let's talk to Jaws. Ron Jaworski, of course, joins us every single Tuesday at this time, and there is an awful lot to unpack on what was, and of course, to discuss what could be the great Polish rifle, Ron Jaworski. Good morning, Jaws.
Joe and team, I hope everyone is recovering. It's been a rough couple days, but we'll rebound.
Yeah, it's going to take some time.
Not yet. We have not rebounded yet.
Jaws, let me ask you our Twitter poll first, and then we'll break down the game and we'll get to some other issues. But we have a Twitter poll today brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has quality pre-owned vehicles from every budget. Make sure you see Armin's entire pre-owned inventory at arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Jaws, I'm curious what your answer is to this question and then why. Question is this: which emotion hits you the most with the end of the Eagles season? Jaws, for you, is it anger, frustration, or sadness, and why?
Probably frustration. I'm at a point in my life where I don't get angry too often. So it was frustrating because my expectations for the team were very high, as most people was coming into this season. But I just find it frustrating because, as I've thought through this since the game ended, what makes it frustrating is we're 11-7.
Yeah.
I mean, that's mediocrity. It's for this football team, that's mediocrity. And it's for me hard to imagine that it's a mediocre football team. That's disappointing to me. We did not play up to our expectations.
Well, also, Jaws, I'll add this. They had a Super Bowl worthy defense, and it was to their credit they rebuilt that. That was amazing. And they had a Pro Bowl caliber offense on paper, and they couldn't do anything with that. I mean, to me, it's one of the bigger missed opportunities in my lifetime in Philly sports. And it wasn't like they stunk. They didn't. They were good. But, they had a chance to repeat with both sides of the ball being very loaded, and they just flubbed it. That's astounding.
I agree. And by the way, the defense did not play very well on Sunday. And that was probably the most surprising thing to me. I'm a huge Vic Fangio fan, and I can almost sense when they would show those shots of Vic up in the press box, the frustration he was having with his defense. And, I've gotten through the tape, and some of the players, and I'm not going to call anybody out, did not play well. And, you get in the playoffs, you got to bring your A game, and some of the guys did not bring their A game. So that is concerning to me. When you when you get in the playoffs, you're going to get your team's best shot, and there's no way in hell that depleted San Francisco 49ers offense should put 23 points on the board. No way. Our defense did not. Now, we're focusing on the offense like we always do the quarterback. Quarterback's always going to get too much credit, always going to get too much blame. It's just the nature of the beast. I've been, around this league since 1973, and it's always that way. Too much credit when you win, and then too much ripping when you lose. So it's just the way it's going to be. But I was more disappointed with the defense than anything.
And Jaws, when you watch the defense's struggles, how much of that is just really good play design and play calling by our opponent?
Well, there's no question. You knew Shanahan always comes in with a good game plan. I'm surprised we got beat by a gimmick double reverse pass. That just doesn't happen to a Vic Fangio defense. And, when you get in the playoffs, it's one or two plays that it makes a difference. And that was one of the big plays of the game.
So there was a point during the season, Jaws, at the beginning of December, where we were informed that Nick Sirianni was going to take a more active role in the offense. How much better was the Eagles' offense after Sirianni started lending his expertise?
I think probably publicly that statement was made, and I know it was made. But Nick has always had his hand in the offense. I mean, that's where he's cut his teeth in this league. That's what he knows. That's what he understands. So he's always been involved, and I think Nick is one of those guys. He wants to be involved, and I think the head coach should be involved. Not necessarily as a play caller, but it's his offense, it's his design, it's what he knows. So I think he's always been involved with the offense.
Does Jalen want to run the ball less? Is that? Did I phrase that properly? Based on what you can surmise, does Jalen want to run it less than the coaches want him to run it?
That I could answer, but I will point out what the tape showed me. That last drive on first down, when he lost a yard, the first 21-yard line, he left the pocket prematurely.
Yes, he did.
He had receivers open. He left the pocket too soon.
Yes.
He lost a yard. That kind of set. Now you go to 2nd and 11. That kind of set the table for what the 49ers could do and kind of play that umbrella coverage in the secondary. So that and on the second down, I think he left the pocket prematurely, had to throw it away. So I think he tried to force the run, but it just didn't work. I think teams now, for the most part, know how to defend Jalen Hurts. You hear the terms, the cage, the must rush, all those things, and they're true. He's an outstanding runner, and you must contain him. So I think teams were very much aware that you're getting critical times of the game. Jalen did like to run the football. Now, I'm not looking for him to run 10 times a game. I've said it. I think he needs to just maintain his mobility and use his legs. But on that particular drive, I thought he was looking too quick to leave the pocket because he did have receivers open down the field.
Yeah, I mean, Jones, I differentiate between rolling out and running across the line of scrimmage. I mean, on second down when he rolled out and threw the ball away, that's the kind of thing we've seen a number of times from him.
But he had John Dotson open in the flat.
No,
there's no reason he has to run out of that pocket. He ran out of the pocket and had to throw the ball away, so that puts you in 3rd and 11.
I'm with you. Brady was extremely critical of him in that moment. I thought rightfully so.
Yeah, Brady, they just got Smitty, and there's triple coverage on Smitty, and the ball sailed on him a little bit. He dropped his elbow, and the ball sailed a little bit.
Yep.
Was it catchable? Yeah, but it would have been a great catch. And then on the final play of the game, basically we got the same coverage from the Niners in that whole series. It was a too deep shell. The corners kind of rolled up, and we had opportunities with A.J. Brown. He was singled up on the outside, but he decided to try to stick with Dallas Goedert, who was having a terrific game, by the way. So I get that point.
So, Jaws, season-wise, not game per se, but season, to me, the biggest difference was they were not very good running the ball, and when they needed to be more effective passing the ball, they weren't, because that's just not what they effectively do. Do you think it is basically as simple as the O-line struggled, Saquon didn't have quite the same burst, and Jalen didn't run as much, and at the heart of it, that's the heart of what went wrong with the offense? Yes or no?
No, I think it's probably less than that. I think if you say one thing rather than 3 things, it's the offensive line.
Yeah.
Did not play to the standard that we've come to expect from this offense. Like last year, it was a dominant offensive line. Saquon ran better. The running game, opened up the passing game. All those things are working. This year, it just seemed to be a struggle with the offensive line. There wasn't the continuity, too many negative plays. Teams knew that they can attack the line of scrimmage and get penetration, and that's the killer. The kryptonite of the running game is penetration. And defenses were much better prepared for us this year because you have a whole offseason to prepare. But the loss of Lane is a huge thing. I pregame, I'm getting ready to do the show, and we finally got word that Lane was going to be out. It was kind of one of those blank moments, I know, we all know how important Lane Johnson is to this offense, and when he went out, I immediately expressed some concern to my colleagues on the set. I was a little bit worried. When Lane goes out, you're talking about the anchor. One time was the best offensive line in football for a number of years. So that was a huge loss.
Joe, you talk about the negative plays. Penalties are a huge part of that. Why was this team so undisciplined this year?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe, because this is the one thing you think back to last year, and obviously, Super Bowl season wipes out a lot of things. We had runs last year where we didn't play as great as we were, but we got hot at the right time and won the Super Bowl. So that's the bar. That's the bar we have in Philadelphia now. We expect greatness, and we should. We should demand greatness, and we should. And we didn't get it this year, but I'm still as frustrated as I am, like everybody else. I still think this team has a great future ahead of us.
So, Jaws, if they try to reinvent the offense, and I mean a new coordinator says we're going with different concepts, do you think Jalen would effectively run, for instance, West Coast concepts or whatever, other stuff? Do Do you think it would work or not?
No. It's hard. I'm going to speak personally on this because, hey, I played 17 years. I played with a lot of different systems. It's like learning a new language when you try to go to a new system. John can speak as well. He played in others. It's hard. You get to a point where Jalen's been in this system now, 5 years. He knows exactly what to do every single play, what his responsibility is, what everyone's responsibility is. To change that and go to a new style of offense, I think it's a big change. It's not like, let's just start calling plays this way. Let's start running this way. Let's start doing the reads this way. It is hard to, number one, wipe out the old way of doing things, and number two, learning a new way of doing things. It is very, very, very difficult.
All right, Charles, I want to go back to something that was such a common theme this year, which was successful in one half and not in the other. Whether it was first to second or inverse, it was crazy. Let's listen to Sirianni after the game on Sunday. He spoke to this, and then I want to ask you, Charles, why this happened. I'd never seen anything like it in my life. Listen to Sirianni after the game Sunday.
Really had such a good first half, but stalled there in the second half.
Yeah, felt like that was kind of our story as the year progressed, and good, like you said, good first half. Didn't do a good enough job coaching. Didn't do a good enough job executing in the second half. In that third quarter, particularly, some penalties got us behind the sticks, and we had a hard time overcoming them.
Charles, I'd seen a lot of sports, but never that. Like, I never saw where in a season the Sixers would consistently score 65 points in one half and 34 points in the other half.
Well, don't you think it's easy to explain they didn't adjust as well as the opponents did?
Well, sometimes it was the other way. Sometimes they would have a bad first half and a good second half.
I don't know. When we played good teams, it felt like the other team had, a renewed vigor coming out of the locker room and renewed different plays.
I would agree with you, Joe. It's been the first half. It's been the second half. It's not like in the second half we disappear.
Yeah.
We've disappeared in the first half in some games and came back the second half. So I would not attribute that to, our coach's inability to adjust. So, there are great coaches on this staff. I think every coach is great, and I think all the coaches in the NFL do a great job. I mean, the technology that they now have on the sidelines to make adaptations and adjustments is mind-boggling what they can do during the course of a game. So it's just something, maybe in the offseason when I got some time, I'm going to sit down and go through these games again and see if there's a pattern or something I found. But right now, I don't have an answer.
Yeah, I don't either. It was mind-numbing. Jaws, I was surprised that you were as critical of Sirianni as you were on the exchange that he had with AJ on the sideline. I appreciated that Sirianni called him out, and I was surprised that you thought Sirianni was out of line there. If you could, tell us your mindset of why you think Sirianni mishandled it, because I want my coach yelling at anybody who's not doing the job in the moment. Tell me your thinking there.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was a distraction, and AJ, you don't need a confrontation, and everyone's amped up. I mean, everybody's amped up. We were amped up, the fans are amped up, the cheerleaders are amped up. It's the playoffs. Emotion is very, very high in the playoffs. Every play is the most important play of the game. And I thought at that time, when Nick got into the AJ, I did not like the optic of it. I've been in the sidelines myself when there's been games where you have a distraction. You don't need distractions in games like that. I just thought Nick probably should. At this point, AJ had dropped a few balls already, so he's a time bomb just ticking to explode. And anytime you start getting with AJ Brown when he's not in the right mood, you're going to get a confrontation. And I just didn't think at that time of the game things weren't going well. I know Nick said he was yelling the guys to get off the field. I did not get that impression. So I was concerned that Nick kind of overheated on that situation.
Jaws, based on your experience, how often were things bright and shiny and happy between you and your receiving core, between you and your play caller? What was more customary, that you guys were at odds, or that you guys were getting along swimmingly? I know that a lot is now being made of the disgruntledness in that building, and my contention is that that's always there. I just wondered how you felt about that.
Well, I can speak more to the players I played with. Do you think here at Philadelphia I played with a Hall of Famer in Harold Carmichael, an NFL Hall of Famer, an Eagles Hall of Famer, and Mike Quick. And not only were they great players, they were great people. they were some of the hardest working people I ever worked with. So I knew a mistake's going to be made in the game. That is part of the business. But I knew that these guys prepared every single week, every single day, put the hours in studying the tape, put the hours in studying the game plan, studying the hours of working out and getting themselves ready. So quite honestly, I've never had that problem. Now, maybe I should just thank the type of players I worked with. Now, but I will admit, when coaching changes were made, I had gotten used to doing things one way, particularly after Dick Vermeil left. I knew that system like the back of my hand. Also, I'm starting to get new coordinators every year. And again, it's a change, and you have to be able to adapt, and it does take time, so that makes it much more difficult.
Jaws, one of the things that's been a common theme the last couple of days is if the Eagles change from Patullo, and they're going to, is what all the reporters are saying, who they could hire. So, we know you're close with a lot of people around the league. I'd like to see an old head because I want someone who, if they do well, isn't going to go get another gig as a head coach. Do you have 2 or 3 people in mind that could be a fit, once this change is made?
I do, but I won't go public with them yet because I do speak to them, and I don't want to get in the way of anything that might interfere with them getting a job somewhere. Sure. I heard on the radio, you know how in today's hot take world, you got to be very careful what you say on television, on radio, or to anyone else. It may impede the opportunity for someone to get a job. So at this point, Joe, I'm pretty open and honest with you guys.
Yeah.
I prefer not to make any recommendation to people that I speak with.
No, that's fair, for sure. Jaws, this is where I got to tell the audience, because, Jaws, when you and I watched film for so many years at your office in NFL Films, when there was confusion about what had happened, sometimes you don't quite know the intent. Did a player mess up? Did a coordinator mess up? Jaws would call the coordinator, and I'm telling you, it'd be like a Monday or two, bang, get the answer in 20 seconds all around the league. It was unbelievable. All right.
Well, you want to be right. You don't want to give out negative information. Greg Cosell and NFL Films, where we taped the NFL matchup show, and I did all my playbooks, had a very high standard. So, although I thought I might be right, I would pick up the phone and say, hey, to Sean Payton, and say, Sean, I'm seeing this double cross with his fullback underneath. What's the design of that play? I want to get it right, and he would give it to me. So through the years, I've developed a great relationship with a lot of coaches around the league, and they knew that I wouldn't throw them under the bus. I was looking for the right way to do things. So
no question.
That helps in the long haul.
Charles, we'll talk to you next week. I don't know when we have our final, one of these for the season, but we'll certainly talk to you next week. A lot's still hot.
Anytime you need me, pick up that phone, gentlemen, ladies. It's been a great year. I love working with you guys. You guys
too.
are the best, and have a very happy New Year.
Thanks, Charles. You too, bud. We'll talk next week. Thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
All right, there he is, Ron Jaworski.
Some of these names, other than Frank Reich.
Yep.
This guy, Nathan Scheelhaus.
Who is he?
Scheelhaus. He's the Rams passing game coordinator.
Okay.
Real young guy, 35 years old, but, McVay prodigy. And he's getting some head coach.
I love how everyone's a
interviews
prodigy.
Around. Well, that's the thing. If he's a prodigy from McVay, that's pretty good.
When are you not
young.
a prodigy? 41?
I don't know. I'm definitely not at 44. I could say that.
I mean, I was as a sports fan at 5. All right, that was a given. All right, I am, after all, the hammer. But, I mean, with that said, not everybody's Mozart. You know what I'm saying?
Davis Webb, who's the another offensive passing game coordinator. He's with Sean Payton in Denver. I like the idea of bringing in a passing game coordinator, a guy who really knows his passing stuff.
Well, that's
who's nifty with that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that was not.
Rhea, you know
clearly.
the most notable thing Jaws said in that interview.
From a different tree. We need to pick something from a different tree.
Rhea, the most notable thing Jaws said, you heard it, right?
That Nick was always involved in the offense?
That if they try something else with Jalen, it probably won't work.
Well, I took that a little bit different.
Okay, how'd you take it?
The way I took it was, when you play a certain system, it's like learning a language.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying he would struggle with it.
He's saying how hard it is to switch this out every year.
I didn't think that was as pointed at Jalen as it was him saying it would be really difficult for me to learn.
Oh, well, listen, everyone can react. How you interpret it, what Jaws said there.
I more agree with you on the whole Jalen thing than everybody else. I think
welcome to wisdom. I haven't dropped one of them in a while.
No, I think there are things he doesn't want to do.
Yeah.
I think that his fingerprints are way more all over this offense than Kevin Patullo's.
Yeah. We'll talk in 10 minutes to Elliot, or maybe even less. I'm getting all my times confused. But Elliot's soon on the show. James, if you can, just detail the Bo Bichette situation from this morning. quick flyby, just so people know from a Philly standpoint what developed today.
Yeah, John Heyman tweeted out that the meeting went very well, quote unquote, yesterday. They would have to probably move on from JT and Bohm, he implies, and that there are a lot of suitors out there for Bohm, but for Bichette, I mean. But he said it went very well. So that's the main takeaway is the meeting went well with the Phillies.
And, of course, if you get Bichette, changes are going to happen. Bohm out, maybe JT not signed. Who knows what else? I mean, whether it's positions or salary reconfiguration, he's not going to be a cheap guy to get. I mean, he would be more, he's not Harper and Trey Turner money, but he's more like Kyle Schwarber money.
Yeah, well, maybe even more. I mean, because Bregman just got 5 for 175. That's 35 a year. Or 5 for 175. I think 150 somewhere in there. The point was he got 35 a year. I think Bichette will get more. He's 28 years old. Bregman's 31 or whatever.
Right. You're looking at sort of the Schwarber, Aaron Nola level money, which is
I would guess
lot.
around $200 million if I had to guess.
All right, one other thing before we go back to the calls, because we didn't play the kid yesterday. We should have. Maybe.
Oh, the kid.
Yeah.
Kid, he is maybe the single most viral thing that came out of this game is this kid. He is
For sure.
everywhere.
So the kid is already a legend. I mean, at the very least, he's a future WIP caller. But
maybe a host.
But he could be a host. I mean, the kid's got the chops. Let's listen to the kid. I don't even know his name.
Are you going to tell the kid he's wrong with what he says, though, Joe?
Let's listen, and then we'll form our opinions. Here's the kid the other day on Channel 6 after the game. Not happy with the end of the Eagles season, and one person in particular.
Yes, this was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Oh, no. You probably would have rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
Why do you say that?
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One half he's cooking, and the other half is completely raw.
Wow. Well, that kid's
kid.
definitely a listener.
All-timer, man. All-timer. I mean, honestly, add him to the guy with the babies in Aguilar.
Yeah, Aguilar.
Add him to... There was the woman screaming from the stands.
Oh, right. Mary
one
Beth
year.
or something
sure.
that. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
It's the Fightins, that guy.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of them.
The Fightins guy. I mean, obviously an all-time classic. There's no audio with it, but the guy that went in the penalty box and fought Ty Domi.
Oh, classic.
There's a couple fans that are just all-timers, and that kid is now in the pantheon.
Flipping burgers. Cooking in the first half, not the second.
And specifically raw.
Wow.
Kind of a perfect
It's pretty
analogy
good.
for the season.
It's pretty good. All right, Elliot joins us soon. Joe in Mayfair right now. Joseph, good morning.
Well, good morning. It is a little bit better morning
Little
the day
bit.
after. A little bit. And I hope we get Bichette, but it is what it is if we don't. Do the best you can. But I got a message for Mr. Jalen Hurts, who I am a huge backer of Jalen.
Yeah.
And I think this year was humble pie for him. Going back and reflecting. Big time humble pie for Jalen Hurts. His entire life, his entire story was never getting it done, being the underdog, being knocked down, and he used that as motivation to become a winner. In his entire life, he's never climbed the mountain. Well, he did in 2024, and how he handled it, and thinking that he is better than what he is not him. He became this corporate image of Jordan, and on the field and off the field.
Well, is it real quick, Joe? It was interesting in the McLean article. They said the players refer to him as Little Jordan, and it didn't exactly sound like a compliment.
No, and his story, he stopped his own story of keep fighting and keep scratching and clawing. And what we loved about Jalen, the people who love Jalen, is he overcame so many obstacles by just giving extra effort and fire and brimstone. And this season, he decided to try to be a Joe Burrow in the pocket and decided to try that image, and it doesn't work. He doesn't have the quick release. He doesn't have the quick accuracy. He doesn't have the extra hop on the ball to force balls in. Jalen is an RPO, use my legs,
absolutely
create what Caleb Williams did to grow from year one to year two. Jalen should have expanded on what made him successful to evolve.
Jalen should have, or Kevin Patullo should have expanded the offense. Like you expect the quarterback to grow the offensive playbook.
Also, Caleb Williams might be the single most talented quarterback I've ever in my life. I'm not kidding at all. Like he might be the most physically gifted guy I've ever seen.
But Joe, I'll give you this phrase from Charlie, and I think Jalen lost sight of it because you want Jalen to expand the game a bit. You know, you always want to push the envelope and the boundaries and improve on areas you're not as good at, for sure. But the core for any athlete, know thyself.
1,000%.
And that was Charlie's thing about hitting. He didn't want a power hitter to be looking to hit singles. He didn't want a singles hitter looking to hit power. Like, do what got you here that you do well. And I do think Jalen really abandoned the running principle too much.
Yeah, no, John, what is your favorite thing to make? What is your specialty food?
Halibut piccata.
Okay.
Exactly what I was expecting you to say.
World?
Okay, so John, you have a specialty meal. You don't take out the entire recipe and start from scratch. Once you almost nail it, you tweak it. You expand on it to make it perfect.
Yeah, I agree.
Jalen,
Joe, I want to get to Elliot here.
I'm
but
saying that's the coaching staff's job
Joe,
to grow the offense.
It's a good phone call,
not
bud.
the quarterback.
Joe, we'll talk about it all season. Thanks, pal. All right, let's get to Elliott Short Parks. He's brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Elliott, good morning, bud.
What up? How you guys doing?
Quite a bit. I don't know if we have enough time here to cover it all, but let's start with yesterday. We'll get to Sunday, but let's start with yesterday. You're in the locker room. Eagles players are there, not all, but most. Take us inside what you saw, what you heard. Obviously, they've got to meet with coaches, but they also meet with the media. That's those that do. Mm-hmm. What caught your eye? What caught your ear?
Yeah, there was definitely, I think, more of a sense of shock than most years. You know, I've covered a bunch of these locker room clean-out days, and normally the team is kind of, you know, they can feel what's coming with it, right? Like either whether that's they win the Super Bowl, the collapse, all those things. I think there was a sense of shock in the locker room yesterday talking to the players. There was definitely disappointment. I'll also give the players credit. Like they almost every single player that talked about how the execution on their end could have been better, right? And they kept pointing the fingers at themselves. Jalen did it. Saquon did it. The defensive guys even did it. Like every guy that talked pointed the finger at themselves. So there was definitely a sense of disappointment in how the players kind of handled the season and their execution.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
I would just say the highlight obviously would probably be Jalen. He spoke. He was asked about if he wanted Kevin Patullo back. Kind of gave just a stock answer on that. He was asked about A.J. Brown, did note that they had talked, and he said they were in a good place, which is definitely good to hear after, you know, all the kind of speculation and talk over the past 2 years. But I would also say, like, what was interesting about Jalen talking is it was almost as if he was talking as if Patullo was already gone, right? Talking about, like, you know, the benefit of continuity, but how even if they don't have continuity next year, they'll have to get results either way.
Yeah, and Elliot, another thing, Chris, AJ did not talk, but can you detail, I know you put it up on social media, the message that he had for Quinyon at Quinyon's locker?
Yeah, that's the funny thing about AJ. Like, I think the perception on the outside is just so different than the guy that I think reporters see Monday through Friday in the locker room and that teammates talk about with AJ. Like, he left a jersey outside of Quinyon's locker. It said, you know, to Q, very proud of you for your all-pro season. Cooper DeJean talked a lot yesterday about how he wouldn't be the player he is today without AJ and AJ helping him after practice and running routes against him and stuff like that. So, you know, no question about it. Like, AJ brings a lot of this on himself for sure with like the social media posts and different things. But it's just interesting always to be someone that's in the building and sees one version of AJ versus how he's kind of discussed and viewed outside the building.
And what is the general consensus on what happened during the game, Elliot? You know, people know AJ. They understand that he's, you know, impetuous at times or fiery or whatever you want to call it. But what's the company line? I mean, are people actually buying the fact that Nick said he was just trying to get him off the field to punt the ball?
So that's my understanding is that's definitely what happened. Like, Jordan Mailata was right there when it happened. Mailata was part of it. Like, Nick was yelling at both of them to get off the field. Mailata had ran down the field to walk off the field with AJ because he saw AJ walking slow. And I think he wanted to go to kind of like be like, come on, man, like, you know, pick it up. You know, we'll do better, that type of thing, and walk off the field. Obviously, Nick runs down the field and yells at him. You can certainly debate if that was the right way to handle it by Nick. And then AJ snapped back. Now, I think there is no question about it that the interaction there clearly had a lot of frustration in it, right? I do genuinely believe that Nick and AJ have a good relationship just from knowing both of them and the way they talk about each other, knowing how much they talk. Like, I believe Nick when he says that they're in a good place, but it was absolutely an ugly interaction. And I asked Saquon after the game, what was the sideline like? Because he has talked about how at times this year the sideline mood has been terrible on the offensive side of the ball. And he said more of the same, essentially. And I think you saw in that interaction, there's a lot of frustration on the offensive side of the ball.
So how likely is it that AJ will be gone as a result of all the clashing?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance AJ will be gone, but there's a lot of factors in this, right? One, I think Jalen's answer yesterday was noteworthy, right? Like he's in a good place with AJ. He smiled about it, so I think that's a positive. There's the reality of what AJ's trade value is. Now, there will be a desperate team out there that will probably overpay, but if you're the Eagles, are you giving AJ up for a second-round pick, for a third-round pick? Like, what's the level of return you need to make it worth it? And I don't have a firm answer yet on the clear cap implications of trading AJ, but they will lose cap space if they trade AJ, and it's not going to be a few $1 million. It's going to be somewhat substantial. So I think that this offense definitely needs like a freshness, some new blood, and I think that moving on from AJ could be one way to do that, but I don't think it's as clear cut as he's unhappy, so they'll trade him.
Elliot, and by the way, it's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake Studio. Elliot with us wrapping up the year. So, Elliot, yesterday our poll question was, who do you blame more for the Eagles' offensive struggles, coaches or players? And coaches won it going away with 85%. 15% were with me on Hammer Island, which says the players were, I thought, way more responsible. Where would you come down voting on that? Coaches or players more culpable?
Yeah, I think it's definitely the players. Obviously, Sirianni holds blame for everything that goes on the field, and they did not reach expectations this year. I think if you want to point fingers at the coaches, it would be for the sloppiness. It would be for the penalties. It would be that type of stuff, right? But ultimately, the season on the line, Jalen Hurts had two, I would say, off-target throws to A.J. and Devontae, two catchable passes, but two off-target throws, and then A.J. and Devontae didn't come down with those plays. And, that is what it is. The season, I feel like there's this perception that the offense was terrible on Sunday. They really weren't. They had 2 touchdowns on the first 3 drives. They had almost 200 yards in the first half. On the final drive of the game where they needed to go down the field, guys were open on every single play besides the final one. And I know there's a lot of focus on this 4th down play. If Devontae catches the pass on 3rd down, there is no 4th down play, right? So for sure, Patullo, that final play, you can get on him about that. No one was open there. It wasn't a good play. But he got guys open on every single play besides that one. And so when I think back to this season, was anybody good enough? No. Sirianni wasn't. Patullo wasn't. And if Patullo loses his job, if you're this far down in points, you can't really complain. But I think more about the offensive line not playing well, Jalen's accuracy taking a major step back this year, A.J. Brown not having a good year. Who on the offense really played well? So
how much of that has to do with the coaches? How much will be clean shop in terms of if Patullo is gone, will other coaches, other assistants also be shown the door?
Yeah, so look, I think if I'm assuming you're into camp of coaching, but if we're going to blame the coaches, then what about Stoutland, right? I don't hear Stoutland's name get brought up at all. The offensive line was nowhere near as good. The yards before contact this year for Saquon were way worse than they were the year before.
Absolutely.
I don't think Stoutland forgot how to scheme up a running game. We all agree he is one of, if not the best offensive line coaches of all time. So when I think about things like that, I think the coaches know how to scheme up a running game. So why do I think they couldn't run the ball? I don't think it was coaching, right? And then I think about Jalen not running the ball. Do we truly believe, we honestly believe, the coaches decided this year they didn't want to run Jalen? There's no shot of that, right? So every indication points to that it's the players. And by the way, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, I didn't hear people week after week after week last year calling in and talking about what an amazing job Kellen Moore was doing. I heard people talking about the offensive line was great, and this is the best we've ever seen Saquon, and Jalen's making big throws and all that, right? So it's always the players. When it's the coaches and we don't want to point fingers at the players that we like it's convenient, but ultimately the players are the one on the field making the plays. And I think the Eagles coaches have a long enough track record of showing they can scheme stuff open that the players just didn't have a good year. And
I don't know.
It's
Do they?
disappointing. Well, yeah, I mean, Patullo was on the
I don't know
Super Bowl
that that's a
staff.
track
Stoutland was on
record. Kevin Patullo's track record is this offense.
He never called plays
ran off
before.
the
What are you
rails.
talking about,
but
dude?
Elliot, it really was the same offense, and they just couldn't run the ball this year. And when they needed
Right.
to,
I mean,
yeah.
Devontae Smith said straight up, what was the problem this year? He was asked, did the scheme give you an advantage, right? And he was like, it's the same scheme we've always had. We didn't execute.
Yep.
And again, look at the final drive. AJ is open. Devontae is open. On the first fourth down of the drive, he got Goddard open, right? Like, I'm not sitting here and saying it's the most creative offense in the world, but to act like no guys are open and that they're at this huge disadvantage is not true. They won a Super Bowl with this scheme the year before. They made the Super Bowl 2 years ago with this scheme, right? So, like, I agree. It was a disappointing year, but the issue was not as much the coaching scheme. They were sloppy. They were undisciplined. Like, get on the coaches for that.
That
but
is
there
on the
were plays
coaches,
to
too.
be. I agree with you, but that's very different than saying, like, they can't scheme guys open. They can clearly scheme guys
I agree.
open.
So, Elliot, one thing that John and I have had a tug of war about really for a couple of years, and it's going to resurface now in the offseason, is do they run the type of plays they run because they think that's what Jalen is best at? And, by the way, what he wants. And then if they were to try something else, something really else, like the West Coast offense or any number of other types of offenses, would it work? Where do you come down on why they've coached him the way they have or run the plays the way they've had, and if they try something else, whether it'll work?
Yeah, so first I would say, because I heard you guys talking about it when I was on hold, and I think it's an interesting point, right? You look at what Ben Johnson has done for Caleb Williams, right? Last year, Caleb Williams was not that good. Ben Johnson gets here. Caleb Williams is awesome, right? And I think Ben Johnson deserves credit for that. But let's not forget, the Eagles already did that with Jalen Hurts. Like from 20 to 21 to 22, this coaching staff, Nick Sirianni, Kevin Patullo, Jeff Stoutland, right? They
Shane
already
Steichen.
had Jalen. Yeah, for sure. Shane Steichen was involved in that, absolutely, right? But so was Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo. Like, he was there as well, right? Brian Johnson helped develop him, who everyone wanted to fire as well. So, like, they've already developed Jalen, and Jalen deserves credit for it, too. He works hard and all that stuff. But this coaching staff already had Jalen take the leap that Ben Johnson had Caleb Williams take. So now the question is, can there be another leap, right? And I also think there's this perception that, like, it's a bad thing that they coach around Jalen. I don't know how many people have to say it out of that building, how many reports have to come out, how many players have to say it. Yes, what they do is based around Jalen, but that is what a coach is supposed to do. Every offense
in the NFL.
Yes, exactly. Every single offense in the NFL is built around the quarterback's strengths and weaknesses. You would be somewhat of a fool to build an offense around a quarterback or around a skill set that your quarterback doesn't have. Now, does that mean they can't do more things? Yes, they can try it, right? But if the game plan going into next year is let's come up with this super creative offense full of stuff Jalen's never done and see how it works, like, that's a pretty risky strategy. Like, it could work, or you could get 2 games into the season, kind of like they did in 24, and have to completely pivot. So
Totally agree.
I agree. Like, it could be better, but it's work.
Elliot, one more thing on this point, then we'll get to some other stuff. I want to play some audio of LaShawn McCoy from his podcast. This was after the the loss 2 days ago. And LaShawn really, in many ways, laid Jalen out bare when he presented this.
I did a lot of digging, man. And I won't throw them under the bus here, but I know some people, right? And the problem is we can't do different exotic looks, different formations, different motions, because I'm hearing that he can't really do it.
I mean, listen, whether it's accurate or not, and I happen to think it is likely accurate.
And then it's the coach's job to teach him.
Well,
here's
what I would say about that. Like, I firmly believe that mostly everyone in the building believes that, right? Like, I honest to God think if you pulled the players and the coaches and asked, why does the offense look the way it does, more people would say Jalen than Patullo. And I don't even think it would be close, right? But I would also say this, that the finger pointing at Jalen is also unfair, right? Like, now all of a sudden it's all Jalen's fault. Okay, well then was it all Jalen when they won the Super Bowl in 24? Was it all Jalen in 22?
Did Donovan McNabb teach himself? Like, Andy Reid taught Donovan McNabb to be great. and built the offense around his skill set.
Yeah, but
how
Donovan,
is this different?
But Donovan went from
John,
receiver 1 to 2 to 3 a lot better, and had a much better
arm. Where we disagree is the Eagles have already done that for Jalen, right? Jalen's 5 years into his career. He's won
6.
And now you have to do it again.
6 years into his career.
Agreed.
You never stop learning. The defenses never stop changing.
I agree with that. But I feel like what you're saying is that the Eagles have not helped Jalen, or that they're not coaching him or
No,
developing.
the right offensive coordinators have helped Jalen. And
Agreed,
we've gone to the Super Bowl as a result.
Hold on, Elliot, hang on 1 second. John, because they could run the ball, and his job was to generally hand it off.
It's both.
Nah, but it's primarily that. But
Jalen's also really developed as a passer. Jalen was a second-round pick, where that Nick Saban moved on from at Alabama, right, that went to Oklahoma, still went in the second round. The Eagles, for what it's worth, drafted him to be a backup. They tried to trade him after 2021. This coaching staff has won with him and turned him into an excellent, arguably top 7, top 6 quarterback. So I feel like I agree with you, John. They do need to take a next step. But where I disagree with you is this staff has already developed Jalen. And you point out Andy teaching Donovan the West Coast offense. This staff has also helped Jalen in that regard over his career. Now it's about the next step in being better.
All right, Elliot, let's do a couple.
But they have to challenge him more than they did this year.
They have, though.
Well, they need to do a better job.
All right, Elliot, couple quick hitters. I got a few different dudes to move through, so let's just do our best to move fast if you don't mind. Gut feeling, on the team next year or not? Nakobe Dean?
Not on the team.
Dallas Goedert?
On the team.
On the team?
I think they'll bring him back.
How much are they going to pay him?
Interesting. He can't make a ton. He's got a block.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I disagree with you on that one.
He might be their best offensive player. So you might have to
if he blocks differently than he blocked this year.
All right, Jalen Phillips.
I would say on the team, but I'm more 50-50 with that one.
Reed Blankenship, who's a free agent for those that don't know.
I think on the team if the market is low, but I don't think they'll pay him big money.
A.J. Brown.
Off the team.
Okay. Does Jalen Carter get his big contract this year, or do they make him prove it another year? He's eligible for it in 2 months, but do they say, hey, dude, don't really trust you, not happy with the season, come back, give us year 4, we'll figure it out after that?
Yeah, so that's the interesting thing. Him, Jordan Davis, and Moro Ojomo are not free agents, but are arguably the 3 biggest contracts they have to deal with this offseason. So I think they will pay Jalen Carter. I think they will pay. I think they will pay Jordan Davis, and I think there's a good chance
this
they pay
offseason.
Moro Ojomo.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd be really surprised. But I do like the all or nothing mentality. If you're going to do one of these guys, you got to be moving on all these guys to some degree.
Well, not
That's
really.
sort of why it makes it hard.
Well, if you lose one, you don't want to lose.
I'm just
the other
saying
2, so.
I'm just saying they're all in the same boat, and if you give that big deal to one of them, are the others going to be like, hey, wait, seriously?
Maybe. Well, that's the NFL and free agency.
I know.
Hey, Elliot, good work all season. Obviously, we'll talk to you later this week. Things are going to remain hot. Thanks, pal.
Yep, talk to you soon.
All right, you got it. I want to pivot to one thing, which is Jason Kelce last night on TV. So in our poll result yesterday, 85% blamed the coaches more than the players. Well, Jason's not directly answering that poll on ESPN last night. Sounds like he blames the players more than the coaches. Listen to something he said yesterday.
And I know that everybody is out on Kevin Patullo. I happen to know the guy. I love Kevin Patullo. I know he's a great coach. I know it wasn't the best performance this year offensively. They had the #1 highest paid offense in the league and were mediocre across the board. That's unacceptable. They had their chances to win that game yesterday, and the players didn't make the plays. There's no reason that, and I'm trying to, what Robert Saleh did, that defense is commendable. What they've done to get to here is absolutely a testament to that organization and how well they're built and they function across the board. Kyle Shanahan with the trickeration, finding a way to get things open and everything like that. You tip your cap to them, but Philly had their opportunities.
Very fired up, Jason. We'll talk to him in 2 days. Jason with us around this time every Thursday. So 7:30 on Thursday. We're looking forward to having him in studio. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, a few things here. Devontae, what he said after the season about the offense. Tom Brady, something he said in-game about Jalen. We'll get to that. Hurts on Patullo, plus Jeff McClain detailing more from his article and what he said about Kevin Patullo. That and more on a very busy Tuesday, 2 days after the end of the season on 94 WIP.
Are you tired of your house being uncomfortably cold? Tired paying those high electric bills and oil bills to keep the heat on because it is shockingly expensive this time of year? and you'd love to have new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them, well, January's a great time of year to replace your windows thanks to Window Nation.
Over the last 20 years, Window Nation has installed over 3 million energy-efficient windows and helped tens of thousands of homeowners keep their homes comfy and cozy year-round while also saving them money on monthly utility bills. I love the way my windows look. My kids love them too. The house feels great, and I'm saving money every month.
Right. Do it like John right now. Take advantage of Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 sale that's going on right now. This offer ends soon, though, so schedule your fast, free estimate right now. Do like I did and call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 3,500 new vehicles and 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time, like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you can think of. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's new and pre-owned inventory, or to find a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Devin Caney, and Valentine's Day might feel far away, but people are planning ahead more than ever because they want this year to really count. If you're ready to do something extra special, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers located in Newtown Square. Paul doesn't just sell jewelry. He helps you plan the moment, whether it's an engagement ring, a custom piece, or the perfect Valentine's gift. This Valentine's Day, step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Is the clock finally ticking on Mike Tomlin? After a decade without a playoff win and a 30-6 blowout by Houston, the standard is officially broken. I'm warning you, without a quarterback or a vision for the future in Pittsburgh, it's never looked bleaker. Is this the end of the Tomlin era? Maybe. Steel City awaits an answer. I'm Drake Cole.
Hey, Jenna Camera here. All right, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, well, hopefully you did 2 weeks ago, but as you implement those New Year's resolutions and hopefully hold to them, be sure to think about your car and your wallet and get yourself to United Tire and Service. If you're taking care of your car, and of course you should be, and saving money, well, you can do all that at United Tire and Service, and that's a resolution worth keeping, and keep it with United Tire. You know, from new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. So stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service. They are the best in the business. Phenomenal with what they do. Get yourself to UnitedTire.com. I take care of my car at United Tire. You can, and I would say should as well. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Kevin Patullo, the subject, much of the ire surrounding the Eagles' offense, or lack thereof, this past season. After the Bills game, Nick Sirianni said he should have been more involved earlier on WIP. Ron Jaworski was asked about Sirianni's level of involvement.
Nick has always had his hand in the offense. I mean, that's where he's cut his teeth in this league. That's what he knows. That's what he understands. So he's always been involved. And I think Nick is one of those guys. He wants to be involved. And I think the head coach should be involved. Not necessarily as a play caller, but it's his offense. It's his design. It's what he knows. I think he's always been involved with the offense.
In the playoff loss to the 49ers, Jaws not overly impressed with the defense. You can check out the entire interview podcast at 94WIP.com. According to the New York Post, John Heyman, the meeting between the Phillies and free agent Bo Bichette said to have gone very well. If you are in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Mostly sunny, a high of 51. It's currently 32. To stream 94 WIP, just tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Starting your day with a... This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Alrighty, on a Tuesday morning. Fortunately, with the demise of the Eagles season, and no one's happy that it's the demise of their season, but fortunately we do have a Sixers and Flyers season worth tuning into.
cool moment last night, the Kyle Lowry thing. That was like really cool. I don't know if everyone saw it, but in Toronto, end of the game, Sixers are up, and Nick Nurse put him in, standing ovation, stopped the game, like they did the Kyle Lowry thing. That was cool, man. Well, as a Kyle Lowry fan, I really enjoyed that.
Kyle Lowry did something with that team that's not easy to do. He was probably their second best player when they won the title. Now it's debatable between him and Gasol because obviously
Ibaka,
Kawhi.
them, but probably Gasol.
Yeah, but not Ibaka.
No. I think Gasol was probably their second best. It's close.
Close. And I don't mean this disrespectfully. He was one of the weaker second best players to ever win a title. Like Paul Gasol did that with Kobe. But normally, you got Magic and Kareem. You got Shaq and Kobe.
Pau was better than they were. Pau was a better second than Mark.
Correct.
Yeah, significantly.
Correct. Yeah, my point is it was a great achievement for him and them. And, of course, it came at our expense here at Philly, unfortunately, with the second round.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, but
it's hard for me to wax poetic about that.
But I do love Lowry. All right, so, look, the good news is you got, a couple months here to tune in for the hockey team and the basketball team, and hopefully they can, one, make the playoffs, and two, maybe rattle some cages in the playoffs. We'll see. Now, it's the end of the football season, and that leads to a lot of emotions. And we're leaning into the emotional side with our Twitter poll today. Rhea, I'm curious how you come down on this poll because John said sad, I said frustrated. The poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Minor fender benders to major accidents. Armin Chevy covers it all. Armin Chevy's Collision Center will get your vehicle looking like new again. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. By the way, it was wonderful having lunch with the Armin Chevy folks last week. Great people. So, Rhea, how would you vote on this poll? It's been 2 days. Which emotion hits you the most with the end of the Eagles season? Anger, frustration, sadness?
You caught me in between, because I always tell you Wednesday is the day when I start. But
it's clearly sadness for Rhea. We know.
No, sadness not in my repertoire.
She was about to say between anger and frustration, I think.
So I think more frustrated, just because I'm watching this offense all year. They were a tough watch.
Brutal.
I won't miss watching this offense, not in one iota, because
I'd rather watch Vince Velasquez pitch than watch the Eagles play offense.
That's actually a pretty good point. It was sometimes very entertaining, I will say that.
Yeah.
What irritated me the most about this offense is the fact that the running for Jalen, because it could have helped them. Yeah. It was clear that his ability to run last year certainly helped Saquon.
Yep. And by the way, for the last 4 years, because it helped Swift, it helped Miles Sanders. I mean, he'd always done it. It was getting a little decreasing, but it was a big drop-off this year.
So, you got to look at it that Patullo, even though nobody's thrilled with him, he didn't have a run game at all this year. And that, the offensive line, but here's the crazy thing. The offensive line did pass protect.
I thought they were better at that than run block.
Better than that.
Yeah, they weren't very good at that.
I thought they were. I mean, there were guys who were open, and Jalen bailed on the pocket a lot.
Yep, I agree. One other one. When we were doing that.
I think Jalen bailed on the pocket a couple times in this last game because of what he'd seen a lot of the year, which was when we got ET stunts, when guys would just cross because of the influx of new guys at times, or just the relative inexperience of a lot of the players we had out there. They couldn't swap those stunts off.
No,
and
they struggled at times.
Teams saw that. They just kept doing it. And I think that's why we saw Jalen feel like he was under pressure even when he wasn't at times.
Yeah. One other thing here, because when we were talking to Elliot 20 minutes ago, we went around with some of the notable players could be gone or back. Let's say one more. James. Jake Elliott. Gone or back?
It's a tough one, man.
It is a tough one.
I think he needs to go.
Look, I don't think Eagles fans would be upset if he goes. I think there's a portion of Eagles fans that would say give him another chance. If I had to bet, I would bet he's got one more chance. But I could see it either way.
I would bet he'd have one more chance also, but it doesn't mean it's the right call.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But he's signed. They signed him that deal. And all. So, if I'm just you asked me, will he be back? Not should he.
Well, here's another possibility, and they don't do this too often, but could. Kick off in camp. Like, hey, kicker 1 and hey, kickers 2 and 3. You're all on the 90-man roster. Let the best kicker win.
Did he earn it in camp many years ago with Cody Parker?
It was in season. It was in season. Remember, it was that Giants game was his first game as an Eagle, which was crazy. Remember?
Yeah, I do. All right, so we'll see where that one goes. Look, it's going to be a wild offseason, to say the least. 215-592-94. So you can weigh in on all this. Jalen weighed in yesterday on Patullo. This is a brutal spot because most people know Patullo is going to be gone. So Jalen's answering it knowing that his coordinator is probably gone. So his non-endorsement, I don't think is anything you can criticize Jalen for. Let's listen to how Jalen handled the Patullo question yesterday.
Kevin Patullo, do you want him to come back as the offense coordinator?
It's too soon to think about that. And like I said, I put my trust in Howie, Nick, and Mr. Leary.
What about AJ Brown? Would you like AJ?
AJ and I have talked. We're in a great place.
Last one.
Maybe y'all can talk to him and ask.
Obviously, the way he answers the AJ question gives you it relates to the Patullo question because he answers it in a different manner. Look, Patullo is going to one more piece of audio, then to the phones. Jeff McClain. So Jeff's got a podcast here with us with Odyssey parent company of WIP, and Jeff was on what they call the Uncovering the Birds podcast, and he makes it very clear Patullo will be out. Here's something he said.
From what I understand, there were conversations being held over the last few weeks about the questions that we were asking ourselves as a kind of a media core was okay, what's it going to take for Kevin Patullo to stay? Do they have to get to the Super Bowl? Do they have to win to the Super Bowl? And internally they were asking themselves the same question. How bad will it look if we move on from him after reaching the Super Bowl? It could have happened, and it might have happened, but this way they have an easy, it's an easy out. He's going to be removed, and maybe he kind of goes back to his old spot as pass game coordinator. And what you'll hear from Nick Sirianni is I put him in a bad spot. This is my call. It wasn't fair to him coming off a Super Bowl title to put him into this position, et cetera, blah, blah, blah.
Here's what I'll say. I'm not as down on Patullo as many because I think the players are far more culpable. However, this has always been a frustration for me as a Philadelphia sports fan in a playoff year, and this was a playoff year. Of course, people are going to rattle their brains around on the Desai thing from 23, but I'm going to say it anyway. If an organization believes on December 1st that this guy's not the right guy to be holding the gig, then why have him coach the playoff game? I mean, I don't think all that came from Jeff in the last 24 hours after the game. You know what I'm saying?
He's been sourcing that for a while.
For sure.
Well, the way he talked, he said it was, he said leading up, they've been talking about it.
So if they were really discussing that, on the second floor of the NovaCare complex in Jeff Howie
I think
or
the
Nick's
Desai
office,
thing probably informed that. The fact that they did the Desai thing and that it was an absolute disaster.
But you get my frustration, James?
I get it, but at the same time, they did the Desai thing. It was absolute disaster, and it's probably, I would assume, harder to do it offensively, to bring in an offensive coordinator.
Unless you keep just
unless
you
it's someone
promote
in the
someone
building,
from within
right?
to
Scott
keep
Leffler
the language
or
the
something.
same. Right.
I mean, what's the point?
I would have loved that, by the way. I mean, I would have loved to have seen them take a chance with someone else calling the plays or just being more obvious about that. Let's see Nick do it. Let's see someone else actually holding that play sheet. Why not?
Yeah, well, I don't think that was the heart of the matter. But I'm just saying, if you don't believe in the guy earlier, then what's the point of having him coach a playoff game 2 days ago? I mean, what's the point?
Keep the continuity, keep the language the same. That's it.
All right, well, look, you guys know where I stand. I think the players were far more culpable than the coaches.
The coach said he was going to be a huge part of the offense, starting in December. The head coach said he was going to be taking more the reins, taking more of the control. I guess that's what they tried to do to fix things and get things back on track.
I guess.
And it just wasn't, in my book, obvious enough.
Well, I don't know how much more he could do. He was already doing a ton. Anyway,
right.
we'll get to
his offense then is horrendous.
We'll get to some audio of Devontae talking about the offense, Tom Brady talking about Jalen. We'll get to that coming up this segment. Let's get to Chuck right now in Mount Airy. Good morning, Chuck.
Good morning, Joe. Thanks for taking my call. Good
Sure,
morning,
pal.
John.
What's up,
Bria,
Chuck?
and everybody else. Hey, listen, I just want to say this, right? And I'm going to speak logic for a second. I'm not a logical thinker, but I really want to say this to you. It's easier to move on without Jalen than it is to move on with Jalen. If you think the answer is putting less talent around, we're going to get rid of Goddard, let him walk, and get rid of A.J. Brown, and think that we're going to be successful, you got another thing coming to you. You got to look at it from the lens of Kevin Patullo. I mean, to think that you can do more and know you can do more with this offense with a lesser, less talented quarterback, and knowing that the quarterback is not capable of doing what you want to do, you got to understand the frustration of probably Patullo. I don't think Patullo was as terrible as everybody think he was this year, and I truly don't think he's going anywhere. I think the Eagles really do like Kevin Patullo, and I don't think he should go anywhere. You know, I just think that when you're allocating $50 million to the quarterback position, you're not getting $50 million play. You know,
well, you're not. But
harder.
Chuck, there is a big element here that for those that would say move on from Hurts now, and that's not too many, but some, there is the cap element that makes it very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult. Here's how I think it'll play out, Chuck, because you got three different doors. Door one is Hurts. Door two is obviously, I'm forgetting his name again, backup guy. Why do I always forget his name?
Tanner
McKay. And door number three is someone else brought in from the outside. So, Chuck, here's what I think is going to happen. Hurts is going to be the quarterback. I think he should be the quarterback. But it's going to be a make-or-break year.
Yeah.
And hold on. And then you keep Tanner McKay, knowing that you can insert him during the 26th season if you feel like you need to make the change during the season. And you have 2 off seasons, this one plus the next one, to hunt for a new quarterback if you feel you want to start that process now. And that would be strategically how I would do it. For instance, I would not trade Tanner McKee for a second-round pick. I would rather have him as an escape hatch if need be, instead of, let's put him out there for a second-rounder. That's the way my early offseason thoughts are. That's how I would strategize the quarterback position.
Now, Joe, listen, I agree with you 100%. I think Jalen's going to come back for one more year, but you do know he's going to be up for a contract, and you think he didn't run.
You don't give it to him. You don't give it to him.
You don't think you didn't? Well, that's not my
it's
point.
Easy.
You think you didn't run? You think you didn't run this year? You're going to get a Jalen that's going to be less inclined to run the football because he's going to be wanting a new contract, and he want to stay healthy for that new contract. So if you think you didn't run the ball this year, you're going to really see a drastic
I'll give you a
change in his
maybe,
running
Chuck.
ability then.
Chuck, I'm going to give you a maybe on that. I know the logic you're coming from to arrive at that, but the other side is Jalen says, okay, what we did didn't work. I got to start running more. By the way, by running more, because let's remember, he used to run more entering that contract that he got at the end of the 22 season. So he may say it's actually time for me to run more. That could cut either way.
I'm just tired of blaming every coordinator that comes in here. We blame Kellen Moore. I remember those calls last year. And Kellen Moore is a seasoned vet, and what he did with the Saints was so much less talent than what we got here. He was a great play caller, and Jalen couldn't even do his couldn't even.
Yeah, they just got back to running the ball all the time. All right, Chuck.
I just want to say this, man.
Right.
You're wishing for a new coordinator. We're going to get one probably, but you're going to continue to see the same thing you've seen for 5 years with 4 different coordinators, the same exact thing, and you're going to come down to it's this quarterback.
Well, I tend to agree. Chuck, good call. Let's get to the audio of Devontae, because he certainly said what I've been saying. This year's offense really the same as past. Now, you can say, well, it should have changed it up because it's getting too redundant and defenses are catching up to it. I don't think that's the heart of the matter. I think they just couldn't block well on the offensive line. Let's listen to Devontae Sunday after the game.
What about the scheme? The scheme in general you guys run. Do you think it does enough for, in particular, I guess you look at your own position, getting you guys throws over the middle?
I mean, this is the scheme that we've been in the whole time, so.
You mean since you've been
Yeah, so I mean.
Yeah, I see a roll with it.
Well, whatever everybody thinking, I mean, nothing changed. The same scheme.
So what changed this year between a Super Bowl team and a team?
We didn't execute.
Okay.
All right, so 2 things there. 1, same scheme, I agree. 2, didn't execute. Let's call that for what it is. 1, O-line wasn't healthy, didn't play as well. 2, Saquon, in my opinion, took a step back independent of the O-line. Some agree with that, some disagree with that. 3, Jalen ran less. Otherwise, the passing game was basically the same ineffective passing game. It's just last year they were the second best running team in football when they had the 29th passing game. And this year the running game fell off. To me, that's like the heart of the matter. 215-592-9494. Ken and Cinnamon. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. Hope everybody's feeling a little bit better today, but I'm sure it's
not much.
It's a process.
Yeah.
And I'm considering, therapists in the area now because I agree with a lot of what Chuck just said. So I have to question my entire life plan at this point. But look, so I root for the laundry, right? I've said that before, and I truly root for the laundry. I don't care who's wearing it. Joe, if they could make you into an NFL quarterback that wins a Super Bowl for the Eagles, I'd be fine with that.
They cannot, by the way. AI maybe would have a shot to create a hammer Super Bowl quarterback, but I don't think AI even has that in its bag.
So, but
not talking about Allen Iverson, by the way, just for everyone.
I know. Ultimately, there are camps, right? There's always camps, and so what doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and so you really have to kind of think about this for a second. So, first of all, Elliott must have been channeling me, and I think I've probably had these conversations with Elliott all year long. Haven't really heard the run game coordinator come in for really a bunch of criticism when I constantly all year long have to watch plays and question why is Grant Calcaterra being asked to make wham blocks on run plays when, stuff like this just boggles my mind and it sails right over, the run game coordinator's head. And I'm not saying they should fire Jeff Stoutland. So, firing people is not the answer to everything. But the Jalen apologists, and there are Jalen apologists, there are also Jalen haters who hate on him just to hate on him. And there are Jalen apologists who, he can do no wrong. One of the things that you hear them constantly say is he hasn't had the same play caller for 2 years in a row since high school. So the answer to fixing the offense is going to be to get another play caller and just continue that narrative. He has had a play caller for 2 years in a row, and it was 2021 and 2022. And, remember 2021 was the 9-7 year and the Tampa Bay playoff game and the he can't read on the sideline that got so much traction. And then 2022 was, an appearance in the Super Bowl with Shane Steichen as the offensive coordinator. So he had 2 years in a row with Steichen. So I just...
It was 1.5 years.
Well, he was there. He was the offensive coordinator. Nick Sirianni was calling the plays for the first half of that year, but Shane Steichen's title was still offensive coordinator. So I don't understand the logic of breaking up the continuity when we believe that, at least some people believe, that the problem is continuity.
Well, more people think that this coordinator was a bigger problem, but I get your point. It's an irony, a conundrum, but for many people, not much of a conundrum. I hear you, man, but he's going to be gone, and I guess, the thing, Ken, look, go ahead.
If they think that that's the right thing to do, I'm not in those meetings, I'm not in those rooms. I don't know what Jalen's first reads are. I don't know what they're seeing that I don't see with my own eyes because I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. None of us do. But if they think that's the right thing to do, that's the right thing to do. But, if the passing game is going to look the same, and the passing game has looked the same for several years now, at some point you're going to have to ask yourself, what role does the guy actually throw in the football play?
So, Ken, and let me say this, and and I got a lot of criticism last offseason when I would talk about the deficiencies with Jalen. One of my theories 10 months ago, 9 months ago, 8 months ago, 7 months ago, last spring and summer was people were hanging their hat too much on how Jalen finished the season, i.e. the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, and he was great. Yeah. But there were 4.5 months prior to that in the passing game in which he was significantly below average. I mean, he just was. And I was trying to tell people, hey, be really careful thinking that what he did versus Washington and KC is what you're going to get for a full season and a full career. I don't think it would be. And clearly this year it wasn't. So, it's just round and round we go, basically.
Well, you're right. And I said all year, too, I was right there with you, that we've been pretending all season that the offense that we saw in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl was the Eagles' offense all year last year. And it wasn't.
It wasn't.
And the passing game looked a lot like it looked this year. And one last thing, I know Jaws didn't want to name any names in terms of who had a really rough game Sunday on the defense. But if you go back and put the tape of that game on, Zach Vaughn probably played his worst game as an Eagle.
Well, I thought Vaughn and Blankenship both struggled. I'll say this, man, and good hearing from you, Ken.
Put them in conflict. The play caller put them under so much stress.
That's fair.
That, again, is dominant coaching.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's elite coaching.
Yeah.
Making Zach Bond look like not Zach Bond.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that, but I will say if Blankenship just has any awareness that Christian McCaffrey is running toward him and then past him, the trick play touchdown probably becomes something that Jennings either runs for a yard or just throws out of bounds. I mean, to my eye, no one else screwed up the play except Blankenship didn't get Christian McCaffrey as he rolled by him. And then when I say get him, I mean, cover him. And then,
part of how you beat a really sound, good
confuse
defense.
Confuse them. I know, to confuse them. That's fair.
Get creative offensively.
Yep.
Why didn't we do that?
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, let's go. By the way, no Nick Sirianni today. So Sirianni, of course, with us all through the season. I do not know if we'll have him again within the context of this season, meaning a wrap-up interview. I'm not sure. What we do know is that 2 years ago when they lost in the playoffs, it took 9 days for the Eagles to emerge with a press conference. And if you remember, that's when a lot of us thought Sirianni's job might be dangling. Now, no one thinks Sirianni's job's dangling, but others are. Notably, the offensive coordinator and certainly some players. They don't have to make decisions on players. Certainly nothing will be official till like March with free agency and then April in the draft. And that's when guys like, Goddard and AJ and Jake Elliott and all that stuff will start coming to fruition. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll have them on again, this year, so to speak, this season. But when we have Nick Sirianni on, we always enjoy having him on, brought to us by Bud Light. Bud Light wants to congratulate the Philadelphia Eagles on a great season. The Birds, of course, came up a bit short, but it was somewhat of a fun ride, I'll say. So Bud Light says cheers to the Birds. Rhea, when do we get? Because when a pope dies, it can take a day, it can take a week, it can take a month until the smoke comes out of the Vatican.
White smoke, right?
Yeah, the white smoke, I think. When are we going to get smoke that says, "Hey, press conference, boys and girls"? Howie and Nick press conference at the link. Be there or be square. It's now been 2 days. Do you think it takes
conference when they fire a coordinator?
No, but they will hold a season-ending press
season-ending
conference.
One.
Do you think we get it prior to Sunday or next week?
Wow, that's a good question.
Because next week would be day 8, 9, and then there you go again. It's a long one.
Well, I said to you yesterday, they can't wait as long as because the problem is. If you're going to make a decision, then you ask Nick about it, and the decision has been made, you make him look stupid.
Well, you can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that. What they did with Doug was a disaster. Here's what I'll say. The one thing we don't know is how will Nick Sirianni handle if he's ordered to fire the coordinator?
Oh, he's got no say in it.
I know,
Yeah.
but
Doug got fired because he wouldn't.
Doug got fired because he wouldn't.
And I doubt that Nick's
I don't think Nick's
going
to do that either. I'm just saying.
Nick will roll, right?
No way.
I think so.
Nick will roll.
He'll stand up. There's no way.
I think that's likely. But he does seem like a loyal guy. But
Part
I think
of
you're
why
right.
he's here.
Complicit. It's part of why Doug was here, and then Doug's like, I had enough of this.
Doug doesn't have a job.
Well,
Yeah,
he
but
got
Doug got
one, and
one,
then then that fell apart. So
Now he doesn't have a job.
yeah, no, I get it. Doug, coordinator James, probably not, right?
Probably not. No.
Because Vic Fangio talked about he was not offered, but people talked about would he go back to Denver to be their defensive coordinator, and his thing was too soon because he had been their head coach, and he's like, I don't want to go back to being. I think it was Denver, right?
Denver's head
Yeah,
coach,
he's like, I don't want to go back to being a spot where I just been the head spot too soon.
That's too weird.
It's a little weird. If it's 20 years later, maybe that's different. But for Doug, so they let him go 5 years ago, January of 21. I mean,
Press Taylor, right? Wasn't that?
But I will say this, Ray.
Yeah.
Doug does kind of fit the profile. Older guy, different type of offense.
And remember what they did, what they did with Nick Foles, what they were able to do with Nick Foles. Yeah, and that was Frank, right?
Because I will remind people, Charlie Manuel.
It wasn't a young cat.
Became Philly's hitting coach in 2019.
Yeah. For a moment.
Yeah, it was like 2 months. I'm just, I'm just saying.
Here's what I'll say that you need. So I don't know if Doug fits this. Although we saw Doug get a little testy late in his tenure.
Yep.
I think Jalen needs somebody who's going to challenge him.
I agree with that.
100%.
And really also tell him what to do at times.
Yeah.
Like we're
going to run this.
Like we're gonna call runs for you, and we're gonna put you under center more, and like it's just what it is.
Yeah.
It's just what it is. Well, we'll see
John
how it goes.
DiFilippo.
Well, DiFilippo's another name. I mean,
he battled with Carson, right?
yes, he did. He absolutely got the best out of Carson.
Yeah,
There's no question about that. Let's listen to a piece of audio from the game the other day. This is Tom Brady. This is a key moment. So you might forget the whole sequence of how those 4 final downs went. Everyone obviously knows into traffic, and that's a brutal spot. I mean, you got 4 verticals. There's not a ton of room in the field. It's not like you got 60 yards to work with because the end zone's kind of close by, and you got to get 11 yards. I mean, you're supposed to have a low percentage and throw into traffic. So tough spot. But earlier in that 4 plays, second down, Jalen leaves the pocket, and you can tell Brady thought it was a big mistake. So second down becomes a throwaway, and what you're hearing from both announcers was that if he hadn't left the pocket, things could have gone different and better. Here was Brady with that play, second down near the very end of the game.
Didn't see anything down the field, going to throw it away. There was no one really open once he rolled out there. As Bryce Huff had some pressure. Now it's 3rd and long.
Yeah, and there's not much reason for Jalen. Sometimes he does get a little antsy in the pocket. The pocket was perfect for him right there. But then he decides that he can't see quite great, so he wants to get outside the pocket to the right. And as soon as you do that, you cut off half of the field, and there's no one open.
No.
So part of making him be an effective kind of pocket passer is cage rush him, keep him right there. But by the body language, you can just see he wants to escape so he can see.
Now, if you notice, what they both say is no one open, but they both reference because the field's been cut in half, meaning you got 2 other receivers on the other side of the field. I mean, well, I don't know if that play had 4 receivers or 3 or 5. I don't quite remember. But the point is, if you roll to one side, you fundamentally eliminate half the field. And by the way, in many ways, you make it harder even for the middle of the field because then you're throwing across your body. And so I'd say a lot of times you're kind of only working with like a third of the field. If you really go far right, and he typically goes very far right, you're kind of only working with about a third of the field.
Brady was also ripping the coaching the entire second half. He kept saying, why aren't they going to hurry up? Why aren't they moving? What's going on here? Why? Yeah, like the entire second half. So I think, there was a lot to go around.
Are you and I going to get through this offseason, okay?
I mean, we're going to
we're
get salty seltzer here and there. It'll be good.
I like salty seltzer.
Yeah, people like salty seltzer. You're the person who brings out salty seltzer somehow.
I object. And I think Jimmy also is annoyed by this idea that our quarterback is expected to be perfect.
He's not
on every play.
Well, I've never said that.
Well, it seems like, yeah, you do say that.
No, I've actually never said he's got to be perfect on every play.
Well, you expect it, though.
No, I actually...
The other quarterbacks...
Trust me, I don't expect it.
All right, Joe, your opinions are molded by mistakes that our quarterback makes that I watch other quarterbacks make around the league every week. It happens. I watched my quarterbacks make. Sure. It's just hard to do what he's being asked to do.
That's why the Eagles tell him to typically hand the ball off.
Especially when he's got a bad
See what I did there?
Offensive teacher, which is what he had this season.
Hey, Jalen, hand it off.
Enough.
Hand it off, bud.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the guy won a Super Bowl, man. That's too far. You're going too far. You're going, no. He played brilliant in the Super Bowl. He played brilliant in the NFC Championship game.
He did.
And the thing you underrate about Jalen always is you're just on the field. Like this guy off the field and the way he carries himself and the way he's a leader of a franchise matters.
Well,
it matters.
Well,
and in the huddle matters. Being
cool
and calm and collected. Like all these things matter.
They do.
And you never talk about them.
No, that is, listen, maybe I don't talk about it enough. I do talk about it.
Enough. You don't talk about it. You don't bring that into the discussion.
And here's something else. Every team I was ever on had haters of the quarterback in that locker room. It goes with the territory. You got guys who are jealous of contracts. Sometimes that weighs in.
Yeah.
Every team has differences of opinion in the locker room, and you got 53 guys. Like, you really think it's all, peace and love every second of every day? It's not. And more often than not, you've got hurt feelings and guys who are ticked off at the guy who makes the decision who gets the ball every play. Jalen is in a really tough spot, yet we hold him to a standard that feels unfair to me when you look at what he's dealing with here, what everyone else is dealing with in the NFL. I'm saying it's business as usual in a lot of respects. He needs a better chance with the offense he's provided and the teaching given.
Well, I'll say this. I think next year is make or break for Jalen as the Eagles quarterback and perhaps for Sirianni as the coach. And that's unusual for two people of such stature after winning a Super Bowl, what is now 11 months ago. But I would tell you, I think both jobs are probably on the line next year. And I would actually say probably Hurts' more. Although a lot of people would likely disagree with me on that, I think Hurts' job is more on the line next season. Let's get to Tom in Abington. Yo, Tom.
Yo, gang.
Hi,
I know
Tom.
how you're doing.
What's up, bud?
Yeah, brutal. Absolutely brutal. That one hurt. That one hurt me to my core.
Tom, I'll say it actually did not me because they had won the prior year. I thought the Phillies losing 2 months ago because that group had never won, and we as a fan base had not experienced a Phillies championship with this era. I actually thought the Phillies thing 2 months ago, for me, hurt me about 5 times more than
Joe,
that.
you want to know why this one was bad? Because they won last year? because of they went out with a
sure.
whimper
I know.
against a team
No
that
question.
was severely depleted.
No question. And the Phillies lost to the Dodgers, who might be the best team in 15
Exactly.
years. No, I get that.
That's
I
why
do.
there's a little bit of a difference.
I get it.
While I appreciate the comp there, Joe, let's keep it to one debacle at a time, shall we?
Hey, do you want you want Kirkland to be the offensive coordinator?
Over Kevin Potato? Sure. Okay, so everything went wrong in this game. Lack of discipline. The Zebras apparently thought the game was being played in Santa Clara. You just have the offensive line playing like crap, crappy play calling, drops all over the place. So if you will allow me to use hindsight here, I guarantee you it'll be 2020. Okay?
Yep.
So I fall into the category that I think a lot of people do, and what we do is we tend to ignore the signs when they're right there in front of us when a collapse is coming. I think this thing all started back in the offseason. If everybody recalls, AJ puts out a tweet that he's looking for a quarterback to throw to him in the offseason.
I don't remember that. James, do you remember this?
Yeah, it happened.
Okay.
It did happen, yeah.
Okay.
He took it down like he does everything, but he definitely put it out there. So am I to believe now that Jalen Hurts did not work with his receivers in the offseason, and then we have, 5 drops in the opening round of the playoffs, which lead to a loss? I recall somebody interviewing Jalen Hurts and saying, what makes you tick? And he says, football. Oh, yeah, only him and Tom Brady gave me that answer. So if he's so into football, you can't be Tom Brady part-time. If you want to be like Tom Brady, you got to be like Tom Brady. And I don't see it from this guy.
Well, listen, I hear you, Tom. I mean, there's a lot going on. I think one of the things notable in Jeff McLean's article from this morning is how the players call him Little Jordan. And, and James, I said this a couple months ago. As a fan, I resent it. That's a strong word, but I'll use it. How much credit was given to him and not enough to others. And I wondered if players resented how much credit he got and others didn't. I thought last year was AJ
That's
for sure.
in every locker room.
Well, it could be, but it affected this one, so that's what we care about. Like, I thought last year it was crystal clear Saquon was the main man. I mean, the main man was Saquon Barkley. And it's Jalen. And by the way, Jalen MVP, Jalen, Lil Jordan, hanging with Jordan. Like, that can create consternation amongst guys. And to John's point, yeah, that happens, but that can create problems. It did in Seattle with Russell Wilson and a defense that was better than Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson at his best was very, very good. He actually got better after that defense broke up.
Let me hit you with one thought on the way out here, Joe.
Yep.
You know what? Last week was riveting with the show. You guys did a great job all week, but you know what last week's radio on your show taught me? I'm going to now listen to John Ritchie for football, not Joe DeCamera.
Well, there's a difference,
Wise
Tom.
man.
I wasn't saying they couldn't lose, and I wasn't saying they were guaranteed to win at all. I thought John was downgrading Sirianni and their chances. I mean, they were very close in this game. I mean,
and I will also
they really
say
were.
When Elliott missed that extra point, I said it out loud.
Killer.
I said they're going to be chasing that point, and they're going to lose this game. Try to have a great one, guys.
All right, Tom. I still think they should have gone for the frickin' 2-point conversion. But look, I'm still the guy that thinks Nick should have gone for 4th and 2 from the 29 in the Super Bowl versus Mahomes. Remember, he punted the ball back.
Yeah.
And that's the one where the freaking guy they just got from the Giants, freaking Tony, ran it back to the 4. Kadarius Tony or whatever.
Something like that.
Kadarius. Oh, my God. All right.
Thanks, Joe. I wasn't feeling bad enough.
What can I tell you? Of course, if Jalen had won that game, he'd be, guaranteed Hall of Famer, according to some people, because he'd have 2 titles. But I wouldn't have put Eli in the Hall of Fame, but that's me. 215-592-9494.
His record didn't. Was it his record exactly?
500.
Yeah.
And
he's also not in the Hall of Fame yet. You acted.
No,
you
but
said
a lot
I
of
wouldn't have
people
put him
think
in.
no,
I know,
you're
but
right.
I'm saying he's not in
Right.
yet. You're like,
Sure.
I wouldn't have put him in. He's
Right.
not in.
Fair. Eli or Chase Utley, James? Better player.
Chase.
Absolutely. But I wouldn't
What
put.
did you think James was going to say?
Yeah, but here's the kicker.
Yes.
I wouldn't put either in.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hate saying that, but I keep it real with you. All right, 215-592-9494. Your reaction to everything we're discussing. How you feeling, what you're thinking about the past, what you're projecting about the future. A lot going on here. 2 days removed from the loss on 94 WIP.
Horizon Services Plumbing and Electrical is keeping your home comfortable and safe all winter long with highly trained specialists always ready to help. Tired putting up with cold showers? Horizon, they're on it. They can replace your old water heater the same day. Horizon Services has 0% interest financing available for system repairs, replacements, and upgrades. So you don't need to worry about your wallet while you're making sure that your home is taken care of. So don't let things like outdated electrical panels, poor water quality, or flickering lights do away with your home comfort. Count on Horizon Services for electrical panel upgrades, surge protection packages, and more. Upgrade your home's water quality with an expert consultation and water treatment system installation. Horizon has highly trained specialists. They arrive on time in fully stocked trucks, guaranteed. And when you need it most, Horizon Services, they are here to help with same-day plumbing and electrical service without emergency fees ever. Book with Horizon Services today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Start the new year right by receiving 3% cash back on every purchase when using your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. From now through January 31st, 2026, you'll earn 3% cash back on every transaction, from groceries, gas, and gifts to everything in between. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The working families of La Una Laborers District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Laborers District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports, as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Member Week is here for pros at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off hundreds of items from tools and paint to kitchen and bath and more. Just in time to stock up for this year's jobs. Plus, earn 5 times the points on an eligible purchase. Shop member deals in-store and online from January 8th through the 14th. Still not a member? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Silence at Acrisure. The Steelers' playoff drought hits a decade after a 30-6 thumping by Houston. Aaron Rodgers' night ended in disaster with 2 defensive touchdowns surrendered in the fourth quarter, including Kalen Bullock's game-sealing pick 6. I'm calling this a painfully familiar script for Pittsburgh. Texans advance. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Special Olympics PA. New York Post John Heyman posted earlier the meeting between the Phillies and Bo Bichette went very well. Some of the pluses for the Phils include their roster, their park, Don Mattingly, and the spring proximity to his home. Still picking over the pieces of the Eagles' dreadful first-round exit at the hands of the 49ers. Eagles had one last gasp drive against San Fran. Earlier in WIP, Ron Jaworski spoke about some of Jalen Hurts' decision-making on that drive.
I will point out what the tape showed me, that last drive, he had receivers open, he left the pocket too soon. I think he tried to force the run. It just didn't work. I think teams now know how to defend Jalen Hurts. He's an outstanding runner, and you must contain him. I think you're getting critical times of the game. Jalen did like to run the football. He needs to maintain his mobility and use his legs. But on that particular drive, I thought he was looking too quick to leave the pocket because he did have receivers open down the field.
The Athletics' Diana Rossina reporting former Giants coach Brian Daboll interviewing for the Titans vacancy on Friday and is being considered for multiple offensive coordinator opportunities. Plunge or donate to the 2026 Philadelphia Polar Plunge February 21st at Citizens Bank Park. It's the coolest event. For info, visit phillyplunge.com. Mostly sunny, high 51. It's currently 36. To stream 94 WIP, just tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Man, this song is so evocative for me. When this album, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, these albums came out when I was in 11th grade. And November of my 11th grade year.
Wow.
Man, and back then you would take the CDs that you bought and you would convert them to cassette tapes so you could then drive around in your car with because like no one had a CD player in their car then. Like you had to be rich to have a CD
91?
player in your car.
91-ish, I would say, right?
90,
Yeah.
91, yeah. And so like cassette, I had the hi-fi system that my dad had a hi-fi system that I could convert my CDs to tapes. That was like the first 2 tapes I made. Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. They mattered, man.
That's awesome.
They mattered. That song, November Rain. Remember the video, how awesome it was?
Yeah, of course.
Remember,
I don't.
Axl Rose was going out with Stephanie Seymour at the time, so she's in the
She's
video.
in the video, yeah.
It was almost like a movie quality video.
It was a pretty hot video.
Holy
Yeah,
cow!
it was awesome.
I'd never seen anything that good. But anyway,
I'm still annoyed. Was it Iglesias that put Kornikova in his video and then ended up marrying her?
Enrique Iglesias, yes.
Wasn't it the son, right? The son
Yes,
Iglesias? Because
absolutely.
They weren't dating, and then you hop in my video, and then next thing you know, they get 5 kids.
Mhm.
Is that nonsense?
And I think they're still together.
Seltzer, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, you gotta have a music video to get people embarrassed.
I gotta do a video.
And be as good looking as he is.
Yeah, try to be
Kinda helps.
sexy and really handsome.
I didn't. Hey, Elizabeth Shue, let's do that video of who was Chris Isaac with Helena Christensen.
Oh, something games, Wicked Games.
Wicked Games.
Oh, yes.
That was the most almost X-rated video that would consistently air on MTV. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Did you have that on tape, on VHS
no,
tape?
but I had it in my mind.
Yeah.
You know, it was mental, if you catch my drift. 215-592-9494. No, it's not off.
gotta
We don't
block
need
that out
to
now.
go
You
there.
said that.
I said what I said. I'm ready to move on.
Me too.
Speaking of moving on, Eagles will move on from certain players, and then there's guys they don't want to move on from. But in future years, we spent a lot of time talking about Jalen today, and for obvious reasons, he's the most important player. But there are other key players, not just free agents. But I got to tell you guys, I got legit worry on Dickerson and Juergens. And I want to give you a parallel for a moment, because there's some players like Kelsey that got to the end of his career the way it should be. You get all the way. I mean, he could have kept playing a little bit longer. Peters played too long, but they got the best out of Peters. But you know who hit a wall and it caused the 2020 problem? Was Brandon Brooks.
He was so good.
He was so good. To me, he was Dickerson level. And then, boom, the career ended. And, of course, the Flyers dealt with that with Pronger. He was a little older. Phillies dealt with, guys like Chase and Ryan Howard kept playing, but they weren't that effective anymore. And Cliff Lee hit a wall. Boom, that was it. Roy Halladay, obviously, his career ended quickly. No, he was older, but his career ended quickly. I worry about Dickerson and Juergens because the nature of those injuries, maybe they bounce back. Maybe they don't.
Back is so horrendously bad.
Yeah.
Even when you just tweak a muscle in your back. Think about it. I remember growing up, my dad sometimes would be like, I threw my back out.
Yeah.
Can't mow the lawn today. He didn't really throw his back out. He had a muscular soreness, and then it just seizes up.
Right.
Think about having surgery on your back this past offseason. I just can't imagine how everything would just seize up and then how badly that would restrict you. I know if my back muscle was bothering me, try putting a sock on. Try going to the bathroom properly. You can't do anything. Now imagine it's your job to go out there and physically whoop somebody.
Who's
someone
320.
who is a dominant human being, physically stronger than anyone you've ever met, with a bad back.
Right.
It really does change your perspective. Backs are almost unmanageable for every position. And we got two guys standing right next to each other on the same offensive line struggling with theirs, and they looked different this year.
So it's something to,
we might need 4 new offensive linemen that we can trust to play.
Well, and this is where the team likely, I want to be clear, guys, likely get worse. And I'm talking over the next 2 to 3 years. Now, maybe not. Maybe they keep it going, but
or maybe guys get healthy and
maybe
look like 2 years ago.
I'm just saying when Howie pivoted from Brandon Brooks to Landon Dickerson, that was spectacular, but that's hard. That's hard to do. He also pivoted from Kelsey to Juergens. Phenomenal.
He also pivoted from Mekhi Becton to Steen.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that's right.
Bring back Becton.
Sure, he's out.
Yeah. All right, let's get some calls in here in the 9 o'clock hour. Obviously, we go till 10. Joe and Hugh at that time. Reminder, or maybe not reminder, if you missed it earlier, Bo Bichette report earlier indicates the Phillies, of course, did have that Zoom meeting with him, and James, they're saying it went well. Is that
very well was the quote John Heyman used.
Now, what are the chances this is a tactic by either side?
I think it's always chances. I think that you have to look at these things and say, Bo Bichette wants more money. The Phillies want other people to think that they're in on Bichette for, whatever reason. It could, I think if of the two, I think it is more I think it's real. I think there's real interest in all that. But if it is more of a smokescreen than real, I think it's Bichette more than the Phillies doing that.
Well, here's where it could be the Phillies. So look, it'd be great if they got Bichette, but there's also a good chance they don't get Bichette. It could be the Phillies' way of saying to JT, hey, bud, we're 2 months into this now. Well, a month and a half, I guess, for free agency. We're like 2 months.
So I generally
it could be better sign
but
soon,
the reports are JT's not getting offers. Like that's what's out there is that JT's not getting what he wants. So I don't think it's that. On top of the fact that the Phillies are not idiots. Like, they know how this fan base feels in general, what the potential is. They put out there this Bo Bichette stuff. We're meeting with him, whatever, and then pivot to JT. Like, they know people won't be happy about that. Like, whether or not they do it is a separate discussion, but I don't think they purposely put this Bichette stuff out there just as a smokescreen
I don't know about
to
that.
get fans excited about something that's not going to happen.
Okay, I get your point. But there is an argument. It's a way to say to JT, like, you better sign soon or we're moving on with the money. Because sometimes if you only have so much, like it's one guy or the other, even though they're different amounts. By the way, James, let's just cover this quickly and then to the phones. Prediction on JT years and money.
I'm starting to think it might go back down to 2. I thought
2 and 30?
Yeah, I originally thought 3 was like a lock. I'm starting to think it might. Like,
so that means we might be able to add 2 of these guys.
The reports are he is not getting on the market what he wanted.
Yeah,
like that's what's out there. So, like,
yes,
this
is good
because I think 3 years from is crazy. Like, I think if you're a team, I think he's going to the market and no one's giving him 3 years, is what I think.
Okay.
That turns
really
out,
good.
if it's 2 and 30?
Yeah, 2 and 30, something along those lines. Yeah.
So what's the likelihood you add JT and then Bo Bichette
Unlikely.
Because JT
Yeah, I think
only
unlikely
getting 2
too.
and
I mean,
I think it's unlikely.
Increased probability the lower the number gets, but I think unlikely.
I think it's about money for this year, not about money in 3 years.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right. All of this on the table, the Phils, but obviously the Eagles, the big thing. 215-592-9494. David in South Philly. Good morning, David.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, David.
Joe, I think you are a classic victim of confirmation bias. What I mean by that is your prediction that Jalen Hurts wouldn't be the quarterback. Forget if you said it was 26.
Well, I was wrong. I
27.
said next year. He will be, but I might have been off by only a year. We'll see.
But when you look at an issue as the players or as the coaches, a little bit of this is chicken or egg. However, the thing that takes a big group of incredibly talented players and gets the most out of their potential is coaching. And the drop-off in talent mostly was on the offensive line, particularly, I think, Cam Jurgens, who should not have made a Pro Bowl.
No, that was a joke. That was a joke, yeah. Look, the O-line regression was by far the biggest difference with the offense from last year. No question.
So I need to see Kevin Patullo go to that broom closet that Howie had or Clintac had. I need some new coaching in here. And from a practical standpoint, you can go pay some offensive coordinator as much as you want, but you can't get a new quarterback in here. You can't get a whole bunch of new players in here, although I would like to see them use every single draft pick they have on the offensive line.
Right.
And I think that's the direction you go. You got to use what you have. We still have incredible talent on the offensive side of the ball. They're just not coalescing. They're not getting all their maximum potential. And that, to me, is the coaching.
Well, I'll say this,
too.
David. I agree with part of what you said. I think you got to start getting your mind around AJ might not be on this team for a number of reasons, one of which is at some point you just can't have the highest paid off. I mean, if you want to have the highest paid offense in football, sure, but then you're going to lose Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Carter. Those guys are going to get paid, which means guys on the other side aren't. And
all the new money is going to go to the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I will say I won't be shocked if AJ's on the team next year, but I'll be surprised. And
I think once you start questioning a player's effort, and I think that came into play this year,
great
and
point.
all of the drama that he's been starting, I don't think moving on from AJ is the same type of disruption that moving on from Jalen, moving on from
but David, I
of the
agree with you, but here's my point. Let's not forget the massive impact he had at his best and think that that's easy to replicate. You could have Riley Cooper back. You could have Jalen Reagor back. Aguilar's the best of those three, but he wasn't great. My point is it will likely be a pretty considerable drop-off.
I don't know.
From one of the better offensive talents we've ever seen in
I don't
Philly.
feel like we've had that level of impact from AJ for quite a while.
Well, I would agree
and
with
you
that.
got Devontae on one side. I really like Dotson. If he's the guy,
Dotson's just
I think we need someone a little more comparable. and remember, part of what made AJ and Devontae so unique and good together is they're completely different.
Right.
I mean, as different as two wideouts get.
Yeah.
So it would be good to get a bigger, stronger guy who can. But a lot of this has to do with who you bring in as an offensive coordinator also. Maybe you're thinking different.
Here's the other thing, though. I think gut feeling, no reporting here at all. I just gut feeling. I don't think AJ wants to play with Jalen. I think he's like been there, done that enough. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Alshon with Carson, and I don't blame the receiver for getting frustrated. I do blame AJ for how he handled it this year. I think he really sucked a lot of life out of the team, and it's not the way to go about it. I get him being frustrated, but like, dude, you got to deal with it better. I will be surprised if he's on the team. Dominic in Westchester. Dominic, good morning.
Leadership is an intangible item that produces tangible results. Yes, I am fired up. There's 4 traits of a highly successful football team: strong goal clarity, high achievement drive, healthy emotional intelligence, excellent social skills. You know what? Kevin Patullo, I bet you that if Nick Saban was your head coach and it was 4th and 11, that play would have been executed. Guaranteed. It was like an 8th grade recess football game with a minute to go before recess was over. High achievement drive. Elliott, Mailata, Lane Johnson. Where the hell were you for the last 3 or 4 games? By the way, Lane, you were supposed to play, and you decide all of a sudden not to? What's up with that?
Well, they said he had a set. Hold on, Dominic. I'm
Pain
with you, but
swelling.
just to be fair, they said there was a setback as he was ramping up. That's different than like guy that taps out. You got to be fair there, man. Lane Johnson's a warrior.
Fair.
If he had a setback, it is what. Dude, he had a Liz Frank. I mean, come on.
Excellent social skills. Our quarterback, zero juice. Look at his videotapes in Oklahoma and in Alabama. After the game, it looked like he drank 4 or 5 Red Bulls. By the way, healthy emotional intelligence. Live feuds on the field. I didn't do a good enough job coaching? What the hell are you talking about? You work 1 day a week. If I work 1 day a week, I work 5 days.
This is a wild
Dominic. Part of it is fair. Part of it is ridiculous.
I think a lot of it is nonsense.
Come on, man.
I love that.
Philadelphia Eagles.
I'll bet you
we
the
love
coaches
you.
at the Eagles work a lot more hours than you do, Dominic. Like a lot more
I
hours.
would agree with that.
Guess what? Bud Light. I appreciate it with all due respect. It wasn't a great season. If it was a great season, we would have been cleaning our locker rooms out yesterday.
No, you're not wrong.
We love
You're
you,
not wrong.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
We love you, Philadelphia, but you gutted us yesterday. We want our guts back. Good day, good sport.
All right, Dominic.
I do think we're going a little
I do
far.
too.
Like, this is a team that won the Super Bowl less than a year ago,
Totally.
and it is super hard to win the Super Bowl and turn it around the next year. Like, they won the division, they got to playoffs. It sucked how it ended. They should have beaten the Niners. I'm not, like, okaying anything, but I think the level of vitriol and hate and this stuff is way too far.
James, I agree with you completely.
He wrote it down, and he was going to read it.
Yeah.
You're right.
You're
He
not
did
wrong
write
about
that.
that either.
You're right.
Yeah, I do think we got to have. I'm going to wave the caution flag. I'm waving a flag here.
I haven't called for anybody to be fired. I mean, I
Well,
expect
Patullo, right?
to. Yeah, I don't need to go marching down to
Yeah.
the Novacare complex for that to happen.
What about Jake Elliott? In or out?
Yeah, I think that what we've seen around the league is there are kickers who have big legs. Like, you go, that guy, the guy
Like
on
the
Dallas.
Jacksonville guy, the guy in Dallas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dallas. You go, that guy can make a 70-yarder.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
going-
that's true. I'm not as worried about the length of the leg.
I think Rhea's
the
point is
accuracy.
that there are more and more kickers who are great
There
now,
are.
so you
Yeah.
can kind of move on easier. I think
Yeah.
is that the point?
Yeah, that's 100% the
Go
point.
get one of the Zendayas. There was like 15 of them.
There was a lot of those.
Grammatica available.
Are you surprised that Dable's getting interviewed for a head coaching job?
No, because you know why? Because owners like coaches from the offensive side, and they get so much more leeway.
Did they ever? I mean,
than
we
the defensive
complain
side.
we complain about Nick sometimes being unprofessional on the
Yeah,
sidelines.
I know.
Dable, I mean, he went after his players repeatedly.
I know, but I will say
Repeatedly.
this: he didn't have much talent.
He's a clown.
He's
He
a
might- he
clown.
might-
Brian
Yeah,
Dable
thank you,
is a
James.
He did a
clown.
great
He might be a
job with
great
Josh
offensive
Allen.
mind as a head coach. He was a clown.
Maybe.
I wouldn't want
I'll
him on the
take him
sidelines.
as an
As an
offensive
OC, sure.
coordinator.
Yeah.
I would love
'cause
to
he's not
have
gonna
him as
behave
a
that way.
quarterback's coach to bring a guy up to where he needs to be, but as a head guy, I don't know.
It would be interesting if they would consider DiFilippo. I mean, there's no question
don't-
Carson Wentz had his greatest success here.
I mean, Where's he been?
Well, he went to Minnesota, and then he bounced around. I think he was in the USFL briefly, wasn't he?
Well, that's sort of a bad sign.
No, I know it's sort of a bad sign. I know. We had him in studio last year. He's a super nice guy.
Was he with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota?
He was.
Did they not get? They didn't get along or something?
I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember. He was there for a few years, and then that ran its course. All right, let's go to Omar, West Philadelphia. What's going on, Omar?
Hey, what's going on? How everybody doing, man?
Hey, Omar.
Hey, listen, guys, man. And gals, I know it's a little bit upsetting, but we still got to really keep things in perspective, man.
I agree.
We really got to invest into the offensive line and defensive line. That's the core, strengths. And if you look at every team around the NFL, they built their team around the way how the Eagles play. Running the football, you could talk to Josh Allen, Drake May, everybody runs the ball and play great defense. They took our players, man. They took Milt Williams, CJ up in Chicago. It's we lost some players.
But that wasn't why they lost. I mean, it didn't help that Cooper and Quinyon got burned unexpectedly, but they lost because the offense stunk. But to your point,
the defense was pretty bad in the fourth quarter.
It struggled.
The defense was bad, man. They came out and socked it to us right inside our face, man. They came right at us, and we wasn't ready. And it's all right because we play at the end of the day. After you call Super Bowl, some guys wasn't working out in the summertime and all that kind of stuff. It happens. And guys on TV commercials and all that other kind of stuff. It happens. But I'm telling you, we got to invest heavy into the offensive line. We got to get that room right. We got to get our defensive line back. We need an edge rusher. And that falls on Howie. We need a splash. We brought back in Saquon.
We really do need
We need a splash.
Rush help.
Omar, you know what disappointed me this year a bit? Now, he came back from an injury, so maybe he was affected, but I thought Nolan Smith.
Quiet.
Dude, he got basically Jalix Hunt passed him. But at the end of the season, Jalix Hunt was the starter, and Nolan Smith was fitting in.
I mean, Nolan Smith
was. It was Jalix Hunt and Jalen Phillips were the starters.
12 months ago in the playoffs, he was dominant. I mean, really tremendous, and not much this year. Not much.
Part goes back to when Howie was trying to get Garrett, man. We need a splash. We need a dominant edge rusher with a Hassan Reddick. We need a double-digit edge rusher that can,
that'd be great. We also need a right tackle. Bad.
All right, Omar, good call. Keep calling in the off seasons.
Does anyone think that Lane is going to be the guy next year? I love him.
Well, it starts with whether. Yeah, I don't either. I don't know.
I think it's done.
Well,
he might be, coaching or something, part of the organization, but his body seems like it's just no longer cooperating.
I don't know. I mean, that was a legit injury. I mean, give him a real offseason, let him come back. It starts.
I don't think you can count on him, though.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
No, listen, guys. Let's just go through it. Right. Here's what you'd like to ideally get for the future, whether the future is next season or the next 2 years. Right tackle, right guard, maybe center, maybe left guard, depending on Dickerson and Juergens whether they rebound.
A new wide receiver.
A new wide receiver, maybe two.
Maybe a new tight end.
Definitely over the next 2 years, a new tight end.
And we need another backup.
Yeah.
Grant Calcaterra ain't cutting it.
Doesn't feel like we have a tight end who can. Wow, Cam Latu can block really well, but he had one play.
That's not going to happen.
John, didn't that frustrate you?
Yeah, because I like him.
Yeah.
I think he can.
Yeah.
I think he could be a bigger part of the run game, no matter what the week, and he moves people when he hits them.
Right.
I don't understand why you wouldn't try to incorporate him a little bit more.
All right, finishing the list. Some might say a new quarterback. That's debatable. Definitely one edge rusher. You're pretty stocked inside if you keep these guys, but if you start losing some of them, that gets tricky. You're pretty good at linebacker. You need probably a corner to replace Adoree Jackson over the next 2 years. Maybe he can hang in there another year. He did okay. And you got to find out if you keep Blankenship. And you also got to make a determination, is Makuba a legitimate starting safety? I'm not sure. I don't know. That's a lot. And by the way,
yeah, kicker. I don't know about Makuba either.
And a kicker.
Can he keep making those unlikely plays where he's somehow around the ball when it pops out? I liked that part of his game. I don't know if that's something you just have.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got it or not. That was a second-round pick, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you really kind of need him to be good.
Feels like there's a competition there, but he's got he's at the front of the line for this next season. Hopefully he continues to improve. There can be a huge jump between year one and year two in terms of a guy feeling more comfortable with the schedule and the way things work around the building. he's got a chance. He's got a chance to be the guy.
I just don't
know, based on
agree.
the injury and everything else, how much that delayed him or sent him back.
One thing that helps Reed Blankenship stay instead of Nakobe, you have less at safety than you do at linebacker. I mean,
and Reed Blankenship has always been a guy that they really seem to favor a lot more than
he's pretty solid. I give him credit. He's gotten better than I thought he would.
I get it, but it feels like he's such a liability against the pass. I feel like I've watched him in trail position when he's not supposed to be so often. When a guy runs past him and it's, oh man, I got to get with him. It's almost. I love him as a run defender. I love him as a leader. I love him as a guy who knows how to get everything set up for the defense. But, man, sometimes teams will take advantage of him as a coverage safety.
All right, up ahead, we're going to get to Time's Yours. Plus, if you missed it, what Jason Kelce said about the end of the Eagles season and that San Francisco game last night on TV. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you finally made a decision. You're going to get a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You've got a doctor. You talked to them. You got the date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you because here's something you might not know. Attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery, it significantly will help your recovery and movement post-surgery. And then once you've got your new replacement, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapists to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management because you have very unique needs with joint replacement. NovaCare's team, they'll develop an individualized treatment plan. It's going to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love to do. I know several people have gone through it over the past couple of years. Everyone who's gotten physical therapy before their joint replacement, it's made a huge difference than those who haven't. So definitely give NovaCare a call for that. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the rules with Westwood One Sports. Tuesday night in East Lansing, a Sparty party is about to commence. Michigan State, one of the best rebounding teams in the nation, should hold home court against Indiana. The Hoosiers rank in the bottom third in EFG percentage D in Big Ten play. Give me the Spartans -6.5 at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code Radio Launch. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you're someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's a new year. Is your New Year's resolution the same as last year to get back on track with your health and fitness goals? We know life gets busy and protein goals are usually the first to slip. That's why I love Wild Fork Foods. They make hitting my protein goals simple and affordable with their huge selection of restaurant quality meats and seafood. Shop now from their protein-powered selection at prices that just can't be beat. From organic grass-fed ground beef, only $6 per pound, to chicken breast, only $3 a pound, or how about ground turkey, only $5 a pound. With over 700 items that are flash frozen at their peak freshness to preserve their best flavor, I'm telling you, Wild Fork helps you save money and eat better in 2026. Visit one of Wild Fork's 5 Greater Philadelphia locations, and their trained staff of Forkies can help you prepare any item on your list or shop online at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery. Fuel your goals in 2026 with Wild Fork Foods.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies meeting with free agent Bo Bichette on Monday reportedly went very well, according to the New York Post. John Heyman on the plus side for Bichette, said to be the Phillies roster, their ballpark, Don Mattingly, and the proximity of his home to spring training. Ron Jaworski appeared on the WIP Morning Show earlier talking about the Eagles' playoff loss, discussed Nick Sirianni's role in the offense, Jalen Hurts leaving the pocket too soon, what he thought of the defense and their loss to San Francisco. You can check out the entire Jaws interview podcast at 94WIP.com. Right now, get 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you can get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Go to windownation.com. Mostly sunny, high 51. It's currently 36. To stream 94WIP, just tell your smart speaker to play 94WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 90.
It's right, like beginning of February, like
Probably
the 9th,
about-
10th. Maybe they're earlier because of WBC this year. I'm not sure.
Could be. I think it's like less than 4 weeks. Anyway, it's somewhere in that range. So that's coming up. And of course, Sixers and Flyers having pretty good seasons. I mean, the big key for the Sixers will be whether Joel can answer the bell in the playoffs. They likely will make the playoffs.
You see that dunk he had last night?
Yeah, I mean,
that
look-
made me feel a little. I was
Well,
like,
Rhea,
okay.
how about
it was powerful
when he dunked about 2 weeks ago? Was his first dunk of the season?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Of the season.
He's getting better. He's getting healthier, and it's finally showing up in the way that he's
Yeah.
playing. I was extremely concerned that he wasn't even trying.
Well, he was being careful.
Yeah, and now you can see that he's feeling a lot better. He's a lot more confident in, his body
Right.
being able to hold up. This is a really positive thing.
It's a good development. It doesn't give me too much faith that he'll, answer the bell in April, May, and June, but we'll
I don't
see.
know, but I love watching
When
VJ
Rhea
Edgecombe.
Hughes
How
is,
about
is
it?
starting to
How
get
ba- I
Sixers
love watching
positive.
the Sixers.
No, I said VJ Edgecombe.
No,
DJ.
But implication.
I am
You
watching.
have
them.
fun watching the
Rhea,
Sixers.
let me say
Yes,
this.
yes.
Thing we can do, me and Louis Coco in the back there with audio, we can mix and match
Oh, I
words.
know.
I mean, we can AI you up.
Believe me, I'm aware of that. No, but I hated them for so long because I hated management.
Right, I did.
And I will give, I'm not the biggest Daryl Morey fan. Taking Edgecombe over Ace Bailey
Yeah, it's big.
appears to be the
Yeah.
right move.
And I'll say this, some of the role players, and they're not great, but they're trying hard, the Barlows and these dudes. Like
they're not hateable, and they've
No,
been
they're not.
they've been hateable for a while.
Yes,
They
that's
just
the point.
have. You
Yeah.
know.
I mean, they were cycling in the Danny Greens and the PJ Tuckers, and they were all
God.
so old. They were so old, and they were relying so. Now, don't get me wrong, Paul George is old, and they kind of rely on him. But all right, so with all that positivity said, I got to hear the kid again. So the kid's not positive, right? Just want to make sure.
No, not really.
The kid
I
is.
mean, it's positive that we know the young Eagles fans are on the right track. You know.
An all-timer. This guy goes into the pantheon of famous Philadelphia sports fans for a moment. Here he is, the kid, 2 days ago after the Eagles. This is on Channel 6, 2 days ago after they lost.
Yes, this was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Oh, no. You probably would have rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
Why do you say that?
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One half he's cooking, and the other half is completely raw.
Raw.
Kid gets it.
Kid's sharp.
Kid's right.
And he's
maybe he
about,
can go out place.
and what is he, about 11?
I would guess something like that. Yeah.
I have to say that's really good parenting right there.
That's something.
That
Paying
kid, that
close
kid's well
attention.
spoken, funny.
He's funny. What do you got, John?
The Brian Dable as an offensive coordinator versus as a head coach thing, we were talking about it earlier. I mentioned I give him a lot of the benefit of the doubt because he was able to do what he did with Josh Allen. He's given a lot of the credit for taking Josh Allen, who was very raw, and sort of bringing him along to where he was a lot more functional as a quarterback. But I've also brought up Davis Webb, a guy who is the passing coordinator for the Denver Broncos now with Sean Payton. I just read during the break when he was with the Bills. This is Davis Webb.
Okay.
He played quarterback in the league for 6 years.
Yeah, I remember him.
As a third stringer. He was asked by the Bills to move directly into their quarterback's coaching job. So he's their third stringer with Josh Allen. He was asked to stay and become the quarterback coach, but he decided to keep playing after that. I think it's clear that teams have been very impressed with this guy, as evidenced by the fact that he's 30 years old and he's getting interviews for head coaching jobs now as the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos. He took Bo Nix this year as the passing game coordinator and really brought this young kid along to where, man, everyone's got glowing reviews of the way he reads through things. This is the type of guy that would really help our cause.
Look, I hope you get what you want, John. I really do. I don't mean that in a condescending way.
The problem is,
I
if we get a guy like this, he'll be gone after 1 year if he does have success. That's the part I hate.
If he's a young guy. I hope, everyone that wants different gets different, so we can find out on Jalen. I mean, I'm serious. I don't mean that in a derisive way. Just do different and then find out if it works or not, and then you make your decision for the future. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. 215-592-9494. So you heard the kids' reaction to the loss. Let's listen to Jason Kelsey's reaction to the loss. Last night he was on ESPN, part of their coverage of the NFL playoffs and the Pittsburgh game last night. But here's Kelsey talking about the Birds.
And I know that everybody is out on Kevin Patullo. I happen to know the guy. I love Kevin Patullo. I know he's a great coach. I know it wasn't the best performance this year offensively. They had the #1 highest paid offense in the league and were mediocre across the board. That's unacceptable. They had their chances to win that game yesterday, and the players didn't make the plays. There's no reason that, and I'm trying to, what Robert Saleh did, that defense is commendable. What they've done to get to here is absolutely a testament to that organization and how well they're built and they function across the board. Kyle Shanahan with the trickeration, finding a way to get things open and everything like that. You tip your cap to them, but Philly had their opportunities.
You can tell he's fired up.
Look,
I love trickery.
One thing, I know it's factual, but that they had the highest paid offense, but we say it like most talented. They were not the most talented offense this year. You know what I mean? So I know they had all the money there, and that is on them. But in terms of like the production that came from it, we can't keep saying they were so talented and didn't produce. Like, I think the talent suffered from the Super Bowl run and all that.
I agree. We got to start saying on paper. And then the injuries, Dickerson and Juergens and Lane. I do think Saquon was beat up by the carries. John doesn't. I do. It's one of those things we'll, I guess always disagree on. But I don't know. I just apply that thing Thomas Paine talked about close to 50 years ago.
Yes.
What did Thomas?
Common sense.
Common sense. You touch the ball 480. That's what the pamphlet said when Thomas Paine wrote that during the war. Yeah, maybe he wrote it right before the war. I'm not sure. You touch the ball 482 times in a season, you're likely to be diminished.
It was in there.
It
don't know that. Yeah.
And the British didn't like it, and we went to war over it. All right.
That's why they call, football, soccer, football. That's the whole issue.
They also say, James, a war of attrition.
Yeah, they do.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll, then right back to the phones. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has quality pre-owned vehicles from every budget. See Armin's entire pre-owned inventory at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question. Which emotion hits you the most with the end of the Eagles season? 3 choices: anger, frustration, sadness. So John said sadness for him. Me and Rhea said frustration for us. Jaws said frustration when we interviewed him earlier. James, which would you go with?
Sadness.
Okay, so we got 2 sadness and 3 frustrations when we include Jaws. John, what do you think won the poll?
Frustrating. Yeah, frustration wins.
When's it going away? 68% say frustration and 16% each for anger and sadness. To the phones, Brian right now. Good morning, Brian.
Hey, listen, I left Hawaii yesterday, and when I was going to the airport, the sun was coming up. You believe that?
Well, that's what Daddy Warbucks and Annie told us in
I got back in Philly today, and the sun's coming up again today. So, I mean, it's not that bad.
Brian, don't tell us the sun's coming up. We don't want to hear it.
Listen, I got to tell you, listen, here's the deal. And I don't know if I know John's defending Jalen here, but, I mean, I think it's pretty well known by players that played with Jalen that, let me make this statement. If Purdy was the Eagles quarterback yesterday, they would have won by 10 or 20 points. Jalen can't run an offense. He's not smart enough to play a complicated.
This is
well, smart's not the right word. It's not about smarts. Hold on, Brian, hang on. When you say smart, that speaks to intelligence. It's not an intelligence issue. It's a football processing issue. For instance, Carson, smart guy, but he wasn't processing well in the pocket. There's a difference between, I want to be very clear, because sometimes this gets really misconstrued and it ticks me off. There's a difference between processing in the pocket and intelligence. I think I'm a relatively intelligent guy. I'd be horrible in the pocket. I'd be scared and I wouldn't process, being honest with you. So go ahead.
I didn't mean to say Jalen himself wasn't a smart guy. I'm saying football it's smart. He's not able to grasp complicated, exotic plays that the Eagles need to run. You look at the 49ers. And
you don't know that.
I
get him a coach that teaches him properly.
I listened to a podcast.
You said grasp. You said he's not able to grasp it. Like that is saying that.
Well, no, James, I think there's something to be said for whether
we don't know whether they've tried that. We have no idea.
Well, but again, I'll go back to hold on, Brian, hang on again. Again, I'm going to apply common sense. I think they have tried, and they feel he would fail at it, and that's why they don't do it more. Go ahead.
What
And
makes
so
you
I'm
think
not-
that?
Common sense.
I'm not making this up because if you talk, I listened to a podcast with LaShawn McCoy who said exactly the same
I
thing.
know.
I don't know what his beef is. He has a beef with the Eagles or Jalen, but he said exactly
Maybe he was
what I
talking
just
to
said.
A.J. Brown. Maybe that's his source.
Well, I mean, he's also saying that A.J. Brown, he feels bad for A.J. because he's not able to get the ball to Jalen. And he talks about guys like
Sounds
Randy
more likely
Moss and
like
others.
AJ's his source.
Well,
players,
I think a
players-
number of people are.
Mm-hmm.
You think so? Yeah. Well, I mean, he's
don't know.
talking about other top receivers whose teams made it a
Rhea,
point to get them
someday,
the
Rhea,
ball.
someday you and I are gonna teach Seltzer and Richie,
I think
football.
we should go out
can't
to
wait.
a bar
Can't wait.
and have some cocktails, and we'll
Can I
tell them
finish?
things we've heard.
Can I finish the point?
Sure.
Will you let me go?
Sure.
Because he said that, other teams got the ball to their top receivers and they succeeded. Now, didn't the Eagles try that in the last 3 games of the season? There was a targeted, approach to get the ball to AJ, and they were. I mean, and they were winning.
No,
What?
they weren't.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, I don't- I
when
don't
they
think
forced the
we're
ball to AJ, they
losing
lost
when
3
we
games
were
in a row,
focusing
Brian.
on
Yeah,
Brian,
I think
you're wrong.
Yeah, that last
that's
part.
not true.
That last part's not right. Let's listen to what he was referencing though with LaShawn. This was on his podcast after the Eagles lost the other day. LaShawn on Jalen.
I did a lot of digging, man. And I won't throw them under the bus here, but I know some people, right? And the problem is we can't do different exotic looks, different formations, different motions, because I'm hearing that he can't really do it.
Yeah. I mean, listen, John, I know that's going to stick in your craw, but people like Ray and I have heard a lot, and, LaShawn's heard, and, look, maybe they'll
so
try it, maybe
if
they
he
won't.
can't do it, it's teachable. Teach
Well,
him
it's
to do
it's
it.
maybe-
John,
This
I
is
think
what a
John, I
good
think it might
coach
be teachable,
does.
but he doesn't
This
want
is
to
what
do
a
it.
good
Yeah, there's part of that, so.
a good
Yeah.
coach can convince a quarterback that this is what we do
That's a good point.
because it'll help our team be better. This is absurd. All of this is absurd.
It's not absurd.
This is a 27-year-old young man
He's entering year
who
7.
can continue
6
to
years old.
27,
learn
that's
just
young,
like
man.
But he's entering year
everyone
6.
else continues to
quarterbacks are coming
learn
at
for their
24
entire
now.
career.
Did Carson?
No, Carson
so he did
stopped.
not.
Carson stopped being open to learning.
Okay.
Which is
You don't
Carson's
think
problem.
that might be part of this?
Carson's problem is Carson's.
Well, hold on.
That's not. Why does that dictate what Jalen is or what he represents?
I think there's a correlation.
Carson was stubborn, tried to take
You
too
don't
much.
think Jalen's stubborn?
Of course. Good players all are. Carson's stubborn. He tries to take too big a bite. Jalen does the opposite.
Yeah, he takes
it's almost
too
like
little a
apples and
bite.
oranges.
Yeah, too little a bite, but I think there's a
And
fundamental.
Jalen is focused on improving every day. He's focused on being, first and foremost, what's the word? They are accountable.
Yeah, Carson was
because of
never
the way
accountable.
That they trickle.
Carson was not accountable.
Yeah, I
They're
just don't think you
coached.
compare them. I think they're
accountability
just
is a
such
huge
different
part of the way
humans
this
in the
team
way they go about
functions.
their lives and the way they go about their business and what they do.
But you know what, James?
I don't think you
They
compare that because
both-
Carson didn't develop
It's
that Jalen
absurd
won't
to
develop.
But here's what's comparable.
Different offenses.
Here's what's
different
comparable.
Players.
They both irritated their teammates, and they both irritated people in that
Hey,
organization.
just like every
Dude,
player
it's-
on every team.
Not everybody did.
Oh, come on.
Not everybody did.
Not everybody.
Was
I
Jalen
can
irritating
give
them when they
you
won the Super Bowl?
Yes, I think they were
many
irritated with
quarterbacks.
them. No, James, yes, not that.
I think they
not
were
that
irritated.
night.
I think your point
Not
about
that night.
Jalen getting all the credit is that makes sense to me. But I don't think when they were winning the Super Bowl they were
Well,
irritated.
not that night.
These are
but that
human
season.
beings. They get irritated with one another. Why is that a permanent state?
Well,
it's not. Jalen talked yesterday about how, okay, AJ and I were on good terms. I'll talk to him about it. That's the ebb and flow of every team.
They might-
they're human beings. Some guys like other guys. Some
Right.
guys dislike other guys. Jalen Jalen's the highest paid guy in that locker room. Guys who have a lot of ego. Some guys I'm sure are offended by that. Some guys are offended by the car he drives. Who cares? They all have to be on the same page when they take the field, and that's the coach's job to get them to that point and to teach them what they don't know. That's where this staff has failed offensively.
Okay, let's say what time's yours.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Well, I want to say you call, or at least somebody did. and then we listen. At least that would be Seltzer and Lewis and whoever else is back there. And then we say best of the best. Let's hit it. What time's yours?
Give me a break, Joe, with the Jalen Hurts take. I watched him audible in the Rams game to a big run to Saquon Barkley. I watched him audible to a back shoulder fade to A.J. Brown in the Super Bowl. Shady McCoy is trying to get clickbait. Jalen is not the problem.
Can I ask you a question? Why didn't he audible at the line of scrimmage on 4th and 11?
Because he wasn't provided with the information to do so.
He wasn't.
The coaches. He
the
was coached
coaches
poorly.
need to give him that framework, Joe.
They gave him a play. You didn't like the look, John. Why didn't he audible?
I don't know. Well, did they give him the framework to be able to do that?
I'm not really asking you. It's more rhetorical. I'm asking the world. If it was such
I would say he did not have that available because he didn't do it.
So you think on that play he's not allowed to audible, but other plays, yes?
I think if he were permitted. First of all, why do you need the audible coming out of a timeout?
Well, you don't know.
He doesn't have.
Hold on, you don't know what
wherewithal.
You don't know what defense.
You
they're gonna
don't know.
No. No one knows.
You don't know.
John, nobody. Sirianni and Patullo know what defense they're going to. They know what they had the prior look before the timeout.
It was the same look.
They could change it.
It was the same look.
But we acknowledge they could change it. They say go with this play. If he didn't think it was the right play for that look that they then show pre-snap, why didn't he audible?
It was the same look. They were cover 4, all 4 down.
I'll say it again. Why didn't he audible?
Because he didn't have that available. They didn't teach him, okay, here's another play to run versus cover 4.
I disagree.
They came out of a timeout. Are you serious?
Yes.
That he should be able to call a timeout?
After 6 years, I would hope he can audible.
The coaches who are the ones teaching the players,
I disagree.
they need to have a better play for him coming out of the timeout, and they need to have it constructed, the framework for him to say, hold on, cover 4, this won't work. They didn't teach him enough.
I disagree.
There is way too much talent on this offense to have that season end like it did. I put 10% on execution in the players and 90% on the coaching, in particular the offensive coordinator. If he's there next year, I'll be here. I'll watch, but my heart won't be into it because I'm going to know how it's going to end.
Well, he won't be there, so you don't have to worry about that.
A.J. Brown was terrible. Got to catch those balls, but you have to give him some credit. And he got ripped for calling out what we all knew. He said the offense was brutal. Everything he said showed up, including him dropping balls. The play calls were terrible.
Yeah, but he still shouldn't have said it. No one was few were disagreeing with the premise that he was putting out there, whether it was accurate or not. The point that most of us made is he should not have gone public with it.
I know everybody's on Kevin Patullo to be fired, but what you should do is take a step back and think about this. If not him, then who? And when you figure out who the who is, are they really going to want to come here?
Nice job, Lewis. That was
that's funny.
That was really good work by Lewis.
And
with levity there.
And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-45.
All right, put some context into the offseason. I would say we're still in season wrap-up mode, but in 2 or 3 days, we'll be in, true offseason mode. What are we looking at?
Fascinating offseason. I mean, you went through it earlier. I thought, a lot of guys, when you went through the list, it's like boom, 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 boom of decisions that have to be made. I mean, it's a lot of big-time guys, a lot of guys who have been a part of something special. So, and then you got the coordinator thing. You've got the I don't think they'll give Jalen a contract. Jalen could ask for one. He's in that spot. There's so many. Who are you going to pay on defense? A.J. Brown. There is many different, tentacles to this offseason as I remember in a long time.
Yeah. No, I agree. And Sirianni and Hurts, both of them, their jobs could be on the line next season. I don't think either's job's on the line, this week. But next year, it could be decision time. All right, everyone, have a great rest of the day. Listen, sun has come up. At some point, we'll be in a better mood. It's still a tough week. It's frustrating. Frustration won our poll. I think it was the right choice. But better times ahead at some point. And, of course, Joe and Hugh, they're up next on 94 WIP.
as the Birds start their drive to the big game. Start your year with a new drive from Patriot Dealerships. Right now, Patriot is scoring big with low-rate financing and huge cashback offers on a full lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs. Patriot Dealerships makes it easy to win with great prices, flexible financing, and deals worth cheering for. Don't wait for the final whistle. Start your winning drive today at Patriot Dealerships, where the crown comes standard. Or visit patriotdealerships.com.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Don't forget to set your lineup.
All right, high efficiency heat pump, check. Clean air filter, check. New Carrier smart thermostat, check.
Don't get sidelined by your HVAC system this season. Your local Carrier Comfort Advisor offers a full lineup of home comfort solutions and convenient financing options to suit your needs. Visit nopaycarrier.com for local utility rebates and to find a comfort expert near you.
nopaycarrier.com.
Hey everybody, this is Hugh Douglas, and I'll say it, Tasty Cake doesn't miss. They're always rolling out amazing treats. For a limited time, you can get your hands on the salted caramel baked pie. Oh, that sounds tasty. It's a graham cracker crust caramel cheesecake flavor. That's the problem in the best way. And the mint chocolate candy cakes family pack means you're covered all week unless your family finds them first. Maybe one of those will become your new favorite. Classic snacks, new favorites, same great Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Time for change in Philly. We all know that, and that's not just getting rid of offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. That's not just trading A.J. Brown. It's time for change, real change for the Eagles. And if you want to get nuts, let's get nuts. Before he takes a head coaching job somewhere, go get Mike McDaniel. Make him your offensive coordinator and get him to build an offense around the guy it should be built around, Saquon Barkley. I'm Chris Mack.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe DeLeo, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Kyle Quinn is behind the glass. Lot to get to today. Devin Caney joins us 1 hour from now. Ross Tucker will be with us at 12:30. His thoughts on what he saw with the Eagles game and, of course, all of Wild Card Weekend, which is now on the books. You people later in the show. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. I got nothing, man. Everybody should get a 3D printer. How about that? Help you with your stress.
Is this the opposite of Friday Go Birds today? I got nothing.
Yeah, just get a 3D printer.
Okay, all right. Well, we're all stressed. I mean, we're stressed right now, Hugh. And that's you were right about that. A lot of stress going on as we await. We are officially on Patullo watch. I hope we're on Bo Bichette watch as well, but we're on Patullo watch here in Philadelphia.
Patullo watch is crazy.
Yeah, it's like waiting to see if the smoke's going to come out like the new Pope. That people want a new offensive coordinator, and they certainly want this one gone. And to start us off, I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend that I think Kevin Patullo is the next Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay. Let's not do that. I saw a very young, inexperienced coordinator this year that went through his lumps. I thought early he looked overwhelmed. I thought some good stuff in the red zone. Overall, obviously the season did not go the way Kevin Patullo wanted or the Eagles wanted. I think we all agree on that. That's obvious. But Hugh, I got to tell you, just listening to everyone the last couple of days, our show yesterday, listening to the morning show last couple of days, afternoon show yesterday, and seeing the reaction out there, I got to tell you, I think we are going way overboard as a city, as a fan base with this Kevin Patullo stuff. This guy is getting way too much blame for what went on Sunday specifically, but certainly the entire season. We're talking about this guy as if he ruined everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not true.
No.
I mean, no, there's more that's gone on here this season than just Kevin Patullo. And I blame the players more for Sunday. I blame the players more for this season than I do Kevin Patullo. Like the Eagles, you can have, if everyone just wants a head on a stick, I mean, it just feels like that's what we want. We just want fire someone so we all feel better. All right, go ahead. Go do it. Fire Kevin Patullo. But the problems are not going to go away with the Eagles offense because Kevin Patullo gets either reassigned today or tomorrow or the next day or whatever. I think this guy has gotten way too much blame for what happened this season. He's not great, clearly, but there's striking issues on this offense that it just feels like everyone wants to ignore the real issue because this one makes us feel better. Like there's no connection to Kevin Patullo, right? No one has Kevin Patullo jerseys. No one has decided he's their favorite player. No one likes him. So it's like, oh, just blame him. Okay, blame Kevin Patullo. I think he's getting too much blame for what has gone on the whole season and certainly on Sunday. Where do you come down?
He is getting too much blame, Joe, but that's what has to happen because in my eyes, you're not getting rid of the quarterback if he's the problem. Let me say that because I think that there's underlying current that people think that Jalen Hurts, if it's not Kevin Patullo, then it's Jalen Hurts. I'm here to tell you it's a little bit of everything. It's not just Jalen Hurts. And I want to be clear with that, even though I know when you say it, nobody's going to hear me say it.
Did you hear what Hugh Douglas said? Oh, my goodness.
But it's not all Jalen. But Jalen has to be held accountable for some of this. Now, listening to what was said, some of the stories that have come out and all the other stuff, there's a thought that a lot of this stems from the fact that Jalen refuses to grow as a quarterback. And I think that's part of the problem. But I also think part of the problem is that these coaches have failed to push Jalen. And I think that's where Kevin Patullo falls short in that sense, and that's why he has to go. Last year, when Kellen Moore was here, we saw early in the season how that offense tried to evolve and do certain things, and it didn't go out the way that it didn't start the way that we wanted it to. So we leaned more into the running game, and it was simple, and we went to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Coach Patullo is a victim of the success that the Eagles had last year. He's a victim because, when you go into this and you say, I'm hiring from within, I'm going to give him a shot. I think now, recklessly speculating, part of that is that when Kellen Moore left, he probably was shell-shot at the way that he had to run this offense because he had to, for lack of a better way of saying it, dumb it down in order for it to be successful. So now you're trying to find an offensive coordinator. Nobody wants the job. And now you have to hire from within because you're feeling like the guy that's within the building already, he can handle the situation. Situation got out of hand, Joe. And this is me recklessly speculating. I don't have anything. I ain't talked to nobody. I don't know what's going on in the building. This is just me looking at what has been said, what has transpired over the last year and a half, and recklessly speculating. But he's the guy. You talking about a head on the pike, on the stick?
Yeah.
He has to be the guy.
We want blood.
Yeah, he's the guy.
If we're all acknowledging that, it's fine. But the idea that this is all this guy's fault is ridiculous. I'm just going to lay something out for everyone, and I just want you honestly to think about how you'd answer this question. All right? So before the season started, Ken Patullo, first-year offensive coordinator, if I had told you all these things I'm about to tell you, you tell me how you think the offense would perform this season. All right? Let's go through some of the things that these are things that happened this year. And I don't think, I would say most of what I'm about to say you could have Bill Walsh, you could have Andy Reid, you could have Kevin Patullo call the plays. The things I'm about to say probably would not have been different. Ready? Let's go through them. If I had told you before the season the offensive line would be clearly worse, specifically health-wise. Landon Dickerson had a surgery in the offseason and then hurt his knee and had a surgery in training camp. He was not the same this year. We all saw it with our eyes. Cam Jurgens, coming off a back surgery in the offseason, was not the same this year. We all saw it with our eyes. Tyler Steen, the replacement for Mekhi Becton, not quite as good as Becton was last year. We all saw it with our eyes. Lane Johnson missed about half the season, right? Is that anything to do with Kevin Patullo? Probably not. Health of the offensive line, play of the offensive line, dramatically worse than last year. Let's go to the running back who carried the team last year. Forget Kellen Moore. The running back last year carried the team. Saquon Barkley, probably because of all the carries last year and the offensive line not being as good, was not close to what he was last year. So O-line not as good because of health. Running back not as good because of probably wear and tear and the O-line. All right, let's throw those two things in. Then let's go to A.J. Brown, who missed a few games due to injury. When he was out there, he was mostly pouting the entire season, and then in the biggest game of the year, had 3 drops. I'm not really putting that on Kevin Patullo. And then we go to the quarterback, who clearly was up and down this entire season. You want to blame Patullo for that? All right, okay. But one thing that came out during the season was that there was reports that Jalen Hurts, during training camp and during the summer, told the Eagles, and there was back and forth, that he didn't maybe want to run as much anymore. So if I told you before the season, the O-line would be a total difference in health and production. The running back would be basically half of what he was last year. The star wide receiver would have health issues and complain every other week, and Jalen Hurts wouldn't run as much. Hugh, would you expect the offense to be better, worse, or the same?
I would expect it to be worse, Joe.
Okay.
But here's the reality of it, and I think that, all those things are true. And it's not just one thing when it comes to why this offense was inept this year. But when you look at the play design, you look at the play calling, and you look at the lack of the creativity in the play calling, you got to point to the coordinator. And the reason why you do that is this. Everything that you're saying is true. But when I look at a decimated team like the San Francisco 49ers that we just lost to, and you see them come to town and beat us, then that dog that you're talking about doesn't hunt because they were hurt. They were banged up, especially on the defensive side of the ball. In that game that we just played, they lost their best weapon in Kittle, and they still found a way to win the game. Like, everything you're saying is true, Joe, and it's not fair to blame Kevin Patullo for everything. But when you talk about the ineptitude of this offense, and you look at another offense that was devoid of talent all year long, and they still found a way to get it done, you can't justify this offense with the talent that we had, and I know they had injuries and everything. You can't justify that when you see it happen in the NFL all the time.
I think and I understand your point, and it's a good one. If the scale is Kyle Shanahan or Kevin Patullo, it's not even a question, right? Like Patullo's not in his league. He's not in his universe. But it's all being thrown at Patullo as if this it's not fair.
It's not.
This is as big of a scapegoat as I've seen around here in a long time.
It is. Okay. I don't disagree with that, Joe, but scapegoat nonetheless.
Okay. I mean, let's say the news comes down, and we are on Patullo watch. Let's say the news comes down today that they fire Kevin Patullo. Is Jalen Hurts any faster or more accurate?
No.
Is the offensive line any healthier?
No.
Okay. So that's that.
But let me tell you what's going to happen. Let me recklessly speculate on what's going to happen. We feel as a fan base that it's the coordinator that ruined our season.
That's the overwhelming feeling. Yeah.
So I feel what's going to happen is this. And there has been players that have come out and they've defended Patullo, but they've also said on one hand that the offense has been the same or stagnant, if you will, for the last couple of years.
But Patullo's not responsible for that.
I know he's not, but what's going to happen, in my opinion, is this. They're going to bring somebody in here that's going to run their own offense. And we're going to be in a situation that we've been in for the last 5 years. And I feel like when that happens, everybody's going to have to step up and learn.
Well, you might be right about that. Or you mentioned some of those players defending Kevin Patullo. This stood out to me. I mean, look, this could go one of two ways. And the players could say, hey, I don't know, what do you want me to tell you? Or they could say it's not his fault. And it's been a lot of players that I've heard over the last couple days. They're saying this is not Kevin Patullo's fault. And it makes me think we are blaming this guy too much. Let's start with some of the active Eagles here that were on his offense this year. Let's hear from Saquon Barkley talking about Kevin Patullo and his role in all this.
You have to point the finger at one person. Like, that's what you guys have to do in your job. Somebody got to catch the blame, especially when we had the season we had the year before. Do I think that's fair? No. I don't think that's fair at all. I'll be the first one to say that I played to the level I played last year. I don't think so. So I let him down. I let the teammates down. We all. It's a group thing. I know you guys are gonna point at one person and say that. It's a group effort, and I think I got nothing but positive things to say about KP as a man, as a coach. Just we fell short. And, we as a collective, and I want to make sure we get this, as a collective, didn't do enough, and that's just the truth.
All right, so there's Saquon Barkley saying we and saying it's not on Kevin Patullo. Let's go to Devontae Smith, his wide receiver, who was on track for a heck of a year, and then halfway through the season, they kind of moved more towards AJ, and it didn't go, Devontae's way the rest of the year, but still had a good season, and is still an important player around here. Here's Devontae on Patullo.
I feel like he did a great job, man. A lot of the stuff was on us as players. It works hand in hand. We have to all pick each other up. We have to pick him up. He has to pick us up. And I feel like he called great the whole year. Offensively, we just didn't execute well.
I feel like he called it great all year. We, as the offense, didn't execute it well. I just go to Sunday. I mean, that whole last drive, there's guys open. There's plays to be made. There's a drop. And then Jalen has 3 straight poor plays leading to the 4th and 11. I mean, I can't get the third down play out of my head.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it.
Devontae's wide open. I mean, if it's caught, right? If Jalen makes a good throw, which it was not a good throw, Jalen makes a good throw, Devontae catches it, it's first down. Is Patullo to blame for that one?
Nope.
Or is that a good play call?
Good play call.
Okay, I'm just making sure we were.
Well, Joe, I hear what you're saying, but the consensus is Kevin Patullo, because a lot of people don't understand, and no disrespect to the people out there, but they don't understand the way the offense works. We see that the offense was inept all year long. And the plays were vanilla. You cannot deny that. There were, for whatever reason, the plays were not creative at all season long. I mean, that's something you cannot deny. Whether or not that's all Kevin Patullo, that remains to be found out.
What I think is it's easier for us to just say Patullo's the problem because we don't want to think about what the real problem might be.
Yeah, it might be the quarterback.
Yeah,
I said, and when I said it a few months ago, I got called every name but a child of God.
And with that, the offensive line may not be as dominant as we think it used to be. And with that, the running back may be in decline because that's what happens to great running backs when they get close to the age of 30. And A.J. Brown, for as great of a player as he's been in 4 years, did he look as explosive this year to you as he used to?
No, not down the stretch.
Okay.
Then this is the bad part about talking bad about somebody or putting somebody on blast, like we used to say back in the day. When you have games like that, your chickens come home to roost. And that's what happened for A.J. But the bottom line is this. This is a bottom line business. There's a lot of money out there on that football field.
Yeah.
The quarterback makes a lot of it. The quarterback makes the most of it. He's not going to get the heat because he's been to 2 Super Bowls and he's had winning seasons ever since he's been at the helm. And he deserves that respect. Kevin Patullo, on the other hand, you the odd man out because you ain't got that pedigree. You don't have. Wait a minute, Joe. This is what we used to say. You ain't got enough credit hours.
Yeah.
You ain't got enough credit
I'm glad
hours
we
for
all
that.
see the same thing. So we're blaming a guy too much because we don't want to blame the other people.
But,
and that's fine.
But here's the thing. You're gonna follow the money or the lack of money or the least amount of money that you're gonna have to replace, and that's what it is. The quarterback is gonna get another chance at this. This is what I think is gonna happen. If it's Jalen. They're gonna put Jalen in a position with the new coordinator, whomever he is, and they're gonna run a different offense, and it's gonna be the offense that the coordinator wants to run. And if Jalen can't run it, then they're gonna move on from Jalen.
Well, you might be right. We'll see where it goes. We're all on Patullo watch right now. I think the guy's getting way too much blame. Let's hear from Jason Kelce last night before the Monday Night Football playoff game. Passionate in that this was not on Kevin Patullo.
And I know that everybody is out on Kevin Patullo. I happen to know the guy. I love Kevin Patullo. I know he's a great coach. I know it wasn't the best performance this year offensively. They had the #1 highest paid offense in the league and were mediocre across the board. That's unacceptable. They had their chances to win that game yesterday, and the players didn't make the plays. There's no reason that, and I'm trying to, what Robert Saleh did, that defense is commendable. What they've done to get to here is absolutely a testament to that organization and how well they're built and they function across the board. Kyle Shanahan with the trickeration, finding a way to get things open and everything like that. You tip your cap to them, but Philly had their opportunities.
He's dead right. I mean, he is dead right. There were plays to be made on the last drive. In fact, they walked down the field. AJ's wide open, drops the ball.
Yeah.
Goddard wide open. Jalen hits him first down. They walked right down the field. Yeah. And then what happened on the 4 plays? The quarterback stunk.
Yeah. Okay. And that's fair to assume.
Yeah. Well, I'm not assuming anything. I watched him get tripped up by a defensive lineman. I watched him roll out. You know what's not going to get out of my head for until we play the next game?
Mm-hmm.
They have 3 downs left in their season, and Jalen Hurts threw the ball out of bounds on 2nd down. And how is anyone okay with this? How is anyone okay? How is it Kevin Patullo's fault that on 2nd down, a $50 million quarterback threw the ball out of bounds on 2nd down?
Because of the play call.
No, Hugh.
No.
Run!
Joe, you about to stand up.
No, but Hugh, are you seriously okay with throwing the ball out of bounds?
Joe, I'm not.
Robert Saleh must have been giggling. Like, this guy just threw the ball out of bounds on 2nd down? He has 2 plays left in his season, and he threw a play away. This is like, look over here. This is the problem.
Joe.
Look over here.
I hear you.
Oh, you don't think you do?
I do, Joe.
He threw the ball to bounds.
And you know what's
on
funny?
2nd down.
You know what's
How
funny?
is anyone with a brain okay with this?
Dan Orlovsky.
My God.
Dan Orlovsky.
Joe's getting red.
Yeah, he is. He's super red. I ain't never seen Joe that red.
I am red.
Dan Orlovsky pointed out.
We got to turn the air down.
I got you in a minute, dog. Okay. Dan Orlovsky pointed out in that drive that they had 8 plays and 4 of those were similar.
Yeah.
Like 4 similar plays.
They worked.
That to me tells me that this offense lacks creativity for whatever reason. I think that's why Kevin Patullo is going to be a scapegoat.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I think, Joe, and I know you hate when I say that, but there's a lot of underlying things in this equation that are going to make it him. Like the quarterback is a 2-time Super Bowl participant, 1-time Super Bowl champion.
Yeah,
and he's had success.
I get what is going to go on here. Like, I'm
and it's
well
not,
aware.
Life ain't fair. Life ain't fair,
okay,
Joe.
but we can at least acknowledge it's this. If there's a pie of blame, and you ask everyone listening to create the pie of blame, I think this thing would look like 90% Patullo, and I'm saying, guys, you guys are missing this thing.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle, where do you come down? Is Kevin Patullo, who we are officially on watch for his job here, is he getting too much blame?
Well, yeah, because I think it's easy and comforting for people to just say it's one thing, and you fix that, and then all of a sudden we're going back to the Super Bowl next season. Like that's easy for people to do. I just think if you go down the ledger of what's different from last year versus what's the same from last year, it's you have the O-line playing worse. They're more banged up. Saquon probably, maybe he's lost a step, whatever. Just not as good, not as effective as last season. A.J. Brown, not as effective, not as good as last season. Jalen Hurts, not as effective as a runner, not really running as much as last season. That's different. And then you have the same, which is the offensive, I think, like philosophy or scheme, being conservative, whatever that is, molded in the image of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, two constants here from the last 5-6 years. And then you have the play of the quarterback, which I think largely is the same as last season. They were the 29th ranked passing offense last year. If anything, I would argue that he was less efficient this year. He was less accurate, things that he's normally good at. And he's just more inconsistent game to game, down to down. Like, I think that's what we have here. None of those things to me add up to Kevin Patullo is the problem. And you get him out of here, and then all of a sudden everything's going to be okay. But I'm resigned to the fact that he's probably going to go. Yeah. He's going to get axed for this, and I'm not going to shed a tear over it. Whatever. But who do we get in here? Like, I think people that think that we're going to get somebody in here and now all of a sudden they're going to have their offense, they're going to hand the keys over like we did with the defense to Fangio. They're fooling themselves. I mean, this is what we have. This offense, I think largely, schematically, is not going to change. If we go into this and run this back with all these same guys next season, the hope that we have to have is that the run game gets better and the offensive line gets better. That's it.
By the way, for everyone out there who thinks just new coach, same players, that's going to be the plan. 2 years ago when the defense was awful and they brought Fangio in, they also changed half the defense. I mean, they didn't give Fangio some same players.
Oh yeah.
So we're going to get a new coach, and I hope that guy's better, and he probably will be a better coach because there's some more accomplished coaches out there. I'm just saying, like, this idea that just Patullo out, new guy in, 30 points a game. Guys, I don't think so.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think if you allow me to recklessly speculate for a while, I think, and I said this last night, I feel like this is going to be similar to the Dan Marino, Jimmy Johnson thing. When Jim Johnson took over for Miami and Dan Marino was the quarterback, and he ran a different offense that wasn't conducive to Dan Marino's skill set, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of that. Because the one thing I feel like this fan base needs to do, if it's the case, let me say that first, because I don't want anybody to think that I don't know what's going on with the Eagles. Let me say that first. I don't know. I don't think it's all Kevin Patullo. I think it's a bunch of different things and a lot of what you talked about, Joe. But the problem is this. Jalen is the face of the franchise. Jalen has taken this team to 2 Super Bowls. We've had winning seasons with Jalen. Say, for instance, for the sake of this argument, that it is Jalen. Say, for the sake of this argument, that Jalen is the problem and Jalen doesn't want to evolve as a quarterback. Most people don't know that. Most people can't see that. So if you move on from Jalen, it's going to be a coup.
Well, that's fine. I mean, but no players above reproach.
But wait a minute, Joe.
Well
the problem is this. Everybody's going to be wondering why you moved on from Jalen. And a lot of people are going to be thinking the same way that some callers were thinking yesterday. Self, for example. They're going to be thinking that's the reason why they want to move on. But it's Joe, it's the reality of where we are with this quarterback.
It's fine. Jalen Hurts is probably going to be the quarterback next year.
But it's going to be a coordinator in here that's going to run the offense the way that he wants to run it. And if Jalen can't run it, then they're going to move on from Jalen.
I agree. That's likely where this is going, and that's fine. I mean, I understand that the idea is going to be to try to rehabilitate the quarterback. That he's under contract. I get that. I'm just saying the idea that the whole city's just decided Patullo has destroyed the Philadelphia Eagles. You guys are missing what happened this year. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get everyone's phone calls up on this side. I think we're scapegoating Kevin Patullo. I mean, he's just become all right. So as long as we all acknowledge that we just want to head on.
Somebody got to eat this turd sandwich.
There we go. So,
I'm just saying, somebody got to eat this turd sandwich.
Where do you guys come down on the Patullo thing? Plus, more on Jalen's role in all this. What he said about KP yesterday when asked, and Some very interesting stuff from Jeff McClain on Hurts and Patullo and the inner workings of the offense this year. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, I know it's cold out, but it'll be summer before you know it. Hey, it's Spike. And if this summer you want to skip finding a shore house to rent, spending thousands of dollars to do it, and getting your own beach house, you'll reach out to the only guy you need. That is Adam Kasabi out of Long and Foster. You spell that Ksebe. A true partner, not just the guy showing up at closing. And while Delaware beaches are his expertise, he's got a huge network of realtors in PA, Jersey, wherever you need. Make him your first call. When it's time to buy or sell, Adam's direct cell phone number is 302-864-8643 or go to buyindelaware.com.
Since 1876, T. Frank McCall's has stood alongside the people who build and care for our region. As we celebrate 150 years, we thank you, our customers, partners, and neighbors, for being part of our story. Visit tfrankmccalls.com.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Health officials are warning of a possible measles exposure last Wednesday at the Philly Airport and 30th Street Station. Leaders in Limerick, Montgomery County are mulling over a proposed data center near the Philadelphia Premium Outlets. And Germantown announces a series of events to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The working families of La-Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up, let you hear what Jalen Hurts said yesterday when asked about the future of Kevin Patullo. And Jeff McClain on his podcast talking about what's next with the Eagles offense coordinator. Plus, some quotes from his latest article. The headline, the Jalen Hurts roller coaster is about to lose Kevin Patullo. How will the next rider fare? We'll get to that. First, though, some phone calls here. Lamar in Philly talking about Patullo. What's up, Lamar?
Oh, man. How you guys doing this morning?
What's up, man? We're good, Lamar.
All right, Joe. I don't know, man. Man, I used to be on board with everything you said years ago when you were on get rid of Wentz.
Mm-hmm.
Man, lately I just can't connect with you, Joe. I mean, like, I'm listening to what you're saying
Lamar,
about
let's just be clear. You like Jalen Hurts, so criticism of Jalen Hurts you can't connect with. I mean, this is simple. I mean, it's not about me or you. It's about Hurts.
That's not it. That's not it, Joe. We're both old enough. We watch enough football to understand.
All right, you're right. So give me your take.
I heard you mention some of the plays on that last drive.
Yes,
but you failed to mention all the 2nd and 19s that this guy called inside zone. You failed to mention those, Joe. There's a lot of them.
So let's unpack it again. So we have a head coach whose whole thing is about turnover differential, right? Do you think Sirianni has anything to do with when they fall behind the sticks, how conservative they get?
Oh, Joe, that was going to my next point.
Okay.
But since you want to take it there, yeah. So you were saying is Patullo getting too much blame?
Yeah.
I said he's getting his fair share of the blame, and I don't think it's too much. But if you're going to put the blame anywhere else, you're doing what every single media head is doing all over the world right now. You're taking it to Sirianni. You're saying, I got a head coach that I don't know what he's doing, don't know what he's doing, and he's hired his best boy that never done it before. So none of it makes sense. A head coach that nobody knows what he does, but for some reason we give him the authority to hire another guy that's never done it.
Well, I mean, I didn't give him the authority. The Eagles did. Also, we got to be fair about it, Lamar. They were coming off a Super Bowl championship. Like, if there's ever a time where the head coach is going to get to pick his coordinator, they had just won the Super Bowl. What are we going to do?
That would make sense, Joe, if Howie Roseman didn't assemble this whole thing and wasn't pulling all the strings.
Right.
Again, if you can put your finger on one thing that Sirianni did to make them win the Super Bowl, other than clapping and cheering and yelling going down the tunnel, then I'll give you credit for that. Other than that, there's nothing. Yeah. Everybody, you know what I seen that game Sunday? I wasn't even as mad as I usually is, Joe. I seen Kyle Shanahan continuously get use check, a fullback wide open.
Yes.
Continuously wide open. And again, in 5 seasons, Joe, I've never seen anything that Sirianni has done in that manner. And then you hire Patullo. Again, you're right. All of it's not Patullo's fault. You literally say, here's the best job in America right now with the most talented. Here, we know you don't have any experience. Figure it out as you go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened. It never got figured out. The players don't believe in the system. When you call in 2nd and 19, if I'm in that huddle, Joe, I hear inside zone when Barkley. I mean, my 7-year-old kid have watched Barkley get 1 yard gain or 3 yard losses out of shotgun. 2nd and 19. So you're at 2nd and 19, but you're taking a handoff 24 yards.
Lamar, but what do you think that says? Like, to me, it says one of two things. Like, I'm with you. I don't like that either. I mean, they're giving up on the possession. I feel the same thing as you. So it tells me that they just think they could win with defense. They don't need offense. And it also tells me they don't trust the quarterback to throw on obvious passing situations.
So, Joe, let me ask you a question.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with?
I disagree.
I disagree. Why do you think they are running on 2nd and 18?
Because I think that, I'm going to tell you right now, Joe, I think that Howie Roseman, I'm going to give Lurie and Roseman more credit than being that stupid. I don't think they're giving a guy $60 million that nobody trusts. Because if so, you can get rid of him now.
Well,
you
hold
can get
on.
out of the contract now.
No, but, okay. So then you think that, then what is the reason they're running on 2nd and 18?
Because this is my thought, Joe. Sirianni has to have something he hangs his hat on because he ain't got much going.
Right.
Hey, we don't want to turn the ball over. So that's my big call.
Oh, so
I might not do nothing the rest of the day.
Lamar, I'm with you then. That was one of the things I said, right? They just think they could win with defense. Let's not turn the ball over. But Lamar, if that's handcuffing the coordinator. Like we're deciding this guy is a moron when if you have a head coach that says run on 2nd and 18, what is the coordinator supposed to do? Throw?
So I'm going to tell you what I would do, Joe. I would package both of them off and send them down to shot right. I would get rid of both of them. I would package Patullo and Sirianni because what's going to happen, Joe, is you got a bunch of – the good thing about them losing, and this is my insight, they lost when all these coaches are available. If they went on a deep run, my God, we'd have to see both of these guys again. And again, I've seen enough in 1 year. I don't never have to see Sirianni and probably will never see Kevin Patullo calling plays ever again. And it's only because he's – now, again, if Sirianni was a real stand-up guy, he would go to bat and say, look, that's all my fault. He ran my offense. He called every play I wanted him to call. Don't blame him. Blame me. If anybody got to go, I'll bite the bullet.
You know what? That's kind of how Doug left. And Lamar, good phone call. I'm glad we recovered from the beginning. We don't
you got a little rocky.
Yeah, it's fine. We can disagree. I like Lamar. Yeah, I mean, I guess Sirianni could do that. I mean, he could go to bat for his guy, and he could say, if he's going, I'm going. But that means he's probably going to lose his job.
No, I don't think he
I mean, Doug did that for his guy.
But Sirianni ain't about to do that. Though.
Okay, but Lamar's right. I mean, Sirianni could do that.
Yeah, Sirianni ain't about to do that. Though.
Okay.
You can look at certain cats and see who down the ride like that. I don't think Sirianni that cat. I don't think he's that cat.
Now, Lamar brought up that this is an interesting time for them to need a coordinator, right? Because there's a lot of names out there, a lot of former offensive head coaches that are now unemployed. I do wonder how quickly the Eagles are going to move here, Hugh. I mean, a few years ago, they did not land Vic Fangio after the Super Bowl 57.
Yeah, that's probably fresh on everybody's mind.
And then they did get him, obviously, the next year. But, you know, there's a lot of names out there people are interested in, but they got to move quickly here. Otherwise, I would say in the next week or two, those people are going to take head coaching jobs.
Yeah, you want to try to get your offense, and you want to try to figure this out as quickly as you possibly can.
Yep.
So I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on that.
Jalen Hurts spoke yesterday. Locker cleanout day. He was asked about Kevin Patullo's future. Here's how he answered that.
It's too soon to think about that. And like I said, I put my trust in Howie, Nick, and Mr. Lurie.
What about A.J. Brown? Would you like A.J.?
AJ and I have talked. We're in a great place.
Your thought on that juxtaposition?
Jalen's a smart man. He could have just said no because that's what you was feeling.
No, he can't say no.
Yeah, why not?
No, you can't say no.
Why not?
He's going to sit there and the guy's not fired and say, I don't want him back. He can't do that.
Joe, and Kyle for that matter.
He can't.
You saw the way I was looking at
you. When somebody, that's just like somebody asked me, hey, how you like working with Joe Giglio? Well, I'm going to talk to Rod about that. That's Rod's decision.
Yeah. That's you saying no without saying no.
Okay, so you might as well say no.
No, he can't say no.
Why not?
Because if he says no, you know what that is. He's putting all the blame on Patullo.
What did we just agree that he just said?
No, hold on. He leaves like reasonable doubt. By not outright saying.
I've been working with you guys for 3 years.
He can't
say no. Hold on. That'd be so unprofessional if he said no.
Okay, but no, it'd be honest. It'd be my honest.
No, but
listen,
he's the franchise
how long I've been working with y'all?
No.
How long I've been working with y'all?
3 years.
If somebody asked me, because now listen, this is the reality of what he did. If I did you like that, Joe, our relationship changes.
Sure. Well, there's
well, right, but there's a difference between that
it's no difference.
No, there.
What's the difference?
There's absolutely a difference because if you did, like, if somebody said, "Do you like working with Joe?" and the answer was actually yes, you're like, "Yes, of course I like working with Joe." If the answer is no, you don't outright say no.
This is what I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to get you guys to see. If I don't say yes, then I'm saying no, regardless to
right.
regardless to how I say it, I'm saying no.
No, but there's an image or like a front that you like. It sort of goes without saying that you have to be you have to take the high road.
No, it doesn't go without saying.
Yes, you do.
No, it does not.
You know you have to take the high road. Honesty is not always the best policy.
Kyle,
what are you talking about?
My thing is this. And you're right. I'm not arguing that point. But when you answer it that way, you're basically answering it no. So you might as well say no.
There's a difference between lying and not telling the truth.
I also think
there is. Because
he probably knows he's gone anyways, and he just didn't want to have to
because
throw it out
everyone
there.
knows what the real answer that you're saying is, but you can't already say it.
You would have been better off saying, "Hey, that's a decision left for the people upstairs."
That's what he said.
That's exactly what he did say.
No, but you're still saying no. You're still saying no.
No, but
you're still saying you don't
the
want
best
him
way to say no. We know that he's saying no.
You got to say. You might well say no, dog.
No,
you might well say no.
All right, there's that's not it though. We have more. Jeff McClain on his podcast here. He's talking about the future of Patullo and how this thing might go.
From what I understand, there were conversations being held over the last few weeks about the questions that we were asking ourselves as a kind of a media corps was okay, what's it going to take for Kevin Patullo to stay? Did they have to get to the Super Bowl? Do they have to win to the Super Bowl? And internally, they were asking themselves the same question. How bad will it look if we move on from him after reaching the Super Bowl? It could have happened, and it might have happened. But this way, they have an easy. It's an easy out. He's going to be removed, and maybe he kind of goes back to his old spot as pass game coordinator. And what you'll hear from Nick Sirianni is I put him in a bad spot. This is my call. It wasn't fair to him coming off a Super Bowl title to put him into this position, et cetera, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and the whole thing sounds like spin. I mean, the whole thing sounds like scapegoat spin. I mean, that's what it feels like there. So they might keep him and just move him down the rung, which, again, that's fine. But as long as I just think we need to come to an agreement here that this guy's getting way too much of the piece of the pie of the blame here. There's a lot of issues now.
Oh, no, he is, but he's the low man on the totem pole.
Yeah, so we just pile on.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as we're all on the same page.
That's how a scapegoat works.
That's basically
the definition.
Yeah, he's being scapegoated. All right, so Jeff McClain also wrote this morning about some sort of split within the building. Hugh, about the offense and why it struggled. I'm going to read from the article. Quote, the Eagles' best leaders looked internally at themselves and what they can improve and refused to point fingers. But there was definitely some redirecting of criticism with the split about evenly distributed between Hurts and Patullo. This part was interesting. The Hurts critics just seem louder. Some of their gripes were performance-based, like the offense isn't exotic and moves slow because Hurts can't read complex defenses or doesn't want pre-snap motion, or his inability to process post-snap limits middle field throws, or he doesn't want to run as much anymore. That's from critics within the Eagles about Jalen Hurts. You good over there?
No, I'm just saying. I tried to tell y'all.
Well, so I just
you guys are both on the show.
Well, I know.
I'm just saying. I tried to tell y'all this. When I said maybe it was Jalen a few weeks ago, and we still don't know.
But may I just offer this? When everyone says the play calling wasn't creative enough, is that paragraph not potentially reasoning why the play calling was vanilla?
Yes, it is.
So what are we doing?
We got a $50 million quarterback, so we gonna blame the man that makes the least amount of money.
There we go.
Okay. Joe, I didn't say it was fair. But you asked me what it was.
That's sort of what we're asking.
It's not fair.
Is it fair?
No, it's not.
It's not fair.
It's not fair, but it's what's going to happen.
I'm aware.
Because who's going to believe? Like, this is what we're talking about. Who's going to believe that Jalen's the problem when you've seen the success that Jalen has had?
Well, I mean, Kyle did point out something fair. The passing game stunk last year. He wasn't the coordinator.
We went to the Super Bowl.
Because of the running game and the offensive line and the back and the defense.
We went over this a million times.
We've done this.
I hear what you're saying.
Do you?
But yeah, you know what? I get it. I get it. But the reality is, the man's went to 2 Super Bowls and both times.
So above reproach.
He's outplayed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
So he's above reproach.
For whatever. I'm not saying he's above reproach because the worms turned. Because to your point, there's a lot of people, these stories, and I knew that this was going to happen. We all knew this was going to happen. We've been in this business long enough to know.
Of course it was.
That at the end, when it went bad, you can't go bad when you're winning. But when you lose, that's when the chickens come home to roost. And that's what's happening now. Now, the question is, okay, Kevin Patullo is a sacrificial lamb. Bring forth the sacrificial lamb. You can't move on from Jalen because Jalen is a 2-time Super Bowl participant, and he's had winning seasons. And I'm going to tell you the truism about all this. Hard to find a quarterback, man. Regardless of Jalen's shortcomings or whatever you want to say, he has been successful in the NFL. You can't argue that for whatever reason. If it's that they've dumbed it down for him or made it conducive for him, it could be the talent. But the bottom line is this. This team is better with Jalen at the helm right now. In the eyes of the fans, I should say.
Well, yeah.
So
without offering an alternative, sure.
Yeah, but see, that's where you're at. You can't move on from him. He's the last person that if we're talking about the hierarchy of how this thing's going to change, he's going to be the last person you decide to move off of.
Well, I mean,
AJ higher than that. Kevin Patullo is the number one candidate.
Patullo might be done by the end of the show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Patullo the number one candidate, but Jalen, no, we ain't doing that until it's proven that Jalen can't do certain things. That's the problem, Joe. We're recklessly speculating.
I know, but again, because we don't like we like Jalen. We like the players. People buy their jerseys. They cheer for them. Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl, right? Like all those things. There's great.
The truism.
I get it. I mean, I understand where this is coming from. There's great memories with players. I mean, this is the same. We do this all the time in sports. We ignore the truth because we want to blame somebody else. It's easier. Makes us. We'll all feel good when they fire Kevin Patullo. I'm just saying, like the pie of blame feels way too big on one person versus everything else. And again, people hear this as Hurts. I mentioned the offensive line was a far cry from last year. The run game was a far cry. And without that, Jalen Hurts, they're not going to score a bunch of points if it's a drop-back passing game. We've known that his whole career. AJ was hurt. AJ was miserable the whole year. He dropped passes in the last game. So it's all of them. But the coordinators gets the blame. So that's the way we go. One more quote from the article here. I want to read this one to you, Hugh. This is from Jeff McClain today, Philadelphia Inquirer. Quote, it's hard to believe that Hurts doesn't have a say in those conversations. He's talking about the way the offense looks. Mm-hmm. He has said his influence has steadily increased. Some team sources have said it's much greater than has been conveyed. But if he has been overpowering coaches, isn't that as much of an indictment of Sirianni and Patullo as it is the quarterback?
Kind of said that.
Well, you did. You said that yesterday, too.
I'm a visionary.
But if... I don't know, visionary. On what?
I don't like how you do this and act like we all disagreed with you.
I mean,
we all haven't been saying the same thing.
You kind of look at me with
No. Full disclosure, you were the last to join. You were the one telling me all last offseason Hurts the second best player in the NFL.
He was.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
Never was.
He was.
No,
that's clearly not.
No.
He was.
And Joe and I tried to tell you.
No, I didn't say the second best player.
And now all of a sudden I'm an oracle.
I said the second best quarterback.
Not a chance.
I said the second best quarterback.
Yeah,
Don't you try to twist my words there, Kyle Quinn.
Well, that was also
the truth.
a lie.
It was the truth.
It wasn't even close.
It was the truth.
It wasn't even close.
It was the truth. I still stand by that.
Not even.
I'm a visionary.
Well, not right now. He's struggling right now.
Well, obviously, yeah.
He's struggling right now.
Scored 19 points.
But when I said it, when I dropped that gem,
nope.
It was a gem.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. John and Wayne. What's up, John?
You're just mad. You didn't think that.
Yeah.
What's up, man? What you got?
Hey, John.
Is it me?
Yes, it's you.
Yes.
I'm on. Hey,
hey, John. What's going on? What's
up? Love your show. Listen, and you, by the way, you are a child of God. Don't ever forget that. Okay, you made a comment before that everybody called you a couple weeks ago, called you everything but a child of God. So don't ever forget that.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Write that down in your notebook.
I'm writing that down.
So listen, this is funny, man. I love Lamar and the points that he made, the 2nd and 19 thing, and what kind of a play they're doing. But here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the last play of the game. And here's what I want to find out. I want to know. Nobody's addressed this. Here's the question I have. Was that an optional route that these guys run when they run the defense was in quarters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So each guy's covering a quarter of the field. But what happened on the snap of the ball? You had two inside linebackers that didn't blitz, did they?
No, they dropped. They dropped. Yep.
And what did Goddard do? He hooked right into the pass. He hooked right into those three. That's why you had the quarterback trying to throw the ball into three defenders. All he had, I'm telling you, you help me out here, all right? Hey, I was in Eddie Kayat's last camp as a running back, all right, 50-something years ago, but I didn't wear a leather helmet or not have a face guard on, so I have a little bit of street cred.
No, I got you.
Nobody's talking about Goddard. reading the play. You got to read that defense. All he had to do was turn outside instead of inside. What's he doing turning into the two linebackers?
It's an interesting question. John, good phone call. Hugh, what did you obviously the pass breakup, right? And you wonder what happened there. What's the call for? So what did you see on the last play? The Niners are in quarter coverage.
Well, they ran everybody off.
Yep.
And I didn't see – we were talking about it in the meeting. So it would look like you would have somebody underneath. But to your point, when we were talking about a meeting, you're not going to get the first down in that situation. But you got a chance to at least try to get a touchdown or something like that. I don't know. To your point, Joe, you should have never been in that position if the plays were ran right. There's a lot of blame to go around when you talk about this offense and its ineptitude. And was it Jason Kelce pointed out last night? It was on the players. It's on everybody, man. It's just unfortunate that in this situation that the scapegoat is going to be Kevin Patullo.
So, yeah, and that play, I mean, his point is with the linebackers dropping into the middle, maybe Goddard could have went out, and maybe he could have. But here's what I don't know what he should have done. He and Hurts were on the same page. Like, Hurts seemed to realize he was going to come to the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the important part is they have to be on the same page. Now, perhaps they both read it wrong and he should have went outside. The problem is, and you just kind of hit on this, if you're in a 4th and 11 with that condensed of the field, it's hard to convert
It's
that.
hard. And we know that as defenders because a lot of times when you're covering, you use the sidelines, use the end zone,
right, and
things of that. To help you, they're like your guidelines or whatever.
Right, like if it's a play on the 50, you could clear someone out.
Yeah, and get yards and maybe you can get a first down because that's what it kind of felt like when you clear everybody out. Because initially when we were talking about it, that's what I was thinking because you had the crosser, and you were like, but it's 4th and 11.
I know,
and I was like, oh, so now it's but really when you talk about playing offense and plays of that. In that situation, ain't too many in the playbook.
Not for 4th and 11.
No, not too many. Ain't too many plays in the playbook for 4th and 11.
I mean, you're in trouble.
You're hoping at that point. You're hoping for something.
Honestly, when the ball was snapped and I kind of saw the way it was going, my hope was there was a defensive penalty. Right?
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for.
Yeah.
You hope for a PI or something like that. Maybe you chuck it to the end zone.
Yeah, I mean,
and maybe you're hoping for the PI.
I did wonder. I mean, as you rewatch the play, and I've watched it a lot. AJ's got one, like when the linebackers kind of crashed to the middle and Goddard, came in and everyone kind of condensed to the middle and it was basically 3 players on one. AJ had one-on-one on the outside. I wonder if he lost trust in AJ after all the drops. I mean,
maybe.
You would, if I had said to you, game on the line, right, and AJ's one-on-one corner of the end zone against an okay corner, right? Lenoir's fine, but he's not like an all-pro kind of player. Wouldn't you throw that ball up to AJ?
I would. But that's something that you would think that a quarterback, him and his receiver, would be comfortable with.
I know.
The thing that we've been talking about all year, and that's been addressed, it didn't feel like these guys had continuity all year long, but they had success. Now that's an anomaly. I've never heard of receivers and quarterbacks not working together in offseason. I remember hearing stories of Donovan in Arizona because he lives in Arizona, and guys would fly out there and they would just work out on a daily basis for like a couple weeks, just to keep that continuity. That's what it's about. When you ask these guys, and you read some of the tweets that AJ had earlier, you're talking about who can I get to throw the ball to me?
Sure.
It's like, damn, isn't your quarterback supposed to be doing that for you can get that continuity?
Yeah, well, they need more of that. That's for sure. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop board. A lot to talk about today. We are on Patullo Watch. We're also on Bo Bichette Watch. I need some good news here. We are waiting. Yes, I'm on Bo Bichette Watch.
And if you don't like somebody, just tell them you don't like them.
Yeah, who don't we like?
I'm just saying.
Are you back to that?
Yeah.
No.
You might as well.
No, he can't. Anyway, look with the.
You are the worst.
What do you want him to do? Go up there and say fire Patullo?
If I didn't like you, Joe, I'll tell Rod. I'll be like, hey, man, I don't like Joe.
But the quarterback of an
I've done
NFL
that
team kind of has to be a little more.
No, but if you're asked a direct question, I believe in being honest.
I know, but that's good. It's good for a talk show host, not so much for the quarterback of a franchise. All right, anyway, Devin Katie's going to join us next after the break.
You made it this far.
More of your calls.
It's an amazing thing.
It really is. It's amazing. All right. Patullo, is he getting too much blame? He clearly is in my mind. Where's your scapegoat in this guy? It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The NBA season is heating up, and so is Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's the deal, folks. You guys have heard me talk about fan cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking fan cash. Fan cash unlocks valuable content you can get on sportsbooks like more bets, unlimited profit boost for your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events like Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. That's what I was trying to say. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game. If an injury takes place, make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different over here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your New Year's resolution to get back on track, hitting your protein goals? John Ritchie here. Life is busy, and protein goals are usually the first to slip. That's why I love Wild Fork Foods. They make hitting my protein goals simple and affordable. Shop their protein-powered selection at prices that can't be beat. Like chicken breast, only $3 a pound. Save money and eat better in 2026. Visit one of their 5 Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
When you have a problem with your water heater leaking, you want it looked at right away. When it's the dead of winter and your older heating system isn't working right, that's a right away situation. That's why Sela Heating and Air is so great. No more hot water from your water heater, they can replace it the same day. When you're a homeowner, you want peace of mind. And that's why I was so happy to be with Sela. They took care of my house in Delco for years, and now they're doing it in South Jersey for me. Qualified buyers can take advantage of Sela's 0% financing plans. Go to Sela.com to find your peace of mind. That's SILA.com.
Every team needs a reliable defense, especially when life blindsides you. At Pansini and Pazika Law Group, you're not just an injury case, you're family, and we fight for you the way we'd fight for one of our own. From your first call to your final settlement, we're by your side, making sure your voice is heard on every play. Your recovery is personal to us. Pansini and Pazika Law Group. Hundreds of millions recovered. Schedule your free consultation. Visit PansiniLaw.com.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After 7 consecutive playoff losses and 9 years without a postseason victory, can Steelers owner Art Rooney II finally bring himself to have a difficult but necessary conversation with Mike Tomlin? Will he sit him down and say, you're not getting an extension on your deal? And will Tomlin then decide that rather than play quarterback roulette for another year, rather than be a lame duck, he'd rather go sit at a desk once a week with his buddy Jay Glazer? I'm Chris Mack.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Listen to WIP.
Is that okay?
Plus other Odyssey stations and hundreds of podcasts. All free on the Odyssey app.
Okay, bye.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys been on 215-592-9494. That gets you, but we'll get back to the Kevin Patullo conversation. We are on Kevin Patullo watch and Bo Bichette watch. I need some sort of news before the show is over today. And I think both will be welcome with cheers here in Philadelphia. Certainly Bo Bichette will be.
You said be welcome with cheers.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I mean, Patullo will be. What do you think there'll be a bigger positive reaction to? The Bo Bichette signing or the Kevin Patullo firing?
Kevin Patullo firing.
Man, wow.
And you got little
interesting
kids
poll.
that are talking about.
What are you more excited to see?
Burger flipping and
Bo
all this other
Bichette
stuff.
signing or the Kevin Patullo firing? All right, let's ask Devin Caney, among other things. She joins us right now to unpack the end of the Eagles season and to figure out what is next for this team. Devin, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys, or I guess, as well as we all can be, still recovering from that loss, but otherwise good. How are you guys?
Well, we're getting by.
Yeah, we're all right.
Arguing. That's what we do.
Yeah.
So, Devin, now that we're a full day and plus through it, what's the feeling you have that it ended? Because there's a couple ways you could think. Like, I kind of always felt it was coming, and I'm not surprised or shocked. I mean, they lost a home playoff game where clearly they were the more talented team, and they gave it up. What's the feeling you have? A couple days post the game.
I think a mix of both, because it's shock that they lost in the way that they did, but also not surprising that they lost in the way that they did. It was kind of poetic in a way, the way that the Eagles ended their season. Everything that had been plaguing them throughout the entire season, at least offensively. I do think defense kind of had a out of character performance against that Niners offense, but credit to Shanahan because he dialed up some good tricky plays and they did exactly what they were meant to do against this Eagles defense. But as far as the offense goes, I mean, we know that it was all the things that had been worrying us throughout all 18 weeks of the season. And I guess the biggest head scratcher to me is why it took the Eagles, or I guess they still haven't done anything about it technically, but 19 weeks to figure out a solution to this offense. So I was shocked. I was confident did I have confidence that the Eagles would go back to the Super Bowl and win it? No, but given the landscape of the rest of the league in the postseason and especially the rest of the NFC, I thought we'd at least be heading to Chicago this weekend.
Dev, I'm kind of curious. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you.
No, go for it.
No, I was kind of curious. How close were you to the heated exchange between Coach Sirianni and AJ, and was it as bad as it looked on television?
Yes, I was right behind the receivers bench when that happened. So I got a front row seat exchange. And honestly, at first, so I was standing like right behind where AJ and Devontae sit. And Aaron Andrews, I think, was like to the left of me. So when you're down there, a lot of the times, you collaborate with other sideline reporters, whether it's a national person or whoever. And we both kind of looked at each other like, what just happened? What's going on? Because we couldn't see the replay yet. We didn't know what started it. We just saw AJ being extremely emotional. Aaron Moorhead, the receivers coach, and Jordan Mailata were both kind of trying to calm him down, saying like, you need to just take a deep breath. It's okay. Sit down. Big Dom, of course, had to intervene as the replay showed. But at first we were like, what is happening? What did something like go down between a 49ers player and AJ? We didn't realize it was between AJ and Nick Sirianni until the replay happened. But yes, I saw that entire heated exchange, and it was, so I guess I can say shocking, but given, AJ Brown and what he has been through or put us through this entire season, I guess not entirely shocking.
Yeah, and plus, Sirianni can bark at people, so it's not shocking to me it happened. I wish it didn't, but it's not shocking. Devin, what's if you had a guess right now? And there's a lot to go into this. I mean, obviously his play this season, everything that went on away from the field, that he wasn't happy at times, a lot of times, and then the ramifications from a salary cap perspective and how they allocate money. Do you think Sunday was A.J. Brown's last game as an Eagle?
It's hard to say because I think it's easy to point to the reasons why he won't be an Eagle. I do think that there's a misconception in A.J. Brown's happiness. I do still think he loves Philadelphia. I think he loves playing for the Eagles. I think he wears his emotions on his sleeves a lot, as we saw, on Sunday with his, heated altercation with the head coach. But I don't think that he's necessarily like unhappy here. That being said, you mentioned his contract. Eagles have a ton of players coming up, especially on the defensive side of the ball, who need to get paid, and they might need that money to use elsewhere on younger players, especially defensive players, versus I hate saying the word aging because it's crazy that we talk about athletes this way, but a receiver who might be on the back half of his career who kind of came up short in moments this season, and especially in that final game, and caused some unnecessary drama. So I could see it going either way. I don't think that it would be, AJ asking out. I don't think that he's like unhappy. I think he just is an emotional player.
Devin Caney with us here as we unpack the end of the Eagles season. All right, so Devin, now we wait to see what is next. And there is a general and I think understood expectation the Eagles are probably going to move on from Kevin Patullo. Now, if you had a guess, do you think we're going to hear from the Eagles soon? Because, on one end, it doesn't really matter if it's today or tomorrow. But on the other end of the spectrum, they're in the midst of coaching searches, right? All the teams around the league are coaching searches. There's a lot of former head coaches that are offensive minds that are out there that conceivably, if the Eagles don't move quickly, they could end up getting jobs elsewhere. If you had a guess, do you think we're going to hear something soon? Or could it be like 2 years ago where it was over a week until the Eagles, talked to us after the season ended?
Was that how long it was? I was just wondering.
I think it was like 9 days. Now, they did say 2 years ago because there was a snowstorm, I guess, on the in-between there. So I don't know. But it felt like it took forever last time we did this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised we haven't heard anything already. I would assume maybe they're kind of giving it a rest, or the powers that be who make the ultimate decision aren't, wanting to make an emotional choice and letting it kind of settle in. But I would expect that, we'll hear within the week of Kevin Patullo's future with the Eagles. And I don't know if there's much of a future there. I heard you mention they might downgrade his role and keep him on staff. I just don't think that. I think that it's probably best for both parties if they kind of go their separate ways, but he is, really close with Nick Sirianni. So it also depends on how that relationship has lasted, or if it hasn't, throughout this loss and this entire season. But either way, I don't think Kevin Patullo will be calling plays come next season.
So, Devin, last time the Eagles went out in the first round, which was 2 years ago, they made some pretty drastic changes. I mean, they imported Vic Fangio, and they moved on from their offensive coordinator, and they signed Saquon Barkley. I mean, they really did a lot, and that led them to a Super Bowl. Do you expect an offseason of big changes or tweaks around here to try to get back to where they want to be?
So something that stood out to me on the Jordan Mailata show last night when Elliot and Spike were talking to Jordan was Jordan said he wished that they could keep, he knows they can't keep everyone, but he hopes that they keep about 75% or more of the guys, on the roster around. And obviously you get, emotionally attached to a lot of players, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Like, I really hope that they can keep Nakobe and Reed and Jordan Davis. And I don't know if Jalen Carter is going to, demand to get paid this offseason or not, but there's just a lot of really tough decisions and guys who have played together, especially on the defensive side of the ball, since college. And you do worry what that would do, say, if Nakobe Dean doesn't return to the team chemistry, or at least the defensive chemistry, which has been incredible all season. The same cannot be said for the offense, but the defense genuinely just looks like they're having fun and they love each other because they're all so close and they've all played together for years. So I think it's kind of balancing the team chemistry with talent. And then, of course, the salary cap. Like, it might be a lot easier to sign Reed Blankenship to a cheaper deal than to, have to pay Nakobe Dean, especially when you have Jahad Campbell waiting in the wings. I know a lot of people think that Jahad was a disappointment. That wasn't the case. They love Jahad Campbell. Jahad Campbell had a great season. He's a rookie, and Nakobe Dean just happened to be playing better than him. But I think that they have a lot of hope for Jahad Campbell's future with the team, and that can impact who they keep around. So I think we'll see changes. I don't know if we'll see like massive changes. I don't know if we'll see a signing of the caliber of Saquon Barkley. I think tight end is a big position to watch, whether it's in the draft or in free agency or trades or what have you. That's a need. If they don't keep Dallas Goedert, they're going to have to figure out their tight ends situation. So it'll be an interesting offseason for sure, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. A lot of big decisions by Howie. Devin, we appreciate hopping on. We will talk soon, and you have a good rest of the week.
Appreciate you.
See you guys.
There she goes. Devin Caney with us there. Yeah, I mean, look, when we get through the coaching stuff, they do have a lot of decisions to make on the roster, especially with how they're going to start to pay these defense players. 215-592-9494. All right, our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Haven't looked at the results yet so far. If I had to guess, though, this feels
75%.
Feels like a pretty easy one to guess. Is Kevin Patullo getting too much blame?
No.
Wow, Hugh. You almost nailed it, 76% on the no, which means people want to just, it's fine. Scapegoat him. It's just
honestly low.
You thought it'd be 99.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think there's 24% of people seeing this clearly.
Yeah, they probably ain't looked at the poll yet. You give them some time.
Well, I think 24% are seeing this thing clearly. Let's see if Mark in Jersey is. He's up next on WIP. Hey, Mark.
Gentlemen.
Mark.
Let's get right to it.
Go ahead.
I am disgusted, okay? And I am disgusted in A.J. Brown.
Okay.
This guy single-handedly sabotaged the entire season. And I'm not even so upset with him, even though I am. Nobody stepped to this dude. Management, Jeffrey Lurie, all you had to do was say, hey, look, man, cut the nonsense. You're messing things up. You're
Jeffrey
being
Lurie
real
kinda
selfish. If you tweet one more thing, if you go out there and did some cryptic message, or if I see that book, you're suspended.
So before you go on,
Mark,
Mark, before you go on, now there was a report that Lurie did go up to him at practice and do what you said, no more. And from what I can remember, I don't think there was any more tweets or Instagram stuff after that.
He went up at practice and he hugged him, and he said, "You don't have to apologize."
That was reported.
Again,
yeah.
That is an enabler. That's making him an enabler. That's saying it's okay, AJ. I understand. That was the problem. It's like a weed that kept growing, and he's like, well, nobody's going to say anything. Nobody's going to do any discipline. I can say what I want. And he just messed it up. I'm upset that Lane Johnson didn't pull him aside. Jordan Mailata, hey, dude, you're messing up. Stop acting like a 12-year-old. And they just let it happen.
Mark, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I mean, because let's recklessly speculate together.
Here we go.
Let's recklessly speculate together. You talk about the leadership in that locker room, right? And you talk about Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson, and all those other guys. They see what's going on, right?
Yep.
Why do you think they didn't say anything?
They should have. Hey, don't even, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
Mark.
No. Let me cook. You're going to say because they believe that he's right.
No, Mark, I wasn't going to say no, Mark.
Well,
I wasn't going to say.
I kind of think Hugh was alluding to that too.
I wasn't going to say
Ridiculous.
anything, Mark. I was asking you, why do you think they didn't do it? Like, okay, Mark, between
you know why? Because they were afraid of him. He's a polarizing figure, and they didn't want to start no mess.
Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata.
Mark, you think Lane Johnson is afraid of A.J. Brown? Stop.
Well, then why didn't he do something?
Well, I think Hugh is trying to speculate.
Let's recklessly speculate, shall we? If he's no, I'm just saying, Mark. I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying it's real.
Unbelievable. You guys are backing this dude.
No, Mark, time out.
See, Mark.
Mark,
See,
stop.
Mark, I'm
I
not
didn't back
backing
him.
anybody.
No, Mark, I said in November after he went on the stream thing and ripped everybody. I said they should have traded him at the deadline.
Janky Rondo,
Yo,
right?
I watched this guy catch his second touchdown. His second touchdown against the Vikings. And he throws the ball into the stands.
I saw it too.
Cursing.
Yeah, I know.
Starts cursing at the top.
They
What is wrong with
They
this
should
dude?
have traded him at the deadline, Mark. I'm not defending A.J. Brown.
They should have benched him for the start of one of those games. Say, listen, you're benched, and let everybody know that he's being benched. They coddled him. They coddled him.
Mark,
and they allowed it.
You didn't
And
answer
it's
my
garbage.
question, though, Mark. You didn't answer my question.
Well, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know you didn't answer. You didn't answer the question. But
I did answer it. I said they're afraid of him. That's why. Not because he's right. Because they're soft.
Okay, but okay, if those two are afraid,
seems unlikely. It seems unlikely.
So 52 guys in that locker room were afraid of him?
Apparently.
Oh.
Nothing got done. And what was the result, Hugh? What was the result?
Mark, I'm not.
When we really needed the guy,
He checked out.
dropped
He
balls.
checked out. Yeah, I know. He checked out.
He dropped balls. He acted like he had better things to do. His body language was terrible all year long. It started with the Denver game. We quit on the route. We were up 27-6, and we lost the game.
Mark,
No. That was. It started with Tampa Bay, and that became a game. Then we lost the Denver game. This guy, he ruined us, man. And the powers that be just let it happen.
Well, Mark, there's also door
me.
number 3. There's door number 3 that none of us have mentioned.
What door?
Well, the door is he is a volatile person that if you push back, he checks out. Sirianni acted like a clown on the sideline, and then what did AJ do the rest of the game?
You know what? Sirianni should have done that 9 weeks ago.
No, I understand.
9 weeks ago, he should have done that.
I get it, Mark. But like sometimes you have to know the player and you have to know the person. There's, Hugh could speak, but this better than I can. There probably were some players that could take strong criticisms from coaches, could take being yelled, cussed out, whatever.
No, that was me.
Right. And then
I get cussed out all the time.
Then there are some that probably would not respond well. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
I know I about to get over.
Yeah, I was trying to use in general.
I'm just saying,
you're using names.
I'm not. I probably go grip me up at it, but no, it was certain people you didn't yell at, and you didn't talk to him any kind of way. You didn't talk to Ike any kind of way. It just wasn't gonna happen. Like he'll let you know, but Ike was that respected player too, though. He had that respect, and if he felt disrespected, then he gonna let you know. I looked at it and I just kind of laughed about it because I was like, oh man, whatever. But I remember vividly, used to get cussed out like at every meeting. What the hell you doing? Da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh man, whatever. You know what I mean? Because it's like we know how this gonna go. I was probably, I probably could have handled that better, but it didn't bother me like that. It didn't bother me.
Yeah, I'm not saying the Eagles handled the AJ thing well this year. I don't think they did. I just sometimes there's volatile people that I'm not sure.
You got to know who you rolling up on,
right?
Man.
Like I'm not sure what the right way to handle AJ is, other than get him out of here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's coddle him, support him, yell at him. Does it anything work? I don't know. The owner did go up to him in the middle of practice. Whether or not he put his arm around him and said, you don't have to apologize. The report did say told him to knock it off, right, on the social media stuff. And I guess to that extent he did.
And I would even venture to say this, because I'm talking to Mark now, because, I hear you, Mark, and you might be right. But when given the opportunity, nobody really came to Jalen's defense and said, no, it ain't Jalen. But they damn sure said it wasn't Kevin Patullo.
A lot.
Like, that was said a lot. Now, I'm not saying it's right. Because there could be an element of jealousy because the quarterback is treated differently than everybody else. That's across every football team. That's just how it is. They're treated differently. But it is kind of telling that nothing was really, everybody, like the receiver, hey, it's not Kevin Patullo. And everybody kind of leave it like that. And then you got to start looking back at the cryptic things that were said all year long. AJ started it when he was like, y'all see it? And they're asking what that means. Y'all see it? So there's a lot to unpack here. No question
well,
about
that's what we're going to do all offseason. All right, let's go to Anthony in Jersey. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Joe, if you think by you talking to A.J. Brown and he curls up like a little girl, that's more A.J. character, isn't it?
I think the whole thing's a bad indictment on AJ. I agree. I'm just like, I'm not sure what the right way to handle AJ is.
And Devontae Smith and everybody in the locker room saying that it's not Kevin Patullo. If they do say it is Kevin Patullo, don't that open up another can of worms?
Sure, but it's pretty strong that they're saying it's not him.
They could have also answered it like Jalen did.
No, I guess I believe they're just saying the respectable thing to say.
How come Jalen didn't say the respectable thing to say?
You think Jalen didn't?
Well, no, but
there was a huge difference in what Jalen said than what those guys said.
I'm just saying if we
reporting what AJ said.
Well, no,
he said he spoke to AJ.
No, I'm just saying
AJ are good.
No, right. But I'm saying if we say Devontae and Saquon are just saying the right thing, then wouldn't Jalen saying something different be the wrong thing?
No.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
No
problem.
Hey, Joe, let's go to all the third down calls where there's draws. We giving up on draws.
I hate it. I know.
On the fourth down.
I know.
The fourth down call.
Yeah.
4 verticals against cover 4. Where's the creativity? There's no hook
Anthony,
and ladder. There's no.
If the season's coming down to a hook and ladder, we're done, guys. I mean, seriously.
No. Because Joe, Buffalo season came down to a hook and ladder where they converted against us.
It also was the middle of the field, Anthony. I think we are.
Jalen threw the balls away on second down.
Horrendous.
If Jalen would have threw an interception
horrendous
like against the Chargers,
Anthony, did you hear what Tom Brady said on the second down? Jalen bailed
I was at the game.
Okay.
I didn't hear.
Well, Tom Brady said Jalen Hurts bailed a clean pocket on second down and cut the field in half. To me, I just want to finish. To me, it is Anthony. I'm not talking about the Super Bowl, Anthony. I'm not talking about the Super Bowl, Anthony. I'm talking about Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening at 7:20. It is one of the worst plays of Jalen Hurts' career. I stand on that. Second down, season on the line, bails a clean pocket and throws the ball out of bounds. I don't know how, as a fan, you're okay with that, Anthony. It's horrendous.
I'm not saying that I am.
No, but we're having a conversation about it, and you're talking about the Super Bowl. Anthony, you're in the stadium Sunday, and Jalen Hurts bails a clean pocket. Why are you not critical of him? What?
He don't get more carries. Thanks Bigsby needed more carries.
Guys. No, that's not about Jalen. I'm talking about the coordinator.
Okay, hey, Joe, so if you think we get a good coordinator, you think offense don't change?
Was the passing game good last year with Kellen Moore?
No.
Okay.
Also, Kevin Patullo was here also last year, and he'd been here since Shane Steichen also.
He also was here as the pass game coordinator during Jalen Hurts' MVP season. Don't you realize it's about Hurts? It's not about the coordinator or the pass game coordinator. When Jalen plays well, he plays well.
Okay, so if you give Jalen Kyle Shanahan, you think that's not going to work?
I don't think he'd want Jalen Hurts, Anthony.
You give Jalen who's another good offensive mind? Sean McVay. You think that's
I don't think he would want Jalen Hurts, Anthony.
No?
I think we're going to find out, Anthony. I think we're going to find out. I think
you give Jalen who's up in New England?
McDaniels.
Yeah. You think that's not going to work?
We're going to find out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think of the three that you mentioned, he might do the best with them.
You give one of them good quarterbacks, Kevin Patullo. Do you think that's going to work?
I think a good quarterback would probably function with Kevin Patullo, Anthony. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I I don't know how we're okay with the second down. It's an egregious play by the quarterback.
I'm not okay.
But you are, because when I mention it, you mentioned the Super Bowl.
Jalen can play better.
Yeah, but that's all right.
Jalen can play better.
It's I can't, guys. I can't do this all
What can't
offseason.
you do, man?
I can't. Well, he won the Super Bowl last year. We're talking about. That's wonderful. We're talking about the game on Sunday. The game this past Sunday, 2nd and 11. He bailed a clean pocket and threw the ball out of bounds. You have 3 downs left in your season. 3 downs. And Jalen Hurts took one of them and tossed it out of bounds. Like, I'm not saying anything that's inaccurate. How is anyone okay with this? He took one of your 3 downs left in your entire season and tossed it to Big Dom. And I'm supposed to sit here and say, Kevin Patullo.
Damn, he did toss the Big Dom, though, didn't he?
I don't get it. It's going to stick in my head until he resurrects it and changes something next season.
Because let me tell you, and nobody wants to hear that you're trying to move on, because that's what it sounds like. Not saying that it's going to happen next year.
They need better quarterback play. We all agree on that?
It feels like that's the case.
Okay, well then he better get better, or they better get someone else. This is not hard.
You know what's funny about this situation is that the further we get away from this moment, the more stuff is gonna leak out of that building about what potentially was going on. This was only the first couple of salvos that were fired.
Well, especially Patullo's gone, because as you said, you think he's a snitch.
Patullo about to sing like a canary.
No,
he about to sing because he caught a lot of heat. All I think about, man, is this man caught a lot of heat for something that he feels that he didn't do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be some serious singing in offseason.
215-592-9494. Your phone call's coming up. We got to react to a couple pieces of audio. Something Richard Sherman said recently about Kevin Patullo's thoughts on this. Speaking of singing like a canary, and Donovan McNabb going against the grain a little bit with his thoughts on the Eagles' offense, what they should do with Kevin Patullo. You'll hear Donovan next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas. And madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Dreaming of a newly renovated kitchen, bathroom, or addition in the new year? We know what you're afraid of when it comes to home remodeling. Strangers in your home, broken promises, missed timelines, mess, stress. That's why Tillman Builders does things differently. Your home is your sanctuary, and their team treats it that way. The Tillman team members are skilled, polite, respectful, and actually enjoyable to have around. You'll feel the difference, guaranteed. Start your free estimate today at tbremodel.com. Tillman Builders, remodeling without the chaos.
You know, fellas, chicks dig confidence.
How in the world do you know what chicks dig?
Are you kidding me, Jack? How would you know? You've been with the same girl since middle school.
Confidence goes a long way, and confidence in the bedroom, that goes the longest way.
And nothing's going to make you more confident than Blue Chew.
Blue Chew makes chewable tablets that get you performing like an all-star in the bedroom. And because you know you'll perform, you'll be more confident.
And like we said, the more confident you are, the more likely you're going to need one of those chewables.
And you don't even need to make a doctor's appointment or wait in line at the pharmacy to get it.
That's right. And for the first month, you don't even need to pay. Just go to BlueChew.com KY.com, use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you do is pay for the shipping, and they'll take care of everything else on the website.
And then they ship your tablets in a discreet
and hard
package.
That's my line.
Hold up. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and then you can chew it and do it.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police are trying to figure out who shot and killed a 16-year-old boy in the bathroom of a Chipotle near Temple's campus. The U.S. is on pace to losing its measles elimination status. And Phil Murphy gives his final State of the State address as New Jersey governor.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pleasant with sun and clouds through the afternoon. High around 50.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The wheels are the same, the body's the same, but it's got a Toyota Corolla engine in it now. And you're like, I don't get it.
Dude, I love that. That's pretty good right there. I like that illustration. Nice job with that one.
But you're like, what's the common denominator? And you know, Fitz is good friends with Kevin Patullo, so he reached out to me. He's like, people are just so hard on me, and it's not my fault. They don't understand the inner workings. And it's like, Kevin, we get it, but when you're the offensive coordinator with great power comes great responsibility.
The voices there, Richard Sherman, Nick Foles, talking about Patullo.
The way it made Patullo sound is not good. Though.
Not good. No, it's not. Welcome back, Midday Show.
Crazy.
Hugh Douglas, JoJo. Now, is whether or not he is accepting his part of the pie of blame is that we could debate. I think he's getting too much of it. But Hugh, on that, it does. Just listening to the way Sherman relayed, kind of felt like a game of telephone, right? He's talking about his coworker on Amazon, his knows Patullo, right? And it seems like from that exchange, Patullo is kind of relaying to Ryan Fitzpatrick, like, they're all against me. It's not all me.
Yeah.
And I get why he feels that way. I mean, he's the one getting crushed.
It's never all one thing, man. Everybody that has talked about this knows that. But it's the one glaring thing. It's the one glaring thing. Now, all the minutia and all the other stuff that's underlying going on with this, nobody else knows because they can't see that. Oh, they can't understand. Just like when we talk to Mark. Mark's like, why? Why are you disrespecting him? Why have why are you saying he's this, that, and the third when all he's done is this? I get that. That's a part of it too. Because when you talk about Jalen Hurts not evolving as a quarterback, if that's the case, and them saying that he has his offense stagnant, people don't understand that because we're coming off a Super Bowl season. Yeah. You're coming off a quarterback that has been to 2 Super Bowls. You're talking about a quarterback that resonates with this fan base and this city with his resilience and the fact that he never gives up. He never quits. And on top of that, the dude took the blame Sunday. He took the blame. He said it was on him.
Yes. That's what he's supposed to do.
Well, to be honest, Kyle, a lot of quarterbacks don't do that.
I agree with you.
You know, a lot of quarterbacks will sit back and they'll him and haw and da-da. Jalen Hurts stood and took the bullet.
Yes.
Now, and when you talk about what's being talked about underlying, and basically we're talking about moving on from the quarterback. I mean, that's going to be we're kind of scratching the surface right now, but that's going to be the conversation moving forward, especially if you get another coordinator in here and the offense looks stagnant again. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about moving on from the quarterback. A lot of people ain't ready to do that. A lot of people think you're crazy when you do that for a number of different reasons, man. For a number of different reasons.
Well, I guess Donovan McNabb would be the crazy one because he has a different take on all this. Forget the Jalen Hurts aspect. Let's talk about the Kevin Patullo aspect. Definitely gone? Well, not if Donovan's making the call. Here's Donovan yesterday on the afternoon show.
Now, Jalen has had, 4 to 5 offensive coordinators since he's been in the league. The man has had almost 8 or 9 offensive coordinators since he set foot on Alabama's campus. And so how do you develop as a quarterback when you're constantly learning a new offense and the footwork is a lot different of what you can and cannot do in an offense? So I would like to see Kevin Patullo be able to come back and then work together to be able to now create more opportunities for this offense to be able to be explosive.
You heard him. That's a radical idea.
It's wild that it's become a radical idea. Bring back the offensive coordinator of a team that won the division and made the playoffs, and it was in his first year. I mean, it does come off as a radical idea because everyone has decided he's gone, he's the problem. But I don't know, Hugh, what would be your reaction if Donovan's thought is what they do, and what would you think if they kept Patullo?
They're tripping. He's tripping. Donovan tripping. I don't think you can run it back like that because of everything that has transpired over the season. This was the absolute worst this offense has looked since I've been here. The absolute worst. Now, you can argue that the players being healthy and things of that nature might change some things. That might hunt for a while. Mm-hmm. But I feel like there needs to be more accountability. I feel like saying in the world that Donovan has presented for us, if we run Kevin Patullo back, I would venture to say that if they decide to do that, he would be at the podium a lot more, and he would be a lot more forthcoming on what's going on with the offense. I don't think, and because of that, I don't think that what they would be trying to do would fly because everybody be looking at, dog, we saw this offense you ran last year, so now you want to try to throw the quarterback under the bus? I don't think it hunts for that reason because I think that over there at the NovaCare right now, they're trying to figure out what's the next move. There's a lot of balls in play when it comes to
rhythmic
ball play, when it comes to what could potentially happen with this Philadelphia Eagles team. I've played with guys, and I feel like, Joe, you going to be all right over there? And I feel like
I knew you were headed this path. I knew it.
And I feel like that in order to do whatever they want to do, there has to be a new face and a new voice in there. And a reputable voice, a voice that people are familiar with, that has ran offense and has had success running offenses to do what they ultimately want to do if I'm right with my reckless speculation.
Are we positive that they're going to get what you want? That those people are just going to line up for this job?
That's
okay,
another
I'm
thing.
just like,
That's another thing.
If we just take a step back, right? Like we all want to believe everyone would want this job, okay? I have a quarterback who at one point was a great dual threat, and this year did not look like as much of a dual threat, right? Those are facts. He didn't run as much or as effectively. I have an offensive line that has a right tackle who's going to the Hall of Fame who might not be physically right anymore. Let's see what Lane is. He missed basically half the season. The left guard the other day just said he wonders if he'll ever feel good again physically. That was Landon Dickerson. A running back that's about to be 30, a wide receiver who may ask for a trade. Are we sure, like Mike McDaniel and Brian Dable and Todd Monken and whoever you want, is just going to run here and grab this job?
Well, and then the fact that they have to run the Sirianni-Hurts offense.
And if you don't win the Super Bowl, the whole town wants you fired. I'm just like, all right. I mean, I hope.
If you don't win the Super Bowl, the whole time wants you
Well,
fired.
that's what happened. I hope we get our pick of the litter of offensive coordinator. I'm not sure this is as attractive as a spot as we're making it out to be right now. I mean, I
don't disagree.
Is this an attractive job?
It is. And I think, I hear what you guys are saying. But money, if you throw enough money at a coordinator, and if you throw enough money at the right one, he'll come here.
Yeah.
He'll come here, and you have to let him run his offense. I think the part of the problem is we've been told for the last couple of seasons that this is Coach Sirianni's offense. And I think that if you want somebody to come in here and run the offense, it's going to change slightly. But here's the thing, guys, from my purview, and I might be wrong about this, but I don't think so. A lot of these offenses are very, very similar. The terminology is just different.
Saquon said that the other day.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. But the terminology is different. So, in essence, you're learning the terminology. That's why they had a little cue cards on their arm or whatever, the quarterbacks. Because certain things, like we was talking to Richie this morning, he said something, black, jack, go or something. And he was talking about black indicates that you're changing the play. Like, the terminology changes. And if you're locked in and if you're ready to go, I don't think it affects a quarterback that much, especially if you're still running the same concepts. Just the terminology.
So
you
then,
have
what's
to
the
learn.
point? If it doesn't affect them that much.
Well, the point is this: if you bringing in a new coordinator, Joe, and he's bringing in his offense, it might be an offense, say similar to Kyle Shanahan's offense, where there's a lot of intricate movements, there's a lot of exotic looks and things of that nature. The thing that I remember about playing against quarterbacks like that, the quarterback and the center have to know where everybody is and where everybody's supposed to be on the field, and that's basically all you're learning. Like, okay, recklessly speculate. If we're saying that Jalen doesn't know the offense, we're basically saying that Jalen doesn't know where his outlets are. That's what we're saying. If what Shady says is true, that Jalen can't run it, it's because Jalen doesn't know what outlets are. Because every good defense, there's always a hole in it that an offense can find. And if you can't understand that, then you can't. That's what we're talking about, that Jalen can't find the outlets in the offense if that's the case.
Yeah. Well, so I agree with you. It's not like a slam dunk. This is an attractive job as an OC, but it's all relative.
Very attractive job.
Well,
I don't know about
relatively.
Are you serious?
I mean, well, hold on, because there's going to be the Titans are going to get a new coach. Mm-hmm. They're going to need an OC there with Cam Ward. They don't, but who the hell knows with Cam Ward? And you're going to an organization that sucks, frankly. The Browns. You go with Shador and whoever the new head coach is there. Like, if I'm an OC and I'm saying, what's a situation where I can go have one good year and maybe get a head coaching job? The stepping stone is the Eagles, because you bank on Saquon and the O-line bouncing back, and you could just copy the Kellen Moore playbook.
I see why someone would want the job and take it. The Lions job is open. Would you rather be the Lions offense coordinator or the Eagles next year?
Yeah, sure. I don't think it's the most attractive job in the NFL, but I don't think it's unattractive per se.
I don't think nobody's gonna be like, ugh, Philadelphia. I think there would be more people that would want to be probably here in Philly than they would probably be in Cleveland.
Well, I mean, that's a low bar.
Well,
it's the lowest bar.
But
that's what we're talking about.
That bar exists, right? Because we're talking about the NFL. There's only so many jobs that are open. I mean, I would have to go through all of them, but I would think we're in the top half.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would think in the top.
Maybe they're not number one.
Yeah, I think we have a little revisionist history on how we got the two coordinators here that worked. Steichen came with Sirianni, right? And Steichen was a no name at that point. And then Kellen Moore was down on his luck. He had just been fired. He had been demoted in Dallas.
Down on his luck.
He was. He was demoted in Dallas, and Justin Herbert sucked with them in Los Angeles. They didn't have a good year. They all got fired. Like, when those moments happen, it wasn't like the number one coordinator on the whole market that everyone loves. Let's say, I guess that's Mike McDaniel now. I mean, he's one of the two or three out there, right? That wasn't how it went. So I'd be very curious to see how this search goes, assuming they jump in here. All right, let's go to Dennis in Newtown. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, how are we doing today?
Hey, Dennis. Good morning.
So, just a couple points. And first of all, Big Dom, clean catch on that pass. Really clean.
It was
catch.
a great catch.
I don't think it was clean.
Yeah. Well, but it was. I thought he handled it well.
He used his body to bring it in.
You're not supposed to do that.
There was hands catchers, body catchers. He's a body catcher. It happens, yeah.
I don't know. I wish AJ would have done something like that. But
too.
anyway, listen, I guess, when you take the job of an offensive coordinator, right, you kind of own the offense. You're the CEO, right? And you got to be accountable for every aspect. You are the guy. And it's the same way in business. It's the same anywhere. You are the guy. And your job is to maximize the offense with what you have. And the goal is to get to the Super Bowl. So, Joe, I hear you when you talk about, the running back was hurt. It's the first year after a Super Bowl. The offensive line, as I said, is hurt. But I think you got to get that. They're deflections. The goal, whatever you have, you got to make it work. And 18 games, that didn't work. And the one guy I think that's getting a pass here, and I don't know what happened to Statland University. I don't know if they were defunded this year or they were on remote learning. Okay, but you know what? All I heard, and he's a great coach, by the way.
Yep.
But the people that he put in place of the people that were hurt didn't do the job.
They didn't.
That's the offensive coordinator's purview and world. So I just think that we can't build in excuses and expect that the offensive coordinator is going to be held accountable regardless. And I'll tell you what has to change in my mind. And, it could be a no-name offensive coordinator or it could be an offensive coordinator that's proven his worth, either as a head coach or as an offensive coordinator. Sirianni's got to sit down and stay away from it and let him run it and let him be totally accountable for it. And I think at that point, you're going to find out who can play and who can't. You might have to sacrifice a year. You already sacrificed one. But I don't know, the whole thing in my mind, when I saw that picture of everybody collaborating for that last play, what went through my mind?
What was that?
When we used to play football in the streets of Philadelphia, and if I'm the quarterback, I'm telling the left end to go down to the Chevy and make a left. And I'm telling the other guy, go across the street, but look both ways so you don't get hit by a car, and I'll fake it to you. It just didn't seem like there was much confidence in the play call, and it's almost like they were kind of confident about what to do.
Yeah, I felt something similar. I didn't feel like they felt they had it. And Dennis, good phone call. Now, I think to be fair to all of them, right, to Hurts, to Sirianni, to Patullo, is there a call in the play sheet for 4th and 11 from the 21?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, you're in trouble. I mean, it's not a Hail Mary, but it's not a play that you like. What do you run there? They have the sidelines. They have the back of the end zone. It's a condensed area of the field. Yes, I'm sure there was better ideas. And tomorrow I'll have Jason Yvonne on, and maybe he could give us an idea of what he would have run in that spot. The issue to me is that the first, second, and third down put them in 4th and 11. Like sometimes I think we're looking at the wrong thing. Let's go to Rich in Delaware. Hey, Rich.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good, Rich. What's up?
On, Rich?
I got a couple points here.
Mm-hmm.
We're all hurting. Everybody knows. I knew it in the middle of the season we were not going to win the Super Bowl. We talked about it. You guys have talked about this. My friends and I have all talked about this. I knew it mid-season we had absolutely no hope of winning the Super Bowl. However, we definitely should have beat the 49ers. No question. And you got Patullo, who was put in this position to either be successful or not successful. And over the course of the season, completely unsuccessful. offensively. And it falls on the coach. I'm sorry. It also falls on Jalen a little bit. Last year, Jalen played his butt off because he got beat in the Super Bowl the year prior. And he came back hungry. He came back trying to prove something. And he proved it. And he got MVP. And they won the Super Bowl. And then he comes back this year complacent, a different person, not running the ball on foot like he used to, not making the passes he was making. That's what I saw.
Well, I think a lot. I mean, especially when you throw the last thing in there. He didn't. I mean, it's clear, right? So Rich Kufunk, I mean, he didn't run as much this year. And that is one that I don't know if we're ever going to get the true answer on why he didn't run as much, but it affected the team. I mean, this is one of his best strengths, right? He's a dual threat quarterback, and at his best, and we saw it. I mean, many times. He ran for 70 yards in the Super Bowl. There was a game early in his career he ran for 100 yards in a single quarter. I mean, this guy, he can run, Hugh. I mean, he's been an impactful runner.
He's been a threat.
Yeah.
When he pulls the ball down and he runs. No
this
question
year,
about that.
I don't have the answer. I don't think any of us do. Why didn't they do that more? I don't know.
Yeah, and he was kind of evasive when he was asked about it, and he was like, he does what was needed to be done. But when you talk about the game that we just played in, and you didn't see a whole lot of that. As a matter of fact, you pointed out that Brock Purdy ran for more yards than Jalen ran for. So, yeah, it's one of those things where there's a lot to unpack here, man. And the wound is still fresh for what we're dealing with, and that's what we're going with. But, yeah, it's a lot to unpack. But I feel like Kevin Patullo is probably going to be the odd man.
Yeah, he's going to get him. Why? He's going to be scapegoat. I mean, that's what we're going to do.
Bring forth the sacrifice.
That's we're going to sacrifice Kevin Patullo to make ourselves feel better. Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
Will, what's up?
Oh, man, let me just say this, man. And, I'm not taking no shots at Sirianni or anybody, right? This is my thing. The experiment is over, right? Right now, you have a great team that can actually be better at what they're doing, right? But the only way you can make someone better, including Jalen Hurts, right? You have to know your players. I have to bring somebody in that's going to know what type of team that they have and know what needs to be done with this team. The proper formations, the play calling, and all that, right? But the thing is, it starts with Jalen, right? And if you're saying, like, okay, he had all these different offensive coordinators, that is true, right? We haven't had a real head coach here. We had two offensive coordinators that did good, and then they got, head coaching job offers, right? So we haven't really had an offense of coordinator or an offense that was actually ran the same type of way year to year so they could get better and better at it, right? So my thing is this, right? You have to understand what your team is, and you know your players. This is the first thing. And I keep saying this, and I'm going to say it over and over again, because this is why we keep coming up short, right? Because these people that they're hiring, you got a great team right here. In order to make them better, you got to have somebody that knows how to make them better. We can't bring somebody that don't know how to call plays. We giving them a chance and all that. No, this is a team right now that if they're coached the right way, they can be great. And that's what we need right now. But my thing is this, right? Sirianni, it's time to step up as a coach, man. You understand your players. You've been here long enough, man, to understand what Jalen needs. He needs to get better at his accuracy. He needs to get better at his decision making as far as running out the pocket. You can't take them things away from a quarterback that makes him who he is. You got to understand your players, man. And my thing is this, man, as moving on from here on out, man. Sirianni, listen, man, your job is on the line, and whoever else is Jalen, your job is on the line too. Because if you're not willing to go in that locker room and go to the higher ups, your GM and your owner, and tell them, listen, this is what I want to improve on. This is what's going to make me a better quarterback. This is what's going to help me lead my team to success. Jalen have to tell these people this. And then when he tell you all that, then that's what y'all got to give him. That's what needs to be brought here for Philadelphia right now, because we got the team to do it. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to let it go. Listen, what this team right now with AJ and Smith, I don't want to see AJ leave. But you know what? You need somebody to actually step up to AJ and tell him, listen, you could be great. You and Smith and all the rest of y'all, the offense can be great. But the only way y'all can be great if y'all work on the off season and want to be great. Y'all can't do it just by somebody coming and calling plays and thinking that's going to work. Y'all got to work together on the off season and know each other, bond with each other, and actually want each other to be great. That's it, man.
Well, good phone call, man. Love the passion. We've got a lot to say there, Hugh. A lot to say.
I felt like he wanted the music there.
But it was like
I let him go a cappella.
It's not a music day. No, I mean, we're unpacking the pie of blame. It's not a music day.
The pie of blame.
That's what we're doing here. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Is Kevin Patullo getting too much blame for the Eagles season? I think he clearly is. I mean, whether or not you think he's good, bad, in the middle, or whatever, he's basically getting scapegoated for this entire thing when it was all of them. I think the players hold far more blame for what happened on the offense this year than Kevin Patullo on his call sheet. All right, we got a lot to get to on the other side. We'll get to everyone's phone calls. Ross Tucker will join us at 12:30. We'll get to your calls on the Eagles, the offense, and the Patullo blame for what happened here. We are on Patullo watch, but we got to get to a Bo Bichette update next. The Phillies met with Bichette yesterday. How did that meeting go? Would his arrival truly mean JT is gone? And story out now this morning on why the Phillies should be viewed as the favorite. They could do something other teams aren't willing to do. We'll get to that. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, this is the time of year everybody talking about a fresh start. That's why Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets are my weekly game plan. They're my go-to, as a matter of fact. They're pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Is no stress and is no guesswork. From savory brown sugar to Texas Smokehouse, Tuscan herb, or even honey garlic teriyaki, these flavors turn busy nights into easy wins. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and where to buy. Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Don't forget to set your lineup.
All right, high-efficiency heat pump, check. Clean air filter, check. New Carrier smart thermostat, check.
Don't get sidelined by your HVAC system this season. Your local Carrier Comfort Advisor offers a full lineup of home comfort solutions and convenient financing options to suit your needs. Visit nopaycarrier.com for local utility rebates and to find a comfort expert near you.
nopaycarrier.com.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point of sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. Trying to find the right ring, no idea where to start. Well, let me tell you where to start. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. They are phenomenal. From junior on down, they will guide you through the process. Selection, shape, size, price range, they cover it all. Family and Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. You will not be overwhelmed in the buying process because you'll be in great hands with them. Get yourself to Family and Company Jewelers, the place to go. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The two most powerful people in college football, SEC and Big Ten commissioners Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, have 10 days to figure out if they want to expand the CFP to 16 teams starting next year. But this isn't about acknowledging the parity that now exists at the highest levels of college football. It's about the Power Two lining their pockets and stuffing the ball to their programs and figuring out how they can do it while guaranteeing as little inclusion for the little guys as possible. I'm Chris Mack.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Listen to 94 WIP on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Clearly is. We've scapegoated this guy, and the Eagles are probably going to do it sooner than later. All right, we'll get back to that. Ross Tucker will join us at 12:30. His thoughts on what happened to the Eagles, what's next, and where the postseason goes from here, as there are now 8 teams left as the divisional round weekend starts on Saturday. All right, though, before we get back to all that, Hugh, we got an update here on the Bo Bichette stuff for the Phillies.
What we got?
All right, according to John Heyman yesterday, the Bo Bichette meeting with the Phillies is said to have gone very well. Bichette apparently admires, quote, first-class organization, other pluses, the roster, the park, Mattingly's link, spring proximity to home. So sounded like yesterday's Zoom meeting, or however they did it, was a good one, and now we wait for the next steps. That's great. But there's something else that's interesting about this, Hugh, is we, I guess, all assumed, I did, that if Bichette arrived, that meant JT Realmuto is out, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to have any money for him. Well, unless JT Realmuto's market is drying up and he has no other options. Let's listen to this. MLB Network Radio, they're talking about Realmuto and what options he does have right now.
I think the right play is bringing Realmuto back for 1 year, and I don't think Realmuto has a lot of options. I know it's tough to take pay cuts. I totally get that part, but at some point, whatever the market is what it is. I have not heard of a single team that is in on Realmuto right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of feel like at some point, if he wants to keep playing, which he doesn't have to at 35 years old, but if he wants to keep playing, I think he probably needs to do this deal with the Phillies.
Hugh, I hadn't thought of the idea, and I think mostly because the way it was reported that the Phillies really didn't have much, enough to kind of have both.
Mm-hmm.
But as I listen to that, if he doesn't have much of a market, he might have no choice but to accept a 1-year deal at a far less price than he was last year. I'm starting to now wonder, could they do the Bichette thing and still get JT back?
Sounds like they can, because it sounds like they kind of waited to see what the market was going to set for JT. And there hasn't been, seems like it hasn't been a market. So, yeah, there's a chance that he could probably come back.
All right, so that's, that would be the best, because you really think about JT the last few years, right? He's become more of a 6, 7, 8 hitter, probably closer to 7, 8, or 9.
Mm-hmm.
In a great lineup, then he belongs at 5. And unfortunately, the last couple of years, they just have had no choice but to bump him up in lineups from time to time. If they could bring him back and it's a small deal and he ends up being the Phillies 7 hitter, that's awesome. Like that's a deep lineup where he's a 7er. So that's got me intrigued. And then this story by Matt Gelb just a few minutes ago. Apparently, and according to Matt Gelb, according to his report a few minutes ago, the Phillies are viewed right now as one of the favorites to sign Bo Bichette across baseball because they may be willing to do what they've done with a lot of these other contracts, which is extend it to go extra years to give him the money he wants. So Gelb throws out the idea of 6, 7, or 8-year contracts. You, Douglas, would you be willing to go there to secure Bo Bichette if nobody else is willing to go to that?
No, I would not have a problem with that, especially since you're about to extend Bryce Harper. So
Why you throw that in?
Come on.
We've talked about that. That's not happening.
I just saw a story come across my feed.
We told you to stop bringing that up.
This was a clear mandate.
I'm just saying. It tracks well because I'm telling you, I just saw a story about Bryce Harper and how he's getting ready for the season, how he's ready to go. So yeah, I think it would bode well because that'll put Bryce Harper in a position where he can ask for some more money.
Why are you so invested in Bryce Harper getting more money?
Were you his agent or something? What are you doing?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that financial apology coming.
Can you stop? We got to focus on getting Bo.
Yeah, I know. One thing at a time, Hugh.
Side of the year over here.
So if this is the way they have to get Bo Bichette, I want Bo Bichette here. And I want to win the World Series with this group before their time runs out. Ideally, though, I would rather not do this, right? This the Phillies make a habit of this.
You don't want to give him no money.
No, I don't mind
you
giving
him the extended year.
That's it. I mean, if they want to bump up the money per year, I don't care about John Middleton's pocketbook. What I care about is, like, he's 27 now. He's going to play his age 28 season. So ideally, a 5-year deal feels like perfect. 6, I could do that. And he's still, his contract will run out before he still gets to his mid-30s. 7 or 8, we're doing what we've done a lot recently, which was he's going to be here probably in his decline years.
I don't care.
I know, you never care.
No.
Geriatric team at the end, whatever.
I might not even be here.
So the length doesn't matter? Just sign him no matter what?
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, all right.
We got a World Series to win.
I read it wrong, Joe. He extended his deal with Under Armour. And he said, back like he never left. So we're going to get another rivalry pack.
Please.
I don't give a shit.
Please, no.
Yeah, they made history.
I mean, I can't, one side of my mouth, say I need them to go compete with the Dodgers.
Right.
And then in the other side be like, well, too many years.
I know.
I don't care.
I know you don't. 10, 12, 15. So that is an advantage they have because some teams don't want to do that. Some teams cut it off at 4, 5, 6. They don't want to go over that. The more this goes on, the more I feel like they're going to get him.
Yeah, well, if the Dodgers' advantage is going to be we spend all the money and we don't care, then if we want to get on that level, then maybe that's our advantage.
Yeah.
That's the one thing we can offer that no other teams will.
Yeah, most teams have gone away from that. Yeah,
Great.
We'll see. As we go through this, I'm starting to believe he's going to be, truly believe he's going to be a Philly.
I am... I will be very angry if he's not a Philly.
I've gotten to the point where I've started to pencil him in the lineup.
Yeah,
so if he's not here, it's a loss. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've lost the
we should do the Bichette. We should do the lineup with Bichette tomorrow.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. So we could pencil JT back in, too. It can take a one-year deal. All right, 215-592-9494. So we're all in. We'd go to 6 years for Bichette?
Not a problem.
7.
Yes.
8. No, you're a little off on the. I'll go with 8.
I'm a little squirrely when we get to 8 or beyond that. Let's take a deep breath. All right, Jeff in Wilmington is up. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
All right, so I don't think we're going too hard on Patullo, but let me get to a couple things first.
Mm-hmm.
The A.J. Brown thing is definitely an issue because this goes back a couple of years, and what I go to is last year after the Super Bowl when he basically said this, it doesn't really do much for me winning the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying he's selfish because I think every, receiver can be selfish. Everybody wants the ball. But I think that really digs into the psyche of the team, as the season goes on, and they had the cryptic tweets and all this stuff. Like, I think that's an issue. I can't prove it because I'm not in the locker room, and I'm not trying to say anything against him personally because I don't know the dude.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a really good dude. I don't know. I'm just saying from outside it looks like that. And another thing that's interesting, remember when Jalen first got here and he was talking about he likes to be coached hard?
Yes.
Yet now the scuttlebutt is he's resisting change or resisting whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like he doesn't want to run. Like that's interesting to me too.
So Jeff, I agree. I mean, if it's all accurate, right? Like if the reporting is accurate versus what we know he said in the beginning, right? Then it speaks to someone who's changed as he's aged, right? Like his personality, his mentality. And I love that about him in the beginning, Jeff. It's part of why I thought he would work out because, he would let them coach him to the level he needed to be. And obviously it worked. I mean, he's been a good quarterback.
Yeah. So getting to Patullo. So you said a lot of things at the top of the show, Joe, about if we knew, if you told us all these different things, would we say Patullo was a problem? Well, going into the season, we had an issue with the offensive line, health-wise and whatever. We had a running back who was used up pretty good last year that it's difficult to run when you've got a bad offensive line. So the way I see Patullo should have taken those things more into consideration. And maybe he did, maybe he didn't, I don't know. But the offense should look a little – there's a lot of times where Jalen holds on to the ball too long. But is that him not reading? I don't think so. I think it's the route tree, as everyone likes to say now. The routes were too deep. Like, it takes too much time to get them to develop. Last night I was watching – and I was watching the Steelers game, and I hate Aaron Rodgers. Man, that dude gets the ball out quick.
Yeah, he does.
Shouldn't that be something to do if you've got a sketchy offensive line? Don't give the quarterback the chance to hold on to the ball. Let's try to get it out quicker. I don't know. That's just what I observed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, Jeff, to your point, maybe the problem was from the start, not so much Sunday, right? By Sunday, they were what they were.
There's a whole lot going on
Yeah,
Sunday.
but you're right. Maybe they should have changed the approach. It did feel like they thought they could just do it again, what they did last year, and it did not work,
and
right?
They can't.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the offensive line. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things going on. Sunday was bad all the way around. The defense didn't really play that well. They gave up too many chunk plays. Can't let Vic Fangio off the hook on that. And Stoutland University looked like Stoutland Community College.
It did. It did not look good. Jeff, good folk. And you're right. I mean, the defense, for as good as they were this season, they did not play their best football on Sunday. I mean, they needed more out of the defense. They weren't bad, Hugh, but they weren't their best.
I mean, I hear you. I feel like, I mean, this is what happens when you lose. This is what happens when you lose. But we went into this game, and in from my purview, they did enough for you to win. Like they weren't stellar. They gave up a touchdown in the first drive of the game, but they did enough for you to win. They really did. Like for the most part, because we're looking at the beginning of the game and we're looking at the end of the game. Because that's the key moments that are left in our heads.
Sure.
But that was a chess match throughout. They gave you 2 interceptions that you did nothing with. It's easy to blame the defense when they don't do what they've been doing the whole year. But we've seen times where they've let you down because they've been out there the whole game.
Yeah, we did ask
look
a
at
lot.
This time of possession when you talk about that, man. I mean,
Eagles won time possession this week.
No, but I'm saying the point is this. They gave you back the ball, and they gave you opportunities, and you squandered both of them. You got 3 points out of one of them and didn't get nothing out of the other interception.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, the offense was way more of the reason they lost the game. I mean, it's not even close. I'm just saying.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But it's just like when you hear that, it's like,
yeah.
you know.
They did let them walk down the field for their last touchdown, though.
Dog, they
did.
When you get a chance, especially when the game is close, and you have a chance to experiment, it's easy to figure out things once you get another crack at it and all that. That's basically what that was, because your offense did nothing to separate yourselves from their offense.
I know. No, you're right.
And when you talk about the personnel that you had against their personnel, that's what makes it crazy. No, but I get it. I'm not absolving the defense, but I just think it's kind of crazy when you talk about what they were up against, an offensive guru, a genius. And the way that they handled that, they had some miscues, no question. But, damn, you kept giving them a bite at the apple because you couldn't score offensively.
Yeah, I mean, you did. I mean, they went, 3 and out, like 4 to 5 possessions,
Yeah.
which is what they typically do in the middle of games. J-Dog, Douglasville. What's up, J-Dog?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up?
Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. Yeah, just a couple thoughts. My thoughts here. There's a lot of blame to go around. I just think that the one, if you're starting it, who should get the most blame? I mean, we have a standard here in Philadelphia, and it's greatness. Uncle Jeff and Howie, they brought that in. So there's no looking back. I mean, that's our standard now. So, if people aren't going to, get onto that bandwagon of greatness, then, there's going to be a problem. I think that, you have to go to Kevin Patullo, unfortunately. And the reason why I go there is if I visualize putting Ben Johnson in there as a offensive coordinator, how do I visualize, our season, and do we do better than Kevin Patullo? And does this help put our players in a better position? I say, yeah. I say definitely. So, I'd have to start with him. Did he do a bad job? No, I think he did a average job. But again, it's a business. Do we want average, or do we now have that greatness, that we're that standard now? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so I have to go with him first. Unfortunately, he doesn't deserve all the blame. And then I think number 2, I think that A.J. Brown and both Hurts, but they never bought into Kevin Patullo's offense. They didn't like it. They don't want it for whatever reasons. And they, for whatever reason, I mean, is it a coincidence that A.J. Brown's play just tapered off here the whole year? I mean, some of those catches. I mean, I guess you guys did he miss those there? I mean, did he actually tank on?
J-Dog, I don't know. I mean, I wish I could have seen. And J-Dog, good phone call. I wish I could have seen a higher camera shot of some of those, because with the way the wind was, the deep shots, I don't know. Did the ball die? Because it did. Now he dropped the one he dropped in the last drive. It was a drop. I mean, it just hit him in the hands. The other two, it was kind of he went to catch them strangely, as if they moved in the air, which certainly could have happened with the wind. I don't know. I mean, as far as AJ goes, I think he's physically declining. I don't think A.J. Brown's the same guy he was 3 years ago physically. And that's obviously not a Kevin Patullo. I mean, that happens to athletes. It's just they age.
Yeah, and when you visibly point fingers at other people and you're having games where you're dropping balls and not, making the plays that we are accustomed to see to make. Yeah, it's a real bad look.
Yeah, I mean, it really, for everyone out there that was frustrated with AJ during the season, it really, what an ending that he has a bad day in their final game of the season. Mad Mike, King of Prussia, up on WIP. Hey, Mad Mike.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
We're trying to figure it out together.
You know what? I told you so I just wanted to get that out of the way. But anyway, I came up with the list for you guys. It's the WIP Jalen Hurts jock sniffer list.
Oh, boy. All right.
Yes.
What do you got? How many on the list? How many you got?
4.
Okay, so this is your top 4.
4.
Yeah, top 4. Okay, let's hear them.
So we got Ike Reese, Jalen Hurts jock sniffer. We got John Ritchie, big-time Jalen Hurts jock sniffer. James Seltzer, big-time Jalen Hurts jock sniffer. And at the tippy top of the list, Hunter Brody, that he Rhodes will not, St. Jalen does no wrong in Hunter Brody's list. He had nothing to do with the game on Sunday. It was all everybody else.
Of course it was. Well, I was waiting for Broads because this is the second year we did Jalen Hurts Appreciation Day, right, in the middle of the season? Yeah. What do you think of that list, Hugh? Ike, Richie, Seltzer, Brody?
This quarterback is the Teflon Don of accountability. He just gets to stink for 2 years. So much so that last year they took the ball out of his hands and say, Saquon, take us to the playoffs. And we're always like, oh, say Jalen, oh, he outplayed Patrick Mahomes in 2 Super Bowls. No, he didn't, because he lost one of them, and Patrick Mahomes was damn near perfect in the second half. He did not. You're all mouth-breathing losers. But, I'm tired of hearing that one. Jalen Hurts is an offensive coordinator killer. He stinks. He refuses to run. He's not a quarterback, and when you take away his running, he's nothing. He's marginal at best.
Well, I do agree.
And no one wants to call him out. No one wants to call him out because
nobody.
Some people do, but what it is we don't want to acknowledge that maybe he's not as good as we thought. I mean, that's uncomfortable. Mike, we appreciate the list. Hugh, what do you think of the list there? Jock sniffers is not a term you hear very often anymore.
No, it's a little unfair.
It's strong.
It's a little unfair.
It's an antiquated term, but the list is interesting. I would call this maybe the Jalen Hurts, the biggest Jalen Hurts supporters. We could just say that instead of jock sniffers.
Yeah, it's not. It's a little unfair.
Ike, Richie, Seltzer, Broads.
Yeah, it's a little unfair. I don't consider any of those guys jock sniffers. I consider them.
Well, that's the Mad Mike Flair.
Yeah. If I change the word to Jalen supporters, would you?
I think that's probably that sounds
list,
a little better.
Yeah, I mean Broads has got to be top of the list. I mean he's the guy. Seltzer's a big Hurts guy. I would say that. Richie's a big Hurts guy. I feel like Ike's a little bit more objective on the Hurts
I would
thing.
agree.
More towards he just calls it like he sees it. The other three, I would say, are Hurts guys.
See, I feel like more for Richie, it's because he actually played offense and he knows that intimately. I think of Ike when he talks about it, it's more objectively because Ike was a linebacker, and when I think of Ike and the knowledge that he has of the game, he understands the concepts, in which they're playing because he's in coverage all the time.
So Seltzer and Broads are just apologists?
Probably. Probably. I think Bro's just over the top with everything that he does, which I totally appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate him standing up for his guy.
Seltzer's emotional. Seltzer's a little emotional.
Well, we've heard that. We've heard a little bit. He's very emotional.
Seltzer's emotional.
Unlike me.
Yeah, more even-keeled. Yes, I agree with that.
No, but it's when you talk about this situation with Jalen, it's a bunch of different things because we've seen Jalen have success. So that's why I'm not on the band on board with it all being his problem.
Well, it's definitely not all Jalen Hurts's, but it's at the same time, it's not
all part of it.
He's not all Kevin Patullo's fault, and that's. Also, when was the last time we saw this passing game be really good?
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Like 4 years?
It's been about that.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't here for the first one, but it's been a while.
It feels like a long time ago.
It does.
Passing game was consistently really good. Ryan is up on WIP. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, studio?
What's up, Ryan? What you thinking?
Hey, have you guys seen that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing the finger at each other?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Who hasn't
That's
seen
Jalen
that?
Hurts, Nick Sirianni, A.J. Brown, and Kevin Patullo. They're all to blame at the end of the day.
And I mean, they're all part of it. I agree.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Who do you pinpoint? Like, who's the true reason of it? And I think a lot of this distraction came from AJ all season. And I feel like, I mean, we all know he had his mental health problems. I get that. I feel that. And it's tough.
It is. Sorry, Ryan. Phone connection is not great. Is as bad as the passing game at times. Not great there. Yeah, I mean, I do think they're all. That's. I guess it's my larger point is that Patullo's just become the guy. We just say it's all on him. They're all part of this thing.
Yeah, no question about it. But I think for us as fans, we gotta dole out blame. And right now, Kevin Patullo is the blame guy. He's the guy.
It doesn't make it right.
Yeah, it doesn't, but it is what it is. I'm not saying it's right, but he's about to get flamed for it.
He's been getting flamed for 48 hours, and he will probably lose his job over it. It just The whole thing is wild to me that we just have decided he's the reason all this stuff fell off. I don't buy it. I think there's way more to what is going on around here. All right, let's do this quickly. We'll do it, and then we'll be done with it. Cowboy Jim up on WIP. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
More Mad Mike, less Aaron from San Diego. How about that?
Well, Aaron's suspended for the week after yesterday's performance.
Yeah. Oh, Eagles lose and Aaron's out for the week. Oh, it couldn't be any better. And talking about Boba Fett, it won't help your sorrow, okay? How about you go get that kid that was ripping the Eagles, saying the Patullo should be flipping burgers? Why don't you get him to be a regular caller rather than that loser from San Diego?
Well, he's going to be a host one day. I could hear it in his voice.
Oh,
that kid's going to be on the air. Yeah,
I can. So much for a dynasty. I guess that's out of the question now. No one's talking about dynasties anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah, but we're going back to the playoffs next year.
It's on hold. It's just on hold.
Well,
yeah.
So
basically,
if we win next year, then we're
right back.
Then we're
that was
dynasty has a lot of legs.
The NFC East stinks. It's an embarrassment.
Well, part of that is because of the Cowboys.
It's an embarrassment.
Yeah, I know.
Hugh, don't let Joe and Kyle, or as I call them, the lowercase exciting whiteys, undermine you when because you know all along about the Eagles. You didn't have you knew all along they were a 9-8 team or an 8-9 team. You knew that all right. So don't be surprised if they lost to the 49ers. You know that. Is that correct?
No, I was surprised they lost to the 49ers. I was a little hurt.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
You really tried for an alley-oop there, Jim, and you got swatted away. I mean, he didn't know that. He guaranteed a victory. That's enough, Jim. I'm out. Enough of Jim.
I guaranteed that thing, man.
It was a bad guarantee, if we're being frank.
Not really.
It was.
I mean, it was a guarantee, but I mean, I tried to tell y'all don't want to tell me, oh, y'all put 24 points on it.
Well, that's what they needed to win. Literally, they needed 20.
It, but
they needed 24. I told you for the whole week.
Their ceiling is 21.
And
they didn't even reach their ceiling.
It's over.
They didn't even reach their ceiling.
No, they didn't. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get everyone's phone calls up here. Ross Tucker will join us. That's his take on the Patullo situation. What's next? If they do move on, who could be the next coordinator? And what happens this offseason? Ross will join us next, plus his take on the remaining 8 teams in the NFL postseason. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Hey, everybody, this is Hugh Douglas. And I'll say it, Tasty Cake doesn't miss. They're always rolling out amazing treats for a limited time. You can get your hands on the salted caramel baked pie. Oh, that sounds tasty. It's a graham cracker crust caramel cheesecake flavor. That's the problem in the best way. And the mint chocolate candy cakes family pack means you're covered all week unless your family finds them first. Maybe one of those will become your new favorite. Classic snacks, new favorites, same great Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday, grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. 6th Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get back to all your phone calls coming up here. First, though, we got to talk to our guy, Ross Tucker. We do it every Tuesday. I wish we were getting ready for an Eagles-Bears game in the division round. We're not. We're unpacking the pieces of a wild card loss to the 49ers and talking about what's next at Ross Tucker NFL, the Daily Ross Report there. Ross, how you doing today?
Ross.
I am doing okay. My flight is booked to Chicago because I'm calling the Rams and the Bears. And to your point, it'd be a lot cooler if it was the Eagles and the Bears.
It would. Unfortunately, we're not there, and we're ready for an offseason here in Philadelphia with a lot of things up in the air. Ross, let's start here. The game on Sunday. How did you see it, and what was really what went wrong for the Eagles? Because they went in as a heavy favorite, and man for man, it looked like with the Niners' injuries, how are they going to do this? And the Eagles let them come in here and win that game. What stood out to you watching the game Sunday?
So I think Sunday's game was really emblematic of the whole season, and I'm sure I'm not the only person that said that, but I would say Sunday's game in general and the season in particular just represent to me a massive missed opportunity, because I still deep down believe the Eagles probably have the best roster in the NFL, and most of those guys are in their prime, and most of those guys are healthy. You know, the only guy they were really missing on Sunday was Lane Johnson. Meanwhile, obviously everybody knew all the injuries the 49ers had. So to be in that spot where you are rested, you didn't play in week 18, you're healthier, you're playing at home, you have the better roster. I mean, I was thinking about this after the game. Only like a handful of 49ers in that game would start on the Eagles team. Only a handful. I mean, the Eagles would have the vast majority of the starters if you made an all-star team or whatever from those two teams. So it's a huge missed opportunity. It's not shocking because of what we saw all year. It is surprising because I did think that they would be able to take it to another level like they did in 22 and 24 when they averaged more than 7 points per game in those playoff seasons than they did in the regular season. Quite frankly, I thought the defense would play better. I thought Jalen Hurts would run it more. And I feel like, you know, I don't know if it's 3 years from now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now or all the above, we're going to look back and say, gosh, 2025, what happened? They had this guy and that guy. Windows like this, opportunities like this do not come along very often. Ask Q when he was with the Eagles in the early 2000s. When you have the team, when you have the roster, you have to come through. You have to find a way to make the plays in the critical games to get over the hump and get to the next round.
Well, I mean, I agree with that, and we see this across the NFL all the time when there's this rare collection of talent that you don't know how long it lasts. Now, Ross, there's a lot of blame to go around for what happened during the season, and then certainly Sunday. Where do you come down on how much of it, and really, frankly, I think too much is being put on Kevin Patullo. I'm not trying to say he's great, and he's probably going to lose his job, and they're probably going to upgrade at offense coordinator. I acknowledge all that. It just feels from my seat, Ross, that everyone is just saying this is all Patullo's fault. And I look at the game Sunday and the year, and I say the players had plays to be made. They didn't make them. I mean, he didn't drop those passes AJ did. I thought the final sequence, Jalen Hurts did not play that right. I mean, he threw a ball out of bounds on second down with their season on the line. How much, when you watch the team this year, did say, man, Patullo screwed up a good thing versus the players really had a tough season individually and then collectively?
Well, I kind of knew, and I even told him this coming into the year, that Patullo was in almost an impossible spot because he was really the only new guy on the whole team, but in particular on the offense because Vic Fangio was back. And so if they had any issues at all, people were going to blame him because he was the new guy. The reality is, the offensive line took a pretty decent step back this year, and I think guys in and out of the lineup plus guys being less than 100% was a big reason for that. You know, the receivers in particular, I thought A.J. Brown was not quite the same player. In particular in this game, drops were an issue. Now, the part that I am curious about, and I don't know how much to slice this up on the players versus the coaches, and even in particular versus Sirianni and Kevin Patullo, is the penalties. Like the Darius Cooper hold. You're on the perimeter. You're blocking a corner pretty good. Here comes Saquon Barkley. You don't need to try to hold on to the guy like that. You don't need to take him down to the ground like that. So certainly that should go on the player, but the reality is when you have an undrafted rookie free agent out of Tarleton State playing in a big moment in a playoff game, he's probably going to make some mistakes. So is it their fault for having him out there? Is it their fault for not teaching him well enough in those situations to understand the scenario and that, hey, when you're out there in space, you got to be smart. We can't get the penalty. If that guy's going to come off and try to make an arm tackle on Saquon Barkley, that's okay. But that kind of stuff, just so many penalties. So often they're behind the chains, and then they end up completing a pass on third down short of the line to gain. It was really, really frustrating.
Russ,
obviously.
What was your perspective of the final sequence? So, and specifically the fourth down call. They called a timeout. They had a thought on what the 49ers were doing based on who was on the field because they'd seen it, and then they called the timeout. And they came out, and it ended up being an incomplete over the middle to Dallas Goedert. A lot of people very critical of the play call. Ross, I don't know what they should have called. My thought was, though, that is a difficult spot. It's 4th and 11, and of course there's no you can't clear anyone out, right? The back of the end zone is there, so you're in a condensed space. What did you make of what they tried versus what they could have, and how the season basically ended?
Well, so I guess I would say the biggest issue I had was the calling of the timeout. And I recognize that, it would have been an uphill battle, but they would have gotten the ball back with probably over 30 seconds left. So let's play it out. They don't get the first down. They stop the Niners on 3 runs. I think there was 43 seconds left. Stop their Niners on 3 runs. Maybe those take 8 seconds off the clock. So now you're at 35, and then the Niners have to punt. It's not a great chance, but it's still another chance. So I guess the issue I have, Joe, is you call a timeout, and then that's the play that you come up with? If you're going to call a timeout, I would like you to come up with something really good as opposed to that, which was a very, very difficult window for Hurts to try to fit the ball into. What really got him was you have second down where Hurts has to throw the ball away. First down, it looked like there was a seam there, and that Hurts was going to be able to take that for a long way. Kudos to the Niners defenders for coming in and tackling him. The second down throwaway really, really hurt you. You got to get some positive yardage in that situation. And then third down, it would not have been an easy catch, but that's one with the season on the line. You would have liked a little bit better ball placement from Hurts, and you would like to see Devontae Smith find a way to make that catch.
Ross Tucker with us. Ross, let's look forward. NFL postseason, 8 teams left. Unfortunately, no Eagles. You'll be in Chicago for the Rams and Bears game. Ross, what's your thought on how the field looks now after Wild Card Weekend, which was before the Eagles game? Just an incredible 3 games, 1, 2, 3 leading into the Eagles game, and where we are now. So Buffalo in Denver. We have the Texans at the Patriots. You'll be in Chicago for the Rams and the Bears. And then, of course, Seattle and San Francisco. The NFC looks like a tremendous couple of games we have here. What's your thought on the 4 games left?
I feel pretty strongly on it, Joe. I would be surprised if it's not Rams-Seahawks for the NFC Championship game in Seattle. I think they're the 2 best teams. I think that there's a chance they both win by double digits, quite frankly, in their game. I think the Bears probably can keep it a little bit closer than the Niners do out in Seattle. And then the AFC, I think I'm going to take both underdogs, both road teams. And it's probably unlikely, but what I witnessed from the Texans last night on the sideline and that defense, and as long as C.J. Stroud doesn't lose his mind and have 3 horrendous turnovers again, Texans are going to be a tough out. And if you think the Broncos and Bills is going to be a close game late, and that's what the betting line would indicate, how are you taking Bo Nix over Josh Allen? I can't do that. I physically cannot do that. One guy is capable of putting on Superman's cape. The other guy, in my mind, really isn't, although he did it a couple times this year late in games. I think both the road teams, that would be wild if the AFC Championship game is the Buffalo Bills at the Houston Texans, and it would be the Texans' first home playoff game of the playoffs would be the conference championship.
Yeah, that would be wild.
Go yeah. Go crazy.
Well, that place would be wild. And be a rematch of a game we saw earlier this season. Ross, have a great rest of your week. Enjoy it. We'll be listening and watching on Sunday with you in Chicago. Thank you again, and we'll catch up soon.
Sounds great. See you guys.
There he goes, Ross Tucker there with his thoughts on it. But that would be crazy if he's right about that. That Bills-Broncos in Israel. I think the Bills are the first team with a bye that's an underdog.
That's great. Well, the quarterback. Probably because of Bo, right?
Oh, sure, and Josh,
Yeah.
But I think it's the first time since the Foles Eagles underdogs to the Falcons after the bye in 2017. It's pretty rare to have a bye and then be the underdog.
Yeah, it is. But man, I tell you, that's going to be a good game. That's probably going to be the best game of the weekend.
And it's the first one. Yeah, I think that's the Saturday 4:30. It will be a great football game.
I love Buffalo.
You love it?
Love Buffalo. Close to guaranteeing.
Off a bye?
Yeah.
Denver at home?
Yeah.
I think it's coin flip. Coin flip. Your last guarantee didn't work out great.
You mean Hughes?
Well, I'm sorry. Do you guarantee a game this weekend?
I ain't said nothing.
Why?
I refuse to watch football this weekend. I'm still. It all depends. But right now, I'm feeling like that.
You say
might
it
be
like
the
I'm
case.
forcing you to do. You don't have to.
I'm feeling it like that might be the case.
Okay.
Right now, I'm still in mourning.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, we could talk about that Friday if people are going to watch this weekend, or if they're giving it up. I get it.
You're watching football.
I'm lying to myself. I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch.
I'm addicted. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna watch. Like I'm gonna lie to everyone and say I'm not gonna watch the games. Of course, we watch the games. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
Dude, Joe Kyle, what's up, man?
Terrence, what's up, buddy?
Guys, man, Jalen Hurts was like, I feel like with a new coordinator, I feel like we could turn this around. Like, yeah, I'm not the biggest Jalen Hurts guy. I feel like Jalen Hurts, he's not him. He has to improve. He has to use the whole field. But guys, Patullo, I feel like it's a big thing when they asked Sirianni in the post game press conference. They asked him about bring Patullo back, and all he said was, we got to evaluate everything. They asked Jalen Hurts about Patullo, and he says, I'm not going to speak on that right now. So that's saying a lot about Kevin Patullo and his play calling. Could Hurts have done better with the weapons that he had? Yes, he had to do better. But, guys, I feel like Patullo, if he was here all those years, and I was telling Kyle, we saw what Hurts did with Shane Steichen. We saw what he did Shane Steichen was a veteran, proven coordinator, and we saw what Hurts did. And Kyle told me that might have been Jalen Hurts' peak. But he has had a different coordinator every year, and I feel like this has been bringing him down, learning a new system. And I feel like the same thing with Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson didn't know what he was doing. Ken Patullo didn't know what he was doing. So, Joe, I know Hurts, I feel like he's not a top 10 quarterback. I feel like he doesn't play good. He doesn't use the receivers right. He doesn't use his slot receiver. He doesn't use the middle of the field. But I can't blame, like, to me, it's on everybody. It's on Hurts. It's on Patullo. It's on Nick Sirianni. I can't say, like, most of the blame is on Jalen Hurts today because that last play call was a definition of how Patullo has been calling plays all year. That last play call to send all your guys on a streak down the field, and you don't have nothing going to the sideline. You don't have nothing going to the middle of the field, a curl route, a slant. You don't have a post route, none of that. Like, that's baffling to me. And they showed the last play. These guys are all looking at each other on the sideline when they call that timeout. And you can see Hurts and Sirianni looking at each other like they were all dumbfounded. Like, what you want me to call dummy? Like, that play call right there with the definition of the Philadelphia Eagles offensive season. You had Saquon Barkley. You had Dallas Goedert. I don't care. This is an indictment on as coaching malpractice on Patullo because you had all these, like, yeah, AJ's in the decline, but he's still productive. And Smitty, yeah, Hurts didn't have the best game, but there was a lot of drop balls. Smitty dropped the ball, AJ dropped 4 balls. And that could have changed the outcome and swing the game in a different direction.
Well, sure. The drops were bad. I mean, the last one was the worst one. Fortunately, they got the Goddard catch right after Terrence. We appreciate it, so they were able to overcome that one. that last play that Terrence brought up, and a lot of people have referenced the
look on their face,
because they took a timeout.
Where do we get the idea that everybody was so like? I didn't get that at all. When I saw that clip a million times, everyone's like, "Hurts looks like you can't even believe his. You can hardly even see his face."
Yeah,
what are we talking about?
I don't know. I just thought it was.
What are we doing?
Everyone has collectively made that up. I think.
Because it's the exclamation point on the fire Patullo thing. He called a bad last play. Guys, the third down. Is Devontae Smith open? Yes, I'll answer the question. He is. Is Jalen have a clean pocket?
Are you talking about the sequence?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Why are we in the 4th and 11?
You're trying to get to why did it come down to that timeout in the last play?
Yeah, it's third and first of all, the second down play, again, I'm not going to get right again and scream, but it's going to keep me up all off season. Then we just threw the ball away on second down. The third down play, for as much as Patullo is in moron, Devontae's open. He called it. He got him open.
He drew up some plays that you felt could have got one in the game.
Well, you at least got first and goal. Yeah. I mean, he's probably tackled, the 10-yard line, but
that's probably what's being litigated as we speak.
It's first and goal, and away we go. It's a bad throw, and Devontae, who makes a lot of spectacular catches, couldn't get that one. And then we're on to a 4th and 11. What's the call there?
Well,
where's the 4th and 11 in the playbook with the end zone behind them?
Well, all right, another thing I'm wondering is if we're to trust and believe that this is the same offense overall for years now. This is Hurts' 5th season running it, right? Can he not change a route at the line of scrimmage? Can he not change a play or
Yeah, I mean, Hugh, I would guess that they, before the game, have a package of plays for 4th and got to have it, right?
Yeah.
So when they went to the sideline, that clip that Terrence is talking about that everyone's referenced, I don't know how many it is. Is it 3? Is it 5? Is it 2? I don't know how many plays they could choose from, but they probably have.
Don't feel like it's a lot.
Okay. Well, you're
don't feel like a 4th and 11. Don't feel like it's a whole lot.
3, 2,
maybe.
Okay.
Don't feel like it. Don't feel like it's a lot.
Right. So then they went over with him. This is where we're going. I'm sure he had input on what they were doing.
Yeah, and just like it's amazing to me that everybody's two of the most defining moments in the history of Philadelphia came down to the coach talking to the player, and you saw in the first one when you talk about Nick Foles and Doug.
Well, to your point, that was Foles running up to Doug and
asking him to play. And if I'm not mistaken, hasn't Nick Foles told us on his podcast this year that a quarterback has a lot of input with what is called, and you have to be comfortable with it?
Of course.
So I don't know what his narrative was drawn where they say that Jalen didn't like to play, but he ran it anyway. Jalen's the quarterback, and Jalen has told us on more than one occasion that the offense is going to look the way he wanted to look.
I'm positive.
Also, you told us that he was calling the plays in the second half of the Rams game.
Now, that would have been the moment.
There's
a John Wayne moment. Slaps Patullo, goes out there and scores a touchdown.
I looked at him like, dog, what you talking about? 4 verticals? Come on now. We're not running that. But again.
But what's the play? No one has told me in 3 days what they should have done.
I was about to say, ain't a whole lot you can do in that situation.
I know, because no one wants to talk about first down, second down, third down. That's where the game was lost, everyone. That's where the fight. 4th and 11, it is a Hail Mary. The defense knows you're in a bad spot. I just that's.
Yeah, and they're not letting you beat them behind. They're not letting you get behind them. A good defense is not in it anyway.
Well, yeah, of course.
And then they know that's for all the marbles on that one. So yeah, no, they're not letting.
It's a bad spot. All right, let's go to Mike in Philly. What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, good afternoon. So I'm going to try to attempt. I've been listening for the last 2 days. I'm going to try to attempt to go a different way than where everybody else is going on this. I think this season is equivalent to buying a Bugatti with used tires. Now, I'm going to try to explain. Now, I think what we see this year has been a manifestation of something that's been happening for the last 10 years. The person I have smoke for, and in regards to how he's built the team, I give him much credit, is Howie Roseman. Now, I've listened to several different interviews with Howie personally, and he has explained on numerous occasions that the hardest part of his career has been when he was demoted to Chip Kelly. And ever since then, I've seen how things have been going when it comes to who he decides to hire in regards to the offensive coordinators and head coaches. I felt like the whole Doug Peterson thing was Doug wanted a little bit more control, and how he wasn't willing to let it happen. And ever since then, they've been dealing with spare parts outside of the Shane Steichen and the Kellen Moore years. To me, we're going to continue to have to deal with Jalen having a new coordinator every year until somebody decides that we go get like a Jim Harbaugh or somebody, give him actual real power, because to be honest, there really isn't any real teams that consistently compete for championships every year that the front office runs the team. So just to end it off that way, guys, I really think, like, look, Howie did a great job building a team, but overall, we can't keep dealing with guys. We need a real head coach who has real head coaching power, who gets respect in the locker room. The guys will listen to him, and Howie just does the player personnel thing. So I appreciate your time. You guys have a great day.
Mike, appreciate the phone call.
Howie caught us stray.
Well, so I
hear him. I hear him, though.
I have two thoughts on it. I don't think he's wrong in his theory. Like I think ever since the chip thing happened, Howie and Jeff said nobody's ever going to be in charge but us. That's my view. Like, they're never as much as we may love it. Do you think they're ever going to hire a Shanahan type, a McVay type? I don't think so either.
But,
so with that, he's right. Now the pushback I would give, and I know he said goodbye, Hugh. As much as maybe that is more traditional, we can't pretend this hasn't worked.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, Joe. We went to 2
Super Bowls.
Well, yeah, 3 and 1, 2.
Right.
I mean, there's something to be said. And Doug drew the line in the sand.
And he got asked.
And he got asked. That's why we were talking earlier. It was like, will Sirianni ride for his boy? Nah, I don't see that happening. He's not going to do that. This is a good job to have, man. And it's not a bad spot to be in until you're at the spot you're in now.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not, because you rode the wave. You've been called a bunch of mean and hurtful names, and you rode the wave and you won the Super Bowl for that, for the team that Howie built. Now, I'm kind of with Howie with relinquishing power, because you saw what happened. And the team was not good for that. Howie's built a strong roster, man, and like we like to talk about all the time, Howie's probably a Hall of Fame GM. No question about that.
Yeah.
So, and I don't work over there. I don't know him well enough, but it doesn't seem like he's that hard to work with, because at the end of the day, all he wants to do is win.
I agree, but I think there is something too that they'd prefer a coach more like Doug or Sirianni than, like, let's be real. You think Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are going to listen to Howie? No.
Probably not.
Right.
It's probably going to be some pushback.
Right.
But
I don't think they want that. Now, again, this has worked.
But I was about to say that if you're Kyle Shanahan and you come in, it's almost like working with John Lynch. John Lynch knows probably more football than Kyle Shanahan.
But
because
Kyle gets final say on the roster.
Okay, I give you that. But Howie's final say with this roster has put this roster in a pretty darn good spot.
Yeah, it is a weird. I think the caller totally brings up something valid, but it's one of those where, like, I get it and I see it, but, like, they're not going to stop because they've won like this. That's it.
And let me say this too. I think that's probably true for Coach Sirianni. I don't think that's true for Vic Fangio.
No, well, he gets to do it.
Yeah, I don't think that's true for Vic Fangio. I think Vic Fangio, the OG, making meatballs on a Saturday, like,
you love that video.
Oh man, that was awesome. Like, he's said in meetings, and be like, man, whatever. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but hey, Bryce Love, he can't play for me. He out of here.
Right.
After he got paid, and Howie has alluded to the fact that, Vic Fangio pushes back. I think he respects that more than anything. It's worked. At the end of the day, when you Howie might be you might be mad at Howie today, but Howie's built a hell of a roster, man.
And maybe it means that they won't win back-to-back Super Bowls. Maybe that's going to be
challenging.
But
you're going to be relevant.
But right, maybe that's going to be more of a Spurs type of run, right? The Spurs didn't win back-to-back titles, but the Spurs for 15 years.
San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, right. Like, it's just going to be a different kind of dynasty or different kind of great run rather than the continuity of year by year, because the coach loses his coordinator. All right. I think Patullo's getting way too much blame for what's going on around here. You're causing that. Plus, more on the final play of the game, what others have said about who's at fault, maybe where Jalen could have went with the football. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford, they have over 100 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. KiaofCherryHill.com.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve visiting from out west wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book HorizonServices.com today.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through January 31st. See store for details.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Globe Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Globe Risque Philly. GlobeRisque.com.
Hey, it's Devin Caney, and Valentine's Day might feel far away, but people are planning ahead more than ever because they want this year to really count. If you're ready to do something extra special, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers located in Newtown Square. Paul doesn't just sell jewelry. He helps you plan the moment, whether it's an engagement ring, a custom piece, or the perfect Valentine's gift. This Valentine's Day, step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and of course, cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Houston Texans beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 30-6 last night. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. combined for 27 sacks in the regular season, and last night disrupted Aaron Rodgers and applied pressure all night long. With a duo like Hunter and Anderson, the Texans have a chance next weekend to pull off the upset over the Patriots in the divisional round. I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the iHeartRadio app.
Cool.
I do need help, yeah. I need a lot of help. Trying to unpack what the hell's going on around here. And the Eagles need some help.
What are we doing?
I don't know. The Eagles don't know. Patullo's still here. Is Bo Bichette signed yet? What's
Not
going
yet.
on? All right. Before we go back to the phone lines, we got a lot to get to, including some things later in the hour that would make us all. Well, one thing that's making me feel really good if it happens. We'll get to all that. But let's play this. So this was Monday Night Football before the game last night between the Texans and the Steelers, which was an ugly game. Ugly game. Boy, the Texans, they turned the ball a million times and still won by 24. They dominated. Anyway, before the game, they're unpacking Wild Card Weekend. And the conversation broke out between Ryan Clark and I'm forgetting his
Spears.
name. Marcus Spears.
Marcus
yes.
Spears.
Yes.
It's the second time you forgot his name.
I know. I keep forgetting Marcus Spears' name. I like Marcus, too.
Forgettable
Big
guy.
Swag. Was it Big
Swagoo.
Swagoo?
I keep wanting to call him Swagoo. I'm like, I know that. I can't call him Swagoo.
No, you can't do that.
Marcus Spears. He's really good. But here's their conversation about the fourth down play and what they thought was going on and should happen.
3rd and 11, I throw it to AJ and he drop it. Where do I go on 4th down? I go to Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert led this team in touchdown receptions. And so I feel, Marcus, I said the same thing earlier. If I'm going to get cover 4, and I know that they're going to have hook defenders and a quarters defender there, and I got one-on-one with AJ Brown and Deommodore Lenoir, hell yeah, I throw it to him. I don't care if he dropped 50 balls, but that tells you about a disconnect.
About a disconnect, exactly. And that is my point, because early in the year, I watched them behind on the Rams and say, AJ, you got to win every single rep. And he won every single rep, and they won the game. This is the playoffs, bro. It's on the line. And you don't go to your $100 million wide receiver that's in man-to-man coverage. I don't care if he drop passes early in the game. I don't care what the situation is. The answer to that play, even Devontae, your first-round draft pick that you paid, is out there singled up. And it's not for not going to them one-on-one. You threw the ball in the middle of the field with 3 defenders around the receiver.
There were 3 folks.
Stop it, man. So to your point, RC, it's a disconnect between what these guys have done all season long.
I love what he said, though. I think sometimes we put too much on the coaches. Players had opportunities to make plays, and they did not.
Hugh, that was interesting because we keep going back to the throw, the call, the play, right? And it ended up knocked away, and there's 3 defenders around Goddard. They were both pretty strong that regardless of what happened in the game, if AJ's one-on-one on the outside, that's where the ball's got to go.
Yeah, he's your guy, and that's the guy that you would look at, and your money guy. Even if he's not having a good day, you believe in him. And the one thing that jumps out to me about this crew is that it doesn't seem like they're as close-knit as they once were. That, if we're thinking about it, because the first year I got here, it just seemed like these guys were hanging out together, laughing and giggling. And then all of a sudden, and I'm going back and I'm thinking about some of the stories that I've heard in the past since I've been here that, Jalen stopped hanging out. He doesn't come around as much anymore. I've always felt that some of the better teams the guys hung out together. They kind of, fellowship together, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And like I gave you a story about how Donovan used to work out with the receivers at home in Arizona all the time.
Yep.
And to be in that moment and not go to that guy, I get what I pick up what they're putting down. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one of those things now you unpack it. If I told you the situation, just said, like, where would you go with the ball? AJ, Devontae, right? And then that's no slight on Goddard. I mean, Goddard's had a great season, but they paid AJ and Devontae for those plays, right?
They pay, that's why they make the big bucks.
I mean, just think about that play. You have your two outside receivers who are making a lot of money, your quarterback making a lot of money, and the ball was thrown over the middle to the tight end. Again, if it worked, everyone's happy. And I know that the reality is most people hate Patullo for the call, but I thought it was interesting the way they unpacked it. Like, I didn't think about that. I just saw what happened. I'm like, oh, that's not good. But like, where could it have gone? It could have went to AJ Brown. All right, let's go to Andy in Westchester. Hey, Andy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Andy. What's up?
So, Hugh, I'm on my way back from Atlanta right now, and there are rumblings. There are rumblings down there.
Yeah.
About Hugh Douglas?
They haven't called yet.
In his stomach?
Well, it's mostly because I started telling people that. I was hanging out with some Atlanta fans.
Well, sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. I mean,
that's what I've been trying to do.
You get
man.
word of
That's what I've
mouth
been trying to
going,
do.
right? Those fans call Atlanta radio.
Yeah, you
Arthur,
are the rumbling.
Arthur Blank hears it, and then
You're doing
there you
the
go.
rumbling.
We'll reverse engineer this thing.
I'll be back next week. I'm going to do the same thing and see if I can't get some rumors started. But,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got it. Just don't forget me.
I'd never do.
He will. Let's not lie. He will.
So, permission to long talk?
Yes, permission. Granted.
So, this whole thing, I don't think, and I haven't really heard anybody say this is all Patullo's fault, but he's clearly part of the problem. And, Howie's in a position where coming off a Super Bowl win, he kind of had to let Nick make his choice. In business, I always was of the mind that let somebody hang themselves. If you go try to do this, and we're just going to shine the light on you, and you can do it or you can't. So he made his choice. It's unfortunate for Patullo. He wasn't the guy for the job, but he's not the only problem. What I see as a possible solution, or my thought, would be to get an ex-head coach who was a proven coordinator in here. The draw, Joe, is hand him the keys. And, Nick's got no say in this. Howie's going to say, hey, here's the keys. You got the offense. It's your offense. And now it's sink or swim for Hurts. That's the only way I can see it working. You got to shine a light on the problem. We don't know what the problem is. We know it's not one problem, but somebody's got to come in here that's all business, knows what they're doing, and shine a light on it. I'm going to run my offense. You can run it or you can't.
Yeah, and as you said that, Andy, we'll see how the head coaching market plays out. But three names came to mind right away: Daboll, Stefanski, and McDaniel. I mean, they all fit the bill of what you're talking about.
Exactly, and one of the things I see about that, another reason it might be made more attractive, is because they've been humbled, and sometimes after losing a higher position job like that, you kind of just want to step back and take the stress off, at least for a little while. That's why I wouldn't see it as being such a huge threat that after 1 year they're going to be gone, because they might just want to take a year or two to kind of gather themselves again. And this is all speculation on my part. I went through it, and I know, after being in management a long time, I got laid off for the first time ever, and it's like the best and worst day of your life. And that's when I decided, you know what, I'm going to drive for now. And it's much happier being, an Indian versus a Chief sometimes.
Yeah, and look, some coaches end up just being better as coordinators. And now the league might have to tell them that rather than they realize it. And Andy, appreciate it. I mean, it could work out that way. I mean, there's a world where they hire someone and he doesn't leave in a year to become a head coach. I mean, that hasn't happened here. So because Steichen took a job, Moore took a job, maybe the next guy won't. Maybe he'll be around a couple of years.
Yeah, maybe it'll be an older guy. Maybe it'll be somebody a little bit more salty, kind of like in a big Fangio vein that's been running offenses a while and runs an offense a certain way, like has some great concepts, things of that nature. But I think, he was on to something when he's talking about you got to shine a light on what's going on because we don't know. Kevin Patullo right now is a quick fix, right? Now, when football season comes back around, we're going to have to figure out what this team looks like. People are going to be healthier, but I feel like for whatever reason, and the players have kind of alluded to that, the offense has to change. And that might mean Coach Sirianni stepping back and letting the offensive coordinator run his offense. And maybe he's in a situation where he's learning as well. I mean, I know that sounds strange when I say it. It sounds strange when I say it. But this team has become stagnant. And above everything else, that's the issue. Whether it's the coaching, whether it's the players, whatever you want to say it is, it's become stagnant because teams have figured us out.
Are we sure there's not going to be any Nick Sirianni pushback to all this?
I don't know. It might be. It might be.
The different now, Hugh, we did do this 2 years ago, but something has changed in between the 2 years. They won a Super Bowl with Nick Sirianni as their head coach. We just keep talking like, fire his friend, move him out of the way. He gets no more say in the offense. And I'm not saying that stuff's wrong, Hugh. That might be the best for the Eagles. That's what we're talking about. But like, what if he says no? What if he says like, I've earned the right to either have a say in the coordinator, or I want it to be a new coordinator under the guise of my offense? Like, what are they going to do then?
He earned that right, Joe.
Well, that makes it complicated.
And wait a minute, let me finish. He earned the right, and they gave that to him. And how did it turn out?
Not great.
We exited in the first round of the playoffs, and we struggled for the most part. I commend him. It was like when you talk about the games that we played in and the schedule that we had going into this, one of the toughest schedules in the NFL, that carries some weight. And even when you talk about what Jalen's numbers as far as touchdowns and yards is more than it was last year, but the outcome wasn't what we wanted it to be.
Right.
So something has to change, whether that's the quarterback or the offense. You can't run this back the way that it was.
So I hear you. Just to play devil's advocate for a second, we say things, all of us, like Jalen Hurts a Super Bowl winning quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't Nick Sirianni put his foot down and say, I'm a Super Bowl winning head coach? We're just assuming that...
Patullo can too.
Sure he can. Well, yeah, Super Bowl winning a pass game quarter. But, like, we're just assuming that the Eagles are just going to do all these things and Sirianni's going to just roll over. Maybe that's why this is taking a little bit of time.
What other course do you have, Joe, with the season ending the way that it did? We did it your way. Playing devil's advocate back.
Yeah.
We did it your way last year. Now let's do it a different way, because that's the NFL in a nutshell. You always have to change and evolve. At the end of the day, you always have to change and evolve. And if it feels like this thing is stale, you can't run it back the way that it was, even with your offense.
I'm with you on – but look, we all recognize Patullo is going to be the sacrificial lamb. But
bring forth the sacrificial lamb. Yeah,
but again, what if he has a philosophy on offense he doesn't want to change? And that means, okay, we could move on from Patullo, but – I'm not bringing in someone to bring his offense. It's my football team.
Yeah, but your offense has gotten stale.
All right, but couldn't I say the same thing about the quarterback? Like, why? It feels like the quarterback winning the Super Bowl gives a little carte blanche, but the coach winning the Super Bowl gives zero.
What is okay? I hear what you're saying.
How do we parse those?
It's easier to move on from the offense right now, and right now than it is to move on from the quarterback.
Yeah, listen, I want to see the offense change too. I just wonder if this is as easy for the front office to just, hey, Nick, move out of the way, man. Get out of here.
No, it's easier for you to get another offense coordinator to run his offense. It's easier to do that right now, Joe, than it is to move off from the quarterback for a couple of those reasons I told you. Even though this was a bad season, Jalen's still a good quarterback. And I know that's up for debate. It's up for debate, but I think he's still a good quarterback. And if you move on from him without validation, it's going to be a problem.
Hypothetical. So on one end of the spectrum is Patullo out, brand new offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike McDaniel's offense. Or let's just use him because
the capri pants, right?
Yeah, we know what he runs and what he's done, right? Okay, you kind of could picture it. Other end of the spectrum is Patullo out, but Sirianni says, no. You're not. I'm a Super Bowl winning coach. I want say over the offense. Okay, we'll bring someone else in, and it's Frank Reich. And we're just reshuffling the parts. It's the Frank Reich, Nick Sirianni, Patullo offense with just different pieces. Are you okay with that if it's Frank Reich? Because that's not a different offense.
That's
it's just a guy we like as part of the group.
I would say a different philosophy, I would say, because this is my thought, if this happens, that they're going to challenge Jalen to do more. Because the complaint of this offense is that it's been vanilla. It's been vanilla, right?
Yeah.
So if you bring in, say, Frank Reich knows this. I'm pretty sure because he's going to get up to speed. He's going to watch film on the team and all this other stuff. So you can run the same offense, but you change the concepts. Because that's what we're talking about that, too. We're talking about the concept. You can keep the terminology, but, okay, just say, for instance, hey, we're going to start running more crosser routes. We're going to start running more tight end drags and things of that nature. That's the same offense, but you're adding more concepts in that offense.
Yeah.
You're putting more exotic routes in that offense.
Sure.
Same offense, but you might do what a two black, wide jet stick, go zebra, something crazy, whatever the
inspired Y banana.
Yeah, whatever they say on the offensive side of the ball. But all of that to me indicates that there's a bunch of intricate routes that are being ran within that offense that you have to go through the progressions and pick up who the open man is.
Yeah, I get it. All right, let's go to Rob in Overbrook. What's up, Rob?
What's going on? How you guys doing, Hugh?
What's up, Rob?
What's up, Joe? Hey, listen, I mean, I was talking to Kyle, and I think Harry has Howie has something to do with this also. I mean, didn't he buy the groceries, and Nick has something to do with it, and he cooked the groceries. So those are the two most important guys when your team fails. You know, he didn't bring enough. Your offensive line, it died, and he should have been able to see that sort of coming. You know, how old these guys are. Stoutman should see it coming. He works for them every day. But, they got old. They were those guys until they weren't those guys. And now what do you do?
Well, I mean, he's got to retool. I mean, Rob, I would imagine most of this draft is on the offensive side. They need to retool the offense. It's not good enough.
They need the offensive line. So that's my take on it. I knew they weren't going to win the Super Bowl. Like one of your callers, I knew that. Like after the fourth or fifth game, you could see the writing on the wall. And for the people that are really upset are the people who were delusional and thinking they were going to win. That's another Super Bowl. They weren't going to win.
Well, so Rob, I think most of us deep down realized this wasn't a great team this year, but it is disappointing because the expectation when the season began was to compete for a Super Bowl. That's disappointing.
I also find it funny that this is done multiple times where people have acted like they've gone out on a limb. Like, I knew they weren't going to win the Super Bowl.
Most
Congrats.
Teams
most teams don't win the Super Bowl.
Rob, we appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's...
that irritated you to no end.
Well, it's not necessarily Rob saying it. It's the fact that there were a lot of people like, I knew they weren't going to win the Super Bowl. Like, well, that's not, you're not going out on a limb to say that.
Sure. Also, sometimes you take a picture of the team after 4 games, and you're right. Like this year, it didn't. Even though they were 4-0, they didn't look right. Last year,
you're right. 2-2.
I thought they were going to win the Super Bowl last year, 2-2, and then 3 months later, I was like, oh, they might win the Super Bowl. Like things changed. This year, it didn't really change. I mean, they just kind of were the same team. So the feeling after 4 weeks kind of was validated. Joanna in Drexel Hill. What's up, Joanna?
Hey, I'm going to be the one of the day, so I'm sorry about that. I've been listening, and I agree with you, and I agree with you, Joe. So first of all, I was looking up some data, just trying to get my druthers here. Howie made some mistakes. This wasn't his best offseason. He let Mekhi Becton go. He let Isaiah Rodgers go. Do I think it's all on Patullo? No, but I would say it's probably about 60% Patullo, 40% Hurts. I was reading a lot about, the offensive line. This gentleman before me said the age. The oldest one is Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
Everybody else is in their 20s.
Mm-hmm.
They're not old.
They're not.
They were injured. They were injured. And people who want Harbaugh to come in, Harbaugh's not an offensive guy. He's a defensive guy. He never called plays. I think what we need is someone to come in with the offense, and we need a coach to say to Jalen Hurts, this is the way it's going to be run. And if you don't want to run it this way, too bad. And if we go through the next year with a new offensive coordinator and the same results happen, then you and I both know what's going to happen. They're going to look at Jalen Hurts and say, maybe he is just not the guy. Not to say he's not good. I think he can be good to very good. I never thought he was elite. That was just me. But I was grateful for the Super Bowl. But I think Patullo, you look at Jared Goff. Jared Goff was given up on by Sean McVay. Mm-hmm. Then he had Ben Johnson as an offensive coordinator, and he brought life back into him, right?
He did. So
the coach is...
Absolutely. I think the Jared Goff thing to bring up and that example, Joanna, it's a good phone call, and we appreciate it. But Hugh,
pretty good comparison.
Well, I think it's depending on how you want to look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just play it out. If we gave up on Jalen Hurts, we could regret it if he went somewhere and
have success.
Right. But what's the other side of the coin? Do the Rams regret upgrading off of Jared Goff? Right. So it's almost like I think the Goff example is a really interesting one because he had been good. He took them to a Super Bowl. Like, he was obviously good. But they thought they could do better, and they moved off him. Now, on the same vein, though, they thought he was declining, and he got better in Detroit, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was a humbling experience for him.
Yep.
It was. I don't think Jalen's cooked, man. But if all of these things that are being said about him are true and that they've conceded this offense to him and allowed him to do certain things, then their feet need to be held to the fire. And they need to bring somebody in here that's gonna coach him hard and make him evolve as a quarterback.
It is also very possible that we have seen his peak.
Yeah.
I think it's likely. I mean,
is Jalen a finished product right now?
You mean is this as good as it's going to get? Yeah. I don't think so. I think because he's shown flashes, man. Like he played. I'll say this: outside of the handful of plays that we've been harping on all day, he had some good plays, and he threw the ball well Sunday. Well, he threw the ball well.
But doesn't every quarterback have flashes?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that's a part of it. An average quarterback has flashes of good, flashes of bad.
I know we're talking about consistency. I feel like you can get to – first of all, he threw the ball like 35 times. Now, we know that he's not that guy. Like, as far as, like, you have to keep him in that 25 to 30 range.
But if you can't get Saquon back to the level he used to, you need your quarterback to throw. How are you going to move the ball?
Well, I feel like – there are certain things you could, you know, for a lot of coaches, the screen game is like a pass. I mean, like a run play.
Actually, they got some of those Sunday.
Yeah. The screen game is like a run play. Short, intermediate passes. It doesn't have to be all or nothing all the time. You could methodically move your way down the field with a quarterback like Jalen Hurts. I don't think that, you know, it has to be, everything has to be vertical. And that's based. I mean, in that situation, it was warranted. But everything doesn't have to be a vertical play.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's just about efficiency and getting the ball down the field. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone call's coming up. We'll get to everyone. We'll get to you people. Plus, a couple things I saw yesterday that I liked. I need more of this. Good news. The good things here. Because I just can't stop thinking about the last 4 plays of the game. But I need Bo Bichette news. And I got a couple things I liked yesterday. We'll hit those next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
I'm Patullo here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Lakers are in the Big Easy to play the Pelicans, who got on a little bit of a roll last month and won 5 in a row, only to swoon again and have lost 7 straight, and they've lost 3 in a row by at least 15 points. I know the Lake Show are still missing Rui and Reeves, but I trust Luka and LeBron to take care of business. LA's heading on the road after spending the entire holiday week at home. I trust their effort against the lowly Pels. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In Pennsylvania, no one wins bigger in workers' comp than Pond Lee Hockey Giordano. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lee Hockey, this powerhouse law firm is built on grit and real-life experience. Sam's not just a lawyer, he's a union kid from Northeast Philly. Sam's known for his grit, his courtroom fire, and fighting like hell to win. This firm has recovered billions for injured workers and people like you. Call Pond Lee Hockey Giordano today for your free consultation. They'll fight like hell to protect your future.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Take your business to the next level with the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Philadelphia. Connect with leaders, grow your network, and get in the right rooms to build a stronger, smarter future. Discover the power of membership at chamberphl.com. That's chamberphl.com.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Tasty Cake knows you love the classics, but it's a new year. Time for new Tasty Cake favorites. For a limited time, grab the salted caramel baked pie. It brings a graham cracker crust and a rich caramel cheesecake filling. And the Mint Chocolate Candy Cakes Family Pack delivers the perfect mix of mint and dark chocolate. You can always get your go-to snacks, but try something new this year. Every bite, every time, Tasty Cake delivers. Except no substitute.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Monday night's primetime pro basketball meeting between Miami and Golden State stands out as one of the most watch-worthy games on the schedule, bringing together 2 accomplished franchises with a history of success and high-level competition. With veteran leadership, this matchup offers a compelling look at teams expected to deliver elite performances as the season progresses.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600+ miles of range. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillo. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. We're back to your phone calls here in just a minute. And, of course, you people coming up in a little bit here. But, Hugh, I needed some good news yesterday. I needed some things to make me feel good and feel better. Well, I did see one thing out there. There's a lot of coaching interview news, right? Like this guy's going to interview here, and blah, 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 from coordinators and coaches and head coaches. Hugh, I saw that the Dallas Cowboys, who have a defensive coordinator opening, are interested in our old buddy, Jonathan Gannon.
You have got to be smoking something.
Ain't the guy who did the interview and kind of dipped on us or something?
Well, I mean, he kind of ruined the Super Bowl, to be honest. Yeah, he kind of screwed us then and screwed the chances to get Fangio then. Could you imagine how much, look, the Cowboy-Eagle thing is fun anyway. Just can we add Gannon to the mix? I think it would be, I'm rooting for Jonathan Gannon to get the job.
I need him driving by the stadium, Eagles, Cowboys, and him saying, we're going to bleep and gut these guys.
I need him to be their defensive coordinator. It would be amazing.
So funny.
I mean, everyone hates him anyway. But then if you make him the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, so Gannon officially in the mix for the Dallas Cowboys coordinator job. I guess...
Sounds like a good villain origin story.
It's perfect.
I'll take that.
Oh, yeah. It's actually not a terrible idea for them. It's perfect for us, though.
Yeah.
I need it more for us than I care about if he gets the job or not. The second thing I saw yesterday that I liked, and Hugh, I got to tell you, I'm becoming a fan. So Lynn Jones is the name of the reporter in Jacksonville. We played the clip yesterday, right, when she was at the Liam Cohen press conference post-game Sunday when they lost the Bills, and she told him to pick his head up. You did a great job. It was kind of... It seemed a little bizarre, right? Just considering it's NFL. It was different. Crazy. It was odd. So she's been getting a lot of heat. Now, I don't think we ripped her yesterday. We were just like, what? That was kind of weird. But
we just laughed.
We just kind of had fun with it, right? But a lot of people...
bless her heart type of situation.
A lot of people, especially like reporters who go to these press conferences, right? The insiders of the year kind of people, have been ripping her, saying it's unprofessional, and she's like, it's terrible. So she was on a news station down in Jacksonville last night, and, she defended herself. Here's what she had to say. And she snuck something in here that I think is actually the story. Here is Lynn Jones last night.
Really was not going to attend the press conference, but I left out. I was talking to a young man. I'm sure he know who he is. 23-year-old young man. We're just talking about the game. I'm telling him I'm from Michigan, this and that, and I'm giving him some words. He said, ma'am, you need to go ahead and attend the press conference. So I went back, I went down, went through how we maneuvered through, and I sat there, and everyone was back there, and then... Coach, word up, Coach. So Coach came out, and his emotions, he was totally immersed. His feelings. He had tears. He bit his lip. And the issue is the question, not necessarily a question in the fourth quarter, in the fourth down, and the punt came through.
Right.
But my question was, keep your head up, young man. Yeah. Young man, this entire year, we have rooted for this team over more than 30 years. Do you understand what I'm saying? The stadium, the solemnness, we were rooting. I mean, it was packed. So he was like, yes, ma'am, thank you. So now I'm the new grandma.
Probably needed to hear it.
Yeah.
Hugh, so I'm becoming a fan of Lynn Jones. She's winning me over here. Couple things that stood out to me. One, she doubled down on why she did what she did. But she snuck something in that I think is actually the story more than her saying, keep your head up to an NFL head coach. Was Liam Cohen crying after losing a wild card round game?
Yeah, probably.
It's a lot.
Well, it's emotional, Joe. I mean, I'm not mad at him for crying.
No, I know, but this
is really... Nah, man, I tell you, man, this game can take an emotional toll from you.
Have you ever seen a head coach cry after losing the first round?
Not a head coach.
Okay, that's...
Saw Sirianni cry during the national anthem.
That... He did.
Because he felt that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime of trying to get to that moment. Like,
It's probably a lifetime. I mean, for him in Jacksonville, like I tried to frame it for you yesterday, to be in that position and be one of the best teams in the AFC all season long and to go out like that, it's probably a lot to digest, man. I mean, but I've never seen it.
Tears?
Yeah.
Save the tears for after
it seemed like a lot.
It does.
Okay.
It does seem like a lot. I've never seen it. I mean, I've seen players cry.
Could you imagine our reaction if Sirianni's walking up to, they get eliminated 2021?
He's in tears.
Yeah, but I've seen it. I've seen players cry, but not the coach.
Yeah, well, the player goes through a lot of physical emotion, like a physical toll, and the mental.
Look, we've seen the toll that this has taken on Sirianni.
He's aging like a president.
Yeah,
I hear it.
Yeah.
I think the story is not really Lynn Jones, is that she saw a head coach crying after a playoff
and
loss.
she tried to comfort him.
Now it makes more sense.
In a moment where a lot of people don't get comforted in. And I'm not mad at her for that. Like, if anything, was the wrong time, but she did what she felt she needed to do in that moment, and she doubled down on it.
Yeah. A thumbs up, Lynn Jones. I'm looking sideways at Lee and Cohen moving forward.
Crying. You cried, dog. You cried. That's what you're saying. You cried.
He started the year with the Duval thing.
Yeah.
Had a good year. I mean, obviously, he won a lot of games, but then ends it with crying at the podium.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Does not bode well for his future.
Yeah, I'm not buying stock in Liam Cohen the way some people are. Let's go to Mike in Ocean City. What's up, Mike?
It's me?
Yeah,
if you are Mike.
You are Mike in Ocean City.
All right. Yeah. All right, boys. It's a good time for my question here, being that we're doing the emotional toll thing.
Yes.
Like, I think there's blame to go around everywhere, of course, but I think the offensive players are catching way, way too much flack here. I'm just trying to put myself in their position, being that they are great. We all agree they're a Ferrari. They're great. They're really good at what they do. But also, what they're being asked to do is incredibly basic, and it's not working. They're just running into a brick wall literally 1,000 times. They ran 1,000 offensive plays. How are you possibly at your best at the end of a season? So I'd put this to Hugh. What if your coordinator called prevent defense 1,000 times and you got dragged every week for being the terrible part of the team? Like, how can you play well?
I mean, you suck it up and you go out there and you play. I mean, listen, man, I played for a 3-13 team, a 1-15 team, and all that stuff. You those excuses don't fly. I mean, respectfully, they don't fly. You just got to go out there and you got to do your job.
Mike,
you got to do it the best of your ability.
I'm just curious. What do you mean prevent? Like, what is preventing the Eagles from having successful offensive plays? What is he doing?
No, I just meant like the equivalent of calling like prevent defense.
But what is the
really
equivalent?
Crappy.
He's talking about bad play. I'm assuming bad
really
play calling.
Yeah, I get what
real
he's saying.
basic routes. Like no crossing routes.
Saying
no
not putting your players in position.
I mean, that's why I'm assuming from what you're talking about. That's why AJ was so frustrated. But now AJ's become the villain because he complained about it.
I'm not quite sure if we really know what we're talking about sometimes. Like, are we sure that
I'm sure we don't.
Well, I mean, Mike,
pretty positive.
Just a couple breaks ago, I saw a clip. David Murphy, who writes for the Inquirer, put up a clip of the AJ drop, the one by the sidelines where he has his one-on-one coverage, right? And if you look at the all-22, which, again, all of us can't see all the time. We're watching the game on TV. Devontae Smith comes across a crosser wide open. If the ball is thrown in stride, he goes for the first down easily.
Probably gets at least 15, 20 more.
Yeah, Jalen chose to go to AJ, which is fine. AJ's a great player, right? I agree with you. But the idea on that is, like, where's the crosser? It was right there. The quarterback chose not to go there. Like, we've created this idea that Kevin Patullo just runs the dumb plays. Are they dumb plays because they don't work, or are they dumb plays because they're dumb plays?
Oh, definitely both. But like, it changed my perspective going to the game and having like the all 22 like out there. And like, yeah, those plays are out there. They just don't happen enough, and there's no creativity. Like, did you see? I can't remember what two receivers were on the right side of the formation the other day when Jalen tried to motion into something else. They looked at him like, what the hell's happening? Are we changing a play? And they just got confused and called a timeout.
Yeah.
Like, they are like checked out into, I'm running this basic little route. It just looks like they're just beaten down by the end of the year. Like, they tried their best. It's not working. They're being told, Sirianni's saying like, no, just keep doing it. It's going to work. And like, I think they lost trust, and I think he might be in trouble. Like, the longer we go without hearing news, I'm starting to think like maybe he lost the offensive locker room.
Sirianni, you mean?
Issue. Yeah, he's got to be doubling down on the game plan every week.
Well, so Mike, and we preached a phone call, and it's interesting because you were at the game, so you had a different perspective. I do wonder what's going on the longer we go on here.
This is not going to get. This is going to get worse before it gets better.
Well, I just wonder if it's now. Could there be a discussion about Sirianni? Could. I think it's unlikely, but it could. I think more likely that it's not as simple as, Nick, get rid of this guy. And he may have some say or pushback.
I think people have this false impression of what other even the ones that are run by a really good play caller, play designer, as though guys are running wide open on every single play all the time.
Right.
That's not the case. Probably not for the Rams, for the Niners, for anyone with a good offense. Like, sure, maybe more often than others and probably more often than ours, but I don't think that it's, if you were sitting up in the stands like Mike was at the Eagles game and you're watching the other offenses, that on every play somebody's wide open all the time.
Well,
there's NFL open and there's another kind of open.
And you also have to understand that, man, what you see on the field is moving way faster than that. Like, it's moving so much faster than
And
that.
we see still shots sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
man. And you're like, oh, he was wide open, dog. And you have to, as a quarterback, you have to process so much information so quickly. I don't think that's fair to say, oh, he was wide open. Like, dude, sometimes it's not. It's especially when you're trying to go through your progressions.
Yeah.
And you talk about windows to throw in.
Sure. Well, right. And then you have to make a quick and you got to live with the decision you make, right? That once you go that way.
Yeah, it's it.
The other thing I think is worth noting, and I'm not saying that I think they should do more of this. You pointed out in that Chargers game, you liked what you saw, even though it turned out to be not a great night, right? But when we say wide open in the NFL, typically, where are those plays?
In the middle of the field.
In the middle of the field.
And they're in tight windows.
Right. So we know over years, Jalen typically doesn't target the middle of the field. Now, could he more? Could he do it well? Probably, maybe. I mean, but so like our offense is more on the outside. You're not going to be wide open on the outside. The sideline is a defender.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't it's very rare when I watch football, I see someone alone by the sideline. Like when Shanahan gets his guys open, they're alone in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and you're always taught, like a lot of defenders, they use the boundaries to help them defend sometimes.
Right.
They try to keep it inside out.
I'm just, like, if a quarterback doesn't love to target the middle of the field, getting him guys wide open feels a little bit challenging.
Yeah, and a lot of being open in the NFL is about anticipating the next step of the wide receiver, where he's about to be, the timing, all that stuff.
Got to throw it anticipation, man.
You do. All right, Brian in Clifton Heights. What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, Brian. What's going on?
Hey, you guys are exactly right here. Now, with Jalen, this offense has been the same for the last three offensive coordinators. It has been no different. They run the RPO. That's what Jalen is comfortable with. Except this year, there was a little more P and not enough R to keep that defensive end, at home on that left side. And they're always, when you were a kid, you always were the biggest, whoever was that biggest dude in the yard. He didn't have to talk about how he was going to beat you. He just punched you in the mouth and you went down. That's the Eagles. 3 years of the Eagles. Their offense and defensive line just beat you up. They beat you, and Jalen just didn't have to make a mistake. When they were good, by the third quarter, these other teams were whooped. And what happened? Saquon, got to the second level. He went 80 yards. Then they brought 9 guys in the box. A.J. Brown was the biggest dog in the yard. You threw it up. He beat you deep for a touchdown. How has their offense been any different? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, to your point, I don't think it's been really creative in a while. I mean, I agree. I mean, Steichen, and Brian, we appreciate the Steichen year in 22 felt like the most creative, guys wide open of all these years. I mean, they've beat people with talent. That's what they've really done with all the different corners. Jack in Reading is up on WIP. Hey, Jack.
Jack.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing? It's been a while.
What's up, man?
Jack?
Hey, so listen, I kind of want to get into this a little bit, and I got some statistics to back me up here. But I think that Jalen Hurts is not getting enough blame, and Kevin Patullo is going to be the scapegoat here. I don't think he deserves all the blame.
So I generally agree with you.
Brand new take.
I agree with that. So what's your what do you got? Like what's point you in that direction?
Well, listen, last year, the passing offense ranked 29th in the NFL, but unfortunately, all the Eagles fans, and myself included, we were kind of blinded by the success. And obviously, the Super Bowl is the most successful thing a team can accomplish. But the reason that the offense is so different this year compared to last year is because Hurts refuses to run it anymore. And that's the biggest change. And last year, you got so much man coverage, which opened up more of an efficient passing game. But this year, you're seeing so much more zone, and Hurts doesn't run the ball, and teams can just line up and just stop Saquon Barkley.
It does feel like, even though it could be a simplification, it does feel like that's like the underlying thing to all this. Like Hurts, his legs, where did they go, Jack? And I don't know if it is he doesn't think he could do it effectively anymore, so he's choosing not to, or he doesn't want to, or the coaches don't want him to. We don't know the answer to what happened, but he's right. I mean, he just ran less and less effectively.
Yeah, and it's kind of odd because, when you talk about when Jalen tells you that he's going to do anything to win the game, and then you go into a game and, you have Brock Purdy outrush you, and the game's on the line, it's kind of odd that you say that and you don't run when you need to run.
Yeah, Jack, I saw the same thing this year. And it really, and in September he ran more. like or normal, like to his normal level, and then after that, not much.
Yeah, and I think, guys, and there were some reports earlier, if I'm not mistaken, this year that he kind of was in their ear saying he doesn't really want to do the design runs as much anymore. And if that's really the case, he is nowhere near qualified to be just a pocket passer in this league. And the Eagles will take a very, very big decline on the offensive side of things if they just want to make him into a pocket passer, because that's not his game at all.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be a very average offense if he doesn't run the football. Or unless they find a coordinator that is brilliant that could
probably below average offense.
Well,
Unless they can get the run game going again.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise,
yeah. I mean, I felt that his whole career, his legs were a huge part of things.
Big asset.
Sunday sticks out. Like, how did he not run more? Now, he did have one they called. It was a design run. They got
called back from holding?
Yes, it would have been a first down, maybe 12-yard gain. Yeah, that one hurt. There was a lot of those. All right, let's check it with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Here we go again with more clickbait. Going to run another OC out of town.
Who's the clickbait?
Don't know.
Douglas?
I guess.
Also, don't you want him out of town?
Well, you know what? Just let it go. Yes. Everyone wants him out of town.
We're going to run Patullo out of town. Stupid questions, stupid host, stupid station.
Stupid. Yeah, I get it.
Brilliant listeners. Thank you.
Yep. Tired of your false reports on the Eagles?
I don't have any reports. No. I'm reading what is read by someone else reported. I have no reports.
Your false report.
I just have opinions, just like you.
Joe, the false reporter.
Yep. Now, if of either of us here, I mean, Hugh's the reporter in the room.
And
I am.
A lot of misses lately.
You wear a lot of hats, Hugh. Which is your favorite hat to wear? Reporter Douglas, talk show Douglas?
Recklessly speculating Douglas.
That's my favorite, Joe.
Yeah. You know what, guys? Listen, it's sad.
That one gets you in the most trouble.
It does. It's sad that Eagles season is over, but you know what? When Eagles season ends, you know what I start thinking about? I mean,
baseball Hugh?
Well, baseball Hugh's coming, but it's mid-January, right? Which
March
means
Madness.
we're almost at February, which means we're almost at the bracket of Hughes. We're almost at the bracket of Hughes.
Y'all crazy, man.
There's a lot of new entrants this year.
Yeah.
Some mainstays.
The
Blue Bloods.
Selection Sunday is a big day when we have all the Hughes.
Y'all wild.
Yep. Joe just does what WIP tells him to say.
Right. Yeah. So let's just unpack this for a second. So WIP, we're affiliates with the Eagles, right? So I'm sure the Eagles love that I come on here and say that the quarterback of the team that they signed, it may not be as good as everyone thinks. I'm sure they're thrilled.
That dog hunts
just
every
a lap
time.
dog
Yeah. I'm sure the Eagles love it. Yeah.
Yep. Fix your attitude, Joe.
I don't have an attitude.
Well, earlier you did get pretty red.
Well, I did get red.
Yeah, you were a little hot.
It was really not about anything but the second down throw out of bounds. I can't get it out of my head.
Yeah. We got these two back to back. Let Joe cook and shut the hell up, Joe.
There's our listeners.
That's crazy.
Yep. Appreciate you all.
WIP in a nutshell. Mm-hmm. So what now? So what? Now Patullo is the next Bill Walsh, Joe?
No, I'm pretty confident saying he's not. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah. That's the leap that people have. They've jumped to that's what you think about Patullo.
Okay. So it's not all his fault.
If you think it's not all his fault, then he's the next Bill Walsh.
He's not Bill Walsh.
That's crazy.
Time to replace this show with Seth and Ray Dillinger.
Who was Ray Dillinger?
I would love to listen to Dillinger.
Ray Dillinger? Who was that?
How do you think that show would sound?
Well, I don't know who Ray Dillinger is.
Just the sound of it. Yeah.
Come on, see? Copper. See that? Because when I think of John Dillinger, back in the day.
Oh, I got you.
Who was the dude that used to play all the gangster movies? Was it James Cagney?
I think you're right. Yes, James Cagney, yeah.
Can't get me, copper. See? Yeah, that's what I think about.
But Hugh Dillinger.
Hugh Dillinger. That's funny.
Time to move on from the Eagles now, guys.
I don't think we're going to do that.
We're going to be here for a while.
I'm looking for one of these teams to bring us to something else. All right, so Joel Embiid's got my eye a little bit the last few days, right? Bo Bichette. The whole thing has my eye.
That sounds pretty solid.
Right, we've had an eye on the Flyers the whole year.
Give us a reason to move on.
Yes. Also, the Eagles are still pretty much everyone's thinking
I had a buddy who's not from the area, but he's like, man, like you guys got to talk about the Eagles for the next couple of weeks, huh? I was like, couple weeks?
Months.
Couple weeks?
It never goes away, man.
Do you know how this works?
No, every day.
Yep. I'm calling BS on this whole thing with Douglas.
I agree.
Boy, what?
It doesn't matter. Anything you said today is just BS.
That out of context is better.
Yeah, that's bad. That's great. It's always
What's Hugh going to 3D print himself today? A girlfriend?
It's not that bad. I mean, I know it sounds bad, but it ain't that bad. It's not probably as bad for the person that sent that text.
No, probably not.
What do you mean it's not bad? Like you're
Well, it's not, I'm not in a
This-
situation where I have to 3D print a girlfriend.
Yeah, please don't do that.
No, I'm saying, but he probably is familiar with it.
Maybe you
with
could
the
print
AI.
one for him.
Yeah, he probably needs some assistance.
Somebody
I'm
said
venturing to
maybe
say.
he should print himself some better takes first.
People
Nah, that's funny.
need to print themselves some better jokes. How about that?
That wasn't too bad.
That wasn't no.
No, I did like the takes one. That's good.
All right, one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking this is another newcomer. Whoa, clock is ticking on Hugh Douglas.
That's not funny. Probably look better than they do. You know what I mean? And it's funny when people say that. I feel really confident thinking that I look better than you do. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
But they're in the you people chat.
Yeah, they are.
Also, I don't think Hugh's aging. No, he looks the same as he did.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm willing to bet that if that person looks down, they can't see their man parts.
Here we go.
If they look because I can this is the thing. This is the difference between me and this person. I look straight down, and I can see my man parts because I ain't got that big old belly. I guarantee you they can't see their man parts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
Thank you to all our YouTube listeners and viewers, and all the you people out there.
Yeah, you're great. I love each and every one of you.
Except that guy. Yeah.
Some days you just eats them all.
I know.
Other
Some days he fires
comes
right back.
Yeah.
And this is one of those days. You know, I always kind of know when it's coming because you nod. You're like,
he's like,
and then, oh yeah, but how about this?
I mean, you can't just let everybody talk crazy to you all the time. You got to every now and then you got to clap back.
Yeah, just
with
check
some
it. That's true.
reality.
Yep.
Let them know.
You know.
All right, that is about it for us today.
We done for
well,
today.
I mean, that's usually this time we have to hand it off.
I'm about to go 3D print some stuff.
What do we got today? Anything on the docket?
No, I
Superheroes?
have to put this
Action
action figure together because I didn't realize that when you print, you got to print in the different parts. You got to print like the actual body, and then you got to print the hinges, the pieces.
So it's hinge
to put it
day?
together. Yeah, it's the hinge day. It might take a while.
You seem to really love the 3D printer.
Well, listen, man, I get phone calls at night like, "Hey, where you at?" Like, you know, it's like, dude, I gotta sleep. So it's fun. I'm telling you, when you finally crack yours open, it's fun, man. It's a fun thing to have.
All right. Well, you have a good rest here. Everyone out there, we appreciate you listening. We will talk to you tomorrow. Afternoon show is next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The New Jersey Lottery has brought its fan-favorite Green Ball promotion back onto Jersey's favorite game, Pick 3. Now through February 1st, when the Green Ball is drawn on Pick 3 evening drawings, players get a free second chance to win.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Club Risque, where their tradition continues. Wing pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Bring your party to Chicky and Pete's. We can handle groups of all sizes at our locations across the Delaware Valley. Big parties, small parties, company parties, family parties, get-togethers with friends. Order off the menu or our special catering options. We can do it all, including coming to your home or office or special Play 2 party packages at our South Philly location. Book your party today. Hurry, the space is limited. Visit chickyandpete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's is an official caterer of the Philadelphia Eagles Touchdown Club and a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Are your kitchen appliances playoff ready? Now is the time to get to National Appliance Warehouse because their Friends and Family Savings event is backed by popular demand. They love leveraging their incredible buying power in order to pass on bigger savings to you during these huge sales. You're always going to get the best price available at National Appliance Warehouse. That's guaranteed by Price Assure. But what also sets National Appliance Warehouse apart is their team. It's truly a great atmosphere. When you walk in, you feel like you're a part of their family. They're all clearly passionate about their job and make purchasing new appliances an absolute blast. When you walk through the door, they're happy to greet you and ready to answer any of your questions. And as I've learned, they'll even help you with what questions you should ask. With over 100 brands, from sub-zero to budget, you'll find the perfect appliances for you. Head to National Appliance Warehouse for an incredible shopping experience. Go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The next it guy at QB in the NFL has seemed to regress in year 3. C.J. Stroud was crowned as rookie as the next QB to enter the elite class of quarterbacks. Last night against Pittsburgh was more of the same. Stroud struggled, but the Texans won the game, and clearly their defense will have to lead the way if they're going to make a Super Bowl run. I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz as we continue to dissect what happened and what will happen with the future of the Philadelphia Eagles. Ike. Does anyone ever call you that? Ike? Ike, how you doing?
I get called Spike too sometimes.
Yes, that does happen.
Yep. Brother Spike, well, I got to tell you, if I'm being honest with you,
Yeah.
I'm probably a tick or two better than I was yesterday.
That's a good thing.
Which is a good thing. And which means I've moved from being depressed and disappointed, because I didn't feel angry. Yes, I was angry Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm moving more towards resolution.
Well, that's what we got to do.
That's what we got to do. Jackie Baseball, I'm going to tell you what, though. Your squad, they got a chance to tilt this thing one way or the other for this fan base. And I tell you, right now, I see the food in front of me, but they haven't given it to me. Holla at your boy.
Why you start to get so out of breath early in the show? You're 30 seconds in. You're panting like a dog. I know why you're hungry. You weren't able to eat out there. And Boba Shed. We're this close.
Yeah.
We're this
How
close. I would say we're on the...
Are we rounding second or rounding third?
I would say we're on the 30-yard line.
Oh, that's not close at
listen,
all.
We're right outside the red zone.
I don't need you using football
Is your end zone in the red zone?
I said second base or third base.
I would say we're at about the 5-6 hole. That's
in between
shortstop.
second and third.
Yeah, that in between second.
We've rounded second.
Yeah, well, that's where Nick Castellanos was, and he got thrown out.
Well, at least they bunted.
Yeah. All right, 215-592-9495. It is a big show as we continue to. What do they do after somebody dies and they try to figure out
Post-mortem?
No. The official term. Like they did a...
Funeral.
No, forget it. I'll figure it out later, whatever it is.
A procession?
No, like when you figure out how the person died after they died.
Autopsy.
Autopsy.
Vasectomy.
It's an Eagles. No, it's not a vasectomy. Yeah, it's an Eagles autopsy. Elliot joins us.
Where the hell do you get that from?
Dude, I don't know. Elliot joins us at 3:00, and not only are we going to talk about all these things with Elliot, but we are going to go over some of Elliot's takes from this year and find out where he is on those things. So,
it's about time.
And the big thing is, and it's sort of like it'll be number one probably on the Eagles list of all their issues, and as number one on our list is Kevin Patullo. Before we get into Patullo specifically, I do have to say I was thinking about it this morning. Man, you get the job of a lifetime, the job you always wanted, the job you couldn't believe you had. You are offensive coordinator of the Super Bowl champion, and all of a sudden you become public enemy number one, and you're sitting there and you're like, all I wanted to do was call plays. I don't even know. I feel some.
I hope he doesn't sound like that.
Well, you know what it is? It's like what if I had come in here and done this job, and all of a sudden 6 months in, everybody's like, you ruined the whole thing. You know?
Well, people said that.
Didn't that happen?
Well, it did happen, but I didn't actually ruin the whole
Right,
thing.
you didn't actually ruin
I didn't
the whole
actually ruin it. I
shocked you went with that.
Yeah, maybe I did go through that. So I do know what Kevin Patullo is feeling, and it feels horrible. And I just want to say that there is empathy. I
You
get
got
it.
tougher skin, though.
I do. Well, it seems like I do.
Well, you're actually dealing with fans.
I do. Yes. But no one's been to my house,
That's
thankfully.
true. That's true.
So here's the deal. They could fire Kevin Patullo. It looks like they're going to demote, whatever the hell they do. But I want you to know as you listen, they're doing it for you. Like, this is for blood. This is for the public. This is for, we scored, more than 5 points a game, less than we did last year, and we lost in the first round, and somebody's got to pay. This is, the Phillies aren't hitting, we're going to fire Milt Thompson. Maybe that'll make the hitters better. This is for you. And the truth is that I just don't think this would make that big of a difference moving forward or even looking back on last year. I look back on this past season and I say, okay, where would Kevin Patullo and his responsibility as play caller be on my list of things that caused the offense to fail this year? Number one would be the offensive line and their productivity. I'm sorry, Jordan, it would just be there. Number two would be Saquon and whatever his ability was this year. You know, I kept hearing announcers go, he would have a good run and be like, see, it's there. And when I would watch, I would be like, last year that would have been a touchdown for Saquon. That would have been on my list. All of the A.J. Brown nonsense would have been before Kevin Patullo on my list, and what that forced them to do offensively, what it went through Jalen's head. Also, before Kevin Patullo on my list would be the quarterback who isn't running anymore. We look at his most successful season, 2022. He ran 160 plus times. He ran 100 times this year, and only 60 times after the first 4 games. These were the big issues, and I just don't know. You fire Patullo. This isn't me saying that I know Kevin Patullo is a great offensive coordinator. I have no idea. Maybe he's not good. But my question is this going to be the salve that changes the Eagles' fortunes going forward? And was it the problem this year? I just don't think it was. And I think it's a little unfair that he has been sort of like the poster child for the failure of a lot of different people. For a lot of different people. So I just don't think he was the big problem. I really don't.
I agree with you. And I think we have sort of, as a show, been more of not necessarily pro Kevin Patullo, but certainly not looking to blame him for all of the woes and the inefficiencies of this offense. And he's had a rough year, man. I think I heard, I don't know if it was Ross I heard with the Midday Show, or maybe it was Joe who said this on the Midday Show, but just talking about Kevin Patullo really being in a difficult spot as the only new person in a new position of a defending Super Bowl champion.
I actually think Tyler Steen got some of that too. And
got a little bit of it,
I never even saw, I didn't even think Tyler Steen did a bad job this year. It's just that he was a different face. But Patullo was the different face.
He was always going to be the fall guy because some people wanted someone else in here. And if the offense didn't necessarily take off and skyrocket, he's going to be the reason. Here's the crazy thing about this whole situation, Spike. It'll be interesting to see if the Eagles do make Kevin Patullo the fall guy. Because that's what it would be. He's the scapegoat. That would be the scapegoat.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they would just outright fire him. I think Nick would fight to keep him here on his staff. I mean, he's a young coach that's sort of grown in this business with Nick. Nick endorsed him, supported him, tried to, I don't know how much of a hand he played in how things went this year, but he's certainly a Nick Sirianni guy. And maybe they find a soft landing with moving back to passing game coordinator. I don't know, and you bring in someone else. I don't know if that's what the answer is. This is ultimately going to come back to the players having to perform and execute to not only their potential, the level of expectation, but the salary that demands they play at a high level. I don't get into the salaries a whole lot, but let's be honest. Kevin Patullo is a first-year offensive coordinator. He's supposed to take the 29th ranked passing offense somehow and make it what? I don't know. I don't know what it would have sufficed for everybody else. I don't know. Saquon and the offensive line not playing well. Somehow that's Kevin Patullo's fault. I love Coach Stoutland. He's escaping any blame.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned him once.
He's the run game coordinator. And again, I love Coach Stout. I'm just saying, if I'm just looking at every facet of what the problems were on offense, it didn't just boil down to play calling, to a first-year play caller. And the Eagles had to expect, from a front office and a head coaching standpoint, some rough spots here or there. So I'm not even so sure they're going to get rid of Kevin Patullo. I know all the reports are out there. To me, it would be them caving to public pressure. It can't be that they think that was the issue this year.
Well, there were enough reports out of the building that they didn't think it was the issue.
Exactly.
That they didn't think it was the issue. And 215-592-9494, do you think replacing Kevin Patullo is going to make a major difference in the offense? That is the real question.
And you're going to have Jalen with another offensive coordinator.
Right.
If you bring in someone else.
They won a Super Bowl in the first year of the offensive coordinator in Kellen Moore last year.
How did that help the passing game?
Zilch.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
After 19 seasons as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin has stepped down.
Wow.
They got him.
Wow.
And this is not me as a Pittsburgh Steelers hater. This is actually me having empathy for Steelers fans, who a lot of them have been wanting this for several years now.
Yeah, for sure.
For several years now. I think it's good for Mike Tomlin. He's going to get a fresh start. That fan base gets a fresh start. This is not a bad thing. It's not. And I think once Harbaugh got fired in Baltimore, that left the door open for Mike Tomlin to be fired.
Who do you think is the most? Do you think Mike Tomlin is more in demand than John Harbaugh is at this point? If you were a team, who would you rather have? Because Tomlin does have, he doesn't call the defense, but at least he can, you would think that he can sort of you think about schematically, defensively. It's never been.
You know what, though, Spike?
What?
Not to completely disagree with what they're saying, but Mike Tomlin's been so comfortable being that CEO coach.
I
wonder if he has any stake in that game anymore as far as play calling.
Yeah.
Right? He's like to just delegate who's going to make those decisions. Man, that's I don't know who I would go with, because to me, both of them are the same coach. Both CEO coaches.
Yeah.
Great leaders of men.
Mm-hmm.
They certainly would change the culture in your building and your locker room. I don't think you can go wrong with either or.
It might really come down to an interview.
Yeah.
I know they think, or both guys sort of have their choice, but if I had a choice between the two, I think what that person said to me when I had a conversation would probably have the most weight.
Who wants that Raiders job?
I don't know.
That's a Tomlin job.
It's good news for the Giants. I mean, they should be able to get one of these guys.
They should be, unless somebody doesn't want to coach in New York.
Yeah.
Maybe he just hangs on to, if he coaches in New York, maybe he hangs on to Kafka there. I mean, their offense was better than ours this year. I know.
That is saying a lot.
It is. They scored more points per game than we did.
Miami, maybe?
Yeah.
Miami? See, the Raiders with the first pick.
Who are the Steelers hiring, by the way? Like, now the Steelers job's open for the first time in almost 20 years.
Well,
This is their fourth head coach ever.
And to bring this back to the Eagles, not in terms of a head coach thing, there's going to be a lot of offensive coordinators hired. So if they are going to move on from Patullo, they have to do it today or tomorrow or something. Because they have to start interviewing guys. They can't. The Commanders already just hired an offensive coordinator, so they have to make a decision.
So the longer this goes on,
the more it means that he's staying.
Right.
Yeah. I would say it has to happen by the end of the week. It has to. And last thing, at 215-592-9494 on Patullo. If I was Kevin Patullo, I would not take the job as pass game coordinator here. Absolutely not. The well is poisoned in Philadelphia. And if you think that I'm going to let the offense and the quarterback that maybe got me fired to be my future.
Yeah, now I got to work hand.
Last year, nobody was looking and saying, wait a minute, we just promoted the pass game coordinator for one of the worst pass games in the entire league. He's going to be that wasn't on him. For some reason, that stink was not on him. Now, what do you even think's going to happen next year? Maybe you take some role so you have a job, but I would look for an equal job in a different city and get the hell out of here.
And Nick has to be on board with this. Part of the problem is I don't know how well Nick and Brian Johnson work together.
You have no idea.
Because I don't know if they had any working relationship prior to Brian Johnson coming here.
So, forgive me for not remembering. Wasn't there a Brian Johnson-Jalen connection?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There was, right?
His dad coached Brian Johnson.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So there was a connection there. But in 23, when Brian Johnson was the OC, there were reports that Nick got heavily involved, almost to where he took the play calling away from Brian Johnson.
Right, I remember that, yeah.
Jalen didn't necessarily like that and that sort of thing, but he wouldn't do that in a way to Kevin Patullo, right? So, somebody he's worked with, somebody he's helped come up through the ranks. That has to factor into the equation if you're the Eagles. You don't want to create a toxic environment where the head coach is resentful that you've brought somebody else in here, and now you're taking he is the Super Bowl winning coach, and now you're going to remove him away from having anything to do with the offense?
Well, I think that is one of the...
By the way, real quick, before you go, for everybody who talks about Kellen Moore, it was Nick that saved the season by going to the running game.
Right, not Kellen Moore.
Not Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Not Kellen Moore's passing offense.
No.
It was them going to Nick and saying, this is what we need to do.
Well, and everyone who is looking at and just the obsession over you run 4 verts and blah, 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 blah in the final play call is I would like to go back and watch the passing play calls last year after the bye week and see if there was all sorts of complicated play,
make that throw to
design.
Smitty.
Yes, absolutely.
It was there.
It was there.
It was there.
Well, you have a chance to throw it when there's 1 defender or 3 defenders. It's just a math issue. All right.
I know some people say Smitty should have caught it, and I get it, but a better throw could have been made.
Oh, for sure.
You got to make a better throw there.
215-592-9494. Do you think moving on from Kevin Patullo will make that big of a difference in the Eagles offense? Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP.
A lot to unpack here. First of all, I agree.
Yes, sir.
Your hometown. Hey, I don't want to be a Bengal fan. You the worst team, and you're the only team to keep y'all's coach.
Well, that's Cincinnati.
Yeah. Believe me, they kept Marvin Lewis for 15 years and he didn't win a playoff game.
I'm just saying. If I'm Zach Taylor, I'm trying to do whatever I can to get this offense and defense rolling. But
yes.
So when you're looking at the Eagles, man, there's a lot to unpack here. So the problem with the Eagles is like, is it Kevin Patullo's fault? I don't think 100%. I think he does get a lot of blame. But this is the thing, right? When you look at the organization, Nick Sirianni, like I said yesterday, I love Nick Sirianni. I'm a Sirianni supporter. But Nick Sirianni, I'm going to be 100% with you. Doug Peterson let Press Taylor get him fired twice. Right?
That's true.
So I get so if this is your guy, what I'm saying is we've seen the Eagles. They don't care. Listen, they don't care. You can win a Super Bowl. They'll get you up out of there if they feel like you ain't, because the Eagles feel like they got a system that works. No offense, but I don't think the Eagles view like their coaches is like, these guys, I'm not saying they disrespectful, but I think they look at their system, what Howie does, what Jeffrey does. We put our guy in there, buy into what we teach, get our talent, we can win Super Bowls. And I think that's how they view it. I don't think like it's kind of like you look at WIP, right? If you guys all underperform, Odyssey or whatever, they not going to just say, oh, well, Rod Lakin, we're not going to get rid of you. It's not your fault. We're going to get rid of all these guys. No. When you the leader, when you the boss, it fall on the sword. So Nick, Kevin Patullo, whoever in charge, like I get it. These guys underperforming, but that's on you. You should have been making sure these guys wasn't underperforming. Stop all these kiki-keying, high-fiving and all that, going out to bowling alleys. Like, see, they party too hard in the summer. Saquon, you know what I'm saying, golfing, eating, Jalen on Jordan boats and stuff. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Jordan ain't even a football guy. Like, he coached
Well, he did come to his first football game.
That's cool, but he don't know how to. He ain't Tom Brady. He can't teach you how to beat blitzes and all that. So what I'm saying is, like when you sit back and you play it back, hindsight's always 20/20. It's like the coach should have been more on these dudes' asses. So it's like what I look at is they're not going to get rid of the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Unless like they just let his contract run out, but they're not the type of team to do that. AJ, whatever his situation is, unless it gets too bad, like they're not going to just get rid of Saquon and these players. So somebody got to fall on the sword.
Yep.
I don't see him firing Nick Sirianni. I mean, unless Nick Sirianni going there like he does, trying to, swing his stuff around on the table.
If they told him Kevin Patullo has to go, Nick may not like it, but he ain't fighting against it too much. He certainly ain't sacrificing his job for it.
Well, it's part of what makes him an attractive head coach for them.
Yeah.
I think to an extent is that he works well with the front office.
Yeah.
And, and that was what was Doug's undoing here.
Yeah.
Is that which I respect from Doug also. If
Not for Press Taylor, though.
Well, I
That's
get
his
it.
guy. That's his
that's
guy.
his guy.
Yep, that's his guy. Yep.
And you would think the CEO, it is an interesting thing on the CEO, head coach, and Nick, in that I would imagine, I think I'm right, that John Harbaugh hires his coordinators. I would imagine that Mike Tomlin hires his coordinators.
Yes.
Is that if you're the CEO head coach, truly, like all the big CEO head coaches, you hire your coordinators. And Nick would be in a position where he doesn't, and that's a different role. It's a different role, but it also makes you more replaceable.
Yep.
Well, real quick, John Harbaugh, listen, John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl. Listen, and I ain't saying Hurt, I love, what I'm saying, Hurts is top 5 to me. you see how they view Lamar. Hey, between Lamar and Harbaugh, hey, bro, you got to go because we ain't getting rid of that guy.
That's true.
So I'll holler at you later.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? They
Yep.
always, if you the player and you, like, looked at as the way you perform, like, you know what I'm saying? They going to get the coach up out of there. That's just the easy replacement.
Now, when you say Jalen's top 5, in what are you talking about?
Listen, dog, I'm not getting into
I know.
this.
Don't kick people while they're down.
I'm just messing with you.
Unbelievable.
I'm just messing with you. All right, I'm just messing with you. It's all good. All right,
He did
see
try
you,
to slide
Corey.
it. He's trying to slide it in
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
dog.
Well, it's like, look, sometimes you think you catch me not listening. I am always listening because you never know what you're going to hear.
To a psychotic extent. What if it's Harbaugh to Pittsburgh, Tomlin to Baltimore?
Wow.
Would be interesting. If I was Mike Tomlin,
They hate each other.
if
I'm talking about those two
teams,
franchises.
I know.
Yes.
Well, I know. It seems like Tomlin's going to do TV.
Well,
You think so?
That's what the rumor is.
if I was Mike Tomlin,
Take a season off.
and I just spent 18 years in Pittsburgh, I would either take a job in a warm climate. I mean,
Right.
well, he's gonna be 60 now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or I would do TV. I don't. He needs a break. I would take a break. Harbaugh doesn't seem like he's interested in a break. But if I was Mike,
Andy jumped right. He didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, Andy didn't wait.
coach is coach.
Yeah.
Right. All right. 215-592.
It's better to be coaching than being at home. Those dudes don't want to be at home.
No. Well, they think they want to be at
Right.
home. You know, Jason Kelsey, God bless him. He's found a lot of jobs after he played football. You know, found a lot of things to do. You know, a lot of things to do. 215-592-9494. How much do you think replacing Kevin Patullo would make a difference in the Eagles' offense? Coming up next, Jeff McClain. You know, we said when we're talking about Eagles Insider of the Year that if things go poorly, keep an eye on McClain. So Jeff McClain dropped a big article today just about the future of the offensive coordinator position in regard to Jalen and some of the things that were happening in the building, what the people in the building, who they blamed. So that is, we will go over some of the finer points of that article coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Now, each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boost means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchup you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I got to say, it's Tuesday and it's early. I like Seattle over San Francisco. Listen, give them credit. They came out here. They beat Philadelphia. But having to go back out west, play a divisional opponent for the second time in 3 weeks, Seattle's been resting. Yeah, I like the Seahawks at home over the Niners. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, AJ? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
You don't want to miss a moment of Flyers hockey on Broad Street this season. Be here when the Flyers take on the New York Rangers in a matinee matchup on Saturday, January 17th at 1 p.m. Presented by Bank of America.
Drops it off Grabeckin to the slot, the shot, score! Nikita Grabeckin is first in the National Hockey League!
Experience it here, because Flyers hockey is better live, and the only place to watch is at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Get your tickets now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut? it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Cold weather is hard on your car, and winter driving demands the right protection. That's why Meineke is making it easy to stay road ready this winter with a full synthetic oil change for just $59.95, plus free tire rotation. Families have been trusting Meineke for brakes, tires, exhaust, tune-ups, check engine lights, and all their automotive repair needs for over 50 years, and so should you. And your locally owned and operated Meineke offers same-day service and flexible financing options. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
country, 430 90s, 530 Crete. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers, where old school customer service still matters. Real people, real experts, and a buying experience done right. Online at marks-jewelers.com. Do you believe that moving on from Kevin Patullo is really going to change the Eagles' offense? Yes or no?
No.
Well, I'm with you. Oh, no.
Oh, you mean the answers?
Yeah. What do you think the answer is?
I wonder how people feel about this. They want him gone, so they have to believe it's going to change it, right?
Yes.
You would think. So
Yeah.
it goes 63%.
It is 72%. 72%. My Ethan Strauss, who was on with us last week, was coming up with a theory about, and we've talked about this before, about the need to blame something that will solve the problem. He called it the OC something, where because they're doing it with Justin Herbert's OC now, is just like, we cannot possibly believe that the players we love and believe in are not playing well enough. We must believe that there is one person in an office sitting somewhere wearing a visor and a vest, that if you just replace him with a different guy in a visor and a vest, that will solve everything. 215-592-9494. Do you believe moving on from Kevin Patullo will really improve the Eagles offense? Derek and Paoli, you're on WIP.
What's happening? How y'all doing?
What's up, Derek?
What up, D?
So for me, with the Eagles this year, right, I was more surprised last year when we won the Super Bowl than I was with us losing on Sunday, because as much as I wanted to be like a win is a win, a win is a win, like at some point we was going to get in our own way, wasn't going to be able to get out of the way. So to answer y'all's question, I don't think firing Patullo is going to change it all. My thing is, I really think that Nick Sirianni, he don't have the trust that he says he has in Jalen Hurts. So I feel like no matter who the OC is, they're going to be limited to do what they want to do, because Nick Sirianni is so conservative, and that whole thing with the turnover battle, I feel like that just ruins how a play caller can call the game. Now, whether Hurts can do this or Hurts can do that, if he's your franchise quarterback, you got to let him do these things. You know what I'm saying? If he's turning it over, then you can go somewhere else. But I just think our play calling was so vanilla because they don't trust them like they should. You know? Does that make sense?
Here's the only problem I have with that. When they tried to trust him throwing the football, the turnovers happened. They first tried to trust him in 2023. He started throwing the ball a lot more. There were some big plays there, but he also turned the ball over more in 2023. They came back in 2024, the same thing at the beginning of the season, where he had 9 turnovers in 4 games or 7 turnovers in 4 games. Then it was the bye week. They decided, let's dial it back and don't throw as much, and they went on to win the Super Bowl. Now, the couple times they've tried it this year, again, I think of the Chargers game first and foremost. That led to 5 turnovers, right? Like when they tried to go to throwing the ball more, when certain players, AJ, weren't happy that it was getting the ball thrown to him, AJ got his numbers, but Jalen went from having 1 turnover to having 8 turnovers in a span of 3 weeks.
Well, and here's, I think, the biggest thing, in that I am far less turnover averse than almost anybody.
Sure.
I think we overrate turnovers, especially when you're generating more points. I think the issue is, when you look at the first 4 games of 24, we were not scoring that much. In the Chargers game, where we tried to throw the ball more, all those things, we only scored 19 points. So I'm okay, Derek, I'm okay with letting Jalen do these things if the point totals go up higher to where, you know, Brock Purdy turned the ball over twice, but they scored more points than we did, you know? So I think you can turn the ball over at a higher amount than the Eagles do and be comfortable with it if you score more points. That makes the balance better. The issue, I think, with when they've done it with Jalen is the turnovers go up, but the points don't necessarily go up, right? We scored just about the same number of points in 2024 as we did in 2023. So if you're scoring the same number of points, yeah, you want the turnovers to be lower. Unfortunately, it seems like they're at a spot where I don't always trust this with teams, but they certainly know more than we do generally. And if they are deciding that this is the best way, it's not always right, but I think there's enough evidence to show that they may have a point, you know, and that does handcuff the OC.
That was kind of like my point. Like Brock Purdy Brock Purdy, he tried to give us the game, and we didn't seize it. So I just feel like you said, even in the Chargers game, we had 5 turnovers, right? And we still were about to win that game until we turned it over again. So I feel like turnovers are definitely overrated. You know what I'm saying? Depending on when they happen and where they happen. But I don't know. And real quick,
yes,
those that ball with Devontae Smith, that was a drop, bro. Like,
I mean, maybe it counts as a drop.
Receiver. I'm
D.
just saying. I'm not saying it was a perfect throw.
Perfect throw. It was a bad throw.
But listen, though, just hear me out. If you're a $20, $30 million receiver, isn't that why
you
get
doing
paid that kind of money to make those catches?
Derek.
I'm just saying, though.
No,
right?
D, hold on, D. If you're gonna go to money, start with the person that's throwing the ball and how much money he makes.
Exactly. But
What do you mean exactly?
Listen, so you think that when you get paid $20 million to catch a football, like Devontae Smith gets paid
that would have been a great hold on. That would have been a great catch. That's not a routine catch. The one AJ dropped was a routine catch, in my opinion. That ball had Devontae stretched out. He would have had to bring it in with both hands, and he would have had to survive the contact that the safety hit him. The safety actually hit him. So he still would have had to survive the contact to the ground with the ball when Jalen had a clean pocket, no pressure on him, and the ball sailed over the middle like it typically does when he throws it over the middle. That's not what an elite quarterback. That throw there has to be made in that moment. It has to be made when the pocket is clean for you. You get the coverage that you're looking for. You get the route that you want. The quarterback has to make that throw.
I'm not disagreeing, but I'm also saying that elite receivers, right? They also should make those.
No, the elite guy is the guy that's been complaining all year. Remember, that's the elite guy.
Devontae Smith, I've seen Devontae Smith.
He's the second highest paid receiver on the team.
Well,
I know he
on,
makes
man.
good money. My point is that we've seen Smitty make great catches. We've seen that. Toe drag swag. That's Smitty. Yes, it would have been another great catch that saved Jalen from a bad throw. That's not that. I understand if he'd have made it, that would have been fantastic. I'm not blaming Devontae Smith for getting stretched out over the middle of the field from a throw from a quarterback in a clean pocket, where he could have made a clean throw. Not to mention he threw the ball out of bounds the play before that.
It's nothing to do with that play, though.
Oh
right?
my God.
I never blamed him. I just said, like, if we keep saying that we have all these great players, we have the best,
including the quarterback.
In the league. The quarterback's not a great player.
Oh my God! But you brought up money. You brought up money. He gets paid like a great player.
Oh, that's what the market calls for.
Oh
right?
My God!
Quarterbacks are always the highest paid players on the team, right? That'll make him the best player on the team.
All right, there.
Quarterback's not always the best player on the team, bro.
All right, I got you. It's Smitty's fault. He dropped the ball. I got you.
Nah, it wasn't his fault.
You said that.
No, I said he could make that catch.
You said that's why you tickle my fancy there. You said if he's an elite receiver, he has to make that catch. Yes.
In order to be elite,
so you blaming him?
Elite for not being. I'm saying he's not elite in my opinion. Elite receivers make that catch in that moment. Ain't that what y'all say?
Yeah.
Big time players make big time plays in big time games. Yep. That's all I'm saying. Right? Yep. I never called in and said Jalen Hurts the best quarterback. I never said that.
And nobody has ever said Smitty's the best wide receiver.
Well, they say he's a big time player. He got to make that play. Right? That's all I'm saying.
Dude, you doing? If you'd have been better off just sticking with the blaming Smitty instead of trying to dance around that and protecting Jalen. You're dancing. You're dancing, Derek. You're dancing.
It was a great throw.
It wasn't a great throw.
Right? If I'm calling in saying the Eagles don't trust Jalen Hurts, right?
Yes.
How am I protecting Jalen? I'm not. I don't argue
On
about
that
those
throw,
top fives and top tens or none of that.
No, stick to the topic. We're talking about that throw in that moment. Needed to be a better throw. It was a clean pocket, no pressure. I sit back and watch quarterbacks make throws, getting chased down, getting hit in the chops and everything else. When you get a clean pocket where your feet are set, you got to make the throw. Had Smitty made that catch, that just would have been a great catch that saved Jalen.
By a great player. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
That would have
but
been
what
an
I'm
elite
saying
catch.
is even if he gets both hands on it, the safety still hit him. He would have had to control it and bring it down. He was stretched out.
Listen,
I'm done with this.
All right, Darren. All right.
I'm done. Got to throw the ball 5 feet higher than the guy. That's there wide open. You gonna tell me if Smitty is an elite player, he would have made the catch? Now we're questioning Devontae Smith. Guy weighs $110, goes across the middle. We got AJ over there who won't even make an effort for a ball. What do you think AJ would have done with that pass?
Probably not caught.
Short order like he short ordered the other ball.
Yeah.
And the guy got stretched out. Jesus.
That's great. 215-592-9494. We will tell you everything that Jeff McClain wrote, which is very, very interesting, after I tell you about something else interesting. That is your first realtor call has to be to Adam Kasebe. K-S-E-B-E. He's based out of Long and Foster. Now, I know I've told you that if you want a beach house in Delaware, you call Kasebe. Of course, he is like the king of the Delaware beaches. He can help you get that house. But sorry, I'm going to need some help.
Yeah,
listen.
That was you get for laughing.
Yeah. Well, dude,
don't
it
laugh.
was great. It was
Not
great.
when the Eagles lose, no laughing.
Yeah. Look, the thing about Kasebe is he can help you directly in Delaware, Maryland. But anywhere else, he's got a huge network of people, great people that can help you. So make him your first call. Want to buy or sell a house in Pennsylvania? Kasebe. Want to buy or sell a house in Jersey? Kasebe. Any other state, Delaware, of course, Kasebe. Make him your first call. He works harder. It will be more communicative. Will be a good advocate for you no matter where you're looking. And as I said, Delaware beach houses, he is the guy. How do you spell his name? Kasebe. K-S-E-B-E. You can call or text him at 302-864-8643. That's 302-864-8643. Or go to buyindelaware.com. All right, Jeff McClain. We have said a million times that when things go bad, McClain is lurking. We're still waiting for the Santa Luquito article, whenever that's going to come out.
Yeah, McManus, we're monitoring.
Yeah, McManus, we're monitoring.
We're waiting for
I don't know
Elliot's.
if we get anything from Santa Luquito.
No, I don't think so. Well, especially
know.
after he got exposed on the air.
By Keisha?
By Keisha.
Yeah.
He's never coming out.
He's never coming out.
We might need an article about something else.
Yeah. What went wrong?
Yeah. So here's a couple of different segments from the article I thought were most interesting. This was just sort of on the split internally on who thought it was Patullo's fault, who thought it was Jalen's fault. Inside the Eagles, most understood that there were myriad reasons for the offense's decline. The personnel wasn't as good. The offensive line wasn't as healthy. The coaching staff wasn't as sharp. And it's damn hard to repeat as champions. The margin for error is slim in the NFL. The Eagles' best leaders looked internally at themselves and what they could do to improve and refused to point fingers. But there was definitely some redirecting of criticism with the split evenly distributed between Hurts and Patullo. So the way that he sort of portrays this here is that internally there was at least a split between who they wanted to blame, who they wanted. Right. Now, it doesn't say who they thought it was the fault of, just on who they were redirecting the criticism toward, whether it was Patullo or Hurts. Patullo, I think, definitely an easier target than Hurts, maybe. So there's that. So then there's this is, I thought it was interesting, is we really asked the question is, how much does Jalen have a say in what plays they're calling, in what they're doing? Quote, the approach this year and the way, and we heard this from Jalen, this was about him running, right? The approach this year and the way the games have been called with this coordinator, with Coach KP, it's kind of gone that way, Hurts said. I've taken it in stride and given my best with the position they've put me in. This is from Jeff. It's hard to believe that Hurts doesn't have a say in those conversations. He has said his influence has steadily increased. Some team sources have said it's much greater than has been conveyed. But if he has been overpowering coaches, isn't that as much of an indictment of Sirianni and Patullo as the quarterback? I thought that was interesting. So he is saying that Jalen's influence in the building on the offense is even much greater than has been conveyed, but he sort of puts that on Patullo and Sirianni for letting that happen.
Well,
how do you feel about that?
listen, this idea, right? These are pro athletes, and I'm going to take a little bit of this from Donovan yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, and Donovan talked about quarterbacks of this stature, meaning the things that they've accomplished, what their resume is, should have say in the offense, what they like to run, what they don't like to run, right? Now, there's a balancing act there that offensive coaches sort of have to navigate, which is doing things that your quarterback is comfortable with, but trying to also introduce him to new ideas and other things. That, from Jeff McClain, I'm not totally surprised because the offense, no matter what they talk about during the offseason, from a doing new things and getting better at this and working towards this and all the buzzwords that says what they're trying to work towards being on the same page, it always ultimately comes back to doing what's comfortable for Jalen and where he can be successful.
Well, here's an interesting comparison because we had talked yesterday about Ben Johnson being hard publicly and privately on Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
The difference here is that Caleb Williams was a second-year quarterback, and it's a team that didn't have expectations.
Yep.
Right? So Ben Johnson is getting Caleb Williams, not from his rookie year, but his second year, was able to make him more successful, and nobody expected anything of the Bears. Now, when Caleb Williams gets his second contract, and he's still completing 56% of his passes, and he's not doing this or not doing that, that will be a different situation for Ben Johnson, and it'll be a different situation for Caleb Williams. The issue now is that he already won a Super Bowl, and he's already getting paid $50 million, and he's been in the league for 6 years.
Yep.
So it's a completely different situation.
It's tough to manage because of the position that he's in and what he has accomplished. You're absolutely right. If he doesn't have the resume that looks the way that it does, then maybe he doesn't have any room to talk. I'll go back to my teammate yesterday, again, Donovan. And he subtly said it, tongue-in-cheek, but he was speaking his truth. He said, I didn't have that type of influence. I never got questioned or asked about this or this and that and the other. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said.
Right.
Now, he also had Andy Reid as his head coach. There's a certain level of respect and everything else that comes with Andy Reid. You're going to run his offense the way he's coaching and the way he wants it ran. Now, that's where people that may blame Nick and Kevin Patullo may feel like they don't have the cachet themselves to overrule Jalen.
Well,
and real quick.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
And you know who you really have to look at when it comes to that? Because there's only one or two people that's above those two parties.
Yes.
And that's Howie and Mr. Lurie.
Yeah.
So if Jalen is getting the support from upstairs, then what are you going to do?
Well, and if the perception is we all perceive Nick a certain way, I'm sure the players love him, but they also don't think that Nick has the pull that a different head coach might have.
Especially guys that have been here with him.
Yes.
Like somebody new coming in, you get a rookie coming in or what have you. But guys that have been here since Nick has been here or ones that have been here beforehand, they look at it a different way.
Well, I think there's always like a him or me calculation. And Jalen could look at Nick Sirianni and say, well, if they have to make a decision, I think he'll be careful because I think they choose me.
Yeah.
I think there's that. But with a head coach that has more say, they might not choose
more
you.
Say, final say, more control.
Yeah.
Like with a Sean Payton, he could talk to Russell Wilson like that.
Yes.
Now, Russell Wilson came in there with a guaranteed contract, new face of the franchise. I forget who the coach was when they signed him, but it wasn't Sean Payton.
No, it was that Green Bay coach. Nathaniel Hackett.
That guy, Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah. Couldn't hack it.
And that's why Russ had an office. That's why Russ had his own office in the building, his own parking spot. And Sean Payton was like, who the hell do you think he is? He's not the president.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's an $80 million dead cap hit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's also true as well. Long story, Jalen has sort of earned that because He's gone to 2 Super Bowls, not because of him or solely because of him, but what are you going to do?
Which is the reality of the situation.
He's the quarterback. Yeah, he's the quarterback.
So finally, I thought this was good too. This is from McLean. Hurts has progressed. He's better as a drop back passer. He's better at reading coverages. He's better versus the blitz. But in his growth as an NFL quarterback, he may have lost sight of how his mobility makes him dynamic. Quote, he is not who he thinks he is, an Eagles source said. Teammates openly call him Little Jordan in reference to his relationship with Michael Jordan, being one of the faces of the Air Jordan brand and wanting to emulate and be the NFL version of the iconic basketball player. It's a slight tease, and Hurts rolls with it, several players said. He is an easy target. No one faces as much scrutiny, and some of the internal forces against him seem to be holding his famously stoic demeanor against him. He's not the most cuddly creature. Finally.
But he's more like John Paxton.
But he has said he has taken steps in that regard as well. When A.J. Brown made it apparent he was frustrated with Hurts earlier in the season, he went to the receiver first to clear the air, 2 sources close to the situation said. So there it is.
Yeah. Again.
Little Jordan is great. I'm never going to... Yeah.
And I can definitely see that.
100%.
Yeah, I definitely. Meaning that I could see guys teasing him about it.
Yes. And he's probably not...
Well, I could also see him carrying himself like he's Little Jordan.
Yes.
You see the hats.
How can you not, man?
Right.
You get next to MJ.
Yeah, well, listen.
How can it not rub off on you? Dude, hold up.
Before what?
I'm just saying. This is where some of those guys have to chill. But, people get jealous of quarterbacks. You get the attention. You're getting the Jordan brand. They're looking at it like, dude, you were a passenger on this bus. You weren't driving the bus. You were a passenger just like I was a passenger on this bus. You weren't driving the bus. But if he's carrying it like, I'm that guy, and you got sort of a different aura about yourself, that can rub people the wrong way. And that's where that Little Jordan thing comes from.
Well, it's funny. It can rub people the wrong way, or it can, with some quarterbacks, I bet it is perceived as confidence, and they like it. The thing to me is I wonder if he has this sort of relationship, and he's the sort of person to when they call him Little Jordan and he laughs, if he's really laughing. The way that...
No shot.
Well, the way that we are here, right. I can call Jack dumb. I can...
Yeah, big dumb idiot.
I'm going to tell you what I liken it to.
Yeah.
Being a Kobe fan.
Yeah.
I remember the early years with Kobe when he was younger, when he was still a teenager, coming off, and Shaq was calling him Showboat. Like, that was the nickname. So while he's doing all this stuff, trying to emulate Jordan and this and that and the other, they're calling him Showboat. Well, that may come off as a little jab, but that's really, he's not taking it that way.
No.
And I don't think, now Jalen may roll with it, but something in his mind is saying, these dudes, they're jealous of me.
Yeah, and they are to an extent.
Because he gets to hang with Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And well, listen, MJ's never been the best talent evaluator. Another swing and a miss here.
Touché.
Yep.
Touché.
And he's more Steve Kerr anyway.
Yeah.
He got Jordan to come to the game.
He did. That was a big power move.
That might be the biggest power move I've seen an athlete do in this town since I've been here.
It's a pretty big one. Do you think Jordan
Michael Jordan to come to a football game?
Yeah, maybe get LeBron next year.
Stayed for the whole game?
It's not big.
Not the same.
You don't think so? Okay.
Yeah, no, not the same thing. Yeah.
It's not the same.
He should wear a patch.
Yes, we'll get to that later.
I'm just saying. See, I'm there for some of this stuff on Jalen's side, but I also don't play on the team.
Right, you don't see him walking through
I had to deal with that.
The locker room like Little Jordan.
Exactly, yes.
Well, it's really, I could whittle it down to 2 words. It's really like he walks through and they go, this dude. It's really like, this dude.
Remember when Aaron, you know what I want to say when, what's the manager?
Aaron Boone?
Yeah, when Aaron Boone.
This bleeping guy?
Yeah.
This guy.
215-592-9494.
Pointed at that was you were there, Spike.
No, it wasn't. I was not there. I was here at the time.
Oh, you didn't come down with us?
No, I didn't come down with you. Yeah.
Why did I think Spike was there?
I don't know.
No, I don't think I came down with you
spring
guys.
Training.
Yeah, I was down with the midday show maybe one year, and I don't think I kept going.
Okay.
215-592-9494. Do you think changing offensive coordinators will make that big a difference with the offense?
All right.
Coming up next, we'll find out if Elliott thinks
Derek
it.
pissed me off.
Also, yes, he did. Are you okay?
I'm back.
All right. We also have Elliott's takes throughout the year that we have to present to him, find out if he's going to stand behind them. That will be coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, say it with a diamond engagement ring from Mark's Jewelers. The perfect way to go from I love you to I do. Now, at Mark's, every piece of jewelry becomes part of someone's story. They celebrate real people, real love with expert craftsmanship, personal service, and quality you can trust. Visit Mark's Jewelers in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, or Montgomeryville, Pennsylvania, and experience the Mark's difference, or shop online at marks-jewelers.com.
Reach your savings goals with American Heritage Credit Union certificates and IRAs with terms from 3 to 60 months, including 9 or 12-month certificate at 3.81% APY. You'll earn interest for the full term and maximize your earning potential. Prefer flexibility? Our high-yield savings account earns 3.15% APY. For the proactive, for the people, not for profit. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Aaron Rodgers looked absolutely miserable in last night's playoff loss to the Texans, but I find it hard to believe that it's the last we've seen of the four-time MVP. He still finished the season with 24 touchdowns and just under 3,500 yards passing. If teams are calling Phillip Rivers, someone will call Aaron Rodgers. I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
Hank. Sassy Elliott. Hank. Sassy Elliott.
Girl! The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
We got to make it longer.
Why don't you clip that? Hello, Jill on line 1.
She agrees.
All right.
2 for 2, by the way.
Yeah. Elliot is here for Tuesdays with Elliot, our first off-season.
Yes.
You got to turn your mic on.
I thought I had the wrong one.
There you go. Yeah. Our first off-season Tuesdays with Elliot.
Yeah. I texted you this, but I was doing my CBS hit over the weekend, and the director goes, "Hey, Sassy Elliott." Nothing like in a professional setting, new work environment, trying to impress, and they're like, "Hey, Sassy Elliott."
Girl!
Yeah, girl. Yeah.
How about those Eagles?
Wow. That's going to take over the city.
Yeah. I think the pregame show next year, you'll hear a little more of it. Now they'll pick up steam.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad.
I'm so happy you're happy.
Well, I just like how bits happen. No one will have any. They'll just think that we're calling you sassy.
Well, I guess before it was, "Hey, your pants are tight," or
yes. So Elliot, just to ask you the thing that we started the show with, do you think that changing offensive coordinators will make a significant difference alone in the Eagles' offensive performance?
I don't. No. I think as long as Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts are here, this is mostly what it's going to look like. And I also think the idea of bringing in somebody, like you've heard the phrase of Vic Fangio on the offensive side of the ball, someone that'll come in and it's his, it's his side of the ball, right? Like he designs the offense, he calls the plays. You have to probably let him bring in his staff. So you're talking about changing a lot of the staff over. I just don't think that'll happen as long as Nick's the head coach and Jalen's the quarterback. I also don't think you can have a system really where you have a head coach and you have a quarterback and they have almost no input on what's going in on the offense. So if people truly want a new offense and people really think like watching this doesn't work, the scheme's boring, it's vanilla, then those people should want to either fire Nick or trade Jalen, because those are the only way you're going to make it. Like I wouldn't do that because I think they can win this way. I think guys were open on Sunday. Look, it wasn't a great year, but I think they could win the Super Bowl with this current offense, head coach, quarterback, and offensive coordinator. But if other people don't feel that way, everyone that wants Patullo fired, if that's the problem you want fixed, then you're coming to the wrong solution. Like Patullo's not going to change anything. You either got to fire Nick or trade Jalen.
And do you think they will? Do you think they will?
No, I don't.
You don't think? No. Patullo.
Oh, yeah. I think Patullo. he could still be in the building, but I do not think he will be the offensive coordinator next year because of the public backlash. Like, I think that's the sole reason. It's like why they fired Brian Johnson in 2023. It was like someone had to go.
Yeah,
Did they fire Brian Johnson because of that, or he and Nick?
I think that was part of it, but I also think that someone heads had to roll after that collapse. Now, this year was not as bad as that, obviously.
And here's what I was going to tell you what's else different about that. But start with that dynamic of Nick and Brian Johnson and how well they work together. Then secondly, you had Matt Patricia in the building, and Sean Desai was the defensive coordinator, and somehow he gets supplanted as defensive coordinator, but is still there. In other words, there were other contributing factors.
It was a mess. It was a mess overall.
That's not what this situation is. This is basically saying it's one person.
Agreed.
And you're the reason.
Yeah, and if they do get rid of him and they'll have a press conference, I think it's fair to ask, how is this going to make, how is removing Patullo going to make the team better?
Right.
Like, just flat out say it. Like, that's who you're blaming, right? So, yeah, I mean, they will talk eventually. I think they could talk by the end of the week, so we'll probably have resolution by then. And we'll hear what they have to say.
Well, and I think, and because I can almost predict their answers, because their answer is going to be, it wasn't just Kevin.
Right.
And they're going to say, the offensive line will be better. We're all going to work harder, da, da, da. And then my question to that would be, why can't that happen with Kevin Patullo?
Yeah.
And again, this isn't me, I'm not stumping for Kevin Patullo.
Dude, I feel the same way when I defend him. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't even like the hire. I remember us being in here.
Me and you,
and I was not a fan of the hire, but we also just have to.
I was.
Yeah, and
Donovan Chestpat.
Yeah.
Well, but to be honest, like, we have to be real about what we saw. And while the offense was not good enough, like, you hear a lot, the offense is so talented they underperformed. They had an entire new side of the offensive line, basically, because Lane only played half the year. AJ's situation was a mess all year. Jalen's accuracy took a significant dip this year. And everyone says, like, nobody's open. There's been so many, like, all 22 and think pieces about the offense since the game on Sunday. Guys were open throughout the game and on the last drive. They were in, 10 plays on that final drive? Guys were open on 9 of them. So, yes, the fourth down play was not a good one. No one was open. Agreed. But it doesn't happen if Devontae catches that third down pass where he is open.
Do you think it puts too much pressure on
Or
the
if Jalen makes a
Yes,
better
agreed.
throw.
Or Jalen makes a better throw.
Elliott,
Yeah.
come on.
I
Get
tweeted
real.
that 2 days ago. All right? The Jalen Hurts rewatch report card.
Hold on. You also said that that Goddard was wide open, basically, on the fourth down play.
No, it wasn't.
He wasn't wide open, but he was certainly open. I mean, he could.
Look,
He had
it was a window, small window.
no, not the fourth down play
Okay.
that was
Okay.
incomplete. The
Okay.
4th and 5.
Oh, the one he caught.
Early
caught.
Yeah.
for
That's what I'm saying. That
sure.
was
I thought it was
crazy.
the last play. The last play of the game.
The last play, there was a window, but I certainly wouldn't qualify him as open.
Right.
There was a window where, and Jalen, actually, it's ironic his season ends uncharacteristically forcing a ball over the middle. But there was a window there. But no, I would not classify him as open on that play.
Okay, all right. But you did in a tweet.
No, I was talking about the first fourth down.
No.
Unless
No,
I
you weren't.
misremember. Okay,
No.
we'll find the tweet
No.
then.
I'll
We can
find
talk
it.
about it.
He'll find it.
Find
you
the
worry.
tweet. Find it. I'm sure you will.
I'm sure
find
they
it.
will.
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
can,
about
you
it.
can see all the 49ers defenders standing there. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, again, because he's not open.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't really what you said, but
Well,
whatever.
we'll see what I said.
Well, I guess it's more difficult. I guess I'm just looking at this as if you put everything perfect around it, they can win. It seems like the pressure to get all of those things exactly right may be greater than the pressure of finding a quarterback who can operate. There's really, like, in the top 15 quarterbacks, there's really two types of players, I think. There's the, not to overdo this, the elite guys that are that can lift the team, right? And then everybody else, you're just looking for somebody who can operate what you want to do, right? The Jared Goffs of the world,
Sure.
So I just wonder if it's a little bit easier to find the second guy than it is the first. It's impossible to find the first guy.
Yeah.
And Jalen doesn't really fit into that mold of those quarterbacks that you just sort of give the game plan and there is this floor. Now, the ceiling might not be the same for a lot of these players, but it seems to me that if you can't find an elite quarterback, then finding someone who can just execute in terms of this NFL, it might be the best path forward or the easiest path forward.
Yeah, so I don't think they're going to trade Jalen, right? So
sure,
I
sure.
get the point you're making, but I think when they sit...
I'm not saying to. I'm really just talking in a grand sense. Is like if you just have to build this great offensive line with a great running back and great receivers, I don't know. And I'm not saying any quarterback can succeed there, but there's a pretty long list.
Yeah, I think most quarterback could succeed with a great offensive line, a great running game, right? Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Now, I do think Jalen can fit in that first category you were talking about. I think we've seen him do that, right? Like the way he creates plays out of nothing, the way he avoids pressure. He can do that. He's been good on third downs. This year, though, he didn't run it as much, and that definitely took him a step back. And I think him not running it on Sunday was surprising.
Well, yeah. So it does make you think going forward is what is he as a quarterback, right? So now there are tush pushes in there, but
by the way, it was back Sunday.
It was back Sunday. It's worth noting the first 4 games of the year, he ran 14 times, 9 times, 9 times. Yeah, 14 times, 9 times, 9 times, 9 times. They averaged 27 points a game. The rest of the year, he averaged, I think, almost 5.5 runs a game, and they averaged 20 points a game. That is a significant drop. It's not the only thing, but if he isn't going to run, I just wonder what we're looking at as a quarterback if he doesn't evolve significantly as a passer, because you see the quarterbacks that use running as a significant part of their game. If they do not evolve the passing part to a significant degree, they just become they become a quarterback that isn't nearly as effective anymore.
I think this year a lot of players on the team were not who we think they are. Like Saquon didn't have a good year. AJ didn't have, all those things. The question is, the way Jalen played this year, was that just the result of everyone had a bad year and that's not who he's going to be next year? Because if Jalen can be the accurate passer he was in 24, 23, 22, then we can talk more about what he can be as a passer. Because if you rebuild the offensive line, he gets better at staying in the pocket. I still think sometimes he bails on clean pockets, which hurts for sure. But I think he throws at his best, right? Which he was not at this year. But at his best, he does throw a catchable, accurate ball. Right, he does. And so I think in what they can be, it would be him in the pocket, hitch routes, on time, that type of stuff.
But isn't the question if you ask him to do it more, right? Andre Drummond can hit. I'm sorry to compare, Jalen to Andre Drummond. Andre Drummond can hit 40% of his threes if he's shooting 1.5 threes a game. If you ask him to increase your volume to 7 threes a game, I can promise you he's shooting 26% from 3. Mm-hmm. So the question with Jalen is some of his decrease in accuracy associated with an increase in frequency? And if you are going to have to throw it more, is he the same accurate quarterback that you have seen in previous situations where he probably just didn't throw the ball nearly as much?
Well, I think the other question is, can they do something different with him? Or, because they've run, Devontae said it, they've run basically the same scheme for 4 years. The difference this year was execution. And I do think a fair criticism of that is, are you making big changes and are you becoming predictable in that way, right? But the question will be now, can Jalen do something drastically different? That'll be the question next season. Or are they going to rebuild the line, run the ball better? That really helps the offense. And then they kind of do what they did in 2024.
I just don't know how you do all of this with Nick still here as the head coach. And if Devontae is correct and they've been running the same offense for the last 4 years, that's because the head coach is who the head coach is. Mm. And not a whole lot from a schematic standpoint is going to change. And when I say that, I'm saying they have a system that they're running that they've tried to cater around Jalen's sort of comfort zone and what he does well and what he likes to do, right? That's the thing for me that was missing. How about the deep balls? Jalen used to be one of the best deep ball throwers in the league. Well, where did that go this year?
I think his accuracy took a big step back. So I agree with you on that. Now, I also think...
you know what I think? A lot of those throws went to AJ.
And AJ's a step slower.
Yes.
AJ got over... A lot of times this year we would watch and say AJ got overthrown, right? Yeah. And if you look at the 2 drops that he had, I wouldn't classify them as drops, but that first deep one, over the middle of the field within the 5, where he kind of puts his arms out and pulls them back, I think he looked slow on that to me. And then I think the second one, which I believe was the next down after, where he's going down the sideline. Yeah. That one I would classify probably closer to a drop. It does hit both of his hands. But again, the ball is out in front of him and he's reaching for it like this. Now, is that Jalen? I mean, Jalen's been a good deep ball thrower. The Devontae deep balls worked this year.
Well, that wasn't a deep ball. And
Not
just
deep ball,
his,
but
his throws to the sideline
was
were
over
short
him,
a lot.
Yeah, in the game on Sunday, I thought a
Yes.
lot of balls died as they got
Well,
to
you got
him.
the win.
Yeah.
You got the
Yeah,
win
yeah, that's
factor
what I'm
out
saying.
there.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
the win factor out there. That was something he was good at for years.
Yep.
And it's not like he has the strongest arm in the world, so his timing, when he hits that back foot, he's throwing that ball to a spot, and he expects that receiver to run that ball down and go get it. And I think some of this is AJ's not the same receiver that he was, right? I think he didn't have much of a problem throwing it deep to some of the other guys, but I think back to the Denver game, right? The Denver game where AJ stopped running on the deep ball downfield. Like, that's a good throw. If I'm going to ask Jalen to throw the ball down that hash mark, I don't want him getting it intercepted. If that ball is short Sunday, it's two 49er defenders there. It's probably picked off by one of them. So he has to get that ball over those safeties.
Yep.
And AJ should be able to run under that and catch that.
Now, he did overthrow Goddard on the bomb, and he underthrew Dotson.
The Goddard thing seemed like a miscommunication to me.
Okay.
Let me clear this up.
Yeah.
That was purposely.
Oh, really?
Yes, because here's what happens there. They call that play, and they are expecting that safety to do something else.
Oh, to peel off.
And once he doesn't, the play is basically dead.
Okay, so he's just throwing it away.
So he's just throwing it and making sure it's an incomplete pass and nobody can get it, but you have to throw it in that area so it's not intentional grounding.
Okay.
There's nowhere in hell he thought Goddard was going to run
Yeah,
that ball
because you saw
down.
Goddard kind of like cut in and then go up. I think Goddard's reacting to the ball going.
Yeah.
But if you're saying why he
It's
threw
the
it,
defensive look that he got
all right.
there. He just threw it away.
Okay.
He threw it away.
Last thing to circle back to the OC. Elliot, you first, then Ike.
Okay.
Two-prong question. They have a conversation, Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, Nick Sirianni, they all decide we got to move on from Kevin Patullo. First part of the question, do you think Nick Sirianni gets a serious say in who they hire? Second part of the question, do you think he should?
I think he will get a serious say in who they hire, and I think he should. But I also think if Nick's going to be your head coach, then we have to accept that you are hiring somebody that will collaborate with Nick, and Nick will be involved in this.
Yes.
Even if the initial plan is it's going to be on his own, what's Nick going to do during offensive meetings? Go sit in his office and work on his weekly speech? Like, he's going to be in the meetings, and I don't think it's a good working relationship to have the idea. Like, this is what we thought was going to be with Kellen. Remember? It was like, well, what's Nick's responsibility going to be? And what ended up happening? Like, Nick and Kellen ended up being very involved, right?
To be fair, I don't think he had anything to do with hiring Kellen Moore. Not saying to say, I think they went over.
I think that was
his
the
head.
Eagles. I mean,
Maybe,
obviously he.
They probably asked him, do you have a problem with this
but
guy?
Yeah.
But
I
every
agree
year,
with you on
every
that,
year
Spike.
they've had a coordinator, Nick's been heavily involved.
So, yeah, in the offense.
Correct.
Yes. Ike, do you think that he will get a serious say, and do you think he should get a serious
Yes
say?
and yes.
Yes and yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, actually, let's go to the phones because we'll save your takes of the year.
I assume that was the second segment.
Yeah, second segment. Yeah. 215-592-9494.
Fritz is in there waiting.
Yeah,
Address the elephants in the room.
Yeah,
We spent a good 5 minutes on it, Elliot. Just
You
letting
really
know.
think you're going to get me, but you're really not.
Oh, you're toast,
You already
pal.
got.
You're toast.
I'm not.
You already
It's
got.
like
You're
when you thought
cooked.
you got me with the Shanahan thing and you didn't.
Wow.
Don't
Okay.
let him bait
Easy.
you. Don't let him bait you.
Easy.
Don't let him bait you.
I got you a lot.
You were like, you got me. No, you didn't. I was good to go.
I did get you.
I cooked you on Fangio, too.
Yeah.
No, you were wrong about that.
Kristen in Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Kristen?
Hey, in my opinion, I'll be honest with you, I think Nick Sirianni has to go because this team is very young and they need an authoritative person. Someone of authority, OC and a head coach. It comes down to respect.
Mm-hmm.
After a while, people stop respecting you, especially if you're, okay, I have a kid and I'm never going to be his friend. And he's never going to be on my level. But I be seeing friends who have kids and they want to be a friend. And what happens is it backfires in their face because now your kids don't respect you. They're too old to be, and now they're 21, 22, and they're cussing you out, right? That's not going to happen with an authoritative person. Because an authoritative person is going to come and do their job, okay? They're going to take the quarterback and like, look, we're going to develop you more, okay? This is my plan for you. You tell me if it works for you or not, or we can figure it out. Okay? Then they're going to talk to, like, A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is not going to be able to do all that stuff he did this season. It was like watching television. It was like season 2, A.J. Brown. Like, it made me angry, right? Because it's like no one's stopping this. And he was acting like a ridiculous person as a grown man. And an authoritative person is not going to go for that. They're going to tell him, now, look, this is how the game is played. This is what you're going to do. If you have any issues, you come to me, and we will figure it out.
You know what, Kristen? I think if they have a bad year next year, it will be on the table. I don't think it's on the table now. I do agree with you in that if they let AJ get away with, Nick let AJ get away with what he got away with for several weeks.
Yeah,
that
the whole season. Several weeks, all
that,
18.
Yes. That thing on the sideline is
ridiculous.
But when you compare it to you didn't yell at me for
late.
4 weeks. Hang on a sec, Kristen. You didn't yell at me for 4 weeks while and now all of a sudden when I'm not on the field or I drop the pass, now you're yelling at me. But for 4 weeks I'm tweeting about the quarterback and everyone's just politely asking me or saying they know I'm a good guy. But now all of a sudden you're yelling at me. I do think how he handled the AJ thing not only reflects on him to AJ, I think it does for the rest of the team. I don't think it means he's lost anything, but I do think it's an interesting question moving forward in how he is viewed and how he presents himself to the team. So I agree with you in that sense. And I think if they were to win 8 games next year or something, I think his job would be on the line for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I don't think it is now, but I think it would be on the line then.
Especially if it looks like it looks this year and they just lose more coin flip games.
Appreciate the call, Kristen. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, let me ask you guys this, and I don't know if I know the answer yet, so I'm curious where you're at. What do you think was a bigger issue with the team this year? The offensive scheme or like the effort, the stuff on the sideline, AJ, like that type of stuff?
Oh,
it was that stuff.
It was that stuff more than the
isn't
team.
Nick more responsible for that?
Yeah.
I said yesterday, tough detail together, 0 for 3.
I think they were tough at times.
Listen,
I do.
I give him credit. I don't think he's running a country club down there. I do believe they were conscious of trying to, like, not skip steps in the process of being a successful team. But what you can't control is individuals, and it's difficult to try to keep individuals all focused on the same thing. And that's what I think happened to a certain portion of the team, not the entire team. I think the defense played as a unit. They played together. They enjoyed playing together. That's the one thing that's great about defense. We're not looking at, well, I didn't catch a ball yet. I didn't get a chance to, we're out there playing as a unit. That's what the defense does. And they sort of played that way. But on that offensive side of the ball, where you got 3 different facets going, meaning protection up front, skill position guys, and then you got the quarterback play. It never seemed to all be clicking at the same time. And those were the guys, outside of Coop, those were the guys that seemingly were distracted in the offseason.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Those were the guys that were distracted, meaning they had lots of other stuff going on. You come back. They didn't have a focus and the determination to succeed like they had the year before, coming off the collapse in 23. Right? Everybody wanted to avoid that again. You had Saquon, who's trying to prove to the Giants and everybody else who thought he wasn't a great player, they were laser focused in 2024. In 2025, as much as they tried to convince themselves that it was too late. It was too late. And I'm going to tell you, one of the big things, I don't like harping on it, but I like reminding people of it because too many people said it was all right, like it was a good thing. AJ, a day or two after the Super Bowl, saying it didn't fulfill him. And he essentially said, I get more fulfillment out of individual accomplishments and achievement. How is that good for a team concept? And then it plays itself out in the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw it would be hard to say you didn't see it coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting at the time, and I don't remember what my take on it was, but I remember at the time it could be viewed as like, well, this is why they'll repeat because they work
not
hard.
happy.
Yeah. And that obviously ended up.
They're not satisfied.
Yeah.
Jalen with the ring thing. That was the corniest thing he did this
Well, you kind
offseason.
of wonder if he wishes he would have put it on now.
Yeah.
Well, and I still say he put it on.
For sure.
He wouldn't answer us, right? I did ask him
No,
that twice.
no, he was like,
he-
why
he
is that still
wasn't-
a question?
Yeah.
Should I have asked him yesterday at his locker?
Yeah, you should have.
You should have been like, Jalen.
Did you put the ring
Come
on yet?
Now, did you put the ring
You
on?
put the ring
Now
on.
that you're out.
Come on. Yeah.
Now the season's over with.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. All right, two things coming up. First, we'll talk about the players who we're not sure if they're going to be here next year or who are available for extension and who we think should get them. And Elliot's takes for the year. Does he stand by him? Does he not stand by him?
I'll be honest. If I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong.
Okay.
That would be a first.
I'm sure.
I would agree. Not often wrong. Besides Noah Vonleh.
At least you admitted to that.
And who's the guy? All right.
We're not doing
All
that.
right. We're not doing his basketball thing?
No, we're not doing anything
We're going to
until
break.
next. Yeah.
I was right about the Phillies.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That's one good way to get Jack to shut up.
That is.
Yeah.
Hey, FanDuel.
He's not right about anything.
Can we go?
Sure.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Now, each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. Now, more boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchup you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Let's go back to that San Francisco-Seattle game. Come on, man. Seattle at home, that defense. I like Seattle at home minus the points. Don't know what the spread is yet. Imagine it's probably 3.5, 4, something like that. Could be wrong, but take the Seahawks minus the points. Don't matter. Then apply your profit boost and go after an even bigger payout while the playoffs keep rolling. So make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost. How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, AJ? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything, from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA's general manager hears constructive criticism from riders who endured the closure of the trolley tunnel. Jewish employees at Penn seek legal standing to oppose a federal demand for a list of Jewish organizations. And the bankrupt owner of the former Crozier Health System wants to get rid of medical records.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
In this town, champions aren't born, they're built on the field and in care settings across the region. Brandon Graham here to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles and Jefferson Health are teaming up because they know precision matters, because every moment counts, and because care isn't just about what happens on game day, it's about showing up every day for every person in every neighborhood. We're one team with one goal, to care for this community together. Jefferson Health, champions of care.
Hey, it's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. After last night's dominant performance in Pittsburgh, Houston heads to New England. And while they may not get the gift of 2 defensive scores, as they did last night, and New England may not get a half dozen sacks that they had on Sunday night in the wild card round, you can't ignore the fact that both of these defenses are more than capable of putting their clamps on the opposing offenses and their young quarterbacks. Conversely, each offense has also had their issues. Houston and New England combining for just 3 offensive touchdowns in the wild card round. I'll be on the under of 40.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nah. Oh, I know.
Breaking
news. There it is.
Right in the middle of 3:30 country. It's the good Lord above telling you something that we can't talk about 3:30 country. So
Wow, bring the big man into it.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Breaking news.
This per everyone, and actually per the Eagles as well. The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
Yes.
Elliot, Nick Sirianni, it put out a statement. What did it say?
So this per Nick Sirianni, quote, I've decided to make a change at offensive coordinator. I met with Kevin today to discuss the difficult decision, as he is a great coach who has my utmost respect. He has been integral to the team's success over the last 5 years, not only to the on-field product, but behind the scenes as a valued leader for our players and organization. I have no doubt he will continue to have a successful coaching career. Ultimately, when we fall short of our goals, that responsibility lies on my shoulders.
Well,
End quote.
It doesn't seem like it does.
Yeah, ultimately, it clearly does not.
Yeah, it seems like the responsibility lies on Kevin Patullo's shoulders.
Right, or at least Kevin's the one that's catching all the blame for it.
Yeah, I understand why they did it. I do think it is red meat for everyone.
For sure.
Someone has to pay. I made the comparison earlier. I remember when Milt Thompson got fired as Phillies hitting coach. You fired that person. It really has nothing to do with that person. It's funny. They're clearly going to interview a bunch of people this time.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes back to the decision to hire Patullo when they didn't interview anybody. It just shows you should have the same process when you win as when you lose. And I
That's a good point.
You know, they now they do have an opportunity here. And we said earlier they couldn't wait because with the amount of coaching openings right now, there are going to be quarterback coaches, pass game coordinators, all those, even offensive coordinators, and now they don't have a job, are going to land in other places. And if they want their pick of everything, they should do it now. Do you think they end up going with somebody established? So I guess there's a few different levels. And then so level one is the Reich sort of guy, right? Is the guy in Baltimore, Monken, who is not going to be a head coach candidate. They're past that point in their career. There is option two. There is the hot shot, right? There is Mike McDaniel. There's Cliff Kingsbury. There is Brian Daboll. There's the hot shot that's going to be a head coach again at some point. And then there's the under the radar. There is the younger guys. There's I brought up Josh McCown last year, but maybe a quarterback's coach somewhere. Who do you which category do you think they go with, Ike?
Well, I hope they go with a veteran for a couple of reasons. I think it brings stability to the position as long as Nick is the head coach, right? Because you're going to be going through this again. I mean, you bring in a young guy, they play well, job opening comes, does he leave to go for a job? And now you're looking for another OC. So what I'm hoping for is a veteran guy that Nick may or may not be familiar with, but Monken and Frank Reich at the top of my head. I've seen Jim Caldwell. I don't know how old Jim Caldwell is and whether or not he wants to get back into coaching. He's an old Indianapolis head coach as well. You want somebody that Nick is going to be able to work with, though, because what you don't want is an environment behind the scenes that isn't productive. There are too many chefs in the kitchen, too many voices, and I want a veteran because I think Jalen is more apt and those guys in the office are more apt to listen to someone that has a little more seasoning to them, So that's what I hope they do. These big name guys that we're thinking about, like a McDaniel, you would almost have to hope these guys don't get head coaching jobs. These guys want head coaching jobs.
Sure,
there are so many job openings. Now, what is it, 9?
I think, yeah.
Because with the 2 that just
Tomlin,
happened.
Well, and now the Steelers.
And now you got the Steelers.
Yeah.
So maybe 8 or 9 openings. These guys are all going to try to get head coaching jobs first. Then they're going to take coordinators with them unless they're calling the plays there, wherever they're going. So I don't even know what's going to be available there that is going to make it that much better next year.
So before we can I give one, before we look forward take on this?
Yes, just real quick. This is per Mike Garafolo. The phrasing is important here. In the Eagles statement, Kevin Patullo is not fired. There's a chance he could remain on Nick Sirianni's coaching staff. So as to say, if I was Kevin Patullo, I would go get a job somewhere else. They've already told you you're not going to be OC again or head coach here. So go get a job somewhere else.
Yeah, this is such a failure by the Eagles, right? They told us coming off of 2024 that they had learned from 2022. It was going to be different than 2023. They learned from 2018. And it ended up being essentially the same, right? I know they won the division and they won more games they did in 23, but they didn't win a playoff game. They're once again firing the coordinator. They're telling us they made a bad hire at coordinator by removing him 1 year later, right? So we'll see who they hire. I don't think it's that attractive of a job, to be completely honest. But this is a failure by them in the fact that they are now moving on from another coordinator after 1 year. Brian Johnson, 1 year. Kevin Patullo, 1 year. Sean Desai, half a year. Like, they have not been nailing these coordinator hires recently.
Well, that's on Nick, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, it's on everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
no, this would be my statement, right? On that is
this one is definitely on Nick.
This one's on Nick
because this is his guy.
Would Brian Johnson be on Nick?
I think he's a Howie guy.
I think they did it because Jalen was coming off a great 2022 year, and that's who Jalen wanted as OC.
Really? Yeah.
Coach says he knew him. He's known him since he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
They were close friends. Which only reason why I say that, because I don't know how on board Nick was with that. And remember back then, there was a little bit of something with Nick and Jalen back then.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also, to your point there, Elliot, I think it's a good point. Every time that it doesn't work, you fire the OC.
Right.
That's one of the reasons, and we'll get into why you think otherwise it's not a great position. But that is a big one. Is I'm going to go there. I'm going to look at this guy, your guy. Your guy. You hired your guy. The offensive line stunk. Saquon was probably not what he was. The quarterback and the wide receiver hated each other, and you blamed him? You know, who's next that's going to get the axe if this doesn't work out?
Also, all year, what do we hear? It's not him. It's not him. It's not him. It's not one guy. It's not him. It's the players. The players saying, it's not him. It's not him. It's execution. Nick saying, it's not him. It's not him. And now he's gone. So why is he gone? Or did you lie?
He's just been removed from being an OC.
Well, yes.
Well, I think he's still going to be here.
Well, yeah. I mean, still lost the job.
Yeah,
I
agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Clearly, they feel he was to blame. Maybe he is not going to be 100% of the pie, but we'll see who else goes, right? Is Nick going to go? Probably not. Is Jalen going to go? Probably not. The offensive line will be the same. Saquon will be back. Devonta will be back. AJ might go, but that won't be because of this. Like, that'll be a bunch of different things. So really the only central figure that it seems is going to get any type of punishment for what happened is going to be Patullo.
Yeah. Well, listen, hey, I'm not saying it's fair to him, but one could argue he was ushered into the position before he was ready to take on the role. I'm just saying that's the flip side of the coin. That's the flip side of the coin is that I know it's not fair that he's the one that's getting the blame, but there are a lot of people, including yourself, who may have felt he didn't deserve to be the OC in the first place.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what happens in this coaching business. Somebody is going to take the fall. I don't believe they truly believe it was Kevin Patullo. I believe they felt something had to change, and that was the easiest thing to do from the standpoint of this will quiet down this outside noise with us. We and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but this is a vessel where people can come and voice their frustration. And the longer he remained on the staff, that was going to be a main talking point all off season.
And into next season. Next season would have been impossible.
Yes, and into next season. And so they must have felt, hey, Kevin, we love you, man, but I'm sorry. Like, this is what it has to be.
This also validates everybody who said he was the problem.
Yes, to a degree, yes.
Yeah. Well,
yes, to a degree, yes.
Yeah.
I actually want to make a Phillies comparison that I think is
sure he'll take that.
Out. No. I think it's a good one.
Don Mattingly?
No. I think it's a good one. We're not going to. I'll tell you about Guida, but afterwards, the Phillies comparison. Guida is not going to get rid of you after one bad year. In fact, you've had several bad years with your old windows and your doors, and they're here to help you. That sale, the big winter sale that I told you ended December 31st, now going through January. Big winter sale. Big doesn't even describe it. 40% off. 40% off every energy-efficient, expertly installed window. They're going to throw in a high-performance, low-E glass for free. And if you get a new door, 40% off that too. What kind of door? But really, any door. Insulated entry door, sliding patio door, garage door. You can start your project with no money down, no interest for up to a year. This is going through January. You got to act quickly. We're almost halfway done January. It's unbelievable. Call the experts at Guida today to set up a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. So here is the Phillies comparison and the something's got to change of it all. And you can't, to your points, you can't change the offensive line, probably can't change the quarterback, probably not going to change the receivers, not going to change the head coach. I bring you back to the end of the 2024 Philly season where all of us looked at each other and we said we think Rob Thompson is a good manager, but they can't change the players, so they have to change something, right? This is the thing. They got to change something. I think we all sort of agreed there.
Yep.
And they came back. Now, they didn't win the World Series, but they had a successful regular season, and it turned out the Phillies did not listen to the public outcry.
Yep.
They stuck by what they believed. They believed in their process of who they hired, and they stuck with him. And I think in the end, it was the right decision.
Not to cut you off, Spike. His best managerial job
was last year.
It was his best season.
And they stood up to it. And I don't think the Phillies all the time make the right decision. In fact, I think sometimes they lean into what fans want too much. But in that case, it would have been very easy for them to fire Rob Thompson, even fire Kevin Long. Yep. Now, they don't fire Kevin Long. What happens? Trey Turner has one of the best seasons of his career. Kyle Schwarber has the best season of his career. Yeah. Bryson Stott comes back to normal. All these things. Like, I'm not saying it was the right, wrong, or indifferent. What I am saying is, to the process of it all, it leads you to believe that they have conviction in that part of it. And I think the issue with the Eagles is not getting rid of somebody because you have to get rid of somebody. It goes back to the thing you said before, is when you fail, then all of a sudden your conviction and what you believe in Kevin Patullo all of a sudden doesn't matter anymore. And that you didn't think he was the issue all of a sudden doesn't sound like it is true. And it sounds like you're making a move to let somebody absorb the blame so you can go about your business, or you didn't actually believe in the Kevin Patullo hire in the first place.
Yeah, I just don't get why they would hire a first-year coordinator and expect immediate results and then fire him when he, at times this year, looks like a first-year coordinator. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yes.
So to go back to, before we get in like who will take the job, the job itself, right? Right now, here's what it is. It is a job with a head coach that is involved on the offensive side of the ball. It's a job with a quarterback that obviously has opinions on what wants to be run and all those things. And you're going into a job where we just saw what Kevin Patullo's life was like the past year, and then they fired him. Right, so if I'm a top coordinator thing, and I know Kellen Moore got a head coaching job, right, and Steichen did, so it's very hit or miss. But it is, talk about the ultimate pressure cooker job. You can come here, or you could be a head coach in a year, or you could come here and you could be donezo in a year. And so I think if you're a top coordinator, like, are the Eagles a team that you can look at and say, when things get tough, they will have my back. Like, they will stick by me. Or if I come here and Jalen doesn't play well, right, or like, am I just going to be the fall guy? Because that's what they've done to the other other two coordinators when things have not gone well.
215-592-9494. Eagles move on from Kevin Patullo as offensive coordinator, not officially fired, could remain on the staff. What do you think? Ed in Phoenixville, you're on WIP. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Ed?
What's up, Ed? How's it going, man?
Hey, Elliot. So this is kind of insane. Like,
all right, we got to wake Ed up. Not doing that. Didn't hang up on him. Put him on hold. It's just like, there's big news. Yeah. I need you to have a take. I'm sorry.
Just like Patullo wasn't fired, he was just maybe demoted.
Yeah, have a take. That is the rule for the rest of the show. I'm sorry. I know you don't get paid for it. I do. You got to have a take. Sean in Winona, you're on WIP. What's up, Sean?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
What's up, Sean?
Listen, I think I'm kind of happy. I shouldn't say happy, but I think it was the right move for Patullo to go. You know, I don't know how anybody with a set of eyes watched the game since week one and thought, hey, this is okay, that we're going to be all right. This team was a disaster. It looked like a high school team since week one. That said, you know, I think that this is the bigger issue, is that this is the second time in 3 years that we're trying to do Nick's offense and things aren't working right. You know, I think people want to point fingers at different players and say, like, look at A.J. Brown. I mean, half the battle is getting the offense in a rhythm. You know, get the guys their stats. They'll be happy. You know, this is the most talented offense in the NFL, and I think what you're seeing now is this disaster. Okay, I would say offensively they're probably most. Okay, all right, we'll entertain that. But for the most part, you know, this team should be excelling. You know, full speed, and the fact that we're not able to do that, I think it speaks to Nick's offense. And now we have to blow it up, and it's a shame because people were pointing fingers at AJ when, you know, Nick's offense is designed to be mediocre at best. And I think ultimately, you know, he'll buy himself some time because of the Super Bowl ring. But eventually, you know, something's got to change. And I think this is a good start with Patullo. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I think there's a bigger issue here.
Do you think that this is Nick's offense, or it is Nick's best attempt to survive a team and have the best chance of winning with Jalen Hurts as his quarterback?
I think it's Nick's best offense. I do.
So I disagree with that. Like, I think this is the offense Nick has built around Jalen. But the thing is, that's what all head coaches should do. Like when Chip Kelly was here and he had Sam Bradford doing the RPO, like that made no sense, right? So I do think Nick is building around Jalen. But like, yeah, it's 100% that. I think if Nick had a different quarterback, I don't know how different things would look, but there would be differences.
Yeah, and if you're going to have this expensive roster, though, I mean, you have to be able to get the most out of your talent.
Let me ask you something, Sean. If he has gotten the most out of Jalen Hurts.
Correct.
I think there's a good
and Saquon and AJ and Devontae.
Now, if Nick Sirianni was an offensive coordinator for Phillip Rivers, he was offensive coordinator for Andrew Luck. Do you think when he was offensive coordinator under Frank Reich, all those things that he learned and he knew from those quarterbacks who certainly sling it, he got here and he said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to throw the most basic pass offense in history, and we're going to throw it 20 times a game. Why would Nick, who worked under Frank Reich, who worked with those quarterbacks, with those offenses, come here and say, you know what I'm going to do? This. Like, what sense does that? It doesn't really add up, right? Because Kellen Moore, before he got here, Dak Prescott threw for 5,000 friggin' yards before he got here.
Yeah, he wasn't a running
And then all of a sudden, we have these simple pass concepts and running the ball 50 times a game. Do you think that's just because Nick Sirianni, because the overwhelming, umbrella of Nick Sirianni just said, be this normal or be this boring sort of grind off? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I think a lot of it makes sense either. And I don't, because the fact that you can willingly eliminate your two best receivers from offense, I mean, wild card game, AJ had, 3 targets, 3 catches in the first quarter, and he didn't see the ball again until the fourth. So I don't know, question, Spike, but something is clearly wrong with this system.
Well, but why?
And,
first of all, it looks like AJ checked out at halftime after the little confrontation on the sideline.
That's fair.
So I don't know how open he was the rest of the day or even how invested he was into the game after that. Now blame that on Nick. That wasn't Kevin Patullo yelling at AJ on the sideline.
Sure, yeah. I don't know why aren't you at least open to the idea that Jalen's skill set limits their ability to pass the ball the way that you think they should?
Oh, I think it absolutely does. I mean, he doesn't have that talent of we were mentioning with Andy Luck. I think that it falls on Nick to be able to get the most out of him.
But he has. He has. They won a Super. Thank you for the call, Sean. I don't know. It would seem that he is generally considered to be a top 10 quarterback at the very least.
Or at least was before this year.
Well, yeah. A couple weeks. We'll come up with a new ranking.
Again, not to bang the Patullo drum, because I wasn't even a fan of the hire initially. But it is worth noting that Patullo has been Nick's right-hand man through all of this.
Yes.
We're willing to give Stoutland credit, right?
Yep.
We're willing to give Christian Parker credit on defense because they deserve credit.
Yep.
Patullo's been involved. Everyone's like, thank God he's gone. Like, he's one of the reasons they won the Super Bowl last year and went there in 2022. I'm not saying he's top 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
But this idea they can't succeed with Kevin Patullo, they have succeeded with Kevin Patullo. Yeah, I know he's in a new role. I'm just saying.
I hear you, and I don't think anybody is going to. It's unfortunate for him because this fan base has already made their mind up about Kevin Patullo.
For sure.
So I'm actually happy for Patullo.
And maybe he gets out of that spotlight and that pressure. You know what I'm saying? But this is a part of this business, and when you're sort of the sacrificial lamb, it happens. It happens. When the customer base is not happy, the fan base is not happy, and they want to see some sort of change. This was an easy course of action for them, obviously, because the Eagles could withstand outrage. People were yelling for 9 days that Nick Sirianni should be fired. They were yelling top of the lungs. And Jeffrey Lurie pushed the meeting back.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And they withstood that, and he came back and won the Super Bowl the next year. So if they actually believe in something, they'll take the public heat and the pressure because they do believe in it.
It seems like they don't believe in this one. Yeah. Elliot, I'm going to give you an opportunity of a lifetime. Are you available to boot the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report out and stay for one more segment to talk about Kevin Patullo?
While it is my favorite segment, I'm happy to do that.
Oh, thank God. Well, you almost got out of here without accountability hour.
Oh,
that's the big thing.
I actually think you guys will be the ones held accountable during that. So I'm excited.
Watch how these tables turn, pal.
Yeah. All right, 215-592-94. Oh, Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers, where old school customer service still matters. Real people, real experts, and a buying experience done right. Online at marks-jewelers.com. Do you believe that moving on from Kevin Patullo is really going to change the Eagles' offense? 72% say yes. Kevin Patullo no longer the offensive coordinator of the Eagles. We'll talk to you and to Elliot and to all of us about it next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Tackle your playoff menu with Dietz & Watson. Fire up that grill with perfectly smoked premium franks and sausages from Dietz & Watson. Game day parties are always better with condiments, freshly sliced meats, and artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Now, don't forget about the Dietz Nuts Meat Snacks. For a high-protein snack on the go, head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and game day grilling ideas. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
The Philadelphia Sports Writers Dinner honoring Dave Schultz and the 2001 Living Legend team, the 76ers, on Wednesday, January 21st. Open to the public. For tickets, visit PhillySportsWriters.com.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Not sure whether it's busted or salvageable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your home repair problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all in the same day. Freezing, drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Congratulations to LeBron James, who last night debuted a new patch on his jersey. It celebrates his 23rd season in the NBA. He's the only player in the league who has a special patch on his jersey. As always with LeBron, it's all about LeBron. Also, the Lakers lost last night to the Kings, 124-112. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz, a bonus segment with Elliott Shore-Parks.
Yay!
And you haven't even fought with him. We haven't fought with him at all. I guess I've been making good points.
Every day.
Yeah. Well, what's that?
I said we got business to take care of.
We got a lot of business to take care of. If you haven't heard, Eagles move on from Kevin Patullo as offensive coordinator. As reported by Mike Garafolo, they have not fired him. He could remain on the staff. I don't know that that would be great for Kevin Patullo. I think with all those openings, he should go.
Hey, maybe in a year, kind of like Howie was gone for a year, they can bring Patullo back.
Do you think they have Howie's old office next to the equipment room?
Maybe, yeah. That's
whatever?
just who they put all the guys in, yeah. Desai was there, yeah.
Well, this
is that where Matt Patricia is warming up?
Yeah,
he was in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this hire is going to be a true test of the Philadelphia Eagles as an organization, because what they had happen right for them in 2024 is likely everything go right the way it went right with the offensive line, the running game is likely never going to happen again in that fashion. And now they are in the situation where they have lost in the I know they've been to 2 Super Bowls, but it would be fair to say in the last 5 years they've also lost in the first round. They've lost in the first round more than they've been to the Super Bowl.
Well, I think that's probably true of most teams, but yes.
Well, but
we're not losing in the first round.
Well, I'm saying like going to 2 Super Bowls, but whatever.
His point is,
three of the last 5 years, you've lost in the first round, and you fired the offensive coordinator in all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So it creates a huge challenge here in a number of ways. One, you have presented with the challenge of moving forward with an offensive coordinator and the same quarterback who was part of the issue with designing an offense. So how does that present a challenge? Well, first of all, as you mentioned before, who are you going to hire? Because here's what's going to come out. All these lists with all these guys that we want, the Mike McDaniels, the Cliff Kingsbury, and we're not going to get any of them. We're not going to get any of them. And then next year, when we have an offense that looks the very same way that it looks this year, maybe they score 24 points a game instead of 22, whatever it is, what is your answer then? Like, I just think
I think the answer then is Nick is gone.
Okay,
Huh?
but
I think if they don't win a playoff game next year and the offense looks like it does next year, like it did this year, I think then you would have serious Nick on the hot seat talk.
Well, you would also have Jalen on the hot seat.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk. Yeah.
If you don't win a playoff game next year and the offense once again cannot pass the ball at a high level, you think they're going to then fire the OC again?
No, Jalen's on the hot seat.
Okay, so I would be. I don't know. So you would keep Nick and move on from Jalen?
I think they are much more comfortable with Nick in the role that he's in versus haggling over. I'm the Jalen guy. I'm good. I'm just saying at some point they're going to say, well, we're paying you X amount of dollars. We keep firing coaches. The offense has regressed. Now, the offense from a passing standpoint has regressed every year since Shane Steichen has left here. 23, 24, and 25, Jalen in the passing part of this offense has not gotten better. And if you're telling me it's going to be more of the same next year, how many times can you change coaches?
Well, especially when
before you saying yourself,
especially when you're going to have to give Jalen a raise
a new contract.
I agree with you. We're just saying different names. There
Yeah.
will be a major change if at the end of next year the offense is the same and they don't win a Super Bowl or they don't win a playoff game.
I think Jalen. And listen, it's going to be a lot on him next year, man. It's going to be a lot on him next year. Like, this stuff is bubbling beneath the surface about whose fault it is. Is the offense limited because of what he will or won't do or can't do? All of that minutia, all of that. Like, every coordinator has gone through the same thing with Jalen as the quarterback. At some point, when you're looking at young quarterbacks, you either see development and growth that you believe in, that you still can win. And I know they won the Super Bowl last year, but I'm glad you're here to hear this. They won the Super Bowl because of Saquon, the offensive line, and their defense. Then Jalen. The offensive line is getting older. Saquon is getting older. You need to have a quarterback who doesn't need to have the top paid players at each position on that side of the ball. At some point, you're going to start paying those defensive players. Because guess what? When they leave, guess who more pressure is on? The offense to score points. So if you let the defense go that's actually helping you win, the running back is just going to get a little worse each year because he's getting older. Eventually, the quarterback has to carry and shoulder the load, and that's why the focus will shift more to Jalen as we continue to grow here. And if he is what we all think he is, then he had better produce. It better produce because they don't owe him any guaranteed money at the next season.
So that's what I was about to say. We'll get our answer on Jalen and how hot his seat is prior to week 1. Because if they pay him this offseason, then that's the answer, right?
Over with, yeah.
But if they don't, that would be the second offseason in a row they have not given him new money after he won them a Super Bowl.
Can I say there is...
Well, he didn't win them a Super
Right,
Bowl.
we don't have to get into that today.
Yeah.
There is no reason whatsoever, unless it helps you in some weird cap thing, to give Jalen Hurts an extension after this year. They absolutely, positively cannot give him an extension. And here's the other thing that's going to start happening, is that Howie gets all this credit from national media. Howie season. Do you think the other GMs like all the credit that he gets?
No, I'm sure not.
Absolutely not. So when offensive coordinators start either turning down interviews or turning down this job, we're going to hear it. Because those guys are going to leak it, are going to take... This is an opportunity where the mighty Philadelphia Eagles are certainly vulnerable to public perception not being what it is. And if an offensive coordinator decides not to take a job that they offer it to, or decides not to take an interview, we will hear it, and we will hear why.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you guys think they already have someone lined up? Like, do you think they'll interview people, and maybe they truly will interview, and they'll try to recruit, and maybe they'll strike out? Or do you think when they fired Patullo, they said, we know this guy will take the job?
They got somebody in mind.
I think they
now
have a big board.
in mind is different though. Like I'm saying, do you think they got their guy?
Well,
There's a backdoor deal where it's like, hey, like you'll be the guy. Or do you think they're gonna have a true interview process, like, and see who they can get?
That will be interesting. If I know the Eagles, man, I think they've got their guy lined up. They may go through the process of interviewing guys just so they're doing their due diligence, but they've known this has been an issue all year. So they're not just knee-jerk reacting to this and saying, okay, what are we going to do now for an OC? They've been pondering this because that's what they get paid to do. They get paid to foreshadow stuff and say, well, this doesn't end up the way we want to, and we got to move on from Kevin Patullo.
Right.
Because this topic has been discussed for over a month.
They got to have a candidate that's the floor.
Yes.
Like we maybe we'll try to get XYZ, but like worst case, we think this guy is an upgrade and we think we can get him.
And I personally think it's going to be somebody that Nick is on board with working with.
So I was about to ask a Nick question there. Like, we all viewed this as Nick's guy, right? Like, he's worked with him.
Of course,
right?
yes.
Like, let's talk about how fair this might be to Nick. Because now his guy's fired, right? And we can debate, like, how involved Nick was in the decision-making, whatever. But his guy is gone. The guy that they bring in is going to be viewed as he's revamping the offense, right? Like we're not doing Nick's offense anymore. It's going to be they can say whatever they want, but ultimately the guy is going to be viewed that way. Nick's whole career, he has fought against the idea that he doesn't do much, right? Like what does he do? Like even the people that support, like a common criticism of his is he doesn't run the defense. He's not calling plays. Like what does he do, right? You're now setting up a situation where that will be asked again. Because you are removing his guy from the team or from the role and presumably bringing in a guy that I'm guessing is not going to be like in the Sirianni tree of offense and run. Like the whole point is to bring in a new thing. And so this is another time where Nick's going to have to probably unfairly or fairly, everyone to view it, like fight back at the idea that he's not super involved in their success. And I think he is, but I think this is going to create the perception that he has battled back that he has fought against for a few years.
Well, and listen, the Eagles, I'm sure, don't want to be viewed as someone that, from an employer standpoint, there's some sort of power struggle here, because that's really what it would boil down to. That's really what it would boil down to. And it would be the second Super Bowl winning coach you fired a couple of years after he won the Super Bowl. I don't know how attractive the job becomes at that point. I understand the Eagles, what they've done, but just say that's the case. I don't know how everybody feels about Jalen as a quarterback and whether or not they want to come here to coach. What's the salary cap situation? What type of money do they have to spend? The one thing when they hired Nick, at that point they had a quarterback here on a rookie salary that was making about $500,000, and they had cap space to go spend money in other places, right? After that first season. Oh, by the way, before they landed AJ in the draft, I believe, we spent the entire offseason talking, digesting rumors of interest in Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson that were real. So that was their way of digging out of the situation they were in at that time. What's the contingency plan if that's what you go through again? It's not going to be as easy. Put it this way: there's no guarantee that it's going to be as easy to rebuild like they did after Doug and Carson.
Well, and I think
that's not going to happen every time they fire a Super Bowl winning head coach.
Well,
that you go right back to the Super Bowl 2 years later.
I think another difference is if I'm an offensive coordinator looking at this offense, what do I think of the offensive line? Right? Like Lane, obviously when he plays is outstanding. He missed half the year and he's probably close to retiring. The interior of the offensive line, while Landon and Cam have shown they can play at an all-pro level, they are coming off of years where they did not play well. So if you're an offensive coordinator, you're saying, all right, well, if I'm going to take this job, what do I need to do? Like, A, I need to be able to run the ball. Okay, well, they weren't able to run the ball last year. All right, well, then I got to pass it. Well, the other coordinators have had trouble building a passing offense with this current team with arguably a better version of this team, a younger offensive line, a younger AJ, right? So it's a thin line to try to find somebody that is like perfect for this, right? Because it's got to be somebody that has experience but doesn't want a head coaching job. Someone that like is going to come in and help, but you're not like completely taking all of Nick's power away. Like it's a tough hire.
And if you're talking about an established coach, that guy coming in and wanting to have say, how does that affect the working relationship between the front office and the head coach? So that dynamic is always there. And that's why I think they love having Nick as the head coach. I think he is more secured in his role than, per se, let's say, when we talk about somebody on the hot seat moving forward, I think Jalen would be more so on the hot seat as far as moving forward, because they had to extend Jalen, if that's what, because he's going to want a new deal. He's going to want a new deal. He's going to want more guaranteed money. The guaranteed money assures him a roster spot. When they don't have to guarantee you any money, it's easier to get rid of you.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Eagles.
There's a lot going on.
Eagles move on from Kevin Patullo. Chuck in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? Listen, let me say this, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to say this reminds me of the Sixers. It reminds me when...
Oh.
Spike, did you do that?
No.
I mean...
No, say that again, Chuck. We lost you for some reason. It was not me.
Listen, I said that this reminds me of the Sixers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This reminds me when Brett Brown got let go because of,
Ben
Simmons and Joel Embiid. You know what I mean? And he was the scapegoat. And then when Doc Rivers got here, it was the same old stuff. All I got to say is this, right? Jalen Hurts, to me, is the beneficiary of a great organization, a great owner, and a great manager, GM. More so than he is a great player. And we talking about letting A.J. Brown, walk or trading him, letting Dallas Goedert walk. This offensive line is getting older. You thought Saquon had took a step back this year. Well, he'll be entering, multiple years of being with the Eagles and having multiple carries. So we don't know how he's going to look next year. I don't trust that this quarterback is going to be good enough to be like a Josh Allen or somebody like a Patrick Mahomes that can play with lesser talent around him. So I just got to say this, Jalen, you're getting what you want. But your ass had better show up next year because there ain't enough bodies to keep pointing fingers to. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it was Kevin Patullo, me personally. You know what I'm saying? I ain't on here, my soapbox for Kevin Patullo because, quite frankly, I think he was, picked for the job too early. But I seen some great things from Kevin Patullo this year, and people tried to ignore it because they like Jalen Hurts so much. Well, I said in L.A., when they tried to take the training wheels off and they tried to give this guy a chance to try to show himself, he turned the ball over left and right, and they had to put the training wheels back on him because we had a chance to win the division. We had a chance to win the number one seed. We had a chance to go on and possibly repeat because we won a Super Bowl a year before the same way that they was playing earlier. But what I'm saying is this, right? Kevin Patullo's gone. Nick Sirianni kind of had to let him go and throw him under the bus. You're going to bring a new guy in here. All I'm saying is this. All the people that wanted Kevin Patullo gone, you better hope that your guy number one, Jordan Brand, one earring, hoop earring wearing, can't go in the back and too cool for school, don't want to run no more. You better hope he's able to show up next year because if not, I guarantee you that his ass will be gone. And I bet a bottom dollar on that one because I don't like this one iota. He gets every coordinator that comes in here is everybody else's fault. The coordinator, he's a coordinator's nightmare. And if I'm a coordinator, I wouldn't want to take this job because especially if you don't want to run the ball because it's not appealing to me. And you're losing guys too. You know what I mean? And there's only but so much money that can go around. You got a defense that needs to be paid too. And this guy's getting $50 million, and he don't give you $50 million play. If he was getting paid $10 or $15 million, then that's okay. Is he going to take a pay cut? I would bet you bottom dollar he's not. So my thing is this, right? If you're paying him $50 million to be that guy, because I look over and I look at Buffalo, I don't know how the hell they in the second round. I don't know who Josh Allen's throwing to. Plus another guy just went down, and you're paying him like a Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? So I just got to say this, man. Y'all got y'all wish. This guy better show up next year. He had better show up next year. Because if not, the finger is directly pointed at you, Jalen.
Yeah. That's it. I got nothing. Chuck. Yeah, I got nothing. Well, I'm a little disarmed when the results are in.
Right now, yes. Yeah.
Well, I'm disarmed in defending Jalen when the results are what they are.
What I'll say too,
I'm not like Elliott.
Well, what I will say is, I don't want to hear anything about continuity next year. Any of this, this is his 8th new coordinator in 9 years. This was their decision. They got rid of him, right? So, they have put themselves in the situation of having a new coordinator. They're not a victim of circumstance. They have put themselves in this situation.
It's just sad. Not for Patullo. I mean, let me take you back a year, 11 months.
Yeah.
And we are talking about back-to-back. We are talking about dynasty.
Yep.
We are talking about, spent an entire offseason basically every move nobody could do any wrong.
Nope.
And here we are.
Talk about my quarterback.
Sorry. And here we are. We have lost in the first round to an inferior opponent from a talent standpoint.
My goodness, depleted roster.
Yes, superior in a couple of important positions, but inferior in other ways.
Not on the sideline.
Well, look, you cannot.
Today's not the day for that one.
Yeah.
We'll do it another day.
You cannot.
I mean, if Devontae catches the ball, but it's fine. We can.
All right, fine. Okay. So a year ago, all this, now we have lost in the first round to an inferior opponent at home, fired the offensive coordinator, not sure if Jalen Hurts is going to be the quarterback in 2 years, and wondering about the future of the head coach that just won the Super Bowl last year if next year doesn't go well. And it shows you, when you have an opportunity to go do something, to win another Super Bowl, you have to, this whole thing about planning for the next 5 years, I get it. But Super Bowl opportunities are so rare. And you have to look at this year and the way that they approach this year, from the offseason signings to the Patullo hire, and wonder if we spent the whole lead up to the playoffs talking about how open the NFC is. Oh, NFC's open. NFC's open. It's there to win. You don't even have to be that great. And think about, did the Eagles put their best foot forward to try to win a Super Bowl this year, to get it done this year? Because now this entire era, I'm not saying it's gone, but it is certainly in a rockier position than it was we would have ever imagined.
Well, it's interesting. I remember last offseason being in here with you guys and talking about the cash allocation, right?
Yeah.
And how there's a lot of big contracts they're going to have to pay next offseason, right? So, they're not maybe being as aggressive because it's next offseason. And I don't think they punted on the season by any stretch, but I do think there was a long view room with how they attacked free agency, right? And it doesn't feel like their offensive coordinator got the long view room benefit of the doubt.
That's a good point, too. Yeah.
Right? So, and again, to circle back to what I said to start, if you think about the last 3 times they went to the Super Bowl, 2018, they promote from within, they trade a third at the deadline for Golden Tate. They, they win one playoff game that year, but it's a disappointing year. 2023, they promote from within, they trade, I think it was a 4th for Robert Quinn at the deadline. They don't win a playoff game that year. 2020, this past season, promote from within. They traded 3 for Jalen Phillips at the deadline, who I do think played well, but he might not be back, and he had 1 sack. And it's the same. So when they say, coming off of these years, we've learned from what we did, we're trying not to be as emotional. They brought Brandon Graham back, talk about being emotional. So it just feels like they've not learned, and winning's hard, I get it. But where are the tangible things where you can point to and go, they've learned from the experiences they have been through, and it looks like they're handling it better? Because all 3 times look exactly the same to me.
Well, and look at the errors that they spent the entire season trying to correct. Edge. Now, Jalix Hunt is a good player, but clearly when they signed Zadarius Smith, they were trying to they were like, well, Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari aren't that good. When they trade for Jalen Phillips, it was clear that and he had 2 great games. He's a good player, but whatever.
Nolan Smith didn't develop like they thought it would, and he was injured again.
And they spent the entire season trying to make up for a cornerback too. Yeah. They traded for Jacorian Bennett. They traded for the guy from Baltimore that didn't even play here. Or
yeah, Jair
Alexander. These were things that they could have, coming into this year, made a more solid effort at trying to resolve that they didn't do.
What was the Michael Carter trade for?
Well, it's another one.
That's another one.
They didn't give up a ton for him, but
I just mean, why did they even trade?
I think it was
him?
depth probably at the time.
So,
okay.
215-592-9494. Eagles move on from Kevin Patullo. All right, Jack, so here's the reality.
Yes.
The reality is that Elliott can stay, but I do not believe that arguing about Kyle Shanahan and
his old takes?
Yeah, and his old takes is, I think we have to punt that for next week.
Fine.
Yeah,
fine.
We could do Friday, but I'm happy to wait. I mean, next Tuesday anyway.
I mean, next Tuesday, I think is the one. So, all right. So again, Eagles move on from Kevin Patullo.
Yeah, get to the people.
We'll continue to talk about that next. Yeah, we will get to the people. A lot of people have been on hold. We will talk to the people next. Yeah. You can even yell at Elliott if you want as well. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Not going to yell now, though. Going to talk smooth. Don't you go anywhere, Ike.
Oh, man.
We're going to talk about Blue Chew. Yes. The truth is, didn't think much of it right now. But you want to think better of it. That's the defense. Yep. Blue Chew is going to solve your issue in the bedroom. And I know what you're saying. You get the job done. But, do you want to win by 3 points or do you want to win by 10 points?
You can always enhance.
Yes.
Right. Look at what the team just did.
Right.
They're looking to get better.
They looked themselves in the mirror and they said, we can be better. Do you want to score 32 points a game or 22 points a game? And
right now, you're 22 points a game.
Yes, and Blue Chew's going to get you to 32.
Yes.
You will go to BlueChew.com. You'll use code 94 at checkout to get your first month for free. In the mail are going to come chewables that are going to help solve that issue. Chewable, that's a good thing. Chewable, you just keep a couple in the wallet, maybe in the backpack whenever you need it, maybe in the dresser drawer, maybe in the nightstand, whatever it is.
Your car?
The car. Well, hold on. We want to be safe.
Well, not for a long car ride.
Okay, all right, yeah.
What if you get a text mid-drive home?
Yeah, there you go. You don't have to make any doctor's appointments. You can just go to BlueChew.com. They take care of it all there. You don't have to wait in line in the pharmacy. No. They ship it to you in a discreet
package.
Discreet. I just want to do it again.
Oh, hard
package.
One more time for the people in the back. Discreet
hard
package.
There it is. Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94 at checkout. Your first month is free, courtesy of the WIP Afternoon Show, specifically Jack Fritz. And then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it and do it. Let the good times fly. Chew it and do, y'all.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only. Existing customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, Get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
Don't forget to set your lineup.
All right, high efficiency heat pump, check. Clean air filter, check. New Carrier smart thermostat, check.
Don't get sidelined by your HVAC system this season. Your local Carrier Comfort Advisor offers a full lineup of home comfort solutions and convenient financing options to suit your needs. Visit nopaycarrier.com for local utility rebates and to find a comfort expert near you.
nopaycarrier.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It was their hit. They had a couple other songs that were pretty big, but nothing like that. That song lasted a long time. That is your 430 90s. If you haven't heard, Kevin Patullo no longer the offensive coordinator with the Philadelphia Eagles. They have moved on. They will. Nick Sirianni said it was his decision, and when things don't go right, he has to own it. So he fired somebody else. They will look for a new offensive coordinator. 215-592-9494. CJ in Texas, you're on WIP. What's up, CJ?
What's good, fellas?
What's up, CJ?
What up, CJ?
What up, CJ?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I'm ready for y'all to really get on Elliott and all these crazy takes he had the whole season.
Next week.
It's just sad because they think they got me. But
we always got you.
Every day.
They never do.
You just don't never cop to it.
He ain't gonna admit. Yeah, he ain't
No,
confident
I'll
enough.
admit when I'm wrong. Gladly.
But Ike,
yes,
some of the stuff you didn't say today.
Uh-oh.
You might be a Jalen hater.
No.
Hey, you said, they're gonna have to not pay all these people.
Yep.
For him not to throw the ball. No, you didn't say that, but you were like saying, hey, they're gonna have to pay. He got to do more with less.
Yep.
So that's more what we've been saying. It's like,
Listen, I know that. I know that. CJ, you know how this thing works. You know how this thing works, CJ.
Uh-oh.
Hey, when you call somebody a hater, man, you know that's.
Well, listen, first of all, don't take it personal. You know I got nothing but love for you. You're a little hard on Jalen. Here's the thing. It's perfectly fine to be hard on him after the season. When you're in the season, I'm looking at the glass is half full to me. I'm being optimistic. I'm finding the good in the guy. And I don't think he's as bad as some people like to make him out to be, but I'm not going to sit here and argue that he's an elite quarterback and all of that right now either. I can't argue that either. I got to be honest. I'm not going to just constantly beat my head against the wall saying the same thing just for the sake of being right. And if you want to go, you can go ahead and tell me I was wrong. And I can accept it. I can admit it. I was wrong. I thought he was going to be better this year. I was wrong.
Man.
And in fairness, CJ, you are a bit of a hater.
The rain is falling on. This coming from the number one hater.
Number two. Yeah.
Just saying. And I don't know where I'm on the list with Chuck. You know, I don't know if he's number 4 or number 5.
But Chuck cracked. You know, Chuck.
He did crack at some point.
After the Super Bowl, Chuck cracked for about 6 months. So, Chuck is up there, but some of us stayed on the side we were on, Chuck is not one of those people.
Listen, I don't know what to do, CJ.
The only thing
hold on. You know what you hear right now, CJ, today? You hear my frustration at Jalen for me out here defending him all year long.
Yes.
That's what you hear. I put faith in him. Like a lot of fans have. And I'm not saying I've lost all faith in him. I'm just saying when we came in this year, I thought he'd be a much better passer this year. I did. I thought he'd be a much better passer this year, and I was wrong. I can't defend that. You got me.
CJ, what do you think of them moving on from Patullo?
I mean, he had to go. Okay. I'm sorry, he had to go. Because really the only other answer would have been to get rid of Nick. Because this is Nick's system. So it's two of the main people who I've had issues with. They're both being protected by this fire. You can't get rid of the quarterback. And you're not going to get rid of the coach. So he was the only choice to do with the firm. So that doesn't move the boat for me. I'm looking at it like this. I'm hoping Lane comes back. I'm hoping Dickerson is able to come back to get the line, like we just said, get the line back together, and you could do it again with running the ball. And hopefully somebody knows to give Tank the ball along with Saquon.
Is Tank?
And then we play good defense.
I believe he is.
And then I can be
so we do have it
a win will be the win.
Okay.
All right, CJ.
So we do have Tank next year.
Will this new coordinator get to hire his own staff, do you think?
I don't know.
Well, I know the Eagles love to control everything. That is why they make the head coach hires that they do, all that sort of stuff. If you want the best of the best, if you have an opportunity for an offensive coordinator, and I am different than you in that I could care less if this guy's here for 2 years, 3 years, whatever. Bring me who you think can be the best offensive coordinator in 2026, because I don't even know who the quarterback's going to be after next year. So bring me whoever you think is the best offensive coordinator in 2026. And if you are in a situation where that guy goes and gets a head coaching job afterwards, probably means things went pretty well.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on this.
And just go find the best guy. But if you're in a position where you're going to find the best guy, I can tell you what, the best guys are going to want to hire their own staff. It doesn't mean that you can't have a conversation with that offensive coordinator about who is here and who you think is valuable. And I think most of those guys, look, it's not like every offensive coordinator is going to have the opportunity to hire all of their own people because those people might be employed elsewhere. It should be a conversation. If you have an opportunity to get any of the big guys, and if the Philadelphia Eagles believe that the guys who we believe will be head coaching candidates but maybe don't get a head coaching job, and I think we're talking about the big three ones would be McDaniel, Daboll, Kingsbury.
And Stefanski.
If you believe that those guys can make your offense the best it can be in 2026, and those guys want to, you fired your OC. You can't fire or you can't bring in another wide receiver coach, but you just fire the OC. So let that person, whatever the person who you think is best at the job wants, that person should be able to get.
Well, hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
This is Nick's staff.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think you have to be able to have the conversation.
But that's the thin line they're walking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Nick's staff. Like,
right.
these
Does
are his
Parks
guys.
Frazier, is he
Right.
gone?
Are you getting rid of Aaron Moreland? Now,
well, and also, are Nick's guys going to do anything next year? Like, maybe you keep them.
Well, they're position coaches.
Well, I mean, like Parks Frazier. He was a pass game coordinator they brought in. Is the new offensive coordinator going to want his own guy? Like, what's the input? Who are they listening to when it comes to concepts and decisions and stuff?
So you probably remember this better than I do. Did Kellen Moore bring Nussmeier with him, or did the Eagles?
He brought him with him.
He did? Well,
yes.
Nussmeier was in with the Chargers?
Nussmeier and Kellen had worked together in Dallas and
So he
the
brought
Chargers.
him from somewhere else. Okay.
Correct. But they did keep Stoutland.
But they kept all those other guys.
Moorhead.
Moorhead.
The Jamal Singleton, the running back coach. I believe they got a new tight end coach in the past year, too.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So they may let the coordinator bring, like, if he's a guy who works with him closely, they may do that. I don't know if they're going to take away Nick's whole staff.
Well, all I would say, that's fair.
Yeah.
For sure. I'm not saying fire everybody. That's certainly not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you have had diminishing returns with the offense for several years now. You need to do something. You need to do something. And I believe in Nick as a head coach, but also, like, I just think they need to do something. And if you are given the opportunity, and nobody's going to fire Jeff Stoutland, like no OC is going to come in here and say, I don't want the best offensive line coach
Jeffrey
of all
Lurie's
time.
going to tell you Jeffrey Lurie decides that.
Yeah, I just think
that'll be a fun part of the interview.
I think they need
Here's
to.
your staff.
The way that they approached when they have when they went and got Chip Kelly, because Chip Kelly was the. Damn it.
Hate when that happens. Chip Kelly was the system.
The guy. Oh,
wow,
geez.
look at
Ooh,
this.
boy.
Do you want me to finish your point for you?
Yeah.
Chip Kelly was the system. And Chip.
When he was the biggest hire that you could make, that's the kind of Eagles I want. I don't want the Eagles that are going in that are saying, well, this guy will let me do whatever I want, so he's going to be the offensive coordinator, or he'll let me be the boss. Go get the best guy. Yeah. Go get the best guy. That's what the best guy who's willing to work here. Go get him and figure the rest out later.
Well, here's the funny thing with that is a lot of these coaches now, other than Dable, who I don't think is getting a head coaching job, but if McDaniels gets a head coaching job, I'm just saying that job may not be as attractive because those guys are actual play callers.
For an OC.
Right. Yeah, so
yes.
you would go to their job and you're an OC in name, but you're not the play caller. McDaniels calls the plays, Stefanski calls the plays.
Right.
I think it's a high-risk, high-reward job with the Eagles. The high reward is if you come here and you crush it, you'll be a head coach.
Yes, and you're going to get to call the plays.
You'll be a real OC.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But again, what does that mean for Nick? Like when they were running Nick's style of offense and Nick's guy was in there and he wasn't calling plays, and I know he sets the culture and that's important, but like, what does this mean for what's Nick's responsibility next year?
But people say that, but nobody says it about John Harbaugh and nobody says it about Mike Tomlin. Go and own it. Own that. Figure out what to do. I couldn't believe it. When he said that he got busy on the sideline and he couldn't talk to Kevin Patullo about certain plays that got called. I just want to what are you busy doing? Yelling at fans or AJ? Like, what the hell are you busy doing? This is supposed to be your thing. Go and do it. 215-592-9494. You know whose thing always does it.
Whoa!
Wow.
We're back to one of those reads?
National Appliance Warehouse.
Whoa!
Yeah.
You never have to worry about, moving on from someone with National Appliance Warehouse. They always deliver.
Oh, come on.
Every single year, National Appliance Warehouse comes through. I just came from National Appliance Warehouse when I was on break. Oven had a bit of a malfunction. And bang, National Appliance Warehouse was there to take care of it. Got a new oven in, out, delivered, installed. Perfect.
Done.
Perfect.
One-stop shop, Jack.
Bang.
Done.
Yep. Over 100 brands, 15,000 square foot showroom. We walked in. We said, wow, this is huge.
Stop.
You want me to do that again?
We did. We walked, Jill's like, there's so much stuff in here. And I was like, They got everything in National Appliance Warehouse. They will find the right appliance from you. Sub-Zero, Wolf, Cove, whatever you could possibly need appliance-wise, they have for you. And you're going to get it at the best price possible. That's because of obviously tax-free Delaware, but price sure helps as well, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse. Instantly updates price tags all throughout the store, finds a lower price elsewhere. But the Friends and Family Savings event is also underway at National Appliance Warehouse. So take advantage of great savings right now at National Appliance Warehouse. But also on top of all this, installation, delivery, and a difference-making service team there to take care of you. I worked with Yaron. He was amazing. Marshall was great. They all took care of me, and they'll take care of you, too. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fred sent you.
Brian in North Carolina, you're on WIP. What's up, Brian?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, a couple things. I think everything starts and stops with the offensive line and everything. I mean, the analyst on Sunday, I think it was Brady, said something that I felt all year that compared to last year, Barkley's getting stopped in the backfield all the time. And
the numbers support that for sure. Yep.
Yeah, the numbers support that, but it's so the running game is so critically important that the issue this year, to me, was entirely the offensive line. And as far as does Patullo's exit make a difference? No, it doesn't make a damn difference if they don't address how to block without Johnson and Dickerson. And that's what they need to do. I would, if you're looking for recommendations, I'd trade up in the draft, get rid of number 11. What a complete team distraction that was this year, and get the best offensive lineman you can with the plan that this guy is going to support us when one of those two studs get out.
What if the new OC you're trying to hire wants AJ to stay?
Wow, that's tough. I mean, what I would tell, during the interview, what I would tell the OC is, you're going to fix our running game, bud. Okay.
So then is Stoutland gone? Because Stoutland's the run game coordinator.
No, I don't know that. I'll be honest.
I'll tell you no.
Right.
Stoutland's
I don't think
not going
Stoutland's
anywhere.
gone unless he retires. You never
exactly.
know. But
Yeah, what I was going to say is I don't know the subordinate coaches. I'll assume they're all good, but they clearly didn't have the backup offensive lineman to block when Johnson and Dickerson out.
Brian, I don't think it's the backup offensive line because they have the same guy backing up Lane Johnson that they had last year.
Well, it's also, to be fair, it's really hard to have good backup offensive line.
Well, sure.
Most teams don't even have 5 good ones.
The reason that the backups, thank you for the call, Brian. The reason the backup offense, and this is not a slight of Fred Johnson. I actually think Tyler Steen is a backup. The previous year, that's a good backup, right?
Yeah.
It is that the starters were so good that they could withstand the loss of one of them and put a backup in there. The issue this year wasn't the backups. It was that Cam Jurgens was not as good. Landon Dickerson was not as good. Jordan Mailata, love him. Jordan Mailata was not as good as he usually is. And Lane Johnson was in and out. But Lane Johnson was in and out last year, too.
Yeah.
And they were able to survive
Not as many
it.
games, but yeah.
No,
you're right.
I must really
right.
remember.
Yeah.
I could have swore Lane missed like 6 games in 24, but I guess that's wrong, right?
Yeah, not as many games. I think maybe 3.
Okay.
They missed the Bucks game? Early in the year?
Yeah. The Bengals, maybe.
I actually do blame them a little bit for not having quality backups. Like that's a part of, that they played 20-odd games last year. You had to know that you're not going to get through an entire season with all these guys being completely healthy. The trade for the kid from Houston was a disaster. I don't know if he ever even put a uniform on.
I don't think he lasted through camp. Right?
I don't know what he did.
Yeah, he got cut and he was on the practice
Then
squad.
you got to draft guys and develop those guys. And everybody doesn't have to be a starter caliber guy, but having a good backup means that you got somebody that can go in there for 2 or 3 games and you don't have as big of a drop-off. Matt Pryor should not be on this team. No offense to Matt, but every time he was out there, something negative happened.
Yeah, Toth was fine.
Toth was fine.
Yeah,
Toth is the one that played center too, right?
Yeah, he played some guard and then center when Cam was out.
Yeah, Toth was fine. Matt Pryor is the one who gave me Ogden.
I will say though, I do think the pass blocking was good when Fred was in there. I
thought Fred did a decent job.
I think the run blocking is where they took a step back this year.
I almost view Fred as a 6th starter.
Yes.
I mean, he's played so many games the last 2 years.
The 6-man offensive line.
Yeah, what's the kid we drafted? The Kendall?
Drew Kendall.
Drew Kendall.
Yeah, he's a center guard.
Somebody else, I think. Like I just
Cameron Williams.
Yeah, like
Drew Kendall was Michigan, right?
He was Boston College.
Boston College, right?
But we did have a Michigan guy.
Michigan was Trevor Keegan.
Trevor Keegan, right?
He's on the Cowboys.
Well, they did have one guy in the building.
Did we cut him?
They had one guy in the building this year that could be good depth. His name's Willie Lampkin.
They're going to say Jason Kelsey for a second.
Ed in Phoenixville, you're on WIP. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys, I'm ready now. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So, in my opinion, two of the biggest ironies with this whole Patullo situation is, number one, like arguably the 2 coordinators who knew Jalen Hurts the best, Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo, had the least amount of success. Obviously, a number of reasons for that. And then second, the offense looked like so inconsistent all year. We scored 19 points in the playoffs. We lost. But if you told me those, like, all else equal, like if your quarterback set a career high for touchdown passes and for touchdown to interception ratio, if you asked me, do you think that was a successful season? I'd be like, yeah, it was. But he set a record for touchdown passes this season. So it's just
2,000-yard receivers, something they really like to.
Yeah, but you saw it, though, Ed, right? I mean.
Yeah, I saw it, but it's just, he deserves something. Patullo obviously got scapegoated today, but he deserves some credit for Jalen's, like, efficiency. Like, that's not purely Jalen. Like, he's calling plays. He's calling risk-averse plays for a risk-averse quarterback. And I hope for him that he finds an opportunity elsewhere, because he's not a dope. No rational person thinks he's a dope. Like, he doesn't get this far in the league by being a dope. Like, he called an offense or helped call an offense for Phillip Rivers. Totally different quarterback, totally different scenario, but he's got the chops. And I just, my initial take was I think we should retain him. Then we get the news that they're moving on from him. But, I really think they're kind of in a pickle right now because, does a qualified coordinator like Monken want to come in here? And I'm thinking he's going to want some autonomy, more so than Patullo had. That's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, I would. Thank you for the call, Ed. Thank you for hanging on. I would agree that the bigger guys are going to want to come in and run. Now, look, you can't just run what you run. The better off, but most offensive coordinators have a general sort of concept of what they like to run.
And speaking of running, you've been a big proponent of Jalen running and needing to run more.
Yeah,
I don't think that changes unless he gets a new contract.
Yeah.
So I just don't think I don't think he's going to run any more next year either. If he's working on basically the last year of a deal where he's got guaranteed money.
I agree. Obviously, the coaches wanted him to run it this year.
It was a conscious
Why would the
effort by
coaches
him.
not want him to run the ball?
Can you imagine? Because he didn't even run the playoff game. Can you imagine on the sideline, Jalen's like, KP, let me run the ball. I can get a first down.
Exactly.
And KP is like, no, I don't want you to save my job, win the playoff game. I'm so worried about your upcoming contract extension that could you please try to throw the ball into the wind? I know his arm's not that strong. You won't throw in the middle. Please, in fact,
one more hitch route.
Yeah, instead of running, Could you throw the ball to Dallas Goedert where there are 3 San Francisco 49ers standing right around him? Please, Jalen, don't save my job.
I agree.
You think if they won Sunday, his job is saved?
No.
Yeah, I do.
I believe that.
Really?
Yeah.
So Jalen throws a
They throw a
touchdown
touchdown there
pass,
on that last
and they
drive.
lose to the Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I think they justify bringing him back.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Expert craftsmanship, custom designs, and jewelry built to last a lifetime. Visit them in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel or at marks-jewelers.com. Do you believe that moving on from Kevin Patullo, which they have, is really going to change the Eagles' offense? 76% say yes. Better hope so.
It's going up.
Yeah, better hope so. Better hope so. Jack,
It won't.
Jack, what's coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Oh, the people. The people that are going to have the toughest offseason.
Oh, I can tell you one guy's in this room.
I don't know, Jim. Put him on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Elliot, I love you. Before we go, Elliot has, because you're at the end of your
Yes.
fundraiser for Treehouse Books. And how much have you raised so far?
So we're at $19,800.
Oh, you got to get to. Can somebody? I want you to tweet it right now.
Okay.
In honor of Patullo, you're gone.
So this gets.
Your mic's still not on.
This gets kids in North Philly books.
Correct. So Treehouse Books is a nonprofit in North Philly, right off Temple's campus where I went, and they work to get books into the hands of kids in the city. So
Yes.
over the years, for every $5 we've gotten, that's 1 new book. So over 4,000 new books for this year. And over the past 3 years, we're close to, I think, 10,000 books.
But
something like that.
we got to get you to $20,000
Agreed.
today. So
Yes.
Elliot's only $200 away. All we need is 10 people listening to the show right now to donate $20. Elliot's going to put it on all the social accounts. You put it on your little Threads and Blue Sky and Twitter, all
Instagram,
that.
TikTok.
Instagram, TikTok,
LinkedIn.
Just you donate 10 people. You can be one of them. Donate $20. We'll get Elliot to 20 grand, which would by far be your record for 1 year.
Oh, yeah, for
right?
sure.
Okay. Great work on that, Elliot.
And thank you guys for the help with promoting it.
Of course, especially
Yeah,
Jack.
thank you, Jack.
Yeah. All right. And top 5 is what again?
People that are going to have the toughest offseason.
All right. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get Xfinity's best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up, you still won't understand. You still won't understand 6-7. Your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Injured at work or in an accident? Nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
Don't forget to set your lineup.
All right, high efficiency heat pump, check. Clean air filter, check. New Carrier smart thermostat, check.
Don't get sidelined by your HVAC system this season. Your local Carrier Comfort Advisor offers a full lineup of home comfort solutions and convenient financing options to suit your needs. Visit nopaycarrier.com for local utility rebates and to find a comfort expert near you.
NoPayCarrier.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. News today that Mike Tomlin is stepping down from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and as we look forward for Tomlin's career, I wonder if he'll consider going to TV. In the past, John Madden was America's coach. Mike Tomlin has the charisma, the credentials, and he's likable. He could certainly become America's next head coach on TV. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Oh, yeah.
The afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Best show there is. Thank you for listening on the radio. 94.1, streaming on the free Odyssey app. Of course, if you haven't heard, Kevin Patullo no longer no longer the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles.
And shout out to the Eagles for doing that during this program.
We love it.
Love you guys always.
Yep. If you're going to do it during this show.
Don't waste it at 12:30.
No. With those guys?
Y'all stupid.
Come on, man. All right, Jack, let's get to it.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
Oh, last summer, me and Spike, we had to eat it. Oh, boy, were all of you feeling a little cocky. You thought you got us. Well, guess how the tables have turned. Again, I was really disappointed they lost on Sunday. However.
Yeah, you sound it.
However, we got our lick back, baby. Yep. All right. The 5 people that are going to have.
You're nuts, man.
I didn't even send Ike what I worked on last night.
Yeah, dude. Jack. Okay. You can't get Jack to write 2 sentences together, right?
I wrote a book.
Wrote a book. All of a sudden, I get a document.
A document?
A document of how Jalen, for each game this year, did not really do much or lead them to victory. With the context of all, it is a
holy cow.
In the fourth quarter.
It's a page and a half.
I want to know how many fourth quarter comebacks he led this year.
Yeah.
He entered the fourth quarter trailing only 3 times. He was 1-2. The one win was the Rams game.
Okay.
Lot in there that he did.
Well, and we still needed a block field goal.
But well aware. That was a detail.
Oh, it was in there.
Yeah,
it was no one. I said, Jack, what would you write this for? He just wrote it for himself.
It was a brain drain.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brain drain.
Yeah. All right. So I have the 5 people that are going to have the toughest offseason. Okay. This is one I did not expect to have in my top 5, but he's in there, pal. And that's Dustin in the Northeast.
Oh, yeah.
The big old baby.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday, and I just thought to myself, you're dead meat, buddy.
You have no idea what you're in for.
Yeah.
I thought he was shedding a single tear yesterday.
Yep.
You know, he thinks he's got a safe space in this show.
No, it's not safe for you here, buddy.
We want to hear those little sports points get brought up and shut down.
Well, first his fantasy team completely crumbles. And then
lost to all 3 of us and me twice, once in the postseason.
Yeah, really sad. And then his QB goes and fails.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be a tough summer for Dusty.
Yep.
The 4th person that's going to have the toughest offseason is James Seltzer.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, holy cow.
Oh, yeah.
Just so in. Just all the way in, cannonballing off the deep end, calling Jalen the next Brady, all of this stuff.
Did he say that?
No, he's been out of control. Hasn't responded to group texts in 3 days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's gone silent. He's gone radio silent behind the scenes. Seltzer.
Oh, Seltzer.
Yeah. I mean, because the camera smells blood in the water here.
Oh, yeah.
Richie, you can sense that he's turned a little bit on the whole. We're back to maybe calling him Halfrey. I feel like we're right there back with Richie. Seltzer's going to have to hold this thing up. And I don't know. It's going to be a tough offseason for old Seltzy.
I'm just wondering where I'm at on this list.
Well, you're not really on the list.
Seltzer.
Because you're starting to see the light.
The good thing for Seltzer is he doesn't have to jump through a table again.
Yeah, well.
Because they didn't win.
Some would argue that was the moment you knew the season was not going to go the way that we wanted.
When the table jump went the way. He's really not responding to group texts.
No, he shut it all down. Yeah, shut it all down. Now, I've laid off. I haven't trolled.
Right.
I'm trying to let him have his little space.
Except for this on the radio.
Except for this right now,
with thousands of people listening.
Respond to texts.
Okay.
Also, another underrated moment where you knew this was going to go wrong. Did you notice on Sunday when they couldn't get the flag off the field?
Yes.
I was like, this is an omen. They couldn't get the American flag off the field. I was like, even this is struggling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how windy it was.
It was. Third person that's going to have the toughest offseason is OG Wade. Now,
where's he?
It could be good for OG.
Wow, this is going to be a great offseason for OG.
Yeah. Now, he started off with a banger. The BVS take from last week.
Yeah.
And if you missed the big news, the Eagles signed Carson Steele today, a fullback, which
There you
means
go.
BVS could be on the outs.
Go green.
That's a Spartan dog. We don't do that to them around here.
Okay.
But once again, OG Wade has gone silent. He is not called in 2 days.
What is OG Wade's response if they do not trade A.J. Brown?
Ooh. Well.
I mean, he's wanted A.J. Brown gone for 2 years.
Yeah.
Easily.
Well, the one thing it'll do, he'll continue to use that as a excuse. Yes,
Yeah.
they're gonna do that. By the way, I think AJ's here as long as he wants to be here. I think he is the one who's going to dictate. If he doesn't want to be here anymore, I think the Eagles will find a way to accommodate him because you just can't have what's been going on the last 3 years to continue to go on. He has to all be all on board or not.
Yeah. No in between. Although it seems like there's maybe some.
It seemed like it is
by the end.
Yeah.
And reporting from McLean was that him and Jalen are in a pretty good spot.
Okay.
So Jalen said that yesterday. Well, we'll see. Yeah. Now, it kind of felt like goodbye yesterday when he put his jersey in Quignon's locker and didn't talk to the media, but
the jersey in the locker was weird.
Yeah, because you don't necessarily have to do that.
Well, you would think, I'll see Quignon again.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That one was weird.
And
that one was weird.
He could have done it in private.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you know.
Well, you definitely wanted people to see that.
To see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. All right. The second person that's going to have the toughest offseason, he could be number one, but he's not number one. But Broads is going to have a really tough offseason. I mean, really.
Broads.
He's already doing the whole, like, it's coaching. It's all been coaching. He's not going to see the light. He's going to be one of those guys who goes down with the ship. He's going to go down with the ship 100%.
Well, why would he have a hard offseason?
Because he's gonna talk himself into a lather.
So here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that I'll say, as mainly you.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel you over here with your shoes on too, dancing. This is really just going to make Jalen defenders dig their heels even more.
Yeah.
So they're not going anywhere just yet.
No, they're not.
And unfortunately for you, you showed your cards.
It's out there.
You've showed your cards, and you almost have to hope he doesn't play well next year.
I would never do that to my quarterback.
I'm just
not
saying.
once. Once.
I'm just saying. He has another year to play here. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
So it can all turn on you again.
Listen, it's turned on me multiple times in the past. I lost in 2022.
Yeah.
I won in 2023.
What did you win this offseason?
This year?
Yeah, this year.
My sanity. My sports knowledge. Finally not being.
You had him ranked as the 7th best quarterback.
Eighth.
I'm sorry, 8th.
Do you want me to redo it?
No. I'm just saying.
We're going to need that in a
It was
month.
an olive branch.
Oh, you didn't believe it.
Well, no, I mostly believe it.
Okay.
I mostly believe it.
Well, he's not the 8th ranked one right now.
We'll see.
Probably not.
Might have to redo that. We'll see.
All right.
But the number one person obviously going to have the toughest offseason is Elliott. I mean, yes. And it's not even close. Because we let him get away with a lot last year. We had to bite our tongues. Oh, winner this, winner that, Sirianni this. Not anymore.
No.
Not anymore. You think that we were on him last year? This year, when he tried to throw his little nonsense out there, swat it.
Well, he was given a respite today. The Eagles saved him today by moving on from Sirianni while he was here because we did have all of his takes.
Patullo.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Give people a heart attack.
Yes, they got rid of Patullo, not Sirianni. They didn't get rid of him. He's not fired. He's not the offensive coordinator. But it prevented us from going over Elliott's takes from the last year that we wanted to re-raise to see if he still believed in him. He looked prepared to still argue the Shanahan thing, so we'll see what happens. But he was saved, but next week starts the difficult offseason for Elliott.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, fellas and ladies out there that are, I'm using air quotes, Jalenites, you're going to have to band together strong this offseason.
Yes.
There will be more pushback. That means we have to resist more.
Yes.
Last year we rode the wave of
you on your high horses. Starting the day after the
We're
Super Bowl.
Champion. We won the Super Bowl. We don't have that in our corner this year.
Yeah, the E word. You guys saying the E word.
Elite.
Oh.
Elite.
Oh.
His resume.
I hate hearing you say elite.
But I would say elite winner.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I know.
He has an elite resume. I agree.
I can't even argue that this year.
No, yeah. I don't know if you heard, 3 out of 5 years lost in the first round. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Guided Door and Window's big winter sale. Save 40% off all windows and doors. Call them at 877-GO-GUIDA or to go to GoGUIDA.com. Just to repeat and correct myself, the Eagles have moved on from Kevin Patullo. Nick Sirianni put out a statement saying that when things don't go right, it stops with him. So they will, and this, for Eagles insiders, getting the first scoops on interviews, who they're looking at, who they're not looking at. Good opportunity. Good opportunity for Eagles insiders. It should be noted that Schefter and Rappaport broke the news today, not any of our...
Per usual.
Can I just send a message to our Eagles reporters here and our insiders? We're so terrified sometimes of saying things that are asking tough questions or saying things they believe. We had the big news today. Did you get the scoop? You did not. You didn't get the scoop. So what is it getting you? Like, you know what I mean? Like all the ones that you're so busy being mad at us. Meanwhile, the friggin' team gives it to somebody who's never at the facility. You spend all those hours in NovaCare. What'd it get you? What'd it get you? Don't be mad at us. You send a text message to them. Why didn't I get the scoop? You know? Zach Berman, your long tweets. All right.
Don't start.
I love Zach. I was just kidding. I don't even know why he came up in mine. He wouldn't even be first on my list there. But Chris, you're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Hey, I've got the new idea for the coach.
Okay.
The offensive coordinator.
Yep.
And the quarterback. Let's
Okay.
get rid of them all. And the idea for the coach, he can also be the offensive coordinator at the same time.
Okay.
So who do you want to hear first? Quarterback
Just
or coach?
whatever you want, buddy.
Okay, Coach Belichick.
Belichick.
All right.
Bring him in. He can do the offense and the coaching at the same time.
The offense.
Well, he's not an offensive coach.
Well, he can do it. He can do it better than our last guy.
That's right. Okay.
All right. So whether he does it or not really an issue. Yeah. Okay.
He lets the quarterback improvise. That's what he.
Yeah, that's what he was famous for. Improvisation.
You make the plays, Brady. That's what he used to do. You figure it out.
He did, yeah.
No.
And
So Josh McDaniels didn't have anything to do with that?
Well, they let him go and make the plays, man.
Yeah, that's what he did. He just ran around and made up the plays, drew it in the dirt. Yeah, okay. So offensive coordinator and Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick is the head coach and the offensive coordinator, which would be an interesting proposition. I can't wait to hear that call. Who is the quarterback?
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, God.
He puts it in their hands like a loaf of bread falling out of the sky. He can throw over 50 yards easily and put it in their hands.
Yeah, a loaf of molded bread. Did you watch that game last night?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, I know they got.
Yeah, he's
beat,
impressive.
but- Yeah. Aaron Rodgers. He puts it in their hands. It's a loaf of bread.
Yep.
That's it. Our team can't catch a ball unless it's in their hands, exactly in their hands, and that's what he can do. But the problem with Pittsburgh is they can't catch the ball. It's in their hands, they just can't catch it.
Yeah.
So let Aaron Rodgers put it in their hands. Jalen's, it's always a little off a little bit,
Yeah.
too far, too inside, too right, too short, whatever it is, it's not a perfect throw.
Yeah.
The only other person I can think of a perfect throw is Brady, but he's not coming back.
No, probably not. Is there anybody else that's over 40 that you would like to give a shot to?
Why don't we get Gronk back here, too?
Yes.
Let's see. How about Aaron Rodgers?
We're losing you there, Chris. Well, I love the idea of asking Belichick to be the offensive coordinator and the head coach.
Defensive specialist.
Yes. Aaron Rodgers, quarterback. Oh, that'd be a lot of fun.
Think A-Rod retires?
I don't think so.
I don't think
Without
so.
Tomlin is gone, what is he going to do?
I think he and LeBron are going to have to be forced out of their sports by injury. I don't think they have it in them to say,
Enough is
I
enough.
can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
And I think both of them are so intent on that. And I guess I understand to an extent, that's what you've done your whole life. It's what you're best at.
Yeah.
I think both of them, I think Aaron Rodgers will have to get an injury that prevents him from playing, because I think there will be some team that will say, yeah, we'll give it another shot.
Right.
Because there's not enough quarterbacks. Philip Rivers was quarterbacking this year.
Exactly.
And I think LeBron's the same way. I think injury will have to stop them both from playing their respective sports.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Anthony in Southwest Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Ant?
What's going on, man?
What's up, Ant?
What's up, Ant? Yeah, how about that? Follow that up, Ant. Yeah. Belichick and Aaron Rodgers. What you got for us?
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on around here. Listen, man. Y'all haven't talked much lately to Jalen defenders today, so I'm here.
Okay, okay.
And I think it's funny, man. I want to say something real quick before I go into my spill. Right, I was in a barbershop today, and I asked my barber. I said, "Bro, how are you a Green Bay fan, but you literally grew up in North Philly all your life? You from this city, but you're a Green Bay fan." And what he said to me made sense. He said, "Bro, you see how this city treats Jalen Hurts right now? Like, I remember that happening to Reggie. When Reggie left here, like, every guy that should retire here that has done anything for the city, name one that's retired here that should have, that did the kind of things that these guys have done for this city. When do they retire? It never happens because this city
What about Fletcher
turns on the
Cox?
people.
Brandon Graham, Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox.
But I'm talking about the stars of the stars. Like, I'm talking about guys like Reggie, guys like a Jalen, guys like a Donovan didn't even, like, he left here. Like, I'm talking about the high-paid guys, the superstars of the city. They don't retire here. So, like, my thing is, and Spike, I hear you talk earlier. I heard you say earlier that, when Nick was in Indianapolis, that how did he just forget all of these? Nick didn't call plays in Indianapolis. He was never a play caller until he came to Philadelphia.
Yes, but he was working. My point is, you really believe that he got here and he said, what I want to do is not really score that many points. What I want to do is just not turn the ball over. It obviously has something to do with the quarterback.
No,
it does.
Let me say this, Spike. I think I tell y'all this every time. I'm a coach myself, right? Like, and
oh yeah, you do
I've
say it
never,
every single time.
Yeah, every single time. Like, I've never listened to another radio show outside of 94 WIP. I started listening to this radio show with my dad years ago, and it's just what I do. I listen to 94
Appreciate it, brother.
WIP.
Thank
But
you.
today,
Thank you.
When I'm absolutely, I'm gonna continue to listen. I like to mess with y'all. But today, my man, he said to me, he said, "Bro, sometimes you got to go listen to that other radio show because they make some sense over there sometimes."
Nah.
And when I did, I'm listening to these guys, and they said something that was so important. You may or may not know
Dude,
this. I don't know.
can I tell you, Ant?
But-
I love you. I'm not gonna
can't do it,
let
bro.
you sit here
Yeah.
and tell me how good somebody said something on a different radio show
Yeah,
was.
come on, Ed.
Nah, don't care.
You soft punk ass.
But you're listening to me, bro.
Get your bitch ass out of here, man.
Oh, you can't handle it. Wah,
Man, you
wah,
talking about you not gonna
wah, wah.
Shut up.
No, you shut up.
I'll slap the shit out you.
All right.
See, you knew that was going to go. It was going to go down that road at some point.
He's gonna slap me. That's it. You didn't hear that on the radio.
Yeah.
Told me he's gonna slap the S out of me. Bro, you can't. I with all due respect, you come on with your opinion, all that sort of stuff. They're telling me, oh, I heard this other. Not here. Come on, man. Jay in Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Jay?
Hey, man, y'all put me behind those two calls?
Sorry, man. Sorry, bro. Just as long as you don't tell me you're going to physically assault me or you want to hire Bill Belichick to be the offensive coordinator, I think we'll be good.
Hey, look, man, two things, man. At 45, man, I could win a fight and still be sore like I lost. I'm chill.
There you go.
And talking about bringing Bill Belichick, y'all should have cut that call short.
It was too
kind of
entertaining.
funny.
Yeah,
It was
I
kind
needed
of
to
funny.
hear who the quarterback was. Yeah.
So a couple things real quick. It's not even about Patullo the whole year. Matter of fact, since we won the Super Bowl, we have done nothing but regress. And every year, I guess that we win the Super Bowl is going to be like this. It started with Howie letting people go and not replacing them. So then you chasing your tail and you trying to catch up during the season, getting 3 cornerbacks. You spent all that money for all these other cornerbacks. You could have just got a good cornerback, man. You could have just got one in the offseason. Cool, we did. So it starts with that. We couldn't stop the run in the beginning of the year for a while. Cool, we got that. AJ's talking out in the media. The offensive line is hurt. So it's definitely not just my quarterback and the offensive coordinator. It's definitely more than that. Jalen Carter getting suspended from the rip. He was supposed to be a leader on this team. You're supposed to take a next step. From game one, you showed that you're a clown sometimes and you're not ready. So that messed things up. When people talking about the locker room, it's a divide, people picking sides. Of course, they have to. They have to. Like any job, if you have a mutual friend at the job and they're beefing, like, it's going to be awkward. Like, I'm not saying that you can't be friends with both of them, but you kind of got to pick a side, man, and when it gets that deep, like AJ got with us putting it out in the media. So I don't think there's no way that guys didn't pick a side, and that locker room had to be that way. And we find out lots of things later on in life, when guys retire now with all these podcasts. I can't wait to see the 30 for 30 on the Eagles on these years, man, because we're going to find out a lot of things that we don't know out in the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that I appreciate the call, Jay. There are a lot of things that happened this year that I would like the full story on. The last 2 years, the last 3 years. Jack, can you hit the breaking news sounder? Oh, I can't believe it.
Breaking news.
Anthony in Southwest Philly is a coach. I don't know if everyone has heard that. He's coached. He hardly mentions it when he calls. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that Anthony in Southwest Philly was a coach. Sorry.
How did they get so personal?
He got so mad. All I said was, I'm not going to. I actually thought it was fair. I'm not going to let you do that.
Fair. You can't, and Anthony, we love you, but that's disrespectful to us to come on here talking about somebody else's show on another.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like,
just say you thought of it yourself.
Yeah.
Say you thought of it yourself. In the barbershop talking about us. So, all right. 215-592-9494. Eagles move on from Kevin Patullo. We are talking about it with you. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. No need to move on from Colonial Hyundai. No. Their offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator and head coach and GM and president of operations, that is John Ashdale, the cars are. Just making sure that your process of buying a brand new Hyundai over a Colonial is excellent. Is fast, easy, better always. It's going to be easy and fast, actually, because they've got a ton on the lot. Brand new Hyundais, over 200 new Hyundais right on the lot right now. You want a Palisade? Got it. Kona? Got it. Tucson? Got it. Every single one of them comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. And they understand that everyone's got different stresses, different challenges. How about, trade-in? They've got big trade-in incentives right now. And financing, which everybody's worried about. You shouldn't be a Colonial. No matter what your credit is, they're going to get you the best financing. Rates as low as 0%. And they know you've got a busy life, you don't like hassle, you don't like wasting time, so the process of buying a brand new Hyundai Colonial is excellent. No unnecessary hassle, no waiting. Get over to Colonial now. Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select new Hyundai models. Offers can't be combined. Includes all rebates and incentives. See dealer for full details.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA's general manager hears constructive criticism from riders who endured the closure of the trolley tunnel. Jewish employees at Penn seek legal standing to oppose a federal demand for a list of Jewish organizations. And the bankrupt owner of the former Crozier Health System wants to get rid of medical records.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Wing pull! Wing pull! Wing pull! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
The New Jersey Lottery has brought its fan-favorite Green Ball promotion back onto Jersey's favorite game, Pick 3. Now through February 1st, when the Green Ball is drawn on Pick 3 evening drawings, players get a free second chance to win.
Horizon Services Plumbing and Electrical is keeping your home comfortable and safe all winter long with highly trained specialists always ready to help. Struggling with cold showers? Horizon can replace your old water heater the same day you call. Horizon Services has 0% interest financing available for repairs, replacements, and upgrades on everything from electrical panels to water treatment systems. And when you need it, get same-day plumbing and electrical service with no emergency fees ever. Book with Horizon Services today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, it's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. After last night's dominant performance in Pittsburgh, Houston heads to New England. And while they may not get the gift of 2 defensive scores, as they did last night, and New England may not get a half dozen sacks that they had on Sunday night in the wild card round, you can't ignore the fact that both of these defenses are more than capable of putting their clamps on the opposing offenses and their young quarterbacks. Conversely, each offense has also had their issues. Houston and New England combining for just 3 offensive touchdowns in the wild card round. I'll be on the under of 40.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
Fritz, Eagles have moved on from Kevin Patullo. In fact, this was an interesting note. Anthony DeBona noticed on Twitter that the Eagles changed the verbiage on their website from Eagles part ways with Kevin Patullo to Eagles make a, wait, hold on, let me check the exact verbiage, to Eagles make change at offensive coordinator. So officially, still an employee. They just changed it from part ways to make a change at OC. So saying that they're not parting ways with Patullo. I think my guess is they tell him, you can go and look for whatever you want. If you can't find something,
You still got a spot here.
You got a spot here.
Yeah.
Because
Which is good.
Because we fired you even though it wasn't your fault. Which would be
That was nice of them.
Yes, we spent the whole year telling everybody it's not your fault. And then we lost. They were like, guess whose fault it was? The Twitter question is brought to you by Morris Jewelers. Expert craftsmanship, custom designs, and jewelry built to last a lifetime. Visit them in Montgomeryville, Mount Laurel, or at marks-jewelers.com.
Let me ask you this real quick. What do you think about Dable?
I think he is a talented offensive coordinator. Really, their offense was pretty good this year, even with, considering the challenges. Neighbors gets hurt, Scadaboo gets hurt, whatever. I wonder about him from a personality standpoint with Sirianni.
Mm-hmm. See, that was my thought, too.
Yeah. He is a very, very, very fired up guy.
Yeah.
And there were some issues in the building with previous coaches in New York in that and he was previously a head coach. Maybe if you get him while he's coming up, he's a different guy. I don't know. I think he's a good offensive mind. I think he's a good offensive coordinator. He's clearly done things with mobile QBs from, he did have, three things. Josh Allen, of course, the first good Daniel Jones year in 2022 with the Giants, when Daniel Jones had everybody got mad at me when I say it was a very Jalen-like season. It was a run-heavy team. I think Daniel Jones ended up with like 17 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, ran for 700 yards, one of those. Yeah. And then with Jackson Dart, who's also a quarterback who runs too. He does, and he's got history with Jalen from Alabama.
That's sort of what I was thinking. I don't know that working relationship with Jalen and Dorse bringing in Brian Daboll. I don't think Daboll's going to get a head coaching job in the next couple of years, so you don't necessarily have to worry about him leaving next year.
It's just, if I'm Brian Daboll, what I want to do is my next spot, I want it to set me up to get a head coaching job. I don't know if this does it.
Well, it's not if they're good. If they're good,
yeah,
the guy usually goes and gets a job.
I just look, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Or you get fired.
Yeah, or you get fired. Yeah,
I don't know.
True.
I don't know.
But you wouldn't be opposed to it?
No.
Okay.
I would worry about the personality fit.
Yeah. Now, would this count as a different offensive coordinator for Jalen? Because he had, 11 and 14 years? Technically.
Wouldn't be able to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But that also may help him.
I agree.
That he's familiar. I don't know. I am intrigued by Daboll coaching other quarterbacks that are mobile and building offenses around them.
Yeah.
The personality thing I agree with. Going in the blue tent threw me off. That threw me off.
No, he was desperate, fighting for his coaching life.
That threw me off.
Acted like a football guy.
Well, now, what about Kafka? If he doesn't get that head coaching job, which it doesn't look, and if the thing with Kafka is, I'm sure the Giants, well, depending on who they hire, I'm sure they would be interested in him as OC. Mm-hmm. But if you are in a situation where they tell you you're not the guy for the promotion that you want, I think the first thing you want to do is look elsewhere, because they've made them, because clearly Mike Kafka wants to be a head coach. If they tell him no, I think Kafka would be an interesting thing too. Again, when Daboll got fired, the Giants thing, they do have talent on offense. They're missing Neighbors. Mm-hmm. They were missing Scadaboo. And they still, with Tyrone Tracy and Darius Slayton as your two weapons, and Jackson Dart, they had a good offense there. So I think Kafka was Daboll's offensive coordinator as well. So he was part of that too, even before Daboll lost. Yeah.
I think I'm open to it. I'm open to Daboll.
Yeah, I think
he brings a little fire as well.
He definitely does bring fire, and
he's going to coach Jalen like, who I'm thinking of, John DeFilippo.
A little bit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's who got the most out of Carson as the OC or whatever he was back then. Was he QB
He's
coach?
Quarterbacks coach.
Yeah, and Frank was the OC.
Yeah.
But he worked directly with Carson. Yeah, I wonder.
And the good thing is, if Jalen gets dinged and he's in the blue tent, our offensive coordinator is going to check on him.
Listen, it wasn't a great moment.
It was a bad moment, yes.
Dude, you and Kennison and Minson talking about Daboll versus Sirianni.
Oh,
that's
man.
Beautiful. Like, I think, so McDaniel's not happening. He's either going to get a head coaching job or maybe like the Lions OC.
Right.
Kingsbury,
Not happening.
I think Stefanski's getting a head coaching job. I'd be shocked if he didn't get a head coaching job.
I think Stefanski is ranked third in terms of most desirable head coach right now, behind Tomlin and John Harbaugh. And I think you could make an argument for Stefanski over Tomlin, just because he's the offensive play design guy.
I'm just thinking of Dable because this is the style of quarterback he's been coaching.
Yes, and
this is what he's been doing.
Yes. And I do think people ignore when they talk about Daniel Jones' failures in New York, it was largely because he got hurt all the time. Mm-hmm. He did have a good year. They won a playoff game.
He did.
And and Dart looked good, with him there. So,
yeah.
All right. 215-592-9494. Billy in Washington Township. You're in WIP. What's up, Billy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First-time caller. Listen to you guys for a long time.
Oh, thank you, Billy.
What's up, Billy? Appreciate it, brother.
I got the answer for you guys. I got somebody that has the Philly grit, the heart. He started his career here, and he's an offensive guru, John Gruden.
Oh, dude.
Gruden?
Oh, bring me
John
Gruden.
And you give him the first year to make or break Jalen. If he tells you Jalen's the man, then you stay with Jalen. If he can't teach Jalen and Jalen's not what everybody says he is, then you get rid of Nick and him. And Gruden's the head coach.
Bring me Gruden.
Let me tell you.
We're airing the OC press conference.
Nick can handle Gruden.
0% chance. 0% chance.
Bring me a weekly call from Gruden to the WIP afternoon show. Oh, bring me Gruden.
Radio?
Love Gruden, man.
I mean, he wants to be a head coach, though, doesn't he?
Of course he does, yes. And is he still suing the NFL? Is he allowed to work?
Well,
Flores is suing
the NFL, too.
That's quietly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's being settled behind the scenes, I guess.
Yeah, they don't want the public version of that.
Yeah, Gruden, dude, I'd love to have John Gruden.
Oh, my God. For us.
I'm going to tell you this. Jalen Hurts ain't running John Gruden's offense. You ever heard some of those play calls that John Gruden spits out?
Oh, a lot of whip doodle, snap, crackle, 7 West.
There's no need for all that. There's no need for all that.
Dude, thank you for the call, Billy.
You tell Gruden that.
It's going to be on the wristband. It's going to say 1. Like that's what it is.
I was listening to the Nick Foles podcast, the season podcast, and they did a special half-hour episode on the Eagles. And at the end, he's breaking down the final play of the game against the Niners. And it's all going great until he starts with the quarterback phrasing and
the jargon.
Yeah, jargon. And I've done a lot of work this year to know what I'm talking about. But when you start using words that only you use, you got to have them do a crack, snack. Like, oh, come on, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Now I got to get. Now I'm on my walk. I'm asking ChatGPT what a snack right.
Yeah, Nick has to realize you're not talking to only people who played the game. You gotta dumb it down a little bit for everybody.
Yes.
Dude, my favorite is when he pretends he's coming up to the line and he goes like, "Ha!" Like he does like his old.
Oh, Nick is doing this?
Sometimes he'll be like, sometimes you gotta go to the line. And you gotta go, "Ha!" Yeah. These guys sound crazy.
I never watched
it. Their hard counts, all that stuff, like how to draw people off sides. I love it.
How about that?
He said something else interesting. Get to it right after I tell you about something else interesting, which is dogs and cats rule. So you are in control of the health of your pet. You are. So as George Perenni, the lead dog at Dogs and Cats rule, will remind you, is that like if you have if you have a dog, let's say, that has and this happened to Rebel for years, has the paws where they're always licking their paws or gnawing at their paws. Or maybe they have a little rash or something. Or maybe their coat isn't great. Dogs and Cats Rule has things that can help. Maybe it's their diet. A lot of times a pet is allergic to a certain type of protein or one of the ingredients. And the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule can lead you through it because they know so much about other products and they have the time. They'll be patient with you. Doesn't matter how long it takes to find the right thing. Maybe it's a supplement. They have that stuff too. While you're there, man, if you need a toy or a leash or a bed or a treats, whatever it is, Dogs and Cats Rule has it. There are 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule, shop small, shop local, shop family. So Foles is breaking down that final play Ike, and he said that one of the things that he noticed was, he said, in a play like that, in a situation like that, the quarterback goes up to the OC and says, this is what I'm comfortable with.
Oh, yeah.
Do this, do that.
Yep.
And he said that he was a little confused. Now, it was a short clip, but there's that clip of Jalen and Patullo and Nick all standing there. And he said he was, and he's been very supportive of Jalen. And Nick does this thing. Nick doesn't want to say anything bad about anyone, right? But he said, I didn't know why Jalen wasn't talking more. He said that he would expect Jalen to come and really be the lead voice in saying what he wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And in that clip, it was really KP saying what he wanted to do. He didn't really have a problem with the call. He said it's a very basic play that a lot of in situations like that, they usually call that, especially in the red zone, like on a 4th and long in the red zone. But he said he would have wanted to see Jalen be more vocal in that conversation. He actually sounded upset by it.
Yeah.
Now, it was a short clip, so who knows what happens before or after it, but it didn't seem like Jalen was saying a lot. That was something that Nick said.
I actually thought, again, I'd have to go back and look at the clip again, but just watching them over there huddled up and everybody's yelling at Patullo about the play that they called there, my assumption was, well, they're huddled up there and they're asking Jalen, what are you thinking here? What do you like here?
Sure.
Because that's what it boils down to. You want to give him a play that he knows what to expect. They talk about the coverage. Now, Jalen, give him credit. He said, we knew they were going to run the cover 4. They had been running it, so they certainly knew what coverage they were getting, right? It wasn't he was surprised by the coverage that was there. And then you typically say, well, what do you like here, Jay? Like what are you thinking?
Yeah.
And coach may say, okay, this is what I'm thinking. And it's almost like when you saw Nick come to the sideline in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they brought that up.
Doug had a play already he wanted to run, but Nick came over with a play in mind that he thought, and Doug went with it. He changed Doug's mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that little pregnant pause lets you know that that's not what Doug was thinking about running.
No, that was what Nick wanted.
You
want
Philly? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. That's a little more than a pregnant pause.
Yes.
Yeah, Doug was like, by golly, that is a good play. Let's run that one.
I was thinking 42 dives left.
So I thought Jalen may have had some input on that play there. Because it's something he's comfortable with.
Of course. You know, but this year has been the year that Jalen says that he just does whatever they tell him. You know, Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP. What's up, Cowboy Jim? Oh.
Troy Aikman. Oh wait, they're too successful and too smart to
say again. You're muted or something. Say again.
I'm not muted. Jimmy Johnson or Troy Aikman. Okay, that's who I go with
as our offensive coordinator. Okay.
Yeah, I turn into an Eagle fan then. Well, they're too smart and too successful for anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where's the dynasty talk? Come on, I haven't heard it in the last couple of days. That's all I heard was, dynasty. Okay, so that's not going to happen. So let's move on from that. Oh, and
what do you mean a dynasty could happen? What if they go to the Super Bowl next year and win it?
That's not going to happen. Yeah, the hell will freeze over if that happens over. That's not going to happen. Oh, you lasted one more week than the Cowboys and the Commanders and the Giants. How successful are you? Give me a break. All right, guys, I need your help with something. So the Cowboys are looking at Gannon as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah, go ahead and take him.
You want us to take him?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, he did take
Assistant Coach of the Year, Jonathan Gannon. Yes.
There you go. Well, you get Vic Fangio light.
That's fine. I'll take that.
Okay.
He can only get better than what Eberdouche did, so I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. Oh, great. Let's go. You better hope Boba Fett signs because the sadness going on in Philadelphia is too much to bear. So
We're getting Bo.
Losers. Bye.
All right. Bye, loser.
I think he's supposed to be a Phillies fan.
He is who? Bichette?
No. Cowboy Jim.
Oh, okay. He called him. Now he has moved right from Chuck's Boba to Boba Fett from Star Wars.
Yes.
Star Wars.
Which is that the old ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Didn't watch those ones.
Now, when you had the
action figures,
the Boba Fett was the one that everybody
one of the more
wanted.
popular ones.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
That one and Chewbacca.
Chewbacca was popular.
He was a bigger figurine.
Yeah, because he was 7 feet taller. Paul in California, you're on WIP. What's up, Paul?
Gentlemen, first-time caller, long-time listener. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
What's up, Paul?
Patullo, right? It's a long way to go from making suggestions to making decisions. So he had a hand in the outcome of the season, right? I felt watching him, he was playing checkers and everyone else was playing chess, right? I mean, we all know Hurts needs some help reading the defense and recognize it early, but we're not using multiple shifts. We're not putting anyone in motion. There's no chance for Jalen to get an early read of what's going on, and it's got to happen after the snap. And too many times, their formations and playing calling was vanilla. The defense had an idea what was coming, so all they had to do is concentrate on that one option. They weren't running multiple things out of the same set. They were dictating what they were going to do, and now you're asking your offensive line to dominate instead of just win the battle, and that makes it more and more difficult.
I agree. I do think that I agree, and we all saw it. It's very hard to diagnose why they didn't do it because so little of it worked consistently. Mm-hmm. And I think to an extent, and this is doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. I think they were searching for something to run because their preferred thing was not working. And that goes back to offensive line. And I think it put them in a position where they knew what they wanted to run, but when it wasn't working, they would move to something else. And I don't know if that's the right thing, wrong thing, or indifferent. And I think there were some things that they wanted to do consistently that we keep talking about the under center stuff and the under center play action stuff is we would see it for a week and then disappear. I don't know if that is Patullo not wanting to do it more or if the quarterback wasn't comfortable with it,
I would say that's a lack of a reservoir of experience, right? He's not calling a play in the first quarter to set one up in the third. Everything was now right in front of his face, so there's no depth or complexity in the game that he's calling. And for Pete's sakes, we all know there are things that Hurts does well and things that he struggles with. Why do you continue to ask him to do things that he struggles with?
Because everybody yells at him. I appreciate the call, Paul. But when they run the basic stuff, everybody runs and complains that nobody's open.
Yep.
So I think we're in the same place in that.
We're going to be in the Twilight Zone next year.
What's that?
We've been in the Twilight Zone next year.
Oh, yeah, when it's the same thing.
Yep, it's the same thing.
Yeah, why is Josh McCown running 4 hitch routes at the same time? I'm telling you, it's going to be exactly the same. It's going to be exactly the same. Maybe it'll be better because they block well and they can run. I don't know. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Just imagine if I came back and on one day I laid out a whole set of rules that callers had to follow. Right. That would have been crazy. Spike still going on with oddly realistic analogies.
I didn't think of that because I didn't plan to say what I was going to say at the beginning about Patullo.
That feels like 3 shows ago.
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Patullo thing really threw a wrench in this one.
It did.
Yeah.
It was a good wrench, though.
Good one. Yeah. Good one to react to.
The Patullo thing threw a wrench in our show about Patullo.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
What's next?
This guy, aren't you pushing 60? Couldn't you have gone to a warm weather climate? Don't we have a sister station in Tampa? Jack under his breath after Spike gave Mike Tomlin advice on the path forward.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
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 I'm sorry, Jack.
Spike to Nashville?
Yeah. Sorry, Jack. Maybe the next time I'm going to be looking for some warm weather when I'm older.
Right.
So, yeah, not anytime soon. What's next?
I was at Wawa this morning, and this skinny dude immediately recognized me and came up to me to say that he did drop that pass. That skinny dude was Devontae Smith. Derek and Pioli's call tomorrow.
That's a throwback.
That is a
throwback.
A throwback to 2 months ago.
Yeah.
A one-off phone call.
Yeah.
If you
I think it was the second caller of the day, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, it was early.
Poor Derek from Paoli said that somebody recognized him from calling WIP when he was in Wawa, and that is what that referenced. But Derek, good caller, who got your ire today. Derek, I used to fight with Derek all the time. I don't really fight with Derek anymore, but that was the first fight with Derek in a while.
Yep.
Yeah, what's next?
Spike today. Let me take you back 11 months. We're talking about back-to-back dynasties. This is sad. What Spike was actually talking about 11 months ago. You know, if Jalen Carter doesn't get to Stafford, Mike in Havertown.
That's a good point,
That's a
too.
good point.
I can't even, sometimes I'm mad when the text line comes after me, but when when they're on, when they're real, What's next?
Whose voice got higher when backed into a corner? Broads when the article came out, or Ike when exposed as a Jalen hater? Mark and Modco.
Is that CJ?
That's CJ, yes.
What are you talking about? I dropped on the floor at that moment. CJ. Yeah. It takes a regular to be like, wait a minute. I heard you say something.
Yep. No, they're waiting. He's waiting.
Yeah.
He's waiting on me. He's listening today like, oh, I can't believe Ike is saying this. That's the same thing I said.
Because we're cutting you a break. We're not doing that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but CJ.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You guys aren't really cutting me a break.
No. Not at all. Not at all.
It's all right. I can take it.
Well,
I can take it.
Yeah. What's next?
I didn't know I could make you so emotional, Spike.
When they went and got Chip Kelly, because Chip Kelly was the... Damn it.
Hate when that happens. Chip Kelly was the system.
The guy.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Chip Kelly with his imaginary wife.